I am Chinhao, the world-destroying dragon, and the apocalypse is my crucible. I survived 5 years in the hellscape of the apocalypse, watching as the world crumbled and humanity fell. But fate, or something far greater, gave me a second chance. I was reborn, not as a man, but as a snake. A creature of the earth, the sea, and the abyss. At first, I thought it was a curse. But then I realized it was a gift. On land, I am the invincible overlord. My scales are impenetrable, my fangs dripping with venom. I slither through the ruins of civilization, devouring everything in my path. Zombies, mutants, rival predators, they all fall before me. In the ocean, I am the only master. The depths are my domain, and the creatures of the sea bow to my might. I am the Leviathan, the terror of the tides, and no force can challenge my reign. And in the abyss? I am the supreme abyss dragon. A being of darkness and destruction, my very presence makes the world tremble. I am the end of all things, the harbinger of doom. But I am not done yet. I devour. I evolve. With every kill, every feast, I grow stronger. My body changes, my power expands, until I become something beyond comprehension. A world-destroying dragon, a force of nature that makes all races tremble. The fusion of all worlds, the explosion of spiritual energy, it was not the end. It was the beginning. My beginning. I am Chinhao, the serpent, the Leviathan, the abyss dragon. The apocalypse is my crucible, and I will emerge from it as the ultimate predator. So let the world burn. Let the races tremble. I will devour it all. And I will rise. I slithered through the grass, my black scales glinting under the moonlight. The chicken shed was just ahead, and I could already hear the faint clucking of the roosters inside. It had been half a month since I started this routine, practicing during the day, hunting at night. My body had grown significantly, now 3 meters long and as thick as half an adult's arm. I was no longer the small, fragile snake I had been when I first arrived here. I entered the chicken shed, my presence immediately sending the roosters into a frenzy. They shivered in fear, their instincts telling them I was a predator they couldn't hope to fight. I moved like a shadow, my eyes locking onto a fat rooster to my left. In a flash, I struck, my fangs sinking into its neck before it could even react. Cuckoo! The rooster's cry was cut short as my venom took effect. Within seconds, it was limp in my jaws. I stretched my mouth wide, swallowing the rooster whole. My abdomen didn't bulge, my body had adapted to digesting large prey efficiently. I didn't stop there. I moved on to the next rooster, then the next. By the time I was done, I had swallowed 3 large roosters. Satisfied, I left the shed and returned to the wooden storage shed where I had been staying. I coiled myself into a tight circle and began to absorb the spiritual energy of the world, refining the food I had consumed. The energy flowed through me, strengthening my muscles and bones. I could feel it, a burning sensation building inside me. I'm going to evolve, I thought, excitement coursing through me. The pain intensified as my body began to change. Every cell in my body seemed to be dividing, transforming. I had experienced evolution in my previous life, but this time felt different. More intense. More powerful. Then I heard it, a low rumble, like thunder, echoing in my ears. My eyes widened in realization. I'm awakening an ability. In my previous life, I had learned that not all mutants or evolvers develop special abilities. Only 1 in 10 would awaken something beyond enhanced physical traits. And now, it seemed I was one of the lucky ones. Crack! Purple arcs of electricity burst from my body, illuminating the shed. My scales began to crack and peel away as I molted, the process painful but necessary. I gritted my teeth, enduring the discomfort as my body transformed. By the time the first rays of sunlight broke through the horizon, my evolution was complete. I exhaled a long breath, my new body feeling stronger, faster, and more powerful than ever. Beside me lay the shed skin of my old form. I was now 4.5 meters long, my scales as large as fingernails and gleaming with a metallic sheen. My body was sleek, a perfect blend of strength and speed. But with this newfound power came a ravenous hunger. So hungry, I muttered, my stomach growling. But it was already morning, and the chicken farm staff would be arriving soon. I had to wait until nightfall to hunt again. For now, I would endure the hunger and plan my next move. As I lay there, I heard voices outside. Peering through a crack in the shed, I saw a group of people entering the farm. Among them was Director Liu, the man who ran the chicken farm, and 4 police officers. "Officer Sun, you have to help us find the thieves stealing our chickens," Director Liu said, his voice filled with frustration. "In just half a month, we've lost over 50 chickens." My heart sank. I had been careful, but my growing appetite had made it impossible to avoid detection. Dozens of missing chickens were bound to raise suspicions. I watched as the police began to inspect the farm, their eyes scanning the area for clues. I knew it was only a matter of time before they discovered the truth. I need to leave this place, I thought, my mind racing. But where would I go? The end of the world was coming, and I needed to grow stronger if I wanted to survive. The fusion of realms, the explosion of spiritual energy, it was all just 3 months away. I coiled myself tighter, my mind focused on the future. I had evolved, awakened a powerful ability, and grown stronger. But it wasn't enough. Not yet. The world was about to change, and I needed to be ready. I watched from the shadows of the wooden shed as the police and Director Liu discussed the missing chickens. The young policeman's guess about a snake being the culprit made me smirk internally. He wasn't wrong, but he had no idea what he was dealing with. When the police brought in the big wolf dog, Dahe, I knew things were about to get complicated. The dog sniffed around, following the trail I had left, and soon its attention locked onto the shed where I was hiding. Woof woof woof. The dog's barks grew louder, and I could hear the footsteps of the police approaching. Director Liu explained that the shed was just a utility room, but I knew it was only a matter of time before they discovered me. The big wolf dog burst into the shed, its eyes locking onto me with a mix of aggression and fear. I raised my head, my pale yellow eyes cold and unfeeling. The dog hesitated for a moment, but its training kicked in, and it lunged at me, its jaws wide open, aiming for my neck. I didn't flinch. To a first-level mutated beast like me, a wolf dog was nothing more than an annoyance. Boom! My tail whipped out like a steel whip, striking the dog's head with a force of over 700 kilograms. The impact was brutal. The wolf dog let out a pain howl as its body was sent flying out of the shed. It hit the ground hard, twitching for a moment before going still. Its skull had been shattered. The young policeman cried out in shock, "Dahe!" I moved slowly, deliberately, out of the shed. My 4.5-meter-long body glistened under the sunlight, my black scales reflecting a faint metallic sheen. The police and chicken farm employees stared at me in stunned silence, their faces pale with fear. Officer Sun and the others gripped their electric batons tightly, but none of them dared to approach. The sight of their police dog lying dead on the ground was enough to make them think twice. I glanced at them, my cold gaze making them instinctively step back. I had no interest in staying here any longer. Wrapping my tail around the wolf dog's neck, I dragged its carcass behind me as I slithered away from the chicken farm. The crowd parted like the Red Sea, their fear palpable. I could hear their whispers, their disbelief, but I paid them no mind. The end of the world was coming, and I had bigger things to worry about. Once I was a safe distance away, I stopped and began to devour the wolf dog. My jaws unhinged, and I swallowed the large carcass whole. Despite its size, my stomach felt no strain. It was as if my body had become a bottomless pit, capable of consuming prey far larger than myself without any discomfort. As I ate, I thought about the future. The fusion of realms, the explosion of spiritual energy, it was all just 3 months away. Strange occurrences were already beginning to happen, and soon, the world would descend into chaos. But I was ready. I had evolved, awakened a powerful ability, and grown stronger. The wolf dog was just the beginning. I needed to keep growing, keep evolving, if I wanted to survive what was coming. I finished my meal and slithered away, leaving no trace behind. The world was changing, and I intended to be at the top of the food chain when it did. After devouring the wolf dog, I moved quickly, sticking to fields and other uninhabited areas as I pondered my next move. My mind raced with plans and possibilities. This is outside Tianming City, I thought, recalling some strange events that had occurred before the apocalypse in my previous life. One incident, in particular, stood out. On the night of April 20th, at Yixiang Bar in Tianming City, the entire bar and hundreds of people inside disappeared inexplicably around 8 p.m. The bar reappeared in the early hours of the next morning, but less than 4 or 5 people survived. No one knew what they had experienced. I remembered the news vividly. At the time, it had caused a huge stir online. Now, with the knowledge I had gained from living through the apocalypse, I understood what had likely happened. The Earth is just one of many worlds, layered like floors in a building. The barriers between these worlds were becoming unstable as the fusion of realms approached. In Tianming City, a crack had opened, pulling Yixiang Bar into another space. When the bar returned, most of the people inside had died, likely from encountering alien creatures in that other world. My goal was simple: enter that other space, gather spirit-gathering grass to speed up my cultivation, and return before the fusion of realms fully began. Spirit-gathering grass was abundant in worlds with strong spiritual energy, and it would be invaluable for my growth. But there was a problem. Yixiang Bar was in Tianming City, and I was now over 4 meters long, far too conspicuous to sneak into a crowded urban area. It would be great if I could enter a sealed state, I thought. In my previous life, many large creatures had learned to seal themselves, shrinking their size and reducing their energy consumption. This allowed them to move unnoticed and conserve energy. I decided to try it. Closing my eyes, I focused on compressing my power. To my surprise, my body began to shrink. 4.5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. A little smaller, a little more, I gritted my teeth, pushing myself further. 1.5 meters, 1 meter, half a meter. Finally, I opened my eyes. I was now only half a meter long, small, and inconspicuous. This was the sealed state. Hoo ho ho! I gasped, a smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. This would make it much easier to sneak into Tianming City. Just then, I heard a beeping sound overhead. Looking up, I saw a small helicopter hovering above. A beam of light swept over me, and I heard a voice from above. "It's just a little snake, not the one we're looking for," the voice said, frustrated. "We have to find that big black snake." How could a snake grow to over 4 meters long? It killed a police dog with one tail strike. It must be an extraordinary beast. Capturing it will be a huge breakthrough for my genetic research. I blinked, recognizing the voice as belonging to a middle-aged man in a white robe. He was accompanied by several heavily armed policemen. "Professor Liu, don't worry. We have a biological detector. That snake can't escape. We'll search every inch of this area if we have to," one of the policemen said. The helicopter flew off in another direction, and I let out a sigh of relief. They were looking for me, but they had no idea I was right under their noses, shrunk down to half a meter. Time to go, I thought. I slithered away quickly, sticking to the shadows. The last thing I needed was to be caught by some overzealous scientist. I had bigger plans that involved entering another world, gathering resources, and preparing for the apocalypse. The fusion of realms was coming, and I intended to be ready. I used the biological detector on the plane to search the area, but naturally, I wasn't found. My face darkened as I recalled the little black snake I had seen earlier. A sudden thought struck me: could it be that little black snake? But I quickly shook my head. That idea was too ridiculous. I had already left, making my way toward Tianming City. I had been here before, but back then, the city had been overrun by monsters. The long-lost prosperity. Seeing the bustling city in the distance, I couldn't help but sigh. Ever since the world had ended, I hadn't seen such liveliness. I moved toward a secluded area and slipped into the city. It was already night, and my black-scaled body blended seamlessly with the darkness, making me nearly invisible. Even if someone caught a glimpse of me, I would vanish in an instant. I think I just saw a snake. A man stared blankly into a nearby alley. Come on, this is a city, not the countryside. What snake? His companion scoffed. The man shook his head, convincing himself it was just his imagination. Once they left, I continued forward. The wide road was filled with cars, so I kept to the shadows as I moved. Then I ran into a problem. Tianming City was massive, and I needed to get to Yeshang Bar, but I had no idea where it was. Tomorrow night, the bar would fall into a different space, meaning I had to get there before then. As I was pondering my next move, I spotted a man walking down the street, eyes glued to his phone. A spark of inspiration hit me. I could use the phone's navigation to find Yeshang Bar. I slithered closer and sank my fangs into his ankle. That's what you get for walking while staring at your phone. Lightning surged from my body, traveling through my fangs into the unlucky guy. He let out a groan, his body going numb before he even had a chance to react. With a thud, he collapsed, dropping his phone. I quickly grabbed the phone in my mouth and darted into a nearby alley, disappearing before the pedestrian's startled screams filled the air. Ignoring the commotion outside, I tried to operate the phone, but soon felt like coughing up blood. Damn it, it had a touchscreen. It required warm fingers to work, and my entire body was covered in cold scales. Holding it was useless. Just as I was wondering what to do, 3 guys with brightly dyed hair emerged from the alley, looking like street punks. One of them, a blonde guy, said, "Hurry up, let's get to Yeshang Bar. It's packed right now." "Hey, maybe we'll get lucky tonight," another guy, with blue hair, chuckled with a sleazy grin. Hearing that, I couldn't help but smirk. These guys were heading to Yeshang Bar, I just needed to follow them. I trailed behind as they reached the street and hailed a taxi. As soon as they got in, I slithered under the car and wrapped myself around an iron pole beneath it. Buzz! The taxi started moving, and not a single person noticed me hitching a ride. After about 10 minutes, the taxi stopped on a bustling street. The 3 guys got out, heading toward a building with 2 security guards standing by the entrance. Above the entrance, bold letters gleamed, Yeshang Bar. This was it. Tomorrow night, Yeshang Bar would shift into another dimension and wouldn't return to Earth until the following day. I needed to find a way inside and wait. I uncoiled myself from the taxi's underside and slithered onto the sidewalk. But just as I did, pedestrians took notice. "Snake, it's a snake," someone shrieked. Most people fear snakes. In a survey of the most feared animals, snakes would undoubtedly rank near the top. But not everyone is scared. A muscular man in a t-shirt, eyes gleaming with excitement, stepped forward. He probably thought catching a snake in a big city would make him famous. "Out of the way, let me handle this." He stomped toward me and raised his foot, clearly underestimating me. My eyes flashed coldly. If we were in a more secluded place, I would have killed him without hesitation. But this was the heart of Tianming City. If he died here, it would cause a huge commotion, and the police would surely intervene, not what I wanted. Still, I wasn't going to let him off easy. Boom! I darted to the side, his foot missing me entirely. Before he could react, I coiled and sprang into the air, launching myself nearly 2 meters high. My tail whipped through the air like an iron rod. Even in my sealed state, I was still a first-tier mutant beast. The force of my tail was terrifying, easily as powerful as an adult's full-strength punch. Smack! A sharp crack echoed as my tail struck his cheek. The man screamed in agony as his face split open, one of his front teeth flying out. He crashed backward, landing 2 to 3 meters away, clutching his face and howling in pain. The crowd went silent. They had just witnessed a half-meter-long snake leap up and slap a grown man so hard he was left wailing on the ground. Chinhao ignored these stunned pedestrians and rushed towards the less crowded alleyway next to him. He was as fast as a phantom and disappeared from everyone's eyes. Shocking. What the strong man and the little black snake have to tell? Why did the tall man fall to the ground and cry bitterly? So that's why. Pedestrians were waking up from a dream, and some took out their mobile phones to take pictures of the wailing man lying on the ground. It is estimated that news with similar headlines will appear in the news in Mengching tomorrow. Although this would cause quite a stir, most people would just watch it as a show of excitement. Shinhao was not worried about causing any trouble, and could just wait and see if he could enter a different space tomorrow. Shinhao hid in a dark corner and waited silently. Then he became confused. How should he enter Yexiang Bar? There is a security guard at the main entrance of Yexiang Bar, and the glass door is closed and needs to be pushed open to enter. He will definitely be discovered if he enters through the main entrance. Shinhao didn't think about it for the time being. He practiced quietly. The spiritual energy around him gathered towards him. After becoming a first-order mutant beast, the small amount of spiritual energy made his growth still slow, so he went into a different space to pick the spirit-gathering grass. It's necessary, it can speed up his evolution. Shinhao quickly disappeared from the sight of Lu Jin and others. To Shinhao, these people were just insignificant passers-by. Fortunately, I'm not acclimated to this different space. Shinhao looked at the surrounding environment as he moved forward, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The air and even the environment of different worlds are different, and sometimes there will be a state of acclimatization. For example, if a human being is allowed to live on the moon, he will definitely not be able to survive. In addition to the aura of this alien space, it is many times richer than the Earth today. Other than that, it is similar to Earth. This strange space doesn't look big. Shinhao observed the surrounding environment as he moved forward. He saw that the surroundings were full of trees. Big trees as thick as several people could hug them could be seen everywhere, and the forest was full of out of the fog. The reason why Shinhao judged that this world was not big was because he looked up and saw that the sky was gray, like chaos. This state is generally just an alien space, and what is more advanced than an alien space is a small world. This place in front of him, it should be just a different space, not at the level of a small world, so the size must be limited. This place has more spiritual energy than the Earth. It would be good if you could stay and practice, but Shinhao has no intention of staying and practicing. Tomorrow morning, Yexiang Bar will fall back to the Earth world. If Shinhao misses the opportunity to return to the Earth world and fails to encounter new space cracks, he will most likely be trapped in this alien space forever. You must know that the Earth, as the center point of the integration of all realms, is the focus. All kinds of treasures and opportunities will appear. Shinhao is determined to evolve to the peak, and of course he will not stay in such a different space. There's noise? Shinhao's eyes suddenly moved. He heard subtle sounds in the jungle not far away. Shinhao became vigilant. There were other creatures in this different space. There might be monsters that were too powerful to defeat. You have to be careful. Not long after, a strange monster emerged from the grass in front. It was a humanoid creature with green skin, less than 1.5 meters tall, holding a wooden stick in its hand and having pointed ears. Shinhao secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this creature. It turns out to be a goblin from the demon tribe. Goblins, this is a race among the demons. They are very numerous and can be found in many worlds. However, goblins are low-level demons and are very weak. Ordinary goblins, it was no better than ordinary humans. Only goblin spellcasters and goblin warriors had reached level 1 or above. There was just an ordinary goblin in front of them. Quack! This green-skinned goblin obviously discovered Shinhao. It made a squeaking sound in its mouth and stared at Shinhao with excitement. It was eager to try, wanting to knock Shinhao to death with a stick and then eat a delicious meal of snakes. Meat. Goblins are a cunning, cruel, and evil race. They bully the weak and fear the strong. They usually live in groups. The goblin in front of you is wearing simple animal skin clothes. It should be a goblin from a certain tribe. The goblin couldn't hold back, and let out a strange howl that he couldn't understand. He swung a wooden stick that was almost as thick as his arm and hit Shinhao with it. Boom! Naturally, this simple blow could not hurt Shinhao. Shinhao quickly dodged it, and the goblin's gaze hit the hard ground, causing the earth and rocks to fly. Shinhao made a rough estimate when he saw this scene. The strength and speed of the goblin in front of him were about 1.5 times that of an adult man. It can be said to be a nightmare for ordinary people, but for Shinhao, it is very weak. Call. There was no need to hide himself in this strange space. Qin Hao unlocked the seal and his body expanded rapidly, from half a meter long to 4.5 meters long. The black scales shone with a faint light, the pale golden snake eyes gave people a cold and emotionless look, and the thick snake body was full of power. The goblin looked at Qin Hao in front of him in shock, obviously frightened. Jump, a little confused about how a half-meter-long snake suddenly became so terrifying. Gah! Immediately, the goblin's eyes flashed fiercely, and he raised his wooden stick and hit Qin Hao on the head. Boom! Facing the goblin's attack, Qin Hao didn't even bother to dodge. The stick hit Qin Hao on the head. Qin Hao didn't even tremble. Instead, the goblin's arms were numb from the shock. Mutated beasts that have reached the first level are completely different from ordinary beasts. Qin Hao also wanted to move his body. His body trembled and his tail shot out like a hammer, hitting the goblin in the chest. Boom! With a muffled sound, the goblin was whipped and flew backwards. His bones were shattered and his heart was shattered. He fell heavily to the ground, and his body twitched a few times before dying. Qin Hao is now a first-level mutant beast. He estimates that his strength and speed are about 4 or 5 times that of a normal man. Such power can kill an ox with just one tail. Naturally, the goblin's fragile little body couldn't bear it. Qin Hao did not pay attention to the goblin corpse. If there is evolutionary energy in the heart of a monster above level 1, swallowing the evolutionary energy can directly strengthen the swallower. The evolutionary energy can also make some monsters evolve or become stronger. The main method, but it is obviously impossible for the goblin in front of him to produce evolutionary energy in his body. Qin Hao turned on the secret technique of spiritual energy and observed the intensity of the spiritual energy around him. The so-called secret technique of spiritual energy is a secret technique that can sense the spiritual energy and absorb it. This secret technique of spiritual energy was produced in a certain ruins. Controlled by various major forces, it was not until more than half a year after the end of the world that psychic secrets became popular. Qin Hao turned on the secret technique of spiritual energy because he wanted to see where the spiritual energy was rich. Generally, the richer the spiritual energy, the greater the chance of finding the spirit-gathering grass. This way, Qin Hao headed in one direction. He sensed that the spiritual energy here was obviously much richer than other places. Not long after walking out, a patch of green grass appeared in front of him. What made Qin Hao's eyes brighten was that in the grass, there was a small green grass like emerald, swaying in the wind and exuding a faint fragrance. Spirit-gathering grass. Qin Hao was overjoyed. This was the spirit-gathering grass in front of him. Juling grass grows in places with rich spiritual energy. In the future, when the spiritual energy of the earth world recovers, some can always be found in the wild. Taking juling grass can greatly increase the speed and range of people's ability to absorb spiritual energy. It is a very common and practical medicine. Low-level elixir. Depending on the year, the effect of Jalinko is also strong or weak. Jalinko can tell the size of the year based on its leaves. Jalinko grows one more leaf every 10 years. It is said that Jalinko that is more than 100 years old will turn into pale gold. But Qin Hao has never seen it and doesn't know whether it is true or false. 30-year-old spirit-gathering grass? The spirit-gathering grass in front of him has 3 leaves, which means it is a 30-year-old spirit-gathering grass. Qin Hao's eyes showed a look of surprise. In the earth world, when spiritual energy revives, all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures will be born and grow rapidly, but after all, time is still short. The highest age of the spirit-gathering grass that Qin Hao saw in his previous life was only 30 years old. This alien space has existed for who knows how many years. The spirit-gathering grass here has grown for many years, so the year is so high. This makes Qin Hao quite excited. Maybe the harvest of this trip will be greater than imagined. Qin Hao swallowed the spirit-gathering grass into his belly in one gulp. Qin Hao's stomach was like a dimensional space that could store foreign objects. Qin Hao planned to store the spirit-gathering grass until it was needed to digest it. A 30-year-old spirit-gathering grass, Qin Hao was delighted. This harvest will definitely not be small. Xin Hao began to search in the forest. He possesses the secret of spiritual energy and can sense the richness of the spiritual energy. Generally, there is spirit-gathering grass in places where the spiritual energy is particularly strong. An hour later, Xin Hao harvested 7 spirit-gathering grasses. The lowest ones were 20-year-old, and the largest ones were 50-year-old spirit-gathering grasses. This is very astonishing. After the spiritual energy of the earth world was revived, although the spirit-gathering grass also grew in the wild, it was never as old as the spirit-gathering grass in this different space. Xin Hao's eyes suddenly condensed. From the corner of his eye, he saw inexplicable fluctuations in the air behind him. There was nothing there. The abnormality there could not be seen with the naked eye, but Xin Hao, as a snake, had unique characteristics of snakes. With thermal vision, even if the opponent hides his figure, Xin Hao can detect the heat emitted by him. Judging from the outline outlined by thermal vision, this is a leopard or wolf-like creature. The opponent seems to have the ability to be invisible and can hide its own body shape. It is obviously similar to Xin Hao. This is a monster that has awakened its abilities. Monsters that awaken abilities are usually first level or above. The wolf-shaped creature was obviously eyeing Xin Hao. It approached slowly without making any sound and was in a state of invisibility. It would have been difficult for another person to react at all. It would have been easily attacked and killed by the opponent. But this wolf, what the creature didn't know was that it was completely exposed to Xin Hao's thermal vision. Want to sneak attack me? Xin Hao sneered. He pretended not to notice and moved forward slowly. The wolf-shaped creature slowly approached Xin Hao. When it was 2 meters close to Xin Hao, it moved suddenly. He stepped on the ground with his limbs and bit Xin Hao like a phantom. At such a close distance, it would be too late for other creatures to react even if they had warning signs, but Xin Hao had already prepared in advance. When the wolf-shaped creature pounced, his tail was torn like a steel whip. Split the air and whip out suddenly. Boom! The wolf-shaped creature didn't expect that the other party had already noticed its arrival and was waiting for it. Xin Hao's tail accurately hit the wolf-shaped creature's cheek. There was a muffled sound. Xin Hao's tail had been gathering momentum for a long time. To say nothing of it, is extremely powerful. This kind of power is enough to blow even the hardest head of a person to pieces. Ouch! The wolf-shaped creature let out a scream and flew backwards after being whipped, and its body hidden in the air also appeared. This is a black wolf with dark black fur all over its body. It is nearly 2 meters long. It is much larger than ordinary wolf creatures. It has sharp claws and well-developed and powerful muscles. First-order alien shadow wolf? Xin Hao's eyes became slightly solemn after seeing the true face of this wolf-shaped creature. Shadow wolves are beast-like alien monsters. Each shadow wolf has the innate ability to blend with the shadows and achieve invisibility. Moreover, adult shadow wolves are all first level or above, not goblins. This kind of low-level demon race can be compared. Fortunately, Xin Hao has thermal vision. The invisibility of the shadow wolf is useless. Xin Hao is still sure of defeating it, but he must also use his full strength. If he fails, he may be seriously injured. The shadow wolf staggered to its feet, its eyes full of rage. There was a trace of blood on the corner of the shadow wolf's mouth, which was the damage caused by Xin Hao's tail just now. The shadow wolf is the top hunter in this area. Anyone who dares to enter its territory has been turned into fertilizer. Xin Hao broke into its territory and made it suffer some losses. This undoubtedly made the shadow wolf furious. Hiss! Xin Hao neighed loudly. His 4.5-meter-long body was full of threats. The black scales all over his body seemed to be shining with ghostly light. Its resistance to blows is very strong, so you have to use venom to deal with it. Xin Hao said secretly. He had used all his strength with the tail just now, but he failed to blow the head of the shadow wolf. The evolution level of the shadow wolf was much higher. It was taller than the current Xin Hao. Xin Hao observed the richness of the spiritual energy in its body and felt that the strength of this shadow wolf should be around the first and third levels, which was much stronger than Xin Hao. Xin Hao opened his mouth wide and bit into the shadow wolf. The bright snake teeth were like sharp daggers and as fast as lightning. Although the shadow wolf was angry, it had rich hunting experience and did not lose its mind. It did not dare to hesitate and jumped up from the ground with all four limbs, avoiding Xin Hao's bite. As expected of a foreign monster, it was no slower than Xin Hao in terms of speed. Xin Hao's fastest attack was its bite, but it was easily avoided by the shadow wolf. The shadow wolf's eyes flashed fiercely, and he decided that today's food would be this big black snake that dared to break into its territory. Laugh. The shadow wolf took the initiative. A sharp arrow-like front paw reached out and stabbed Xin Hao's left eye. The shadow wolf had rich combat experience and knew how to attack the enemy's weak points. Clang! However, Xin Hao moved his head and the shadow wolf's attack failed. The sharp claws sliced Xin Hao's cheek. The claws rubbed against the hard scales, but a series of sparks exploded, leaving behind there were 3 scratches, but luckily Xin Hao was not hurt. Xin Hao's eyes were solemn. The claws of the shadow wolf were too sharp, but his newly evolved scales were hard to withstand. He couldn't defend passively. If he was hit by it, he would be miserable. Call. Xin Hao used the snake tail to display the fighting skills he had practiced in his previous life. The tip of the snake tail hit the shadow wolf's head like a cannonball. The shadow wolf was whipped, and the blow accurately hit the left side of the shadow wolf. Eye. Poof. The shadow wolf's left eye exploded due to the huge force, blood spattered, and it rolled out with a howl, rolling on the ground several times before standing up. The shadow wolf shook its head, and the pain from the shattered eyes made it go crazy. Roar! The shadow wolf suddenly opened its bloody mouth and spit out a ball of black mist. Is it the corrosive ability? Xin Hao was surprised. The ability of the shadow wolf to become invisible was due to its racial talent. For example, Xin Hao was a snake and had innate thermal vision. The shadow wolf's real ability was to spit out corrosive poisonous mist. Gathering grass, the black mist shrouded Xin Hao. Xin Hao could faintly see that the mist seemed to carry extremely high temperatures, causing the surrounding air to slightly distort. Phew! Thunder and lightning bloomed all over Xin Hao's body, stimulating his own cells with thunder and lightning, erupting with power beyond the limit, avoiding the shroud of the mist. The mist fell on a patch of grass behind Xin Hao, and the patch of grass quickly withered. Then turned into fly ash. As Xin Hao expected, what this shadow wolf possesses is corrosion ability. Looking at the intensity of this corrosion, let alone flesh and blood, even steel will be corroded into slag if it is shrouded in the corrosion mist. Xin Hao was also secretly angry. His pale golden eyes flashed coldly. He extracted genetic energy from every cell and fully activated his lightning abilities. He also had long-range attacks. Crack! With a thunderous explosion, Xin Hao spit out a purple arc of electricity. The power of thunder and lightning is not only its destructive ability, but also the speed of lightning, which is difficult to avoid. The shadow wolf was hit by the arc of electricity spit out by Xin Hao, and his whole body twitched suddenly, and his hair was curled by the electricity. If an ordinary person was hit by this, he would have to be electrocuted to death on the spot, but the shadow wolf, the wolf, is a first and third level mutant beast. It is physically powerful and has a physique more than 6 or 7 times that of a normal person. This time, the shadow wolf could not be electrocuted to death, but it was also shocked to the point where its body twitched and it was difficult to make unnecessary movements. Bang! Xin Hao would not be polite to it. He approached it like lightning and struck the shadow wolf on the head with great force. The shadow wolf was hit in the head by the steel whip-like snake tail, and its entire huge body was like a sandbag. He flew out and hit the ground so hard that his skull was slightly cracked, making it difficult to get up again. Xin Hao didn't give the shadow wolf the slightest chance to make a comeback. A snake's tail stretched out, wrapped around the shadow wolf's neck, and strangled it violently. Click, click, click. A steady stream of huge force surged out, strangling the shadow wolf's neck until it shattered into pieces. The shadow wolf whimpered and died completely. Fine, Xin Hao secretly let out a sigh of relief. This shadow wolf had a higher level of evolution than him, and its speed, power, and physical strength were all superior to his. Fortunately, he managed to get rid of it. Evolutionary energy. Then Shinhao's eyes shone with light. This shadow wolf was definitely a first-level alien monster, and monsters above first level had evolutionary energy in their hearts. Evolutionary energy is where some powerful creatures evolve. Devouring it can directly increase their strength. Of course, it is difficult to digest evolutionary energy and it takes time to digest it slowly. Evolutionary energy is also the main means for future generations of evolvers to become stronger. There is enough with the evolutionary energy, batches of evolvers can be cultivated. Shinhao directly opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the nearly 2-meter-long shadow wolf into his belly. After evolving to the first level, the space in Shinhao's belly became larger and larger. He could not swallow the entire shadow wolf. No feeling of fullness at all. Shinhao was going to go back and digest it slowly. The most important thing now was to find enough spirit-gathering grass first. After killing the shadow wolf, Shinhao continued to move forward. The time was limited. He had to return to Yexiangbar before tomorrow morning, and then wait for Yexiangbar to fall back to the earth from another space due to the exclusion of the law. Otherwise, Shinhao might trapped in this alien space. Shinhao searched for the spirit-gathering grass with all his strength. There were many dangers in this strange space, but Shinhao was cautious enough. He usually chose to avoid some monsters when he encountered them. With his thermal vision, he could always detect them in advance. Smells so good. Shinhao's eyes suddenly lit up. After walking deep into the forest for half an hour, he suddenly smelled a strong fragrance. He was very familiar with that fragrance. It was the fragrance of jeweling grass. But what surprised Shinhao was how many years of jeweling grass it was. Only spiritual grass can release such a rich fragrance? Thinking of this, Shinhao decided to take a look. He cautiously approached the scent, and was stunned by the scene in front of him. A clearing appeared in the forest ahead, and the surrounding trees were cut down. On top of this clearing, there was a simple camp made of wood. In the center of the camp, a group of green goblins surrounded the fire. Sitting in a pile, they were grilling something. This is the goblin camp. Human flesh? Shinhao frowned. He saw clearly what those goblins were grilling. They were human flesh. Where do people come from here? Shinhao estimated that the people in Yexiangbar found themselves in a strange place. Their mobile phones lost signal. Someone among them should have organized a team and left the bar to see if they could find a way out. These people didn't know that this was no longer the Earth, but a dangerous alien space. They happened to encounter goblins on their way out, and as a result, they were made into a human flesh banquet by these ferocious goblins. You monsters! There were still 2 people captured by the goblins who were still alive. These 2 people saw their companions being eaten in front of their eyes. No doubt their spirits were a little broken, and they kept shouting. Yelled. The 2 people were tied by vines, and a group of goblins ate the roasted human flesh, ignoring the 2 yelling humans. For these goblins, the 2 people were just food they stored. Shinhao was already used to eating human flesh in his previous life. Not to mention monsters eating people, Shinhao had also seen people eating people. He knew that humans were not much different from beasts when they were hungry. Shinhao just glanced at it twice and then looked away. He searched for the scent of the medicine. Finally, Shinhao's eyes lit up. He saw a pale golden plant waving in the wind in the grass next to the camp. This plant looks similar to Jalinko, but it has 10 leaves and is faintly golden. It's 100-year-old spirit-gathering grass. Shinhao's breath was a little quick. The spirit-gathering grass grows 1 leaf every 10 years. It is said that the spirit-gathering grass can grow up to 100 years. The century-old spirit-gathering grass has 10 leaves, and its appearance will appear. Light golden color. Shinhao thought this was just a legend, but he didn't expect to actually see the century-old spirit-gathering grass that he had only heard about. We must get it. Shinhao made up his mind. Now Shinhao has obtained a total of 13 spirit-gathering grasses. The lowest ones are 20 years old, but the value of the century-old spirit-gathering grasses must be higher than these 10. The combined spirit grass is even bigger. There are 15 goblins in total. Jinhao calmed down slightly and observed the situation in the distance. There were 15 goblins in total, 10 of which were just ordinary goblins. Compared with ordinary people, a little stronger, but there are 5 goblin warriors with particularly powerful auras. They are monsters above the first level, and each of them is still more evolved than Jinhao. And they have crude spears as weapons. If they are besieged, they may be killed, so they are invincible. This little snake is very strange. It is white all over, with crystal-like scales. It is less than 1 meter long. It does not have the ferocious and cold feeling that snakes should have. Instead, it looks like a handicraft carved from crystal. Scared me, Jinhao breathed a sigh of relief. He was a little confused. The little white snake tilted its head and looked at him, with surprise in its eyes. Brother, the little white snake hissed. I don't know if it was because both parties were snakes and could convey information by sound. Jinhao actually heard the little white snake calling him brother. Jinhao vomited blood. He was not its brother. Besides, it was impossible to look at the scales. Black snakes and white snakes even had different scale colors. Don't come over. But the little white snake seemed to have recognized it and moved closer to Jinhao. Jinhao made a threatening hiss and finally made the little white snake stop, but its eyes were full of grievances. Staring at Jinhao, he didn't know why Jinhao yelled at it. Jinhao had a headache. He suddenly felt a blazing heat approaching, which made his eyes become serious. In the distance, a huge creature came towards him. It was the Qinglin leopard. There was blood on the corner of the green leopard's mouth, which was the blood of those goblins. After finishing off a group of goblins, it chased after them. Damn, is this a dog? The corners of Jinhao's mouth twitched. The Qinglin leopard lowered its head and twitched its nose. It was obvious that it had found it by following the scent. The Qinglin leopard looked at the short mountain with fierce eyes. Jinhao was secretly helpless and could only hope that the short mountain was hard enough to withstand the Qinglin leopard's attack. The green leopard's eyes flashed with ferocious light, and it slowly walked towards the short mountain. Its eyes were fixed on the cracks in the mountain. It had already noticed that Jinhao was hiding in it. At this moment, what surprised Jinhao was that the little white snake behind him actually got out of the crack. Jinhao opened his mouth. Is this little snake really stupid? There is such a terrifying beast outside, how dare it go out? The Qinglin leopard stared at the little white snake, with a cruel look in its eyes, and raised its claws to smash it to pieces. However, its movement paused, and a look of disbelief flashed in Jinhao's eyes. The little white snake's whole body there was an extremely terrifying aura. Hiss! With a neighing sound, a strange mark flashed on the little white snake's forehead. That was a seal. Immediately afterwards, the momentum of the little white snake skyrocketed, and its body expanded rapidly. In less than a second, the little white snake transformed into a giant white snake that was 20 meters long and as thick as a bucket. Its scales had the mouth of a bull. Big and small, the ferocious flames emanating from the whole body are heart-stopping. Seal, it is also a monster that has understood the seal. Jinhao was stunned. The white snake's true form turned out to be such a terrifying monster. Like Jinhao, it was only 1 meter long because it was in a sealed state. The seal is liberated at this time, and the real body is terrifying. What is the concept of 20 meters long? One floor is calculated as 3 meters, and 20 meters is as high as 6 or 7 floors. I'm afraid it will soon evolve into a quasi-lord level monster. Jinhao was secretly shocked. In addition to the evolutionary level, the power of a monster also depends on the life level, such as lord level, king level, and emperor level. In later generations, only evolvers with the ability to kill lord level monsters can be called masters, and the beast kings and corpse kings above the lord level are even more powerful than you can imagine. When the beast king is angry, he launches a tide of beasts to destroy a group of monsters. Things in the city are not surprising. As for the Beast King level mutant beast on it, Jinhao has only heard of it, and it is not an exaggeration to call it the strongest creature on land. The giant white snake in front of him has a very high level of life. I am afraid that when the end of the world comes, the worlds merge, and the spiritual energy explodes, it will have the opportunity to evolve into a quasi-lord level monster. The green leopard was also stunned. The giant white snake looked down at it with its head held high. Its ice blue snake eyes were full of indifference. It was the king of this primitive jungle, and all living creatures were its food. The giant white snake is usually in a sealed state. Otherwise, with its appetite, nearby prey will be eaten up quickly. If food comes to your door, it will naturally not be polite. The giant white snake's body winds around towards the green leopard. Roar! Although the Qinglin leopard was frightened, its ferocity was aroused under the pressure of death, and it chose to fight back. Its claws, nearly feet long, popped out from its claws, and it swung its claws to stab the body of the giant white snake. Dang, dang, dang. However, these sharp claws, as sharp as daggers, could even pierce steel. When they fell on the white giant snake, they only brought out a series of sparks, leaving not even a scratch. The giant white snake had already entangled the Qinglin leopard and strangled it without hesitation. Ka-ka-ka. A series of bone-crushing sounds were heard, and the 3-meter-long green leopard was twisted and deformed as it was strangled. With the killing power of this giant white snake, even a steel cylinder could be twisted and deformed. The giant white snake had not eaten for a long time. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the body of the green leopard. Qin Hao swallowed his saliva. The second-level Qinglin leopard was directly strangled and devoured by the white giant snake without even being qualified to resist. Hurry up and leave, the time is almost up. Qin Hao gritted his teeth, drilled out of the cracks in the mountain, and headed into the distance at a very fast speed. If he couldn't get there before Yixiang Bar fell back to the earth, he would be in trouble. If you want to open up a space crack, you must have space capabilities. When the space crack connecting the different space to the Earth world is closed, Qin Hao is likely to be trapped in this different space forever. However, what made Qin Hao's mouth twitch was the giant white snake chasing after him. Hiss! The giant white snake hissed repeatedly, seemingly calling Qin Hao to stop, but of course Qin Hao could not hope that the other party would not attack him for the sake of being the same kind. Qin Hao ran faster. And specifically choose areas with dense forests to move forward. The white giant snake couldn't help but feel a little anxious. It had just eaten. In this state, it couldn't use the seal to shrink its size, and its speed was also affected. Moreover, Qin Hao specialized in running in areas with dense forests. The white giant snake's body was too large. Huge and greatly slowed down. Boom boom boom. The white giant snake was so anxious that it didn't care about anything else. It turned on its power, and then Qin Hao saw an astonishing scene. Big trees half as thick as a human's arms were broken by the white giant snake. That kind of power was simply like a bulldozer. Arrive! Qin Hao was a little happy. He saw the Yeshang bar in the fog from a distance, but what made Qin Hao's pupils shrink was the distortion of the space around the Yeshang bar. The entire bar gradually disappeared in the distorted space. The time has come, Yixiang bar fell back to the earth from the space channel, and the distortion of the space gradually stabilized. Ah! Qin Hao roared wildly, and purple thunder and lightning flashed all over his body, slamming into the twisted space. Call! Qin Hao felt that he had penetrated a thin barrier, and he was secretly relieved. Fortunately, he had caught up, otherwise he might have to stay in a different space forever. When the white giant snake saw Qin Hao disappearing into the twisted space out of thin air, it hurriedly bumped into him. Half of its body entered the space crack, but at the other end of the space crack, a huge force rebounded back, shocking the giant white snake and sending it flying backwards. That is the power of law in the Earth world. When the end of the world comes, many monsters will come to the Earth world, but the Earth world has the power of laws. The power of laws will repel creatures from other worlds. Especially in the early days of the end of the world, only some low-level alien races can come. This is the law of the Earth world. The rejection of the power is also the protection of the local world by the Earth world. Otherwise, if some beast kings or even beast kings from different spaces come to the Earth in the early days of the end of the world, they will undoubtedly be invincible to the evolvers at this stage. But now the end of the world has not yet begun, the worlds have not yet merged, and the repulsion of the power of law is even more powerful. As the most powerful monster in this alien space, it is extremely difficult for this white giant snake to come to the earth. Yes, it was directly ejected by the power of law. As for resisting the power of the laws of the earth world, I'm afraid you have to transcend the existence of emperor-level creatures to have any chance. Why, you left me again. The white giant snake looked at the space that was gradually calming down, its eyes filled with sadness. Shinhao felt like he was in the void, falling and falling, as if he was about to fall into the abyss. Shinhao had no choice but to hope for better luck. Originally, there would be no danger in following Yexiang Bar back to the earth, because there were survivors in the Yexiang Bar in the previous life. But after some delay, Shinhao failed to catch the ride. He was a step late, and it was unknown where he would land. Shinhao kept falling, and finally his vision suddenly became clear. He fell from the void and hit a branch, but the branch could not withstand the force and was broken by the pressure. Shinhao fell on it on the ground. I felt pain all over my body. It's safe. Shinhao looked up and looked around, smelled the fresh air, and finally took a long breath. Although this trip to another space was dangerous, he finally returned to the earth successfully. Ah, this harvest is really big. Shinhao laughed. He harvested a total of 22 spirit-gathering grasses, including a 100-year-old light golden spirit-gathering grass, and also harvested the precious purple thunderflower. The huge harvest is worth the trip. The next step is to meditate and digest the purple thunderflower. Shinhao's eyes flashed with astonishing light. He was about to enter a period of rapid growth and strength. This is an animal sanctuary one day away from Tianming City? Shinhao decided to find out where he was now. He suddenly saw a wooden sign on the roadside that said Qingshan Animal Sanctuary. Words. It seems that although the coordinates of my landing are deviated and I did not land in Tianming City, the distance is not too far. Shinhao secretly thought that this Qingshan Animal Reserve is just right for him. There are some protected rare animals in the animal sanctuary. Generally, no one will come if nothing happens. Shinhao doesn't have to worry about food when he stays there, and he can practice without being disturbed. Shinhao found a quiet bush, released the seal, transformed into a state of more than 4 meters long, and began to digest the spirit-gathering grass. Shinhao decided to wait until it grew bigger before digesting the purple thunderflower to minimize the risk. As Shinhao digested a 20-year-old spirit-gathering grass, Shinhao felt that he was in a wonderful state. The power of the medicine nourished his tendons and bones, and it also allowed Shinhao to attract and sense the spiritual energy around him. The power has increased more than 4 or 5 times. Spiritual energy with a radius of 500 or 600 meters gathered towards Shinhao in an endless stream. Shinhao's eyes flashed with excitement and he began to absorb the spiritual energy, refine himself, and make himself stronger. Call. 3 days later, a smile appeared on Shinhao's lips. His body length had grown to 5 meters, and he had officially evolved from level 1 to level 1 and level 2. His strength and speed had increased a lot. It was only 3 days, and this speed was terrifying. The spirit-gathering grass was indeed the most suitable elixir to assist in the early stages of cultivation. It's time to have some food. Shinhao stood up. He glanced around and quickly locked onto the target through thermal vision. Shinhao shot out like an arrow. Next to a patch of grass, a yellow sheep was grazing with its head down. It suddenly heard a movement and turned its head subconsciously. It saw a huge black shadow flying towards it. Laugh. Shinhao bit the yellow sheep's neck and injected poison into it. In less than 10 seconds, the yellow sheep fell to the ground trembling and lifeless. After disposing of the yellow sheep, Shinhao raised his head and swallowed it into the dimensional space of his belly, slowly digesting it. Then Shinhao found a place to continue practicing. The digestion of blood and food in his body gave Shinhao a power of growth, and the spiritual energy gathered from all directions refined every inch of Shinhao's bones. He grew at an incredible speed. 4 days later, Shinhao broke through to level 1 and level 3, and his body length increased to 6 meters. 10 days later, Shinhao broke through the first and fourth levels, and his body length increased to 7 meters. We have encountered a bottleneck. It was more than half a month after Qin Hao came back from the different space. Qin Hao frowned secretly. He felt that he had reached the limit of living species. After all, snakes have limited life levels. If you want to continue to become stronger, you must undergo a transformation, evolve, and break through the limits of life. Since Qin Hao entered the first level and the fourth level, after his body length increased to 7 meters, it was difficult to make much progress no matter how he practiced. Qin Hao knew that this was the limit he had encountered, and he had to break through it in order to continue to become stronger. It's time to digest the purple thunderflower, Qin Hao said secretly. Fortunately, he was already prepared. Purple thunderflower is a more precious elixir than spirit-gathering grass. It contains the power of thunder and lightning. For others, taking it directly will cause death on the spot. However, for Qin Hao, who has the ability of thunder and lightning, this purple thunderflower is a great tonic. Call. Qin Hao began to digest the purple thunderflower, and the purple thunderflower turned into a violent thunder and lightning in his belly, impacting Qin Hao's limbs and bones. Qin Hao's body trembled, and he felt like he was about to be burnt by electricity. But he persisted desperately. Under this violent thunder and lightning, every cell in Qin Hao's body opened its mouth greedily, absorbing the power of this violent thunder and lightning, and then began to grow. When the cells grew to the limit and began to divide, Qin Hao felt happy and knew that this was a sign that he was about to evolve. This was his second evolution. Qin Hao felt pain and itching all over his body, and Qin Hao couldn't help but violently hit a big tree with his body that was as big as a person's arms. Bang bang bang! The dull thunderous explosion sound spread hundreds or thousands of meters away, and an extremely ferocious aura spread its teeth and claws like an evil beast. In other places in this animal sanctuary, lions, wolves, tigers and leopards seemed to feel a severe threat, whimpering in terror. What happened to these animals? Why do they all seem to be frightened? At this time, outside the reserve, some staff were staring at the screens, astonished. There were cameras installed in many places in the reserve. Through the cameras, they saw that all the animals in the animal reserve his body was shaking, as if his life was under a huge threat. This made all the staff confused. Forgetting ordinary elk and antelopes, tigers and lions, the king of beasts, were also afraid? Qin Hao had no time to care about this. He hit the big tree again and again, like a terrifying beast. With the continuous impact, a crack appeared on Qin Hao's body surface, which was the snakeskin that was about to peel off. It's quiet, it was night at this time, and every staff member had planned to enter the animal sanctuary to find out what happened. However, after a ray of sunlight fell quietly from the sky, they breathed a sigh of relief. All animals returned to normal. Finally done, Qin Hao also let out a long breath, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He peeled off a layer of old skin, revealing a brand new body. The black scales were like cold iron. If you look closely, you will be addicted to it, as if every piece of black the scales contain endless thunder and lightning, which can make people turn into ashes. The purple thunderflower has been completely digested by Qin Hao, and the benefits gained are huge. It has successfully allowed Qin Hao to evolve, break through his own limits, and will be able to continue to grow. Moreover, purple thunderflower has a bodybuilding effect. Qin Hao's body felt as if it had been tempered by thunder. His body became stronger and his scales were extremely strong. Even if an ordinary pistol hit his scales, it would not be able to hurt him at all. The most important thing is that the purple thunderflower has evolved Su Hao's lightning ability, reaching the strength of the second-level lightning ability. Very hungry. Qin Hao licked his lips. Just after he evolved, his body consumed a lot of energy and he was extremely hungry. He needed a lot of energy. He had a period of rapid growth, but enough food was necessary. Without hesitation, Qin Hao started hunting. On a plain, a gray wolf the size of a calf was lying on the ground and taking a nap. The wolf is an animal listed on the National Second-Level Protected Animal List. It lives in this animal reserve. It has no worries about food and clothing. When it gets sick, there are specialized veterinarians to treat it. At this moment, it suddenly felt an extreme sense of threat. The gray wolf stood up quickly, his eyes full of doubts. Could it be that he had encountered a tiger? But tigers and lions are not in the same protected area as it, so they can't get through. However, what the gray wolf didn't expect was that it would encounter a creature more terrifying than a tiger or a lion. From the trees in the distance, a huge creature slowly emerged. It was a black python more than 7 meters long, as thick as a thigh, with black scales all over its body shining with light, and its pale golden eyes filled with the look of a superior predator. Of majesty. Ouch! The gray wolf roared threateningly, bared its teeth, and had a fierce look on its face. However, Xinhao turned a blind eye to this. The beast that had evolved to this point no longer had the slightest resistance in front of him. Xinhao suddenly took action, and the snake's tail seemed to have crossed the space and swept out. The blow was so fast that the gray wolf had no room to dodge and was hit in the head by Xinhao's tail. Boom! Suddenly there was a muffled sound, and the gray wolf's huge body flew upside down 5 or 6 meters as if it was inflated, and fell heavily to the ground. It remained motionless and died instantly. Killing the gray wolf instantly with one blow, Xinhao stepped forward and swallowed it into the dimensional space in his belly. Not enough, Xinhao has just finished evolving and needs a lot of food to replenish his energy. Entering the period of rapid growth after the evolution, this amount of food is far from enough for him. Xinhao did not hesitate, his thermal vision was activated to the extreme, looking for the next prey. Soon he found something and moved away quickly. At this time, outside the protected area, a staff member who was watching the surveillance widened his eyes and shouted in shock, "Everyone, come and take a look. What are you making all the fuss about? We worked all night last night." The others were a little dissatisfied, but they still came over. When they saw what happened on the screen, they were all stunned. On the surveillance screen, what was playing was the scene of Xinhao slapping the gray wolf to death with his tail and then eating it alive. What kind of python is this? It can actually beat an adult gray wolf's head to pieces with one tail. Even a tiger can't do it. And how could a black python swallow a whole adult gray wolf without even the slightest bulging of its belly? The staff were stunned. Someone even exclaimed, "This black snake appeared again, and he swallowed an elk." Elk is a national first-level protected animal, so the area where the elk lives is full of cameras. The scene where Xinhao strangled the elk and then devoured it was watched by everyone. "Hurry, report it to the higher-ups." The voice of the person in charge here became even sharper. "These are protected animals. So many have died, I'm afraid he can't even sit in his position." Xinhao knew that this was an animal sanctuary before and acted very cautiously. He usually avoided the cameras, but now that he had stored enough food and was about to leave, he naturally no longer had any scruples. As for what such a high-profile exposure would cause, Xinhao also didn't care. The apocalypse was coming in less than 2 months, so there was no need to worry about anything. At this time, in Tianming City near Qingshan Animal Sanctuary, a man in a white coat was full of excitement. "It's that black snake, it must be that black snake. He once appeared in a chicken farm and was slapped to death by his tail. He got a police dog, and then it appeared in the Yexiang bar. Those survivors saw it with their own eyes, and now it appears in the animal sanctuary again. It must be him. This man in a white coat is Dr. Liu. He once went to arrest Xinhao, but Xinhao mastered the seal and shrunk his body so that Dr. Liu could not recognize him at all. Later, Yexiang bar mysteriously disappeared and reappeared in Tianming City. Dr. Liu learned from the survivors that they had seen a small black snake. Now a strange black giant snake appears in Qingshan Zoo hunting for food. Dr. Liu is certain that these things are all done by the same snake. This black snake is not only extremely talented, but also seems to have the ability to change its size at will. This made Dr. Liu very excited. "We must catch him, he will be of great help to my research." On that day, 4 or 5 helicopters took off from Tianming City and rushed to the animal sanctuary. They almost turned the animal sanctuary upside down, but Xinhao was not found at all because Xinhao had entered the sealed state silently. Left. The person in charge of the animal sanctuary collapsed. "Is this black snake a monster? It swallowed 2 tigers, a lion, and 3 elk." Martial arts. After the end of the world, many ancient forces have emerged one after another. Tao sect, Gu sect, and ancient martial arts sect are all powerful among them. The ancient martial arts sect is inherited from the Yanhuang era and has a profound foundation. This old man Mei is from the Guwu sect. Xinhao was very curious about the boxing skills the old man mentioned, so he said nothing and waited quietly. The two began to set up the tent and had some conversations. From this conversation, Xinhao learned their names. The girl was named Ning Shuoxin, and the old man was Ning Shuoxin's grandfather, named Ning Zongyue. After setting up the tent, the old man Ning Zongyue said seriously, "You have been practicing the 5 elements spiritual art passed down from your family for more than 10 years. You should know how extraordinary it is." From Ning Zongyue's mouth, Xinhao learned that the technique they practiced was called 5 elements spirit art. Although he didn't know what it was, Xinhao was sure that it was better than the most basic technique he had mastered, which could only sense. The psychic secrets that absorb spiritual energy are much more advanced. During the practice, the girl Ning Shuoxin was also very serious. She nodded, "Well, after practicing the 5 elements spiritual art, I haven't had any diseases since I was a child. Those boys are not as strong as me. Once I easily killed someone who wanted to molest me. My classmates' gangsters broke into the hospital." Ning Zongyue coughed. "Practicing martial arts without practicing martial arts will not have much effect. Only by practicing both can you become a true master. I will teach you the 5 elements boxing that matches this 5 elements spiritual art." "Yes." Ning Shuoxin nodded obediently. Ning Zongyue began to practice boxing. What he didn't expect was that not only Ning Shuoxin was watching intently, but also Xinhao, who was hiding in the dark. Ancient martial arts. If future generations want to learn ancient martial arts, they can only join the ancient martial arts sect. Xinhao's eyes lit up. Ancient martial arts are fighting skills passed down from ancient times. Evolvers have power, but they must also have the ability to use it. Skills, otherwise you will look like a reckless man. Ancient martial arts is to practice combat skills, and not many people can learn it. Regarding ancient martial arts, some ancient martial arts families or sects are just like in ancient times. They value their broomsticks very much. If you want to learn, you have to join their forces. And the boxing taught by Ning Zongyue to Ning Shuoxin is called 5 elements boxing, and it is a very advanced boxing technique. 5 elements fist is divided into 5 moves, namely the 5 fists of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. 5 elements fist is an internal fist. When practiced to a high level, it can temper the internal organs and develop the human body's potential. Ning Zongyue's fists shot through the air, sometimes like raging fire. Sometimes unstoppable, sometimes soft and extended. The 5 types of boxing moves in his hands are like the transformation of the 5 elements. Xinhao is sure that it is not an exaggeration to call Ning Zongyue a master in ancient martial arts. Such a person can practice ancient martial arts to such an extent in peacetime. When the end of the world comes, he will definitely be able to become a powerful evolver. Okay, I have practiced it once. You start practicing and I will guide you next to you. Ning Zongyue said. Yes. Ning Shuoxin nodded obediently, and she began to practice the 5 elements boxing that Ning Zongyue taught before. No, the 5 elements boxing only has 5 moves, but the transformations of the 5 elements are endless. In addition, the 5 elements boxing emphasizes the meaning rather than the form. Ning Zongyue pointed out Ning Shuoxin's mistakes from time to time. Ning Shuoxin looks very delicate and beautiful on the outside, but she is very serious when it comes to practicing martial arts and never gets tired. Ning Shuoxin kept practicing, and Ning Zongyue kept correcting his mistakes. He couldn't help but take out a bottle of water and take a sip, but suddenly he was stunned. Ning Zongyue saw a small black snake dancing and swaying next to the stone on one side. This made Ning Zongyue a little stunned. This little snake is practicing the 5 elements boxing I taught Xiaoxue? Xinhao stopped. Just now he couldn't help but practice 5 elements boxing with Ning Shuoxin, but he was discovered by Ning Zongyue. Snake! Ning Shuoxin also noticed Ning Zongyue's gaze. When she saw Xinhao, she was startled and looked nervous. Not to mention women, even some boys were afraid of snakes. Seeing Ning Shuoxin's scared look, Ning Zhongyue couldn't help but smile. Aren't you afraid of everything in school? It's just a little snake, what are you afraid of? He seems to be practicing martial arts too. You girl, give grandpa some credit, don't be inferior to a snake. Xinhao was originally worried that Ning Zhongyue would be jealous after being discovered, but he didn't care about Xinhao. After all, he was just a little snake. Could he really learn his skills? Grandpa, you are so bad. Faced with Ning Zhonyue's teasing, Ning Shuoxin puffed up her face angrily. This snake didn't even have arms and legs, how could she practice boxing with her? Okay, Grandpa is wrong, keep practicing. Ning Zhonyue suppressed his laughter and asked Ning Shuoxin to continue practicing the 5 elements boxing. Ning Shuoxin started practicing again, but the difference was that Xinhao in the distance also followed suit. This 5 elements boxing is so magical. Xinhao's eyes lit up. As he continued to practice 5 elements boxing, he felt a burning sensation in his internal organs. 5 elements boxing is an internal martial art that can temper the fragile internal organs. Being strong from the inside out is undoubtedly of great help to anyone. The foundation of any creature's strength is its own strength. The strength of the internal organs can allow people to unleash all their potential. Otherwise, if you get punched and get internal injuries, how can you fight with others? Xinhao practices very seriously. Although Xinhao has no hands and feet, as Ning Zhonyue said, 5 elements boxing emphasizes intention rather than form. This does not affect Xinhao's practice of this ancient martial art at all. Suha might not be able to practice other ancient martial arts, but as long as he comprehends the artistic conception of the 5 elements, he can become more and more sophisticated in this 5 elements boxing. Ning Zhonyue was amazed when he saw it, feeling that he had encountered a psychic snake. Of course, he didn't think Xinhao could really achieve anything, so he didn't think about driving Xinhao away. Instead, he felt that Xinhao's presence gave him a boring practice adds a sense of fun. When night was coming, Ning Zhonyue said to Ning Shuoxin, I'll find some firewood. That's all for today's practice. Well, I'm here to help too. Ning Shuoxin nodded repeatedly, I'm so hungry, I can finally eat. Ning Zhonyue looked at a big tree with the mouth of a bowl. He slashed out with his palm sword. His palm seemed to be covered with a layer of sharp spiritual energy. With just one strike, the tree with the mouth of the bowl was cut. The thick tree was cut in half. Seeing this scene, Xinhao's eyes flashed with surprise. He used the 5 elements spiritual art? Based on previous conversations, Xinhao knew that Ning Zhonyue not only mastered the 5 elements boxing, but also practiced a set of techniques called 5 elements spiritual techniques. This 5 elements spiritual techniques was obviously a very advanced technique that could significantly enhance combat power, even allowing Ning Zhonyue, who was not an evolver, to chop down a tree as thick as a bull with his flesh palm. Ning Zhonyue used his palm like a knife to split the big tree, then collected some dead branches and started to light a fire. Seeing this scene, Ning Shuoxin was a little envious. When can I be like Grandpa? Ning Shuoxin has been learning the 5 elements spiritual art since she was a child, but her attainments in the 5 elements spiritual art are obviously not as good as those of Ning Zhonyue, who has practiced jiazi for a long time. Xinhao was quite depressed. Ning Shuoxin had already mastered the 5 elements spiritual technique, so Ning Zhonyue only taught the 5 elements boxing. He had no chance to steal his master. Xinhao was thinking about how to learn the 5 elements spiritual technique. Generations robbery? If it were before, Xinhao would not have any psychological burden, but he still learned Ning Zhonyue's 5 elements boxing. Ning Zhonyue felt a little kindness to him. Although Xinhao was not a good person, he could repay kindness with hatred. He didn't want to do it, so Xinhao decided to learn the 5 elements boxing first and then think about how to learn the 5 elements spiritual art. Xinhao left quietly and went to hunt deep in the mountains. At dawn, Ning Zhonyue woke up Ning Shuoxin and asked her to get up and practice martial arts. Grandpa, it's not dawn yet, please let me sleep for a while. Ning Shuoxin complained. Ning Zhonyue said angrily, the ancients practiced martial arts and heard the chicken dance. The day's plan was in the morning. The most spiritual energy of the day was also in the morning. Get up quickly. Even that little snake got up earlier than you. On a branch, Xin Hao has arrived. He is very interested in Ning Zongyue's 5 elements boxing. This ancient martial arts boxing method is very magical and is of great benefit to Xin Hao. Ning Xuexin had no choice but to yawn and get up to practice martial arts. Her little face was full of exhaustion, and she looked like she was about to go back to sleep at any moment. Seeing this, Ning Zongyue also sighed. He had traveled all over the world to practice martial arts when he was young, visiting famous teachers all over the country, getting up before dawn to practice martial arts. Okay, this set of 5 elements fist can at least increase my strength by more than 40%. Xin Hao practiced the 5 elements fist on a thick branch, swaying his body, feeling the so-called 5 elements, and his internal organs were constantly tempered. And there is a feeling of heat, becoming more powerful. A week passed like this. Xin Hao came here to practice martial arts during the day, and at night he found a place to hunt and sleep to practice. His progress was also very fast. He was already proficient in the 5 elements boxing. All he needed was constant practice. On this day, Xin Hao planned to go to the depths of the mountains to take a look, because Xin Hao had almost eaten all the prey on the outside of the mountains. However, the peaceful day was broken. Xin Hao heard the sound of gunshots. Is it Ning Zongyue and the others who made the noise? They didn't bring guns. The sound of gunshots made Xin Hao frown and look at where Ning Zongyue and Ning Xuexin were in the distance. Finally, he decided to go and take a look. You beasts, come after me if you have the ability. Xin Hao heard a furious roar from far away. It was Ning Zongyue. In this peaceful camp, 5 uninvited guests came. These 5 people were all dressed in black. The leader was a burly man. He was handsome, about 30 years old, but he gave people a sinister feeling. Xiao Xue, hold on. Hold on. Ning Xuexin lay on her back on the ground, her usually lively eyes becoming a little dull. Blood was flowing in her abdomen, and Ning Zongyue's old face was full of worry. Grandpa, Grandpa, Ning Xuexin managed to say 2 words, but blood poured out of the corner of her mouth. She had injured her internal organs and was basically hopeless. She was full of confusion. Why did these people do this to them? Start? And to kill him? Mr. Ning, I don't want to do this either. The 5 men in black all had sinister expressions on their faces, and the tall man shook his pistol with an innocent look on his face. He was the one who shot. Ning Xuexin closed her eyes, her pretty face was bloodless. Ning Zongyue glared at the tall man angrily and roared, Pancher, you are crazy. Why are you doing this? You are not afraid of what happened today. Ha! There is no place for you in the Guwu Gate. The tall man heard this and sneered, why do you do this? I, Pancher Tian, am not only born extraordinary, but I am also a rare martial arts wizard in the ancient martial arts sect. You, Ning Zongyue, have a high status in the ancient martial arts sect and are known as the martial arts master. I am also very convinced of your ability. The tall man looked at Ning Zongyue coldly. I came to you to become your disciple. I sincerely knelt outside your door for 3 days and 3 nights, but you ignored me and instead taught your granddaughter to be so diligent. Now that I kill her, you will have no descendants. Well, you might as well teach me your skills so as not to take them into the soil. The tall man named Pancher said sarcastically. Pancher was born in the ancient martial arts family, and is a member of the ancient martial arts sect like Ning Zongyue. Ning Zongyue is the senior of the ancient martial arts sect. Pancher wants to become his apprentice, so that he can not only learn superior ancient martial arts, but also let your status in Guwoman be greatly improved. However, Ning Zongyue was unwilling to accept Pancher as his disciple, which made the narrow-minded Pancher hold a grudge. After learning that Ning Zongyue took Ning Xuexin to the Barren Mountains to practice, he and others prepared to kill Ning Zongyue and Ning Xuexin. Ning Xuexin, revenge for the previous rejection. Xiao Xue, Grandpa will definitely avenge you. Ning Zongyue gritted his teeth and gently put down Ning Xuexin, looking at Pancher coldly like an angry lion. Pancher's 4 men immediately aimed their guns at Ning Zongyue. Even if they practiced ancient martial arts, they could only develop their potential and master excellent fighting skills. They could not achieve the flying and escaping skills in martial arts TV series. Catch bullets with your hands or something like that. Xin Hao came and saw this scene and frowned. Ning Xuexin was not dead yet, but she only had one breath left. When he was thinking about whether to save her life, Pan Shi over there, then he laughed, waved his hand and said, "Put down the gun." Ning Zongyue is known as the martial master, and today I, Pan Shi, want to learn his ancient martial arts. Pan Shi? Xin Hao was slightly startled when he heard the name Pan Shi. He had heard of Pan Shi before. Pan Shi was also a powerful player in the ancient martial arts of later generations. He had a record of killing Lord-level mutant beasts. Moreover, he has killed more than one Lord-level mutant beast. He can be said to be a rare powerful evolver among humans. Could it be that Pan Shi is the Pan Shi in front of me? Hearing this, the four men in black put down their guns and stepped away to make room. I will kill you. Seeing Pan Shi challenge him to a duel, Ning Zonyue's eyes were full of killing intent. When he was young, he traveled around the world, but when he got old, he stopped fighting with others. However, Pan Shi killed his only granddaughter, which aroused the murderous intention lurking in his heart. Boom! Ning Zongyue stepped on the ground with the sole of his foot, and the ground trembled slightly as he struck Pan Shi like an arrow from a string. Although he was old, Ning Zongyue was 1.9 meters tall, which was much taller than the tall Pan Shi. Shao, he punched out like a cannon. Artillery fist? Xin Hao also practiced 5 elements fist and saw that the punch Ning Zongyue used was the most explosive artillery boxing among the 5 elements fist. Faced with Ning Zongyue's attack, Pan Shi had a look of solemnity on his face. He had been practicing martial arts since he was a child, and he had naturally heard of Ning Zongyue's name. He did not delay him, and also used his boxing skills that he had practiced for more than 10 years to face the attack. Towards Ning Zongyue. Boom! Pan Shi's fist struck out like a huge boulder. He did not dodge or dodge. The two fists collided with each other. A thunderous sound was heard in the air. Unexpectedly, Pan Shi did not retreat even one step, while Ning Zongyue was so shocked that he retreated 4 or 5 steps. Instantly bang 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 bang. The 4 men in black had all practiced ancient martial arts, but they were not qualified to dodge in front of Xin Hao's speed. The snake's tail smashed over the heads of the 4 men in black, like a row of light bulbs, and was struck by the huge force. It crackled and shattered, and brains mixed with blood splattered all over the floor. The 4 men in black, whose heads were shattered, fell to the ground without saying a word. How is it possible? Pan Shi couldn't believe it. A python couldn't be so ferocious. The human skull is the hardest. One tail could crush 4 heads in a row. How much strength would it take? So cruel, Ning Zongyue also felt chilled in his heart. This black snake was not comparable to some ordinary beasts. Xin Hao stared at Pan Shi indifferently. This Pan Shi was also a powerful man with a good reputation in later generations. More than one Lord-level mutant beast died in his hands, and he awakened as a monster a few months before the end of the world. Evolvers are undoubtedly excellent. But in the eyes of Xin Hao today, Pan Shi is just like an ordinary person and can be easily wiped out. Beast, I'll kill you. Pan Shi saw that Xin Hao seemed to be eyeing him, which made him furious. He was the son of heaven's favorite. He had mastered mysterious power and would definitely become a dominant figure in the future. A mere black snake wanted to take his life? Pan Shi shouted loudly, and his 2.5 meter tall rock body rushed towards Xin Hao like an arrow. The soles of his feet stepped on the ground, making the ground tremble. It was like a rock giant, and its huge fist fiercely charged towards Xin Hao. Smashed down. Facing Pan Shi's fierce punch, Xin Hao was not afraid at all. He exerted force on his spine and used the fire element fist, the most explosive among the 5 element fists. The snake tail struck out like a huge fist. Boom! The fists and tails collided, ripples appeared in the air, and there was no suspense in the explosion. Pan Shi groaned, and his 2.5 meter tall body was pushed out by the huge force, causing the ground to crack. Not only that, the power of Qinhao's tail reached several thousand kilograms, and Panshur's rocky fist was shattered by the impact, making his face pale in pain. Run! Panshur's heart was filled with fear. This black snake was too terrifying and he could never defeat it. Panshur got up and ran, but Qinhao would never let go of his enemy. Purple arcs of lightning flashed in his eyes, and he opened his bloody mouth. Then thunder and lightning gathered in his mouth and spit it out. Qinhao completed an evolution after digesting the purple thunderflower, and because of the effect of the purple thunderflower, the intensity of his lightning ability has been increased to the second level, which is far from what it was before. The purple thunder and lightning gathered into a beam of thunder and flashed away like a thunder sword. Poof! The lightning accurately hit Panshur, who turned around to escape. Panshur let out a shrill scream. The destructive lightning tore through Panshur's body like an arrow, piercing his back and piercing through his chest. Crack! The thunder and lightning opened a hole the size of a basketball in Panshur's body. Panshur fell to the ground. The rocks on his body began to fade away and turned into a normal form, and the life breath on his body began to dissipate rapidly. This, even with Ning Zongyue's knowledge, he was shocked and speechless by the scene in front of him for a long time. Panshur could transform into an invulnerable rock giant, and he was no match for him. What's even more terrifying is that this giant black snake can spit out thunder and lightning, and kill Panshur in the rock giant state with one blow. This is too exaggerated. Are you that little black snake? Ning Zongyue swallowed his saliva and asked boldly. Qinhao was naturally unable to speak, but he nodded. Then Qinhao looked at Ning Xuexin lying in the distance. She was shot in the abdomen. If Ning Xuexin hadn't practiced the 5 elements spiritual art since she was a child, and her physical fitness was different from ordinary people, she would have died long ago. Even so, Ning Xuexin today he was not far from death. Can you save Xiaoxue? I can agree to any conditions. Seeing this scene, Ning Zongyue felt a surge of hope in his heart. Any conditions? A smile appeared at the corner of Qinhao's mouth. Qinhao couldn't speak, but he had a way to express what he meant. Qinhao used his thunder and lightning ability, and the thunder and lightning twisted above Qinhao, forming a row of words. Ning Zongyue looked carefully and couldn't help being stunned. I can save her, but I want your 5 elements spirit art. This is the row of words formed by thunder and lightning. Qinhao had practiced 5 elements boxing before, and he was even more interested in 5 elements spirit art. This is a set of cultivation techniques, but it is infinitely more precious than the spiritual secret technique that can only sense and absorb spiritual energy. Ning Zongyue was secretly shocked. Who is Qinhao? He can understand human words. The ancient martial arts sect attaches great importance to inheritance, and they cherish it even more. If they are not masters, disciples, or relatives, they will not spread their skills to others. If they had known that Qinhao was as smart as a normal person, Ning Zongyue would never teaching Ning Xuexin ancient martial arts in front of him. Now the other party wants to learn the 5 elements spiritual art passed down from his Ning family's ancestors. It was precisely because he did not teach Panshur the 5 elements spiritual art that he was killed. But now he has to teach a creature that is not even a human being. This is a disgrace to his ancestors. But when he glanced at Ning Xuexin, who had lost too much blood on one side and her face was as pale as paper, he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, as long as you can save Xiaoxue, I will give you the 5 elements spiritual art. The 5 elements spirit art is certainly important, but Ning Xuexin is his only relative. Qinhao nodded with satisfaction. After all, Ning Zongyue was a master of ancient martial arts and would not go back on his word. Of course, the most important thing was that Qinhao had the absolute power to control the situation and was not afraid of his tricks. Qinhao opened his mouth and spit out a pale golden leaf from the dimensional space in his abdomen. This light golden leaf is as crystal clear as emerald, and its appearance attracts the surrounding spiritual energy to gather. It is the century-old spirit-gathering grass. The spirit-gathering grass has reached its limit when it reaches 100 years old. The centennial spirit-gathering grass is the best among the spirit-gathering grasses. It has 10 leaves in total. Xin Hao has not used it before because he wants to wait until the next time he encounters the limit of life. Now he took out a leaf to save Ning Xuexin. Xin Hao's method to save Ning Xuexin is very simple, that is to make her an evolver. Evolvers have physical fitness that exceeds the limits of the human body, and their vitality will be greatly enhanced. As long as Ning Xuexin becomes an evolver, her current injury is not considered fatal, and a leaf of the century-old spirit-gathering grass is definitely enough to make Ning Xuexin generate an evolution and become an evolver. Let her take it. Xin Hao gave the instruction as thunder and lightning gathered above his head. Although this pale golden leaf was spat out from Xin Hao's mouth, Ning Zhongyue could feel the large amount of spiritual energy contained in the pale golden leaf. It was definitely a treasure of heaven and earth. Good, Ning Zhongyue quickly followed the instructions, crushed up the leaves of the century-old spirit-gathering grass, put them in a water cup, and fed them to Ning Xuexin. Spiritual art. Ning Zhongyue waited nervously, and as the potion dissolved, spiritual energy from 1,000 meters away gathered and poured into Ning Xuexin's body. Her originally pale cheeks gained a trace of blush, and there was a hint of redness. Her breathing also became clearer. This was the spiritual energy transforming her body. Seeing Ning Xuexin gradually regaining her vitality, Ning Zhongyue cried with joy. When Xin Hao saw this, the thunder and lightning above his head gathered into a row of words, "Write the 5 elements spiritual secret to me silently." Okay, thank you Brother Snake. Ning Zhongyue nodded repeatedly. If Xin Hao were to force him like Panshur, he would choose to be a jade in pieces rather than in ruins. However, Xin Hao did not use force, but to save Ning Xuexin's life. In exchange, Ning Zhongyue was not so repelled. He also knew that if it hadn't been for Xin Hao, both his father and grandson would have perished in Huangshan today, not to mention that Xin Hao not only saved their lives, but also brought out a precious piece of heaven, material and earth to save Ning Xuexin. Ning Zhongyue took out the paper and pen from the tent and began to write down the 5 elements spiritual art, paying attention to Ning Xuexin next to him from time to time. Spiritual energy gathered around Ning Xuexin, and flames grew on her body. Seeing this scene, a strange look flashed in Xin Hao's eyes, while Ning Zhongyue said hurriedly, "Brother Snake, how is Xiaoxue?" "Don't worry." Xin Hao condensed the words and told Ning Zhongyue not to worry. Ning Xuexin became an evolver, and like Panshur, she awakened abilities, which seemed to be fire-type abilities. Ning Zhongyue had no choice but to continue writing silently. After half an hour, the entire paper was filled with his writing. He read it again, nodded slightly, and said, "This is the 5 elements spiritual art that our Ning family has inherited for thousands of years. I hope Brother Snake just practice it yourself and don't spread it to others." Xin Hao glanced at it roughly, then opened his mouth and swallowed the paper containing the 5 elements spiritual secret into the dimensional space. Ugh, Ning Xuexin groaned softly and opened her eyes full of confusion. "Xiaoxue, you're awake." Ning Zhongyue walked over quickly, squatted down and helped Ning Xuexin up. I'm not dead?" Ning Xuexin couldn't understand. She could still feel the pain from the gunshot wound in her abdomen. "Brother Snake saved you." Ning Zhongyue immediately wanted to ask Ning Xuexin to thank Xin Hao, but when he turned around and looked, he found that there were only the bodies of Panshur and others in the open space behind him. Xin Hao had no idea about it for a long time. Whereabouts? Ning Zhongyue was speechless for a long time, while Ning Xuexin's face was blank. After obtaining the 5 elements spirit art, Xin Hao naturally had no intention of staying for a long time, and he was also somewhat surprised by what he had gained this time. If the normal development of history follows, Ning Zhongyue and Ning Xuexin will definitely die in the hands of Panshur. Panshur in later generations also did quite well, but now Xin Hao has changed everything. Panshur, who does not deserve to die, died. However, Ning Zhongyue and Ning Xuexin were saved because of him. I don't know if this will trigger a butterfly effect. But this doesn't care about Xin Hao. He wants to find a place to practice quietly and wait for the end of the world. Xin Hao went all the way deep into the depths of this mountain. He planned to change places to continue practicing. Xin Hao hoped to evolve to the 2nd level before the end of the world. As we go deeper, the surrounding trees become taller and older. The depths of this mountain are really nice. Xin Hao sighed. This mountain is rich in aura and is indeed a good place for cultivation. Roar! At this time, Xin Hao heard a roar coming from the front. Xin Hao's eyes lit up. He was hungry, and he immediately rushed towards the place where the roar came from. In the distant forest, a spotted leopard was biting a hyena. Hyena is a very fierce animal with a bite force of more than 1 ton and can easily break hard bones. What surprised Xin Hao was that there was not just one hyena in the distance, but more than 10. It seemed that there were more than one hyena in the distance. A group of people. There are more than 10 hyenas, not to mention leopards. Even lions have a chance to kill them alive. But this spotted leopard is very unusual. It is larger than the average spotted leopard, close to the size of a tiger, and exudes a beast-like aura. Is it a mutant beast? Xin Hao was surprised. The size of this spotted leopard exceeded the limit of the race. It had obviously evolved and became a mutant beast. He had been on the outside of the mountain before, but he did not expect that there were mutant beasts deep in the mountain. In fact, it's not surprising when you think about it. Now that the end of the world is coming, the spiritual energy in the world is gradually getting richer. The end of the world is coming, and a group of talented evolvers will begin to gradually awaken, such as Pan Shi. Naturally, some animals will also begin to evolve and mutate. The spiritual energy of this barren mountain is richer than the outside world, so it is not surprising that mutant beasts will be born. The mutated spotted leopard was surrounded by more than a dozen ferocious hyenas, but it didn't panic at all. It bit off the neck of a hyena in one bite and looked around with provocation in its eyes. Ouch! The surrounding hyenas were enraged and rushed towards the spotted leopard crazily. They were extremely fierce, but they were not creatures of the same level as the mutated spotted leopard. Bang bang! The spotted leopard smacked its 2 paws out, hitting 2 hyenas that were attacking from the front. The 2 hyenas flew backwards. In the animal world, leopards are at the top of the food chain. After passing after the mutation, it is even more terrifying. A random slap can explode with more than 1,000 kilograms of force and can easily break bones. A hyena roared and bit the spotted leopard from behind, but the spotted leopard seemed to have eyes on its butt, and a tail whipped out like an iron whip. Snapped! The hyena was beaten to pieces by the spotted leopard's tail and flew backwards, falling to the ground and wailing. Ouch! These hyenas were frightened. The strength of spotted leopards is too terrifying. Their speed and strength are far superior to them. They will die if they touch them, and they will be injured if they touch them. As one hyena chooses to escape, the rest of the hyenas also start to flee. The spotted leopard killed 3 or 4 hyenas in a row without pursuing them. When it was about to enjoy a delicious meal, it suddenly saw Xin Hao looking at it with his head raised in the distance. Roar! Xin Hao's 10-meter-long body was undoubtedly extremely oppressive, which caused the spotted leopard to let out a threatening roar, as if to drive Xin Hao away. But Xin Hao had no intention of leaving. A mutated spotted leopard must have produced evolutionary energy in its body, which was a big meal for him. Xin Hao remained motionless, which angered the spotted leopard. Even though it was wary of Xin Hao, it still chose to attack. Its 2-meter-long body jumped nimbly and pounced on Xin Hao. It opened its bloody mouth and biting Xin Hao's 7 inches. Boom! The speed of the mutant spotted leopard was so fast that it left an afterimage, but in Xin Hao's eyes, it was pitifully slow. Xin Hao casually pulled out his tail and hit the mutated spotted leopard on the cheek like a bowling ball. Superior! The mutated spotted leopard flew out without any suspense and hit a big tree that was hugged by a person. The big tree it hit trembled, and leaves fell one after another. Elements! The spotted leopard felt as if its head had turned into a ball of paste. It stumbled and tried to stand up from the ground. Xin Hao slowly approached the spotted leopard, stretched out his tail and wrapped it around the spotted leopard's neck, strangling him hard. Click, click, click. The spotted leopard's neck was twisted and broken by Xin Hao. In the cruel world of mutant beasts, strength is supreme, and the weak can only be reduced to food, without any mercy. For Xin Hao, all creatures in this mountain are his food. Qinhao swallowed the bodies of spotted leopards and several hyenas and slowly digested them. Then he spit out the paper recording the 5 elements spiritual art and began to look at the practice methods and introduction of the 5 elements spiritual art. The 5 elements spiritual art, the cultivation of the power of the 5 elements in one body, requires extremely high talent. Qinhao looked at it silently, and his eyes became brighter and brighter as he looked. This 5 elements spiritual art is indeed extremely magical. It draws power from the heaven and earth and combines it with its own genetic energy to refine the power of the 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements has endless uses, and is divided into 5 types: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each type of power of the 5 elements has different effects. The power of metal can enhance defense and bring unparalleled sharpness. For example, Ning Zongyue had used it before, using his flesh palm to chop down a tree as thick as a bowl. Dead trees bloom in spring, and the spring breeze blows and grows again. The power of wood can enhance resilience. The power of fire increases explosive power and can explode beyond the limits of power. The power of water increases resistance and can weaken any non-physical attack. The power of earth can bless itself and greatly increase its weight. The power of the 5 elements breaks out at the same time, and you can briefly enter the state of the body of the 5 elements. When entering the state of the body of the 5 elements, any attack will be greatly weakened, and attacks with the 5 elements attributes are greatly reduced. Of course, if you want to enter the state of the 5 elements body, you must practice the 5 elements spirit art to a high level. For example, Ning Zongyue has been practicing the 5 elements spirit art for decades, but he can only use the power of a single 5 elements. This 5 elements spirit technique is too profound. I'm afraid it's a technique passed down from other eras. Qinhao also sighed deeply. In the last life, the only practice method he mastered was the spiritual secret technique. The spiritual secret technique can only be used in terms of cultivation, it won't be of any help in combat. This 5 elements spirit art can cultivate the power of the 5 elements and greatly improve combat effectiveness. Compared with the two, they are simply not on the same level. I have to cultivate the power of the 5 elements as soon as possible. Qinhao didn't waste any time, digested a spirit gathering grass, and began to practice this newly acquired skill. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered towards Qinhao, and Qinhao began to practice the 5 elements boxing while practicing the 5 elements spiritual art. This ancient martial art matches the 5 elements spiritual art very well. As Qinhao's body continued to sway, traces of spiritual energy were injected into his muscles and bones, combining with the genes in his cells to create a strange energy. The 5 elements spirit art can control the power of the 5 elements to strengthen oneself, but it is also extremely difficult to practice, and Qinhao's progress was very slow with the help of the spirit gathering grass. Then let's get a piece of centenary spirit gathering grass. Qinhao's eyes glowed, and he decided to use a precious centenary spirit gathering grass leaf. As Qinhao digested a pale golden leaf, an even larger amount of spiritual energy suddenly surged out. Qinhao fell into a state of cultivation. Qinhao's life became peaceful. He studied the 5 elements spiritual art every day. Time flew by and it was already a month later. With enough food and the help of spirit gathering grass to practice, even if the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was thin, Qinhao finally took a step further, reaching the 1st and 8th levels, and his body length increased to 12 meters. Evolution has become slow, Qinhao frowned. There is only 1 month left before the end of the world. According to this progress, it is impossible for him to break through to the 2nd level before the end of the world breaks out. But fortunately, I successfully cultivated the power of the 5 elements. But what made Qinhao happy was that he successfully learned the 5 elements spirit art and developed the power of the 5 elements. Qinhao began to test the power of the 5 elements. He saw a huge stone with a snake's tail poking straight towards the boulder. The power of gold and the power of the 5 elements was on the snake's tail, and suddenly his snake's tail was covered with a layer of metallic color. Laugh! With a soft sound, Qinhao's tail seemed to turn into a sharp sword, piercing the boulder straight through. The power of fire. Qinhao immediately blessed himself with the power of fire. He felt as if a ball of flame exploded in his body, and a violent force burst out. The whole boulder was like a bomb exploding inside. The entire boulder exploded and turned into pieces. Xinhao's snake body was winding, and his 12-meter-long body climbed up a tree that was half as thick as a human's arms. He jumped from the top of the tree and fell to the ground, while the power of earth blessed him. Call. With the blessing of the power of earth, Xinhao's own weight has more than doubled. You must know that Xinhao is now 12 meters long and weighs more than 500 kilograms. Before the end of the world, the heaviest known giant python in the world was more than 400 kilograms, and Xinhao's weight has surpassed it. Boom! Xinhao fell from a 2-story tree. The power of the earth caused his body weight to increase dramatically. He hit the ground heavily, causing the ground dozens of meters in radius to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. With Xinhao as the center, spider web-like cracks extended on the ground. Okay. Xinhao's eyes lit up, and his introduction to the 5 elements spirit art definitely greatly improved his combat effectiveness. But now Xinhao has basically grown to a bottleneck. It is very difficult to make further progress without reviving his spiritual energy. Even if he practices hard for another month, the progress may not be much. It's time for revenge. Xinhao's eyes flashed with coldness, and he had not forgotten his hatred. The reason why Xinhao died in the previous life was because of Li Xianer and Wang Hui. The 3 of them were teammates and lived together in the apocalypse for a year, but they were all wary of each other. Li Xianer is the most unfathomable and the strongest among the 3. His origin has never been mentioned to Xinhao and Wang Hui, so Xinhao doesn't have much clue where Li Xianer is. As for Wang Hui, a hypocrite, Xinhao learned some things about him before the end of the world during a conversation with him. According to Wang Hui himself, he had been growing up on Black Moon Island since he was a child. It was only when the apocalypse broke out and the forces on Black Moon Island became complicated that he left Black Moon Island. So if you want to find Wang Hui, it seems you have to go to Black Moon Island. Revenge must be retaliated, and the betrayal of Wang Hui and Li Xianer left Xinhao with a knife in his throat. At the beginning of the end of the world, all realms will merge, the area of the entire Earth world will become more than 100 times larger, and the terrain will also change. At that time, it will be very difficult for Xinhao to find Wang Hui. He has to find Wang Hui before the end of the world begins. Avenge the previous life. Please collect, comment and recommend votes. Snark and Shark gone. Xinhao took a deep breath, glanced at the desolate forest, turned around and left. Maiyue Island is named because it is shaped like a moon and is covered with a large number of green plants. This place is warm in winter and cool in summer, so it is a resort chosen by many people. Xinhao left the barren mountain where he had stayed for more than a month, entered the sealed state, and headed in one direction. Wanting to go to Black Moon Island and get to the sea, Xinhao didn't waste any time. After figuring out the direction, he came to the nearest seaport. He jumped into the sea and swam towards Black Moon Island. The calm sea surface is as green as wash, and only the occasional breeze will cause a ripple on the sea surface. The scenery of the sea is beautiful, but if you see too much, it will make people just want to yawn. Putting on a boat, Su Shaoqian yawned, her beautiful little face full of boredom. It's so boring to sit on a boat. All you can see is the sea. Su Shaoqian sighed secretly, and then she pointed her camera at the boat and took pictures of the sea. Su Shaoqian is 19 years old this year. She is a well-known up-owner. She mainly does tourism and introduces the scenery and snacks of some places. For this reason, she has to travel to various parts of the country every month. This time, Su Shaoqian's destination was Black Moon Island, known as Black Moon Island. However, even if it took a boat to reach Black Moon Island from land, it would take nearly 2 days. It was undoubtedly quite boring on the boat. Then, what is that? Suddenly Su Shaoqian was startled. She saw something strange in a photo. The photo showed a calm sea, but on the sea level there was a small black snake looking up at her. Is it a sea snake? Su Shaoqian quickly looked in the direction where the photo was taken, and sure enough, she found a small black snake floating on the sea. But are there black sea snakes? This little snake was naturally Xinhao, who was rushing to Maiyue Island, but Xinhao was not looking at the beauty Su Shaoqian, nor was he trying to catch a ride, but he discovered that there was a black streak at the bottom of the passenger ship. The shadow is approaching. Shark? Qin Hao saw a shark underneath the passenger ship, an extremely large shark. This shark has blade-like thorns on both sides of its body, and a huge mouth filled with dagger-like fangs. What's even more terrifying is that its size reaches 8 meters long. It seems that this shark is a tiger shark. It is impossible for a tiger shark to grow so big. Qin Hao said secretly. The tiger shark is a very aggressive shark. If it is injured while swimming at the beach, it happens to attract the tiger shark. Well, then wish yourself good luck. Tiger sharks usually have a body length of 3 to 5 meters, but this tiger shark is 8 meters long, which is nearly the length of a 3-story building. It is simply exaggerated. There is no doubt that this is a mutant tiger. Shark. The tiger shark stared closely at the ship above with its pale yellow eyes. It hated humans very much because it was almost caught by a human hunting boat. Although it escaped by chance, it was hit by a harpoon and was seriously injured. Now the tiger shark feels that it has become very powerful, far more powerful than before, which makes it unable to help but take revenge for the past. Just when Su Shaoqian was still analyzing what kind of ship Qin Hao was, she suddenly exclaimed and the whole ship shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. Earthquake! Is there an earthquake? You silly bitch, this is an earthquake at sea. There is something under the boat. Don't panic, calm down. The huge mutated tiger shark hit the bottom of the ship, causing the entire passenger ship to tremble violently, making the passengers on the ship scream in shock, and the scene was in chaos. The mutant tiger shark slammed into the bottom of the ship. However, the passenger ship was very heavy after all, and it was too difficult to overturn it from below. So the mutant tiger shark came to the side of the ship and launched a violent collision against the ship. The waves suddenly surged. The people on the passenger ship rolled into a ball, making it difficult to maintain balance. Fish, such a big fish. It's a tiger shark. Su Shaoqian stood beside the boat. At this time, the boat's hull was shaking. She had to hold on to the railing of the boat to keep her balance. She subconsciously looked down. What arrived was a shark bigger than a car. This made Su Shaoqian scared and excited at the same time. She swallowed, grabbed the railing with one hand, and took pictures of the mutated tiger shark hitting the passenger ship below. As an up owner, she thought of this in such a critical moment. I also took photos of this precious scene. Boom! The mutated tiger shark was unable to overturn the boat despite repeated impacts. This caused its eyes to become stained with a trace of blood red, and its power suddenly increased several times. Its huge head raised waves several feet high and hit the hull of the boat. The metal shell was dented by the impact, and the passenger ship deflected violently, almost turning over. As the inertia of the ship rocked back, Su Shaoqian let out a cry of surprise. The huge inertia made it difficult for her to grasping the railing firmly. The whole person fell from the boat into the sea. Who? Help! Su Shaoqian waved her arms vigorously and floated on the sea. She shouted for help, but the crew members on the ship were too busy to take care of themselves. Who had the energy to save her? What made Su Shaoqian's scalp tingle even more was that the huge tiger shark noticed that someone had fallen down, so it turned its head to look at her. Its huge eyes were full of desire for flesh and blood, which made Su Shaoqian feel nothing but ice cold. A crew member came to the side of the ship with a gun, but the ship's hull shook, making it impossible for him to aim. It's over, Su Shaoqian was desperate. At this time, Su Shaoqian and everyone on the boat were stunned, because they discovered that this huge and exaggerated mutant tiger shark had given up attacking the boat and Su Shaoqian, and instead turned its head and looked at the sea in the distance. Superior. There, a huge black python was suspended on the sea, slowly swimming over. The head of this giant black python is different from the triangular head of an ordinary python. Instead, it is relatively thick and somewhat similar to a dragon. It looks very majestic and ferocious. This is a sea snake? The crew members on the boat were a little unbelievable. The largest sea snake is only 2 meters long, and this huge black python is at least 10 meters long. This black python is naturally Qin Hao. He is not helping these crew members. He is happy to see him. This mutant tiger shark is huge and a mutant beast. It is not easy to encounter this level of mutant beasts on land. Evolutionary energy must have been born in its body, which is the best food for Qinhao. A trace of solemnity also flashed in the eyes of the mutant tiger shark. It could feel the threat brought by Qinhao to it, and then the eyes of the mutant tiger shark were stained with traces of blood red. It is the top predator in this area and will never allow outsiders. Challenge your own dignity. Hold head high. The mutated tiger shark let out a high-pitched, sharp scream that made people's eardrums hurt. The next moment, its body separated from the water waves and rushed towards Qinhao like a speedboat. Although he was fighting mutated tiger sharks in the water, Qinhao was not afraid. He practiced the 5 elements spiritual art. The power of water with the power of the 5 elements allowed Qinhao to explode with terrifying combat effectiveness in the water. Blessed by the power of water, the surrounding seawater seemed to be integrated with Qinhao. Qinhao swung the snake's tail, breaking the resistance of the seawater, and yanked it out like an iron rod. Boom! The snake's tail slapped heavily on the head of the charging mutant tiger shark. The mutant tiger shark that was charging forward was suddenly stopped. The skin of the area hit by the slap was torn and blood seeped out, which attracted the eyes of the mutant tiger shark. Bloodshot. Hold head high. The mutated tiger shark roared, stirred up wind and waves, and slashed at Qinhao's body with blade-like bone spurs on its edges. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere, and the blow that could cut a person in half fell on Qinhao, but it only caused slight scratches and the sound of metal impact. Qinhao forged his body with purple thunderflowers and evolved to the 1st and 8th levels. The scale's defensive power is comparable to steel, and they are hard to be harmed by swords. Qinhao raised his huge head and slammed his head downwards, hitting the mutant tiger shark's back. The mutant tiger shark immediately sank into the seawater. The mutated tiger shark was furious, its body swayed violently, and the bone spurs on both sides of its body cut towards Qinhao one after another like a pair of swords. Seeing the fight between the two giant beasts, everyone on the boat was stunned and shocked. Take a picture. Everyone on the boat reacted and took out their mobile phones to take pictures. This is how modern people are. When something happens, they will take out their mobile phones, including Su Xiaoqian. Su Xiaoqian grabbed the rope hanging down from the boat with one hand, and held the camera with the other hand and turned on the video recording function. Her professional equipment had excellent clarity. Qinhao had no time to pay attention to these people taking pictures. It had to be said that this mutated tiger shark was quite powerful, and it was even more at home in the sea. It occupied the home court. Although he was at a disadvantage in the battle with Qinhao wanted to kill him for a while. It also takes some work. Moreover, this mutant tiger shark has the same special abilities as Qinhao. With the continuous fighting, the mutant tiger shark's whole body was covered with a layer of blood, and its speed and strength were greatly improved. Qinhao estimated that this mutant tiger, the ability that the shark possesses, should be similar to that of madness. Very good, then let you experience the power of the 5 elements that I have newly cultivated. Qinhao licked his lips, not surprised but happy. The power of earth. Qinhao raised the snake's tail, and with the blessing of the power of earth, a faint earth-yellow luster appeared on the snake's tail, which weighed several thousand kilograms. The next moment, it fell like a meteorite, hitting heavily on the head of the mutated tiger shark. Hold head high. The mutated tiger shark was immediately stunned by the smash. His vision went dark, and the world seemed to be spinning. He could faintly hear the sound of bones cracking from his own head. The power of fire. Immediately after Qinhao activated the power of fire, every cell in his body burned like a flame, sending a huge explosive force to Qinhao. The snake's tail was lifted up and slammed down again. The huge force filled the space around the snake's tail. It all seemed like ripples. Bang! The mutated tiger shark's head exploded as its tail whipped, and its huge body lost all strength and sank toward the bottom of the sea. Qinhao immediately got into the seawater, caught up with the mutated tiger shark's body, opened his big mouth, and exaggeratedly swallowed the mutated tiger shark into the dimensional space in his belly. The battle between Qinhao and the mutated tiger shark was very short, and the winner was decided in less than half a minute. After swallowing the mutated tiger shark, Shinhao did not stop, parted the waves, and continued to move towards Black Moon Island. What kind of snake is this? Why is it so scary? 2 tails can kill a shark bigger than a car? Su Shaoqian was pulled onto the passenger ship by the crew. In addition to being frightened, she was also excited. Snakes are the strongest. Shouldn't it be a toxin? But Shinhao relied on his strength to kill a huge shark, which was extremely cruel and violent. Watch giant snakes fight sharks up close. Shocked. That happened to a giant snake and a shark. Su Shaoqian is already thinking about the title of the new video. Shinhao swam all the way and rested on a rock in the sea for more than an hour. 3 days later, he finally saw an island appearing in front of him. From a distance, this island looks lush and green, full of primitive atmosphere. This is Moyue Island, an island with 30% plant coverage. Wang Hui, your death has come. Shinhao's eyes were filled with coldness. The main purpose of this trip was Wang Hui. Although Wang Hui has not betrayed Shinhao yet, Shinhao can't control that much. It was precisely because of Li Xianer and Wang Hui's betrayal that he died and turned into a snake. Shinhao didn't know where Li Xianer was now, but he knew that Wang Hui was on Mou Island now. He was Mou Island. Locals. However, Shinhao was in trouble immediately, because he found that he was a little lost. The periphery of Black Moon Island was full of trees, like a virgin forest. Shinhao had only heard of Black Moon Island, but had never been there before and had no idea about it. Where is there anyone living on Moyue Island? I only know that this place is a tourist attraction. Is there a sound? Shinhao suddenly listened and heard a melodious gunshot. In a dense forest, a girl wearing a black hooded sweater had a trace of fear on her face. On the ground in front of her, a gray wolf was lying on the ground. There was a blood hole in the crack of the head, brains and blood were constantly pouring out. Little girl, don't you know this place is a wilderness? There are a lot of wild animals. Fortunately, you met us. There were 2 men standing next to the corpse of the gray wolf. Both of them were carrying shotguns. One of them, the bearded man, kicked the gray wolf corpse on the ground, then looked at the girl and said. This girl was Su Shaoqian, who was traveling to Black Moon Island. She was going to take pictures of Black Moon Island's customs, but she didn't expect that there were wild wolves here. Fortunately, she met 2 people who seemed to be hunters and shot them to death. A wild wolf rescued her. Thank you 2 uncles. Su Shaoqian gratefully thanked the 2 men. One of the tall and thin men looked Su Shaoqian up and down, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly smiled. You don't look like a local, do you? Well, Su Shaoqian nodded slightly. The tall man smiled. There is a special path to Black Moon City. If you don't take the right path, you have to go to this dangerous wild area. There are many wild animals here. Follow us and we will take you to Black Moon City. Yes, you are too dangerous for a little girl. The bearded man also licked his lips, with an evil light shining in his eyes. Although Su Shaoqian was young, she was not stupid. She instinctively felt that these 2 men had bad intentions. She forced a smile and said, I got separated from the tour guide's team. They will come to find me. I won't. I've been spending too much time with you too. Su Shaoqian deliberately talked about the tour guide team just to make these 2 men afraid. Hee, we saved your life. You don't want to repay us and you want to leave like this? The 2 men's eyes flashed with greed, and they slowly approached Su Shaoqian. Such beautiful girls are rare, and in this wilderness, if you miss it, you will have no chance. I'll give you money. The malice of the 2 people was no longer concealed. Su Shaoqian took out her wallet with a worried look on her face. However, what she took out was not money, but a bottle of anti-wolf spray. Ah! Su Shaoqian pressed the anti-wolf spray at the 2 men 2 meters away. The 2 men immediately covered their eyes and screamed. Taking the opportunity, Su Shaoqian quickly turned around and ran away with her backpack on her back. This stinky girl, I must make her pay the price. It took a long time for the bearded man to regain his composure. He roared with red eyes, and then said to the tall and thin man on the side, Get in the car quickly. The two got into the off-road vehicle parked on the roadside, started the off-road vehicle and chased Su Xiaoqian, who had already escaped far away.
Ah, run, see how long you can run.
The tall man had a ferocious face.
He followed Su Xiaoqian in an off-road vehicle, preparing to wait until Su Xiaoqian was exhausted.
Run, I can't run anymore. Su Xiaoqian's heart was filled with despair.
This trip to Black Moon Island was really unlucky.
She was almost eaten by a shark before, but now she encountered two beasts.
Hey, brake quickly!
Su Xiaoqian suddenly slipped and fell to the ground. Upon seeing this, the bearded man exclaimed, he didn't want to kill Su Xiaoqian, he must love such a little beauty well. The tall man slammed on the brakes, but due to inertia, the off-road vehicle ran over Su Xiaoqian, who was lying on the ground uncontrollably. Su Xiaoqian was desperate, but at this time a huge black shadow blocked her path.
In front of you. Bang!
The off-road vehicle hit the black shadow, and the glass of the vehicle suddenly shattered, and the two men were almost thrown off the vehicle.
Snake!
The two were stunned. They found that what was blocking the road was a huge black python. The huge black python raised its upper body and was more than 2 meters tall. Its cold snake eyes were like a pair of cold gems.
Snake?
Su Xiaoqian was frightened when she saw Qin Hao standing in front of her.
Isn't this giant snake the one she met in the sea before? Why is he here? Shoot!
The bearded man roared, and the tall and thin man reacted. The two people quickly raised the shotguns and pulled the trigger at Qin Hao's raised head. Qin Hao wanted to test his defense power, but did not dodge, but just to be on the safe side, he blessed himself with the power of gold, greatly increasing his defense power.
Bang bang!
The muzzle of the gun spit out flames and hit Qin Hao's head, which was glowing with metallic luster.
However, the bullet was bounced away, leaving not even a trace on Qin Hao's head. How is this possible?
The two men were stunned.
The power of a shotgun is much greater than that of a pistol. Even a wild boar weighing hundreds of kilograms can be knocked down with one shot. However, these two shots hit Qin Hao's head. It is difficult to cause any damage to the head. Qin Hao is also very satisfied with his defense. As long as it is not a sniper rifle, heavy machine gun and other powerful thermal weapons, it will not be able to break through his defense. It's my turn!
Qin Hao exploded with the power of fire, and the snake's tail slammed onto the body of the off-road vehicle. The terrifying force exploded, whipping the off-road vehicle over several times and hitting a big tree. This terrifying scene shocked Su Xiaoqian. Well, among the overturned SUVs, two men crawled out with blood on their heads. They didn't even bother to pick up the guns and stumbled away. But it was impossible for Qin Hao to forgive those who dared to attack him. Two purple lightning bolts gathered in his mouth and shot out like two magic swords, piercing the heads of the two men.
They didn't even have time to scream.
He fell to the ground with a sound. Qin Hao turned his head and looked at Su Xiaoqian.
Wow! Don't eat me! I have no breasts and no meat, it's not delicious.
Su Xiaoqian was so frightened when she came into contact with Qin Hao that she almost cried. She covered her face and shoulders and kept eating.
Trembling, waiting to meet his fate.
Qin Hao was speechless.
Is he so scary?
However, Qin Hao did not intend to kill Su Xiaoqian, and even rescued her. The main purpose was because he knew nothing about the situation on Maoyue Island, let alone finding Wang Hui. He wanted to help Su Xiaoqian, so he chose to rescue Su Xiaoqian. He wanted Su Xiaoqian to help him find Wang Hui and complete his revenge.
Su Xiaoqian waited for a long time but didn't wait for Qin Hao to make a move.
She plucked up the courage to look at Qin Hao, only to find that the thunder and lightning above Qin Hao's head formed a row of words, "I saved you, you must listen to me."
Su Xiaoqian's eyes widened. This snake could control thunder and lightning, and also knew how to communicate with people? Seeing the impatient look in Qin Hao's eyes, Su Xiaoqian nodded repeatedly, "Snake." "No, Master Long, I will definitely obey you."
Su Xiaoqian also knows how to flatter, after all, every snake has the dream of becoming a dragon.
"Take me to find Wang Hui." Qin Hao condensed the words again. "Who is Wang Hui?" Su Xiaoqian was puzzled, but she immediately responded, okay, if he is on Maui Island, the most likely place he is Maui City. Hundreds of people are gathered in Maui City. With 10,000 people, it is the largest city on Black Moon Island. Yes. Chin Hao nodded slightly. Wang Hui should be living in Maui City now. After all, Chin Hao has the body of a snake. It would be too easy to get exposed if he sneaks into such a big city, let alone finding Wang Hui among millions of people. But with Su Xiaoqian's help, the chance will be greatly enhanced. Let's go. 2 words condensed on the top of Chin Hao's head. Just as Su Xiaoqian was confused, Chin Hao quickly shrank, transformed into half a meter long, and jumped onto Su Xiaoqian's head. Su Xiaoqian trembled with fright. She was shocked that a giant snake more than 10 meters long could become less than 1 meter long. But thinking about Chin Hao's ability to spit thunder and lightning and communicate with people, she didn't. Too shocking. But then Su Xiaoqian became nervous. Knowing so many of Chin Hao's secrets, would Chin Hao kill her to silence her? Chin Hao didn't know what this guy was thinking. He patted Su Xiaoqian's head with his snake tail and motioned for her to leave quickly. Su Xiaoqian had no choice but to leave here quickly, not daring to look at the bodies of the 2 men killed by Chin Hao. Su Xiaoqian took out the navigation on her mobile phone and walked on the right road, heading towards Maui City. On the way, Su Xiaoqian finally regained some vitality. She said to Chin Hao, Master Lone, can I do a video interview for you? If you can interview a strange beast like Chin Hao, you can imagine that your video will explode with hits and become popular all over the internet. Chin Hao rolled his eyes. He didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. He controlled thunder and lightning to form a line of text in front of Su Xiaoqian, stop talking nonsense, or I will swallow you up. 3 exclamation marks were added at the end. Su Xiaoqian's body trembled and she quickly covered her mouth. She had seen Chin Hao's cruelty before. However, although Chin Hao is cruel, he has no interest in cannibalism. In front is Maui City. Su Xiaoqian moved forward and finally arrived at Maui City at noon. When she saw the bustling city in front of her, she took out her camera to take pictures with joy on her face. To enter Maui City, in order not to attract attention, Chin Hao wrapped his arms around Su Xiaoqian's wrist, like a strange bracelet. As long as the sleeves were lowered, they could not be seen from the outside. Chin Hao was too lazy to argue with Su Xiaoqian. He returned to the sofa, curled up in a ball, and began to practice quietly, digesting the mutated killer whale carcass that he had swallowed a few days ago. Such a huge food was enough for him to digest for a while. Su Xiaoqian, on the other hand, played on the computer until after 10 o'clock before going to bed with a yawn. Early the next morning, Su Xiaoqian took Chin Hao by car to the West Moon Tower after breakfast. Su Xiaoqian was quite nervous on the way. There was nothing she could do, and Chin Hao couldn't directly give her instructions. If the organization found out that she was not an evolver, would they kill her and silence her? Chin Hao didn't know what Su Xiaoqian was thinking. What he had to do was to find Wang Hui as soon as possible and complete his revenge. All the way to the West Moon Tower. This West Moon Tower is a scenic spot on Maui Island. It is said that the moon is very close to the top of the West Moon Tower. Within a few minutes, a black sports car parked on the side of the road. Li Xiaofeng, who was wearing sunglasses, waved happily and said, "Great, you are indeed here. Come get in the car." Li Xiaofeng had the ability to sense, and he sensed a powerful aura on Su Xiaoqian's body. He felt that Su Xiaoqian was an evolver with strength above them, and if he could be recruited into the ability God Guards, he would have made a big contribution. After getting in the car, Su Xiaoqian sat in the back seat, and Zhang Yu was also there. Su Xiaoqian couldn't help but ask, "Does it take a test to join this alien guard?" "What test is it?" Zhang Yu smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's just a small test. As long as you have strength beyond ordinary people, you can pass it easily. It's just because I don't have any strength beyond ordinary people that I feel uneasy." Su Xiaoqian said secretly in her heart. She only hoped that Chin Hao could really help her pass this test. Time passed, and soon the car stopped under a building. The building was heavily guarded and guarded by bodyguards in black, giving it a high-class feel. Chin Hao was in Su Xiaoqian's sleeves.
He used thermal vision to observe the situation inside. He couldn't help but be quite surprised. Not everyone in this building was an evolver, but according to his cursory scan, from the heat judging from the strength combined with the spiritual energy in the body, there are at least 50 evolvers in this building. The end of the world has not yet begun. Even though spiritual energy has become abundant and more people are awakening, the fact that the Ishengard has been able to gather 50 evolvers so quickly shows its strength and background. Anyone else joins our organization? The two of them led Su Xiaoqian to the door of the building. A man in black had a flash of surprise in his eyes when he saw Su Xiaoqian. She is still a beautiful woman. Okay, watch your door. Let's take her up for testing first. Zhang Yu said to the man in black, and then went all the way to a room on the 5th floor. Behind a desk in the room, a tall man sat middle-aged man. Captain Tianhao, this is the evolver I mentioned to you. Zhang Yu said respectfully to the tall, middle-aged man, and Li Xiaofeng was also very respectful. Captain Tianhao's strength is ranked among the top 5 in their entire Ishengard. He serves as the captain of the 4th team. He is powerful and has a high position. A first order and 4th level evolver? Qinhao secretly saw Tianhao's heat and spiritual strength, and secretly made an assessment of his strength. His strength was at first order and 4th level, which is absolutely terrifying at this stage. Yes, Qinhao estimated that this Tianhao had become an evolver for quite some time. There were actually evolvers before the end of the world, but because of their thin spiritual energy and lack of understanding of psychic secrets, these evolvers were not only small in number, but also had difficulty growing in strength. Tianhao should be one of them. Hearing this, Tianhao raised his head and looked at Su Xiaoqian. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle and his temperament was majestic. Su Xiaoqian's eyes dodged slightly unconsciously. She felt that this Tianhao was very scary. He was more powerful than the officials she had ever seen. Majesty. Tianhao didn't care about this. After all, the current evolvers were still ordinary people before they awakened. Tianhao stood up and said, let's take the test first. As long as you can pass the test, you will be a member of our Ability God Guard. If your strength is amazing enough, I will give you a primary strengthening potion as a reward. Elementary strengthening potion? Envy flashed in the eyes of Zhang Yu and Li Xiaofeng. This strengthening potion is of great use to evolvers like them. It can greatly enhance their strength. It is also extremely precious. There are only a few among their Ishengards. Special evolvers can receive it. Primary strengthening potion. Qinhao also had a flash of light in his eyes. The so-called primary strengthening potion is actually made from evolutionary energy and some elixirs. It is easier to absorb than evolutionary energy and can allow evolvers to increase strength and speed. Before the end of the world has begun, these alien guards can create primary strengthening potions, which shows that they have great energy. Moreover, this Tianhao gave people the impression of being vigorous and resolute, a bit like a soldier. Qinhao guessed that the military of Maoyue City might be behind this alien guard. Black Moon Island is extremely prosperous, with a population of millions. As the main city of Black Moon Island, Black Moon City has a very strong military. It is reasonable for them to be able to form a team of evolvers. In this way, Qinhao the possibility of finding Wang Hui through them is even greater. Come here for a test. Tianhao took Su Xiaoqian to the next room. Zhang Yu and Li Xiaofeng followed immediately, curious about Su Xiaoqian's strength. In the house next to it, there is a force measuring instrument that looks like a wall. Tianhao smiled and said, this is a force measuring instrument. Try your best to punch this force measuring instrument. Evolved people have more than 3 times the power of ordinary people. As long as they test their strength, they can know the approximate level of the evolved people. Su Xiaoqian had small arms and legs. She looked at the dynamometer, worried that her secret would be exposed. Qinhao naturally wanted Su Xiaoqian to pass the test. He injected the spiritual energy in his body into Su Xiaoqian's body and transmitted the power of fire, metal and earth among the 5 elements. The power of gold strengthened Su Xiaoqian's bones and muscles to prevent a punch that exceeds the limit from straining the bones and muscles, while the power of fire stimulates potential, and the power of earth can change one's own weight. A 10-pound hammer bursts out. The power and destructive power are naturally greater than a 1-pound hammer. Su Shaoqian had some changes that shocked her. She felt as if she had endless power. Knowing that this was the change brought about by Qin Hao, she gritted her teeth, waved her fist and punched the dynamometer with all her strength. Boom! That small, white and tender fist was like an angry hammer hitting the wall, making a huge buzzing sound. 100 kilograms, 150 kilograms, 200 kg. On the dynamometer, a number kept beating, and finally settled on 750 kilograms. 750 kilograms? Zhang Yu and Li Xiaofang were both stunned. The official record of the ultimate strength of a punch by a well-trained boxer among normal people is more than 200 kilograms. The physique of a first-level evolver is more than 3 times that of ordinary people. In theory, a punch can punch 600 kilograms. But just as normal people need to be trained to exert a force of more than 200 kilograms, evolvers also need to be trained to exert their full strength. When Zhang Yu and Li Xiaofang were tested last time, their strength was only about 400 kilograms, and Su Shaoqian the power of a punch is nearly twice theirs. Okay. Tianhao also laughed, his eyes full of surprise. Su Shaoqian's performance made him quite happy, and he felt that a newcomer with good potential had joined the Isengard. Su Shaoqian looked at the data on the dynamometer with some disbelief. She couldn't believe that she had typed it. She also marveled at how powerful Qin Hao was. He could help her cheat and produce such terrifying power. His true strength was so powerful. Strong and unpredictable. Tianhao looked at Su Shaoqian with eager eyes. Do you have special abilities? Ordinary evolvers without abilities and special evolvers with abilities are obviously not on the same level. Special evolvers are the real potential stocks. After all, special abilities are equivalent to a gun. The difference in strength between those with guns and those without guns is naturally obvious. Thinking of Qin Hao's instructions yesterday, Su Shaoqian coughed. Yes, I can control thunder and lightning to attack the enemy. Thunder power? Tianhao suddenly became even more delighted. Even those who have special abilities are divided into strong and weak ones. Some special abilities are also very useless, such as fire resistance, underwater breathing, etc., and the lightning ability has the strongest attack power among the natural abilities. One of the strongest abilities. It's quite an excellent ability. Come on, attack me with all your strength. Tianhao was delighted to see Lai Xian, and he said to Su Shaoqian. Seeing Su Shaoqian's hesitation, Tianhao said confidently, Don't worry, my ability is the original shield, you can't hurt me yet. The original energy shield is a mysterious defensive ability that can convert the genetic energy in cells into a shield for arbitrary defense. It is much more practical than shields, body armor, etc. Well, then be careful. Su Shaoqian could only say. Qin Hao was secretly amused. This Tianhao was definitely not weak. After the spiritual energy burst, his strength could skyrocket. However, in Qin Hao's eyes, it was easy to defeat him even in the sealed state. Since he wanted to test his lightning ability. Then come and try it. Qin Hao released thunder and lightning, which was continuously twisted in front of Su Shaoqian and compressed into a purple thunderball. The strength of the evolver is a combination of strength, speed, ability types, combat skills, and rank. Qin Hao has taken purple thunderflower, and his lightning ability has been strengthened to the second level of strength, which is definitely not comparable to ordinary evolvers. What a powerful thunder and lightning! Tianhao's eyes showed a hint of solemnity. He activated the genetic energy in his body and transformed it into a transparent, twisted, and vague shield to protect him in front of him. Shit! At this moment, Qin Hao suddenly thought and pushed out the thunderball. The fist-sized purple thunderball hit the original energy shield in front of Tianhao like a cannonball. Boom! The dazzling lightning exploded in the room, the thunder and lightning danced like snakes, and the terrifying impact burst out. The original energy shield in front of Tianhao was shattered by the explosion, and he staggered back 4 or 5 steps. He could barely stand still. Captain Tianhao. Zhang Yu and Li Xiaofang were both stunned. Su Shaoqian was able to break Tianhao's original energy shield and make him retreat continuously. Among all the evolvers of Ishengard, he is the only one who can do this.
No more than one hand.
Tianhao was speechless. With his second-level lightning ability, Tianhao could be shattered to pieces with just one face-to-face encounter. Even in the sealed state, Tianhao could not withstand the full force of his attack.
Okay. Tianhao was not angry but happy.
He said excitedly, "Little girl, with a little training, your strength can be greatly improved. It is not impossible to become a captain of our ability God Guard."
Let's forget about the captain and all that.
Su Shaoqian felt guilty.
She knew herself. She was just an ordinary person.
She could fool him for a while, so she couldn't go unnoticed forever.
We'll talk about the rest later.
I keep my word, and I'll leave this primary strengthening potion to you. Tianhao laughed, took out a tube of transparent liquid from a safe on the side, and handed it to Su Shaoqian. Zhang Yu and Li Xiaofeng's eyes were full of envy. Then Tianhao took Su Shaoqian to go through the formalities and other matters. Su Shaoqian did not forget about Tianhao on the way.
She said, "Captain Tianhao, can I ask you to help me find someone?" Tianhao was stunned, then nodded and smiled. "It's just a joke.
Since you have joined the Ability God Guards, I won't hide it from you. Our Ability God Guards serve the military of Moyue City, and our energy is beyond your imagination. As long as that person is on Moyue Island, we can find him within a few hours.
His name is Wang Hui.
He is 1.7 meters tall." In terms of appearance, Su Shaoqian told the information about Wang Hui, and Tianhao agreed without asking what he was looking for.
"If you have any questions, call me via mobile phone."
Tianhao then left his mobile phone number, and Su Shaoqian left the headquarters of the Alien God Guard.
Tianhao also breathed a sigh of relief.
If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to take half of his revenge soon.
Back in the hotel, Su Shaoqian couldn't help but have some worry on her face.
She helped Tianhao, but she deceived the Ability God Guard. Behind this Ability God Guard was the entire Black Moon City. A row of words appeared above Tianhao's head: "As soon as Wang Hui is found, you will leave Black Moon Island immediately."
"Well, Master Long, be careful." Su Shaoqian nodded.
No matter how powerful Black Moon City was, as long as she left Black Moon Island, there would be nothing they could do to her.
Just 3 hours had passed when Su Shaoqian's cell phone got through. It was Tianhao.
Su Shaoqian turned on the speakerphone, and Tianhao's voice came from the other side. "I found that Wang Hui. His message was sent to your mobile phone. Please take a look."
"Thank you, Captain Tianhao."
Su Shaoqian said thanks and opened her phone at the same time.
Sure enough, there was a MMS. There was a photo of a man in this MMS.
The man looked to be in his mid-20s, and he looked pretty decent, but he gave people a gloomy feeling. When he saw this man, Tianhao's eyes flashed with strong murderous intent.
This person is exactly the Wang Hui he is looking for.
Wang Hui, the only son of Wang Yi, the president of the Black Ink Society, likes taking drugs and doing idleness.
His address is the Black Ink Society building on Dongshan Street.
Recently, Wang Hui will celebrate the birthday of Li Tingfei, deputy superintendent of Black Ink City. It also included information about Wang Hui.
Tianhao was quite surprised.
This Wang Hui had a very good family background, because his family was a gangster organization. There were more than 10 casinos and hotels in Moyue City, and they were quite powerful.
Wang Hui never mentioned anything to him. Dongqing restaurant tonight?
Tianhao's mouth curved.
According to this information, Wang Hui's father has business dealings with Moyue City Deputy Chief of Police Li Tingfei. Tonight is Li Tingfei's 50th birthday. Wang Hui will go to celebrate his birthday.
After learning all this, Tianhao said to Su Shaoqian, "Take me outside Dongqing restaurant and leave as soon as possible." Looking at the words condensed by Tianhao, Su Shaoqian nodded. She didn't know what Tianhao was going to do, but it probably wouldn't be a good thing. After all, Tianhao couldn't help but have murderous intent when he mentioned Wang Hui. After thinking about it, Tianhao opened his mouth and spit out a 20-year-old spirit-gathering grass, and a row of words condensed on his head: "Eat this spirit-gathering grass later, and drink the bottle of primary strengthening potion. You should have a lot of energy."
there is a chance of becoming an evolver. It's best to prepare more food when you return home.
Su Shaoqian helped him a lot, and there might be a lot of trouble for this.
That's all Qin Hao could do. A 20-year-old spirit gathering grass was already very valuable to Qin Hao. No more.
The apocalyptic plot is about to begin. Please vote for favorites, smiley face, energy.
Thank you, Master Long.
Su Shaoqian said gratefully. Qin Hao saved her 2 lives, but she felt that what she had done was not enough to repay him. Su Shaoqian didn't waste any time and set off immediately, taking Qin Hao by car to the outside of Dongxing restaurant.
Master Long, be careful, Su Shaoqian said to Qin Hao.
When Qin Hao nodded slightly, she turned and left, preparing to leave Black Moon Island and return home. Qin Hao glanced at the buildings on both sides of the lane.
He suddenly bounced back and forth between the 2 buildings.
After a few ups and downs, he jumped to a tall building. He lay on the edge of the roof and stared at pedestrians coming and going, quietly waited for Wang Hui to appear. Time passed, and the Dongxing restaurant below was decorated with lights and decorations, and guests arrived from time to time. The deputy director obviously had a high status, and many people came to fawn over him. Waiting until dusk, Qin Hao's eyes suddenly lit up.
He saw a black car driving towards him. The car opened and a man in casual clothes got out of it.
The man was followed by 2 other people wearing casual clothes. The bodyguard in black and the man in casual clothes are Wang Hui.
Ha, damn, Li Tingfei has seized a batch of our goods. If we can't satisfy him, I'm afraid there will be big trouble. I'm afraid he will open his mouth.
Wang Hui was not in a good mood.
He was not here to celebrate Li Tingfei's birthday,
but came to negotiate with him. If one goes wrong, it may be a disaster for their family, but he does not need to worry about the outcome of the negotiation, because he has no chance to negotiate. On a high-rise building more than 10 meters high, Qin Hao's mouth curved. He clearly remembered the feeling when Wang Hui chopped off his head with a knife. At that time, his face looked ferocious and vicious, like an evil beast.
Goodbye,
Qin Hao said calmly in his heart. The purple thunder and lightning on his body bloomed, condensed into a sharp arrow, and aimed at Wang Hui below.
Wang Hui seemed to feel something. He looked up and saw a pair of murderous eyes and a lightning arrow flying towards him. No! Wang Hui was horrified, but the next moment he paused. The lightning arrow flashed past and penetrated Wang Hui's head. The black car behind him shook violently and almost turned over. Wang Hui's eyes widened, and black smoke was rising from the burnt transparent hole in his forehead.
He couldn't understand who wanted to kill him, or even how he died.
Ah! Dead people.
There was chaos below, and Wang Hui's 2 security guards looked at a loss. Qin Hao was not in the mood to watch the chaos. With his mind settled, Qin Hao felt a lot more relaxed.
He jumped across the building, showing his amazing jumping ability, and headed outside Maoyu's city.
After killing Wang Hui and avenging half of his revenge, Qin Hao finally felt at ease and his thoughts became clearer. Now all he has to do is meditate and quietly wait for the end of the world to come. All the way out of Maoyu's city and into a forest in the wild, Qin Hao began to practice meditation and become as strong as possible before the end of the world.
This is what he wanted to do.
At Qin Hao's level, it is very difficult to strengthen even in this period of lack of spiritual energy. For example, Captain Tian Hao has actually been an evolver for 10 years, but in peaceful times, the strength of growth is very difficult, and now he is only at level 1 and 4. Qin Hao started taking the 100-year spirit gathering grass.
There are 10 leaves in the 100-year spirit gathering grass.
He used one to save Ning Shuexin before. When he was practicing the 5 elements spirit art, he used 3 in order to cultivate the power of the 5 elements as quickly as possible. So now he only had 5 blades of centennial spirit gathering grass left. Qin Hao digested a piece of century-old spirit gathering grass blade, and suddenly spiritual energy nearly a kilometer in radius surged towards him.
Qin Hao lay on a branch, silently absorbing the spiritual energy to strengthen himself.
10 days later, Qin Hao used 3 leaves of spirit gathering grass and finally broke through to the 1st and 9th levels, reaching a length of 13 meters. At this time, Xinhao felt that it was difficult for him to make any further progress in size and strength. Xinhao knew that he had reached the limit of his life. Every living species has its limit. Like an ant, it is impossible to grow as big as an elephant. It is only possible to evolve and break through the limits again and again. Xinhao has grown from a little snake to now, and this is the third time he has encountered his own limit. As long as he breaks through the limit of life level, Xinhao can continue to grow and evolve to the second level, but unfortunately, the limit of life is not so easy to break through. In the remaining nearly 20 days, Xinhao took the last 2 leaves of the centennial spirit gathering grass, but he still failed to break through his life limit. We have to wait for the spiritual energy to explode to break through in one fell swoop. Xinhao secretly said that an explosion of spiritual energy is very dangerous, but it is also a huge opportunity. A great burst of spiritual energy will sweep across the world in an instant. If you can resist the great burst of spiritual energy, you will surpass your limits, evolve, and become an evolver. If you cannot withstand it, the genes in your body will collapse and reorganize, turning you into a bloodthirsty person. Zombies. According to Xinhao's understanding, when his spiritual energy bursts out, 70% to 80% of people cannot bear it and turn into zombies. The main factor is physical fitness. The weaker the body, the greater the chance that a person will not be able to bear the spiritual energy burst. Therefore, the elderly and children suffer greatly in this regard. Naturally, Xinhao didn't have to worry that he couldn't withstand the spiritual energy explosion. With his first level and 9th level, he could easily handle it. He needed to use the spiritual energy explosion to break through his own limits. After the great explosion of spiritual energy, the worlds merged, and the remaining worlds merged with the Earth world. From then on, the Earth became nearly 100 times larger, and various monsters also came to the Earth. However, due to the power of the laws of the Earth world, the harder it is for powerful creatures to come, so in the early days of the end of the world, only some low-level alien races will come. Xinhao waited quietly. The time came at noon on July 1st. It was the time when all office workers were getting off work. Xinhao suddenly opened his eyes. Here he comes. Boom! At this moment, a huge roar suddenly resounded between heaven and earth, like thunder exploding, echoing in everyone's mind. A majestic and terrifying spiritual energy emerged from under the earth, above the sky, and in the void, and swept across the world in an instant, like a monstrous wave, or like the Big Bang at the beginning of the universe. It was irresistible. Ah! In Mayu's city, on a bustling street, without warning, everyone was penetrated by the majestic spiritual energy. A man let out a painful roar. He felt that his body was overwhelmed, and there was a wave of energy in his body. There was a sound of shattering, which was because his cells could not resist the burst of spiritual energy and shattered. Ah! The man screamed miserably, blood oozing from his skin, and he knelt on the ground. After a while, he stood up with lifeless eyes, his eyes turned dark red like a beast, and his body swayed as if he had no bones. Walking around in a daze. He was unable to withstand the spiritual energy explosion. He had died, and his cells and genes had undergone unknown changes, turning him into a bloodthirsty zombie. A young boy not far away also roared in pain, but the pain came and went quickly. He looked at his hands in confusion. Between his fingers, a wisp of red flame slowly burned. After surviving the great burst of spiritual energy, oneself will evolve and become an evolver, and a few people will be able to awaken their abilities and become special evolvers. What do you want to do? But it wasn't long before the young man had no time to detect his own changes, because he found 4 people around him staring directly at him, with animalistic gleams in their eyes, as if they were seeing food. Of course, these 4 people were zombies that had failed to evolve. Out of their desire for flesh and blood, they rushed towards the young man crazily, pushed him to the ground, and started biting him crazily. Ah! The boy who had just awakened was not much stronger than ordinary people. Even the zombies produced by the failure of evolution had a physique that was more than 2 or 3 times that of a normal person. The boy had no ability to resist at all, and he screamed in agony as he was bitten. He woke up and was bleeding profusely. Zombies can also evolve. As long as they eat enough food, they can evolve and mutate. If a zombie cannot eat for a long time, its muscles will gradually wither and rot, turning into an ugly appearance of skin and bones. In a building, there were nearly 100 people gathered. These nearly 100 people were members of the alien god guards in Moyue City. They were all evolvers, and Tianhao was among them. What a powerful spiritual energy! Tianhao's eyes flashed with shock. He had been an evolver for 10 years. But at that time, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was thin, and it was extremely difficult to become stronger. But now, the spiritual energy is so abundant that it seems like he can grab one with just one hand. A lot. The so-called disaster is a spiritual energy explosion? Tianhao was a little confused. There had been warnings about the coming disaster, but no one knew what disaster it was. The recovery of spiritual energy between heaven and earth and the integration of all realms were both disasters and opportunities. The road to evolution will begin again in this. The wheel of the great era is coming. Either run faster than the wheel or be crushed by the wheel. There is no other way to choose. Tianhao broke through from the first and fourth levels to the first and fifth levels almost as soon as his spiritual energy exploded, and there is still room for improvement. Compared with ordinary people, these people who have become evolvers before the end of the world, it indeed occupies a huge advantage. And the trees grew crazily like they were on steroids under the burst of spiritual energy. Tianhao didn't have time to care about this. He used the 5 elements spiritual art and the secret spiritual technique, and actively and frantically sucked the huge and violent spiritual energy into his body. Whether he could break through the limit depends on this. A huge amount of spiritual energy poured into Tianhao's body. If an ordinary person dared to do this, his body would explode and die. However, Tianhao has reached the first level limit and is a mutated beast. His physical strength is incomparable to that of ordinary people. How endured it forcefully? Not enough. Not enough. Tianhao's eyes flashed. He had already felt the shackles, and what he had to do now was to break through them. The huge amount of spiritual energy was actively sucked into Tianhao's body, causing him to groan in pain, and his body felt like it was being stretched open. Tianhao has revealed his true body, and his huge 13-meter-long body dances wildly. Tianhao practices the 5 elements fist to speed up the digestion of the spiritual energy in his body. As time passed, Tianhao's eyes became bloodshot. At this moment, Tianhao heard the roar of thunder in his ears. His life limit was exceeded. At the same time, his aura began to surge and entered the second level. Ha ha ha. Success! Tianhao was ecstatic. Purple electric light spurted out from his body, turning the surrounding trees within a radius of 20 to 30 meters into powder. He broke through to the second level, breaking the limit of life, and his own cells began to grow. Began to split, and the strength of the ability also increased exponentially. When the violent spiritual energy slowly calmed down, Tianhao gasped. The great spiritual energy explosion was over. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth had recovered and became abundant, and the next step was the fusion of all realms. Boom! The earth rolled, mountains rose up one after another, large trees exuding a wild atmosphere appeared out of thin air, cracks appeared between the sky and the earth, phantoms appeared, mountains and rivers, strange plants and animals and spaces. There are also small black dots falling from the cracks. Those are monsters from another space. Tianhao looked at the small black dots on the horizon. Each small black dot was a monster. There were goblins, ogres, bloodthorn demons, lemurs. Tianhao even saw a head with the appearance of the West. The dragon is very similar, a terrifying monster covered in scales. With the fusion of all realms, monsters from other worlds will be able to descend to the earth through space cracks. These monsters are wrapped in the power of law and will not be harmed at all even if they descend from an altitude of thousands of meters. While Tianhao was stabilizing the realm he had just broken through, he looked up at the astonishing scene in the sky and on the earth. In his last life, he was panicking and watching the coming of the world like everyone else, at a loss. In this life, Tianhao is unexpectedly calm, and even has a hint of excitement in his heart. This is the worst era, and it is also the best era. Everything has the qualifications to evolve, and it is possible to climb to the top. Countless different worlds have merged with the Earth. The size of the Earth is increasing, and there are a huge number of unknown places on the Earth. According to what Xin Hao knew in the previous life, the Earth's world has become hundreds of times larger, and some dangerous places are simply human. A place that cannot be reached. The fusion of all realms lasted for nearly half an hour. When everything calmed down, the Earth was no longer the original Earth. Xin Hao looked at the scene around him and sighed in his heart. Originally this was just a forest, but now that the worlds have merged, it has turned into an endless forest. Originally, the tallest trees were only 10 meters tall. However, under the great burst of spiritual energy, all the big trees absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy and grew crazily. Big trees 10 meters high could be seen everywhere. Xin Hao even saw them from afar. There is a big tree growing to an exaggerated height of 40 meters. The tree is so thick that it is difficult for several people to hug it. Plants may also mutate into plant-type mutant beasts, but the mutation of plants is 10 times more difficult than that of animals. The big tree that grew to 40 meters during the burst of spiritual energy may become a plant-type mutant in the future. Beast, but now it is just an ordinary tree. The Earth has become 100 times larger. In other words, the area of Moyuat Island has also become 100 times larger. It was originally just an island, but now it may be called a state. According to the chat with Wang Hui in the last life, he once said that there is a big opportunity in Moyuat City, but it will take some time to appear. Xin Hao thought to himself. Xin Hao and Wang Hui used to be teammates, and he had heard Wang Hui talk about Black Moon Island. There were great opportunities on Black Moon Island, and there was even news about Dragon Balls. Li Xianer, Xin Hao's teammate in the previous life, had the ability to reach the controller level and was the strongest among the three. Xin Hao calmed down, swallowed the shadow cat's corpse, and then came to the side of the blood flower. It's a 20-year-old Qi blood flower. Xin Hao judged the year of this Qi blood flower, so Xin Hao swallowed it into the dimensional space. No one can guarantee that he will not be injured. This Qi blood flower is very important for the injury. The recovery effect is very good. This must be a Qi blood flower growing in another world. Xin Hao secretly thought that after the fusion of all realms, some things from the other world will also appear in the Earth, such as the Qi blood flower in front of him. This made Xin Hao's eyes light up. The end of the world has just begun, which means that the elixirs growing in this forest have not yet been mined. He can hunt monsters and pick these elixirs at the same time. As for how to find these elixirs, all you need to do is use spiritual secrets. Usually, the more intense the spiritual energy, the higher the probability of elixirs growing. Xin Hao activated the secret psychic technique and headed towards the center of the forest. This forest is now naturally inaccessible, with only some alien monsters descending in it. A 20-year-old spirit gathering grass. Half an hour later, Xin Hao laughed, a little delighted. He found a 20-year-old spirit gathering grass in a patch of grass. He has used up all the spiritual grass. Xin Hao was hunting for food while looking for elixirs. After the fusion of the worlds, the Earth became hundreds of times larger. This world is no longer the original world. A week later, a strange creature was galloping in the forest. This creature looked like a wolf and a lion, with a pair of thick, sharp fangs. It was a first-order alien monster, the iron-toothed beast. Iron-toothed beasts are a very ferocious alien race. They like to feed on ores, and their teeth can easily crush steel. But at this time, this iron-toothed beast was running away in fear. Click, click, click. The sound of breaking grass and trees was heard, and a terrifying black python crushed and broke the grass and trees. This black python was 16 meters long. What is the concept of 16 meters long? According to records, the largest python in the world is the titanoboa that became extinct tens of millions of years ago, but it is only 15 meters long. Xin Hao's size has exceeded the limit of snakes. In a week, Xin Hao went through a period of rapid growth. His body length grew from 13 meters to 16 meters, much thicker than an adult's thigh, and his strength and speed rose to a new level.
This iron-toothed beast was so frightened that it turned around and ran away when it met Qin Hao. It was 16 meters long and nearly 5 stories high. Obviously, the iron-toothed beast knew that it would be difficult to match Qin Hao with its own strength. But how could Qin Hao let go of his targeted prey? Qin Hao shuttled flexibly among the trees. Although he was large, his speed was much faster than at the first level. He circled past the iron-toothed beast and intercepted the iron-toothed beast. Qin Hao's pressing step by step aroused the iron-toothed beast's ferocity. Its eyes flashed with angry roars, and it strode towards Qin Hao with all 4 limbs. Its bloody mouth opened wide, and its sharp teeth were like hacksaws. Biting towards Qin Hao's 7 inches. Sheila! The iron-toothed beast's attack was very fast, but in Qin Hao's eyes, it was extremely slow. He suddenly moved, and his huge body was winding, making the iron-toothed beast's mouth miss, and its sharp teeth scratched on the snake scales. But it could only make a series of friction sounds, leaving no trace on the scales. Qin Hao's scales are just like armor, hard to be damaged by a sword. Qin Hao's thick and long body was coiled into a snake formation. The iron-toothed beast had a premonition that something was not going to happen, and it wanted to dodge but had no chance. Click, click, click. The snake's body wrapped around the iron-toothed beast's neck, waist and abdomen, tightening suddenly, and a series of bones cracking sounds erupted like fried beans. A 1-meter-long snake entangled a person's arm and made people feel pain. A 3 to 4 meter long python entangled an adult and required 2 or 3 people to help it break free. The unprecedented 16-meter-long snake was if the giant python lives, then there is only one way to die. After crushing all the bones in the iron-toothed beast's body, Qin Hao let go of his body and swallowed the iron-toothed beast into his belly. Since the fusion of the worlds, there has been no shortage of food. Qin Hao secretly thought that it was more difficult for him to hunt before the end of the world. Not every place had enough prey for him, but since the end of the world, everything has been worlds merged, and many alien monsters descended on the earth, allowing Qin Hao to hunt energy-rich food every day. The period of rapid growth after Qin Hao's 3rd evolution has passed. He is now 16 meters long and his strength has been greatly improved. However, after entering the 2nd level, each level of evolution becomes more difficult. Go and take a look deep into this mountain forest. Qin Hao raised his head and looked into the depths of this wild mountain forest. Since the fusion of all realms, the entire Black Moon Island has become 100 times larger, and the outer jungle area has become a wild forest. In the past 5 or 6 days, Qin Hao has been hunting in the outer areas, collecting elixirs by the way. Not only did he spend a period of rapid growth, but he also picked up many practical foundations such as spirit-gathering grass, Yunshan grass, Qi blood flower, etc. Spiritual elixirs. These elixirs would be more effective if they were made into elixirs. However, Qin Hao naturally did not know how to make elixirs and could only swallow them directly. Qin Hao used his spiritual secret technique to discover that the spiritual energy in the deepest part of this wild mountain forest was denser, which meant that it should be more suitable for training and becoming stronger. Qin Hao had not entered it before, but now that he has gone through a period of rapid growth, he wanted to enter it. Find out. Qin Hao walked deep into the wild mountains and forests. As he continued to go deeper, the look of surprise in Qin Hao's eyes became more and more intense. The deeper you go inside, the more intense the spiritual energy becomes. Qin Hao's huge 16-meter-long body swam towards the central area of the mountain range. Many wild beasts along the way trembled and retreated when they noticed the fierce power he exuded. The depths of this mountain range are really weird. Qin Hao walked forward. As he went deeper, the surrounding light seemed to dim. There was a kind of gloom visible to the naked eye that seemed to envelop the place, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Qin Hao can clearly feel the spiritual energy flowing around him. This place is definitely a good place for cultivation. And because of the strong spiritual energy, there are many trees here, and big trees as thick as several people can be hugged can be seen everywhere. Qin Hao even saw a big tree that was nearly 100 meters high. What is the concept of 100 meters high? Based on the fact that one floor is 3 meters high, a 100-meter tall tree is as tall as a 30-story building. You need to look up to see the top. The giant tree seemed to be psychic. Although it looked old and simple,
Xin Hao could feel that the huge tree contained surging spiritual power.
It might have become a mutant plant beast.
You can imagine how terrifying it would be for such a big tree to turn into a mutant plant beast. However, Xin Hao did not smell the smell of blood around this giant
tree. Maybe it has a gentle temperament and does not like killing. How long has this giant tree lived? Xin Hao didn't know.
For safety reasons, Xin Hao chose to avoid the giant tree from a distance. In the central area of the mountain range, the spiritual energy is rich, as if it has turned into mist, and melodious whistling sounds can be heard from time to time. There are a large number of monsters living here, and it is a paradise for monsters. After walking for half a day, Xin Hao's eyes suddenly focused, and in his perception, there was a sound breaking through the air.
Laugh. Xin Hao chose to dodge without hesitation.
With a scoff, a spear made of an unknown tree pierced the air and fell to the ground. The huge force contained in it caused most of the spear to dodge.
Submerged in the land.
There was cold murderous intent in Xin Hao's eyes.
Xin Hao looked up and saw that it was a black ape. This black ape is obviously also a foreign monster.
It has a strong physique, its body is covered with long black hair, and its muscles are like lumps of steel. It is nearly 4 meters tall, and it seems to be able to explode with overwhelming power with every movement.
Second-level alien monster? Xin Hao secretly asked.
Except for Xin Hao, the current mutated beasts native to the Earth that have evolved to the second level are unique, but they are definitely very rare. Therefore, Xin Hao judged that this aura has vaguely reached the second level.
The black ape is an alien monster that descended from another world. Ouch! The black ape did not expect Xin Hao to be so agile and avoided its spear shot.
This made it somewhat disappointed and let out a disappointed cry with its fist hanging down on its chest.
But soon the black ape calmed down its disappointment.
It looked at Xin Hao with cold eyes, opened its mouth, and revealed a pair of ferocious fangs. There were traces of blood on the fangs, as if it had just drank it not long ago.
Blood. This black ape is not a vegetarian. The black ape likes snake meat very much, and snake gallbladder is a great supplement.
And judging from the opponent's size and aura, the evolutionary energy in the body is definitely not bad.
It decided to kill the big black snake and drink its blood.
The black ape nimbly jumped down from a thick branch more than 10 meters high and landed on the ground. Xin Hao looked at it coldly.
This black ape was seeking death. Of course, Xin Hao had to fulfill it. A second-level monster was different from a first-level monster.
Different levels, the evolutionary energy in the body contains more energy. Xin Hao feels that its evolutionary energy should allow him to reach the second level. Xin Hao raised his upper body, held his head high, and his pale golden eyes flashed with cold light. The black ape suddenly moved, its huge body showing extreme flexibility, dragging out afterimages and rushing towards Xin Hao, and raised a fist. He punched Xin Hao brazenly. The fist carries huge power, even if a ball of steel is hit, it will twist and deform. Xin Hao's body moved slightly, his head avoided the punch of the black ape, and his tail whipped out from the side, hitting the black ape's chest.
Boom!
There was an explosion, and the power of Xin Hao's tail was extremely powerful. The 3-meter-high body of the whipped black ape retreated continuously. The skin on the chest cracked, and the oozing blood dyed the hair dark red. With Xin Hao's recent growth, his body has continued to become stronger.
His strength and speed are very terrifying. Even the powerful black ape cannot withstand it.
Black ape looked at Xin Hao in surprise. He didn't expect that he had suffered a big loss in just one meeting, and then black ape became furious. The pain stimulated the black ape, causing its eyes to turn blood red, and it let out an angry roar. A faint black gas filled the whole body, and the muscles swelled, and a terrifying explosive force was brewing. The next moment, black ape stepped on the ground with his legs, and ejected into the air. His 3-meter-high body jumped up, pressing down on Xin Hao like a mountain. He clenched his fists as big as millstones and slammed them down. This time it was confirmed that any flesh and blood body would be beaten to pieces.
Xin Hao's snake body swam and nimbly avoided the black ape's attack range. Boom!
Black ape smashed his fists on the ground, causing the ground to tremble violently.
cracks spread out like spider webs, spreading 7 or 8 meters away. The power of the black ape is truly terrifying, but no matter how powerful it is meaningless if it cannot hit the target. The second-level alien monsters are far from comparable to the previous first-level alien monsters. Even Shinhao must deal with them carefully, otherwise he may be seriously injured or die. Shinhao took advantage of the time when the black ape's old strength was gone and the new strength was not yet regenerated. With the blessing of fire, his tail swept out like a steel whip and struck the black ape on the knees. The knee is one of the most vulnerable parts of the leg. Once injured, it is difficult to stand. Click. Shinhao's tail hit the black ape's knee firmly. The black ape's knee made a cracking sound and was beaten to pieces. The black ape groaned in pain, unconsciously weakened his leg and knelt down on one knee. Come down. Shinhao's head poked out, the snake's mouth opened wide, its sharp fangs flashed with cold light, biting the black ape's neck. The black ape reacted extremely quickly. It endured the pain in its knees and grabbed Shinhao's neck with both hands. It roared and concentrated all its strength on its hands, trying to crush Shinhao's neck into pieces. A huge force squeezed out, causing Shinhao to feel a burst of pain. However, Shinhao's eyes flashed with cold light. Shinhao turned the genetic energy in his body and turned it into dazzling purple thunder and lightning, which was spit out. It was impossible to avoid it at close range. The thunder and lightning enveloped the black ape's head, and it made a shrill scream. He yelled, the hair on his face was burnt, his eyes were blinded by lightning, and his hands loosened unconsciously. Taking advantage of this moment, Shinhao wrapped his snake body around the black ape with his 16-meter-long body, wrapped it tightly, and strangled it with all his strength. Shinhao is huge in size, and his strangulation power is extremely astonishing. He can continuously erupt with tons of strangulation power, and the prey that is entangled has little chance of survival. Click, click, click. There were constant crisp sounds, and the black ape was strangled until all its bones were shattered, and it suffocated to death. It fell to the ground unwillingly, and was strangled by Shinhao. The monsters here are indeed much stronger than those outside. Shinhao said secretly after killing the guy who dared to sneak attack him. There are very few alien monsters encountered outside, and they are basically first-level and low-level alien monsters. Now that we have encountered such a powerful monster at the edge of the central area, it is really hard to imagine what terrifying creatures there are in the central area. Exist. Shinhao swallowed the black ape and digested it slowly. As the black ape was digested, Hao felt that the genetic energy in his body became more abundant. If he could swallow one or two more monsters of the same level as the black ape, he is afraid that he can evolve to the second level and the second level. This is a dangerous death zone, but it's also a paradise to become stronger. After killing the black ape, Shinhao continued to move forward. He activated his spiritual secrets to the extreme and headed towards the direction with the strongest spiritual energy. Under normal circumstances, any living thing will be aware of spiritual energy and will unconsciously gather in the direction with the strongest spiritual energy. Shinhao continued to advance for more than half a day, and encountered several monster attacks on the way. If Shinhao's 16-meter-long body had not exerted great pressure, I am afraid that the number of attacks would have greatly increased. Generally, the monsters would stay away just by seeing Shinhao's size. Ha! Puddle? As he continued to advance, Shinhao saw that the front was surrounded by trees and green grass, and in the center, there was an extremely huge pool. The water in the pool was crystal clear and exuded a kind of aura. The fragrance is extremely attractive, making people salivate when they smell it, and they want to drink it. What a pool with abundant spiritual energy! Shinhao's eyes widened with joy. The clear water in this pool contains a lot of spiritual energy. If it were before the end of the world, it wouldn't be wrong to call the water in this pool a priceless treasure. However, if you drink it for a long time, even people who are born frail and sick can easily live over 100 years old. Of course, the water in this pool is of little use to Shinhao, but this does not prevent him from taking a few sips. Sour, sweet, and delicious. Shinhao leaned over and drank the clear water that contained spiritual energy in the pool. His eyes lit up. Although he had never drank wine,
he could guarantee that the water in this pool was definitely better than anything else. Delicious wine tastes much better. After drinking to his full, Jinhao couldn't help but feel a little strange. Logically speaking, this pool contained abundant spiritual energy and was a good place for training. There should be many monsters gathering there, but he didn't see any monsters around it. Jinhao's heart beat violently, and an extreme sense of danger came over him. His pupils shrank. This danger came from the pool in front of him, but the pool was crystal clear and there was no place where monsters could hide at a glance. Jinhao activated his thermal vision to the extreme, and finally saw a vague shadow appearing in the pool, which made Jinhao's expression change drastically. This blurry shadow was too huge. It looked a bit like a crocodile in shape. It was so dark that it looked like a large submarine. It was bigger than a large truck transporting goods. Damn it, does it have the ability to camouflage or control water? Jinhao felt a little numb. There was a monster in the pool, and it was a super scary monster. However, this monster had the ability to hide itself and could become invisible in the pool. Moreover, his own heat was restrained, so Jinhao, who had thermal vision, had not noticed it before. It was not until Jinhao realized something was wrong that he used his thermal vision to the extreme and could barely see its outline. I am definitely no match. This is probably a third-level alien monster that is about to become a quasi-lord. When the life level reaches the quasi-lord level, it will undergo transformation, which is far beyond the comparison of monsters of the same level. The white giant snake Jinhao encountered in the different space before was very strong, but the strength of the creatures in this pool is still there. Above it, the current Jinhao will definitely not have the slightest chance of defeating it. As for running? Generally speaking, larger creatures will be slower, but only relatively speaking. There is a big difference in level. Jinhao felt that he might not be able to outrun it. Calm down, Jinhao pretended not to notice the creatures in the water, but his eyes were shining with light, and he was thinking of countermeasures. At this time, he could only survive in danger. The huge and exaggerated creature thought that Jinhao had not noticed it, so it approached slowly without causing any shock. It was obviously preparing to get within a certain range and then devour Jinhao in one bite. 10 meters, 5 meters. The giant creature finally approached Jinhao. It suddenly rose up and opened its bloody mouth. It wanted to bite Jinhao's head, tear his head off, or pull him away. He got into the water and had a delicious meal. He had never seen many such big black snakes. With the violent movement, the giant creature retreated from the invisible state. As Jinhao expected, it was a crocodile, an exaggeratedly large crocodile. It was nearly 2 stories high and nearly 20 meters long. It's terrifying when it comes to crocodiles. The largest crocodile on Earth is only 7 meters long. It is like a ferocious beast that has revived from prehistoric times. It has huge dark green scales like shields all over its body, as if it is wearing a thick layer of armor, and there are sharp spines growing on its back and tail. This giant ink-armored crocodile was really terrifying, emitting a monstrous flame. It opened its bloody mouth and bit into Jinhao's head. Jinhao was naturally prepared for this. Although he was frightened by the terror of the giant ink-armored crocodile, Jinhao himself did not stop at all. The moment the giant ink-armored crocodile pounced, he quickly retreated, and at the same time, the power of fire exploded. Stimulate all potentials, the genetic energy surges all over the body, turns into a huge bucket-thick thunder and lightning, and shoots out, aiming at the open bloody mouth of the giant ink-armored crocodile. The ink-armored giant crocodile is covered with huge scales that are as thick as armor. Even the armor-piercing bullets of heavy sniper rifles may not be able to penetrate its scales. When Jinhao saw the huge outline of the ink-armored giant crocodile through thermal vision, then he knew that he had no chance of winning, and it would be difficult to even hurt it. So Jinhao decided to survive in danger. The mouth and internal organs of any monster are very fragile, so Jinhao pretended not to notice the opponent, hoping to force the opponent to attack him with all his strength when he opened his mouth. Boom! The ink-armored giant crocodile obviously did not expect that his whereabouts had been exposed. Jinhao was prepared. This lightning power, which was stronger than the normal second-level strength, exploded ferociously in the ink-armored giant crocodile's bloody mouth. Crackling! The purple electric light danced like a thunder snake, raging in the open mouth of the ink-armored giant crocodile. Even though the ink-armored giant crocodile was physically strong, its fragile mouth was hit by this powerful thunder and lightning, and it screamed in pain. Hold head high. This roar is high, sharp, and extremely penetrating. At close range, it may directly tear people's eardrums. The birds in the forest flutter their wings and fly quickly, and the mutant beasts are even shivering. Who dares to disturb this area? King? They just hope it won't affect them. Boom! The giant ink-armored crocodile fell back into the pool, splashing water waves several feet high. Run! Shinhao's brows jumped, and he turned around and ran away without hesitation, because Shinhao clearly felt that the giant ink-armored crocodile received a lightning attack from his mouth. Not only did his breath not weaken, but it seemed to be angered, and his breath expanded. It's a big piece, it's frightening. This has not evolved to the quasi-lord level, so it's not much different. Shinhao was secretly shocked. After forging his body with purple thunderflowers, the intensity of his lightning ability was also greatly improved. The thunder and lightning was not injured, which was really scary. Roar! What made Shinhao's eyelids jump even more was that the giant ink-armored crocodile's huge forelimbs clung to the edge of the pool. With a strong support, it climbed to the shore. It stared at Shinhao, then moved its limbs and ran towards him. Obviously, Shinhao's oral explosion completely angered the giant ink-armored crocodile. His huge eyes were bloodshot and he would not stop until he tore this hateful big black snake into pieces. Battlegrounds. This little flaming giant ape has a powerful father, so he easily fell into Shinhao's trap without much life and death struggle. Shinhao mobilized the genetic energy without hesitation, and dazzling purple thunder and lightning suddenly came out. Wrapped the body of the little flame giant ape. Crackling! Shinhao's thunder and lightning ability can easily electrocute a tiger to death in a few seconds. This little flaming giant ape is naturally far more powerful than the tiger, but it was also electrocuted so that its whole body twitched, its hair stood on end, and its internal organs seemed to be cracked by the electricity. The little flame giant ape had a ferocious face and used its flame talent with all its strength. Every hair on its body emitted blazing flames that could melt gold and turn iron. It wanted to burn Shinhao to let go of the tail wrapped around its ankles, but Shinhao was able to restrain the little flame giant ape so quickly because of his injuries. How could he give up so easily? Shinhao blessed himself with the power of water and the power of the 5 elements. The power of water cannot directly improve combat effectiveness. What it improves is the resistance to non-physical attacks, especially the fire ability. The power of water also provides the strongest resistance. Shinhao's eyes were filled with fierce light. Even though the little flame giant ape was burning with flames, he not only did not let go of the snake's tail, but instead the whole body was winding up. The flaming giant ape wrapped tightly around him and tightened it hard. Roar! The eyes of the little flame giant ape were red. Under the pressure of death, it exerted its flame ability to the extreme. The crimson flames burned Shinhao's body. Even if the power of water blessed itself, Shinhao felt like he was being roasted, which aroused Shinhao's ferocity, tightening his body crazily and strangulating crazily. Kakaka. Shinhao's strangulation power is terrifying. Even a car can be strangled into a pile of scrap metal. The body of the little flame giant ape groaned under the load, and the bones were split into cracks. Woo! The little flaming giant ape screamed for help, but the volcanic rock wall was thick and the sound could not be transmitted at all. The little flaming giant ape could not break free from Shinhao's restraints. A wave of strong strangulation force made its bones shatter, its eyes were bloodshot, and its body, the flames on the surface, could no longer be maintained. Finally, the flames on the little flame giant ape's body were completely extinguished, and his body fell limply to the ground. Shinhao breathed a sigh of relief and let go of his body, grinning in pain. His body was burned by the flames and his scales were softened. This was the most serious injury Shinhao had suffered since his rebirth. Shinhao gasped in pain as soon as his body touched the ground. In order to win the battle quickly, Shinhao completely risked his life. Fortunately, we won. Qin Hao opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the body of the little flame giant ape from head to toe into the dimensional space of his belly. But suddenly Qin Hao was stunned. He looked at the position of the hole and broke out in cold sweat. At the entrance of the cave, the flame giant ape was also stunned. It happened to see Qin Hao swallow the little flame giant ape whole into his belly. Not good. Qin Hao's eyelids twitched, and he secretly screamed that something was wrong. Does this giant flaming ape walk without making any sound? I happen to be hit hard. Seal. Seal. Qin Hao gritted his teeth and quickly used the seal to shrink his size. However, he had only shrunk to 5 meters in length when the flaming giant ape reacted and let out a roar of grief and murderous intent. Roar! The roar echoed in the lava cave, like thunder exploding, which could make people dizzy. The eyes of the giant flaming ape were red. It didn't expect that it would go out and fight with that hateful crocodile, but it would not win or lose. Ended in a tie. But as soon as he came back, he saw that his son was swallowed whole by a huge black python. This made the giant flaming ape go completely crazy. After roaring wildly, he flew towards Qin Hao and smashed with a huge fist. Down. Before his fist fell, a terrifying blazing wind came over him. Qin Hao knew that in a head-on battle, he was no match for the flaming giant ape that could fight the giant ink-armored crocodile. Qin Hao gritted his teeth and held back the pain all over his body. Feeling the burning pain, the snake slapped its tail on the ground, shrank its 5-meter-long body, jumped back 7 or 8 meters, and jumped onto a huge rock pillar in the center of the magma pool. Boom! The punch hit the ground, causing the mountain rock to crack, and the broken rocks sputtered in all directions like bullets. The failure to hit this damn sun-killing enemy made the flaming giant ape even more murderous. It looked at Qin Hao on the stone pillar. In its own territory, this hateful black snake had no chance of survival, even if it had wings. Hard to fly. Damn it! Qin Hao gritted his teeth and jumped on the rock pillar, trying to stay away from the flaming giant ape. There was hot magma under the rock pillar. If he fell, his steel body would be melted into molten iron and missed in a short time. Call. The flaming giant ape had lived in this cave for 10 or 20 years, and was already familiar with the terrain here. With one step, it jumped 20 or 30 meters away and landed on a thick rock. On the pillar, there was only a dozen meters away from Qin Hao. The corners of the flaming giant ape's mouth made a cruel arc. It opened its mouth, and the flames gathered and compressed. A fireball the size of a bowl was formed, and then it shot out and hit Qin Hao. Qin Hao quickly jumped onto a nearby stone pillar, but the stone pillar where he originally landed was hit by the fireball spitted out by the flaming giant ape. Boom! This bull-sized fireball looks inconspicuous, but in fact it is highly compressed. When it hits the stone pillar, it explodes like a bomb. A huge wave of fire sweeps across, and the entire thick stone pillar explodes. The broken rock blocks fell into the magma pool below, only a few steam drums popped up and then disappeared without a trace. The flaming giant ape opened its mouth and continuously spit out fireballs to attack Qin Hao. Qin Hao had to keep jumping and dodging on the rock platform. The high-pressure fireballs continued to explode, and the rock pillars that Qin Hao was standing on exploded. If hit head-on, this incredibly lethal high-pressure fireball could kill Qin Hao instantly. Damn beast, Qin Hao was shocked and angry. If the flaming giant ape attacked Qin Hao with a wide range of flames like it did when it fought against the ink-armored giant crocodile, Qin Hao would have no chance of evading it. But the flaming giant ape did not do this, obviously not wanting to kill Qin Hao easily, which made Qin Hao extremely angry. Then let's die together. The fierce light in Qin Hao's eyes seemed to have condensed into substance. He would drag the flaming giant ape with him even if he died. The flaming giant ape continued to use high-pressure fireballs to destroy the rock pillar Qin Hao was standing on, preparing to force him into a corner, and then slowly kneaded him. When the flaming giant ape spit out a fireball again and hit the huge rock under Qin Hao when the pillar hit, Qin Hao did not dodge this time. Boom! The moment the rock pillar beneath him was hit by the high-pressure fireball, it exploded into pieces. The flames were soaring and produced a huge impact. At this moment, Qin Hao moved. He used the force of the push from underneath him. jumped up, and rushed towards the flaming giant ape across a distance of tens of meters. If he moved slightly away, Qin Hao would be buried in the sea of fire. Elements. Qin Hao opened his big mouth and bit the cheek of the flaming giant ape. The flaming giant ape was also shocked. It didn't expect that Qin Hao dared to be so crazy. It subconsciously raised its arms to protect its head. Qin Hao bit him on the cheek. On top of its thick arms, the fur and muscles of the flaming giant ape were as hard as steel. Qin Hao used all his strength to let the snake teeth penetrate into it, and his entire body hung on the body of the 15-meter-high flaming giant ape. Qin Hao's pale golden eyes were stained with bloodshot eyes. This flaming giant ape was indeed far more powerful than he was now. Qin Hao could only do everything he could to fight it and die together. Qin Hao unlocked the seal and transformed into a 16-meter-long state. With Qin Hao's current body weight, he weighed more than a ton. His body swayed, causing the flaming giant ape to stumble. He hurriedly stood firm before falling from the rock pillar. Up and down. This guy wants to play. Qin Hao will play something big with him. Qin Hao bit the flaming giant ape's wrist, and his body snaked upwards, wrapping around the upper body of the flaming giant ape. The flaming giant ape also reacted very quickly, inserting an arm between himself and Qin Hao to prevent Qin Hao from choking him. Its neck. The endless strangulation force surged towards the flaming giant ape. The flaming giant ape could withstand it with its body, but it was difficult to break free from Qin Hao's restraints on this relatively narrow stone platform, so the flaming giant ape prepared. Go to the shore first. With its power, as long as it reaches a wide place, it can easily break free from Qin Hao's restraints and twist off his head. So the flaming giant ape changed its direction, exerted force on its feet, and prepared to jump out of the magma pool and reach the shore. Naturally, Qin Hao would not let it go as he wished. When the flaming giant ape jumped halfway, Qin Hao suddenly blessed himself with the power of earth. The weight of his already heavy body increased several times, almost approaching the weight of an elephant. With the strength of the flaming giant ape, it would be no problem to lift a 5 to 6 ton elephant on the flat ground, but in the air, the sudden increase in weight was oppressive and the body of the flaming giant ape sank. The jumping distance was compressed, and it was just 1 or 2 meters away from the shore. It wanted to reach out and grab the stone on the shore, but one arm was bitten by Qin Hao, and the other arm was entangled, and it could not do anything at all. Less than. Roar. The flaming giant ape roared with fear. If it had known to kill Qin Hao directly, this situation would not have happened, but it was already too late for it to regret. The huge bodies of the two giant beasts fell straight down into the hot magma pool below. Plop! The huge bodies of the flame giant ape and Qin Hao fell into the magma pool, and the magma in the magma pool was suddenly stirred up several feet high. Hot, so hot. In just a moment, Qin Hao felt an extreme heat coming. The terrible heat was about to pour into his limbs and bones, and was about to burn him to ashes. Qin Hao used the power of water to the extreme to resist this. The stock is hot, but it is like a drop in the bucket and cannot have much effect. The flaming giant ape let out a miserable scream. Even if it was born with fire attributes, it could fall into a magma pool with a temperature of more than 1,000 and nearly 2,000 degrees. Its fur would be scorched, and its muscles would feel a severe burning sensation, as if its internal organs would be incinerated. Generally, the flaming giant ape struggled crazily, and under the stimulation of pain, it exploded with power beyond its limit, making Qin Hao's uncomfortable body feel as if it was being torn into 2 pieces. The hot magma softened Qin Hao's scales. Is he going to die here? No. Qin Hao was never willing to die like this. He had finally resurrected his life, so how could he die in a place like this? The genetic energy in Qin Hao's body exploded violently, and a huge amount of the power of the 5 elements was extracted from his cells to bless himself. The 5 elements spirit art is a technique inherited from ancient times and has a huge origin. By practicing the 5 elements spirit art to a certain level, you can enter the state of the 5 elements body. Entering the 5 elements body state can be blessed by the 5 powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and will be greatly weakened by all attacks, especially it is almost immune to attacks from the 5 elements. Under the pressure of life and death, Xinhao's cells continuously extracted the power of the five elements. A faint but very heavy brilliance appeared in his body. In this state, Xinhao suddenly felt the surroundings. The temperature of the hot magma dropped dozens of times in an instant. Although it was still hot, like being soaked in boiling water, it was not fatal. The body of the five elements, I have entered the state of the body of the five elements. Xinhao was surprised and happy. He knew that he had entered the state of the body of the five elements. Otherwise, he would not be able to survive at all, and he would be transformed into a corpse in the hot magma. Ash! Puff puff! And Xinhao was wrapped around the body of the flaming giant ape. In the magma pool, the flaming giant ape was struggling crazily, but it was difficult to do anything. The fur on its body was burning and melting. Even if it had the power of fire, it could not do anything. I can't last long in this hot magma. Finally, the flaming giant ape seemed to have lost all its power and fell towards the bottom of the magma pool. Xinhao quickly let go of the flaming giant ape's body. At the same time, he felt that the power of the five elements in his body was almost consumed. 8. Bottoming out soon. Entering the five elements body state consumes too much power of the five elements. Xinhao hurriedly swam towards a rock pillar, endured the burning pain all over his body and wrapped around the rock pillar, climbing upward. Climbing up the rock pillar and getting out of the magma pool, Xinhao gasped for air. At this time, Xinhao had no intact scales on his body. His body was dripping with blood, with large areas of burns, and there was always a burning sensation. Severe pain hit his whole body. His body was in pain, but Xinhao laughed heartily. He survived, and nothing could make him happier than this. Call. At this time, Xinhao's pupils shrank. He saw a huge thing in the magma pool leaping up from the bottom of the magma pool and jumping to the platform outside the magma pool. It was the flaming giant ape. It was not dead yet. And he jumped out of the magma pool and reached a safe place. However, Xinhao soon breathed a sigh of relief, because he felt that the breath of the flaming giant ape had almost completely dissipated, and it was just a flashback. Really? Ouch! The flaming giant ape turned around with difficulty and looked in the direction of Xinhao, but could not see anything at all, because its eyes were burned blind in the magma pool, and its internal organs were poured from its mouth. The magma is incinerated. The flame giant ape is extremely unwilling. It has been fighting various monsters since it was a child, and it has grown to this point. It will not think that it will eventually die in the hands of others, just like the enemies that died in its own hands. Boom! The 15-meter-tall body of the flaming giant ape fell straight down like a golden mountain and a jade pillar. It lost all its vitality and died completely. Ability. If this giant flaming ape is given a few days to eat the mature flowing fire spirit flower, it will inevitably evolve into a quasi-lord level. It will also easily evolve into a true lord level in the future, and it may even be able to touch a higher level. Possible, but there are not so many ifs. It finally died. It died of underestimating the enemy and died of carelessness. Xinhao lay weakly on a rock pillar, with a pool of hot magma beneath him. The pain and weakness throughout his body made him want to close his eyes, but Xinhao knew that if he closed his eyes, he would probably fall asleep. He will never wake up. Xinhao endured the pain and digested the body of the little flaming giant ape in his belly, and began to extract the power of the five elements from the cells, using the power of wood and the power of the five elements to treat his own injuries. The power of the five elements has infinite uses, and the power of wood can greatly increase the recovery speed. A trace of vitality of wood power travels through Xinhao's body, making the wounds on his body seem to be sprinkled with sweet rain, greatly reducing the pain. Xinhao curled up into a ball and quietly healed his wounds on the rock pillar. The injury suffered this time was so serious that there was not a single piece of intact skin on the whole body and the scales were almost melted. Even with Xinhao's current physique and the effect of the power of wood, it took a full week. Time. A week later, Xinhao breathed a long sigh of relief. The old scales on his body were damaged and fell off, but after a week of treatment and digesting the body of the little flaming giant ape to extract energy, Xinhao grew brand new scales. Recovered as before, and successfully evolved to the second and third levels. If you want to evolve rapidly, you can only experience such a life and death battle.
Completely alive.
Xin Hao moved his body and felt that his body was revitalized and full of strength.
He couldn't help but laugh.
This time he experienced life and death and nearly survived. In terms of the results, it was good and worth it. Xin Hao looked toward the central area of the magma pool and checked the status of the flowing fire spirit flower. At this time, the layer of fire clothing on the body of the flowing fire spirit flower was extremely thin, revealing a trace of emerald and ruby-like flowers and leaves.
It is only a few days away from maturity.
The flowing fire spirit flower is a rare and top-quality treasure of heaven and earth. It is 10 to 100 times more precious than the purple thunder flower that Xin Hao ate before.
This flowing fire spirit flower is not native to the earth.
All worlds merged. A large number of worlds merged with the earth as the main body. Therefore, the mountains and landscapes of other worlds and even some plants on them were integrated with the earth. This flowing fire spirit flower from other worlds. The flame giant ape discovered the flowing fire spirit flower in this cave 10 or 20 years ago. However, because it has not matured, it is covered with a layer of fire.
If you dare to eat it, you will be directly burned to ashes, so the flame giant ape simply decided to build his nest in this rocky cave, but it turned out to be an advantage for Xin Hao.
Waiting for the flowing fire spirit flower to mature first, will it allow me to transform again? Xin Hao stared at the flowing fire spirit flower closely, and his heart was extremely hot. The flowing fire spirit flower is not comparable to low-level elixirs such as spirit gathering grass and chi blood flower. Although Xin Hao has only evolved and transformed once recently, if he eats the mature flowing fire spirit flower, he will evolve and transform again.
It's not impossible.
Finally, on the 3rd day after Xin Hao recovered and the 10th day he stayed in the cave, the flowing fire spirit flower finally completed its final transformation, and the fire clothes on its body completely dissipated, revealing its true appearance. This is a red jade-like flower, carefully carved, like the most exquisite work of art, about the size of a palm, with completely restrained heat.
This is the fully mature flowing fire spirit flower. The heat is restrained and becomes gentle, which is relatively easy.
For digestion, if the fire coat on the body does not recede, if you dare to eat it, you are seeking death.
Okay, I'm finally mature.
Xin Hao was delighted. He had been waiting for it for 10 days and finally waited for it to mature. Xin Hao came to the center of the rock pillar, put his head in and swallowed the flowing fire spirit flower. Then he came to the open area on the shore and began to digest the flowing fire spirit flower.
Hot. An extreme heat hit Xin Hao's body. An ordinary person would probably die quickly under this kind of heat.
Fortunately, Xin Hao's body could still bear it, and he began to slowly digest it. The power of fire and my power of 5 elements seems to have reacted with it. Xin Hao suddenly looked a little surprised, because he found that the power of fire and the power of 5 elements seemed to resonate with the flowing fire spirit flower. This surprised Xin Hao, so he extracted the power of fire from the cells, wrapped it around the flowing fire spirit flower, and began to refine it. The original burning sensation subsided, and the medicinal power of the flowing fire spirit flower became milder, flowing all over Xin Hao's limbs and bones,
causing his body to undergo transformation.
As time passed, Xin Hao was delighted. He felt that the cells in his body were dividing. He knew that he was evolving. It was now more than half a month since the end of the world. Xin Hao had just completed an evolution at the beginning of the end of the world.
Now it is less than a month.
With the help of flowing fire spirit flower, he evolved again.
Moreover, what shocked Xin Hao was that this evolution was different from the past.
He felt that there was a fire burning in his body, but it was not painful at all. He saw the fire burning the sky, which seemed to burn everything.
This evolution is very similar to when Xin Hao first evolved and awakened his lightning ability. When he saw flames, did it mean that he was about to awaken his fire ability? The biggest difference between ordinary evolvers and special evolvers is whether they have special abilities. The abilities are innate and fixed. The reason why I awakened the fire ability is because I took the flowing fire spirit flower?
Xin Hao had a clear understanding in his heart. It is usually innate, but it can also be acquired through some heavenly and earthly treasures or some top-quality treasures. However, this is undoubtedly much more difficult. In the previous life, Shinhao had only heard of it, but had never seen anyone acquire abilities through other means. The evolver named Vulcan himself has fire ability, so taking the flowing fire spirit flower greatly strengthened his fire ability. Shinhao did not have the fire ability. He took the flowing fire spirit flower, but he awakened his fire ability. Dual ability evolver? Shinhao couldn't suppress the ecstasy in his heart. Dual ability is not as simple as 1 plus 1. With dual ability, the genetic energy that can be stored in the cells in the body is twice as strong as that of others. This is a huge advantage. Not to mention that as a huge mutant beast, Shinhao can store much more genetic energy than ordinary human evolvers. The genetic energy is huge, the ability to display is stronger, and there is no need to worry about consuming it. This is a huge advantage. Click, click, click. The muscles and bones in Shinhao's body trembled, and cracks appeared on the surface of his body. He shed his skin again and evolved a new time. 3 days later, Shinhao completed another transformation. He opened his mouth and faced the magma pool below, spitting out blazing red flames. Just as Shinhao expected, he successfully digested the flowing fire spirit flower and gained the ability to fire. Water and fire are both the source of life. In ancient times, humans relied on fire to drive away wild animals, roast food, and fill their stomachs. It can be said that human civilization is inseparable from fire. Flame and Shinhao's previous thunder and lightning abilities both belong to the natural system. Fire abilities are not as rare as thunder and lightning abilities, but they are also very powerful abilities. There will be several top 100 evolutions on the world's top 100 battle lists in later generations. All have the ability of fire. Wait, it seems that the 5 elements spiritual art I have been practicing can cooperate with the fire ability. At this moment, Shinhao suddenly felt something in his heart. He felt that the flame ability and the firepower in his 5 elements spiritual art could complement each other. Can I use the power of fire to bless flame abilities? Shinhao's eyes lit up. The power of the 5 elements can bless himself. Can it bless the abilities of corresponding attributes? Just as he thought, Shinhao gathered flames, and at the same time, the power of fire in his body exploded, empowering his flame ability. Something happened that shocked Shinhao. He only felt that the intensity of his flame ability was increasing exponentially. Call. When it grew to a certain level, Shinhao felt uncomfortable and unhappy. He spit out a mouthful of flames that reached the top of the cave. The crimson flames seemed to have turned into substance, covering an area of tens of meters above the cave like an overwhelming sky. Within this range, stone pillars with extremely high heat resistance began to slowly melt. The terrifying temperature caused the temperature in the already extremely hot cave seems to have risen a lot. Is this the ability to reach the controller level? Shinhao's eyes showed ecstasy. There are different levels of ability. Flame ability and flame controller ability. Although they are the same ability, but the power and effect are not at the same level at all. The power of fire can strengthen the ability of fire, greatly increasing its power. Even if it is not to the level of a flame controller, it is definitely not far away. What a wonderful 5 elements spiritual art. Perhaps this is the real purpose of the 5 elements spiritual art. It can strengthen the abilities related to the 5 elements. Shinhao exclaimed. This 5 elements spiritual art is definitely a top-notch technique passed down from ancient times. It can make the firepower explode. The lethality is close to the level of a flame controller. How terrifying would it be if you could have the 5 abilities of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth at the same time, and then strengthen them with the power of the 5 elements? Thinking about it is exciting, but Shinhao also knows that this is too difficult. He was lucky enough to get a flowing fire spirit flower to control the ability of fire. It is difficult to master the 4 abilities of metal, wood, water, and earth. Sky. I'm so hungry, I need to eat quickly. Shinhao felt waves of hunger coming over him. He evolved again. He entered a period of rapid growth and needed a lot of food to grow quickly. Xin Hao saw the huge ape corpse next to him. It was the corpse of the flaming giant ape. Xin Hao had been keeping it in order to replenish energy after it had evolved. Xin Hao opened his mouth wide and exaggeratedly swallowed the flaming giant ape, which was much larger than him, and began to digest it. The flame giant ape is an extremely powerful alien monster. It is only a matter of time before it evolves into a quasi-lord. The evolutionary energy contained in its body is also extremely amazing. The digestion process is destined to be long, but the benefits obtained are also huge. 2 days later, with enough energy support, Xin Hao grew to 18 meters long. 5 days later, Xin Hao's body length officially exceeded 20 meters, and he also evolved to the 2nd and 4th levels. On the 10th day, the entire huge flaming giant ape was digested by Xin Hao along with the evolutionary energy in his body. At this time, Xin Hao's body length reached 22 meters and he had evolved to the 2nd and 5th levels. And at this time, Xin Hao still felt that his period of rapid growth was not over yet. He still had room for improvement, but he needed enough food. Xin Hao took one look at this huge cave, left the place where he had stayed for nearly a month, and headed outside to start hunting more food. In the wild jungle, a 5-meter-long tiger was lying lazily on the ground basking in the sun. The sunlight passed through the forest leaves and shone on its body, giving it a warm feeling. This giant pattern tiger is a mutated beast native to the earth. Before the end of the world, it was so old that it couldn't even defeat a leopard, and it became very difficult to hunt. But a month ago everything was different. The merging of all realms and the arrival of the end of the world shocked and frightened the giant pattern tiger, but then he discovered something very gratifying. His old body became younger, and his strength also increased exponentially. Although the surrounding environment has also changed, and there are some strange creatures that it has never seen before, they have all become its food, and now it has become the overlord of this area. Naturally, the pattern giant tiger didn't know that it evolved and became a mutated beast due to the explosion of spiritual energy, so its old body could regain its vitality. The tiger is the king of beasts. A single slap from an unmutated tiger can have the power of a meal. It is much stronger than any boxing champion. If those boxing champions face a tiger with bare hands, they will definitely not be able to compare. Ordinary people last longer. Ordinary tigers are so powerful, let alone evolved and mutated tigers, which are absolutely terrifying. However, at this time, the pattern giant tiger suddenly frowned. It smelled a strange smell, and its ears sensitively caught the sound of broken branches, which made it understand that it had encountered other guys again. Since the world had changed drastically a month ago, later, there were all kinds of weird and overestimating guys who wanted to challenge it, but they all became its food. The giant pattern tiger was dissatisfied with being interrupted from his nap, and he got up immediately, but it was okay, it was lunchtime. However, when it looked towards the place where the sound came from, the pattern giant tiger was completely shocked. It saw a giant snake, a terrifyingly big snake. The pattern giant tiger encountered a creature like a python a long time ago and turned it into its own food. However, the python it encountered was only less than 4 meters long. The size of the black giant snake in front of it makes his scalp numb. The tail is hidden among the trees and cannot be seen, but the diameter of the body is more than half a meter. From this, it is estimated that the length of this giant snake is at least 20 meters. This was undoubtedly terrifying. The scalp of the pattern giant tiger was numb, and it let out a low roar. It stared at Xin Hao closely, revealing the sharp teeth at the corners of its mouth, trying to make Xin Hao retreat. The pattern giant tiger could instinctively sense the threat from Xin Hao, which made it, as the king of beasts, extremely fearful. It did not want to be an enemy and only hoped that Xin Hao would retreat when he saw the difficulty. This pattern giant tiger has a really high degree of evolution. Xin Hao was also quite surprised. The pattern giant tiger in front of him had enough spiritual energy in his body. According to Xin Hao's estimation, it had reached the level of first order 89th level. Now the end of the world has arrived. Within a month, some mutated beasts native to the earth gradually grew up. You must know that one of the overlords of the earth's world in later generations will be mutant beasts.
Some Beast King level mutant beasts are even called overlords on land. It is not a problem to slaughter an entire city in a rage. Unfortunately, Shinhao was too far ahead of the giant tiger with this pattern, and he was not prepared to let go of this delicious food. Call. Shinhao moved, and a snake's tail seemed to come out of the clouds and swept towards the giant pattern tiger. Shinhao's size is too huge. The eating in the past few days has ended his rapid growth period after evolution, but his size has also reached 25 meters in length. This has surpassed the big white snake he encountered in another space. Being huge means being powerful to a certain extent. For example, boxing matches are divided into weight classes because the advantage brought by weight is too great. If they are not in the same weight class, it means they are not in the same weight class. Fair. Small monsters are not necessarily weak, but large monsters are usually very strong. After 4 evolutions, Shinhao finally evolved from a small snake to a giant beast. The power of this tail was so terrifying that the pattern giant tiger did not dare to take a direct hit. It stepped on the ground with its limbs, dragging an afterimage of its body and jumped 7 or 8 meters away, avoiding the attack of Shinhao's tail. Bang bang bang! In a series of explosions, Shinhao's snake tail smashed and broke 3 large trees half as thick as a man. The trees collapsed and fell to the ground with a loud rumbling sound. This terrifying power made the pattern giant tiger's scalp numb. If it was hit, it would have broken bones and tendons and lose its fighting ability. The pattern giant tiger quickly made a decision: run away. As the king of beasts, it was humiliating to make the decision to escape, but it was self-evident which one was more important, dignity or life. The pattern giant tiger turned around and ran away. Its 5-meter-long body fled towards the distance with afterimages at an exaggerated speed. It has speed ability? Shinhao was not surprised when he saw this scene. It is normal for it to evolve to this level at this stage and have special abilities. The speed ability can increase the movement speed and recovery speed. It is a fighting ability. The pattern giant tiger can use the speed ability to escape very fast, but it is impossible to escape from Shinhao. Electric light bloomed on Shinhao's body, and his entire huge body turned into a purple lightning. In a few breaths, he got closer to the pattern giant tiger. Stimulating himself with lightning abilities can also achieve the effect of increasing speed and strength. Shinhao caught up with the escaping pattern giant tiger in less than 10 seconds. The snake's body snaked around the side of the pattern giant tiger and bit into its neck. The pattern giant tiger was shocked. It didn't expect that there was a living thing. Faster than myself. At the critical moment, the pattern giant tiger raised its huge palm and slapped Shinhao's head viciously, trying to deflect the bite of Shinhao's head. The palm slap of an ordinary tiger could reach 1 ton, let alone the pattern is like a giant tiger. Boom! However, the pattern giant tiger slapped Shinhao on the head, and he felt a huge repulsive force that made its tiger claws ache. Shinhao's attack was not hindered at all, and he bit the thick pattern giant tiger in one bite. The snake's neck was pierced with snake fangs, and the snake's mouth was biting tightly. Snakes are not known for their bite force, but Shinhao's bite force is also several tons. Click, click, click. The fragile neck of the pattern giant tiger was bitten to pieces by Shinhao, making a series of bone explosion sounds. The pattern giant tiger continued to slap Shinhao's body and head with its claws, and the friction between the sharp claws and the scales caused bright sparks. But this doesn't change anything. Half a minute later, the pattern giant tiger completely choked and died. Shinhao swallowed it into his belly and digested it quietly. The 5-meter-long giant tiger provided a huge amount of energy. When the digestion was completed, it was already afternoon. Shinhao left this place and went to other areas. He calculated the time in his mind and decided that it was time to leave this wild mountain forest. Shortly after Shinhao left, a group of people approached cautiously outside the territory of the pattern giant tiger. There were 5 people in this group, all wearing distinctive black combat uniforms, and they looked very organized and disciplined. Let's start, lure the damn tiger out and kill it. Its evolutionary energy must contain huge energy. A tall and thin man licked his lips and held a huge sword in his hand. Don't be careless. Last time we entered this place by mistake,
our team was attacked by this giant tiger, but several people died on the spot.
We are ready this time and we must make it look good. The other one was holding a shield.
The tall man said lightly, his eyes full of hatred. The last time the 5 of them and some others entered this mountain forest to explore, they encountered many monsters. Fortunately, they were all evolvers and were not weak in strength. This allowed them to overcome obstacles along the way, but in the end they were attacked by a patterned giant tiger. Several companions were killed without warning. It was not until today that they regrouped and came to the mountain forest again after getting ready.
Firstly, it's for revenge, and secondly, it's to hunt monsters and obtain evolutionary energy to strengthen yourself. Zhang Zhe, use your detection ability to see if it is nearby. When it comes out, I will shoot its head off.
A young man with a face full of arrogance said lightly. He took off the box on his back and put it in his head. Open the box and quickly assemble the parts one by one to form a black sniper rifle that is nearly 1 meter long. The Thor 1 sniper rifle uses 9.50 mm caliber bullets, and its penetrating power is strong enough to penetrate some light tanks from the previous World War II. This Thor 1 sniper rifle was made by an arrogant young man at the cost of the evolutionary energy of 10 first-order monsters. In exchange for it from the military in Mayua City, he believed that even if the giant tiger had evolved to a level close to the 2nd level, he could blow its head off with one shot.
The arrogant young man was looking for a sniping point.
The man named Zhang Zhe was a young man. He nodded shyly, okay, Brother Wang. Zhang Zhe is a special evolver who has awakened special abilities. Logically speaking, his status should be very high in the team. However, he has awakened perception-based abilities, which do not add much to combat effectiveness, so he only serves as a scout or scout in the team. The role of the scout. The tall man holding the shield set out the mission with a serious look on his face. That giant pattern tiger is very powerful. If the fight breaks out, Zhang Zhe will be there to restrain it.
I will resist it. Wang Xing, look for an opportunity. Shoot to death.
Facing a monster of this level, no one dares to be careless. Zhang Zhe activated his detection ability, his eyes turned white, and he looked towards the woods. His detection ability could see the fluctuations of life, and thus detect the location of the target. But after waiting for a long time, Zhang Zhe scratched his head and said with some anxiety, Captain Wang, that colorful giant tiger doesn't seem to be in this forest.
Could it be that it went out to look for food?
The captain of this team, Wang Gang, had been a mercenary and had considerable experience in field combat. Hearing this, the tall man Wang Gang muttered, go in and take a look.
Since it's not here, we can ambush it in its lair and catch it off guard.
A group of 5 people entered the woods, and Zhang Zhe turned on his perception ability to the extreme, always paying attention to the movements around him, but suddenly the tall and thin man exclaimed, look over there. Everyone looked in the direction pointed by the tall and thin man, and couldn't help but be stunned. In the distance, 3 large trees half as thick as a man were broken, and the surrounding vegetation was flattened. There were very obvious marks on the ground. Here. There seemed to be a battle, not between monsters and humans, but between monsters and monsters. This seems to be a snake-like monster. It can be 3 such thick trees with one tail. And judging from the traces on the ground, this python must be more than 10 meters in size.
Wang Gang observed the situation in that place and couldn't help but collapse.
Take a breath of air.
Could it be that the giant tiger fought with a snake monster and was eaten? Zhang Zhe guessed.
The others also looked at each other, with a trace of fear on their faces. The giant tiger disappeared, and the surroundings there was no blood, so it was most likely swallowed whole by the snake monster. The arrogant young man said coldly, the giant tiger is nearly 5 meters long.
How big is the snake that can swallow it in one bite? Don't scare yourself. The colorful giant tiger may be chasing the python. Let's take a look around.
The arrogant young man had just received a new weapon, but he was not willing to leave just like that.
Xin Hao naturally didn't know what was happening here.
He was wandering slowly in a mountain forest at this time, looking for possible prey. Since the death of the flame giant ape, he replaced the flame giant ape and became the master of this mountain forest.
Xin Hao was suddenly startled. He looked up and saw a ball of extremely hot heat in the distance. He had only seen this level of heat twice in this wild forest, once from the flaming giant ape, and once from the flaming giant ape. It was the giant ink-armored crocodile. Now that the flaming giant ape was dead, the extremely hot mass of heat that appeared in Xin Hao's thermal vision could only be the giant ink-armored crocodile. Xin Hao can be said to have great hatred for the giant ink-armored crocodile. He was almost attacked by the giant ink-armored crocodile at that time. If he had not noticed it early, he would have become the food of the giant ink-armored crocodile and was hunted down all the way. Almost died. Xin Hao's eyes burned with boiling fighting spirit. A month ago, he was chased by this giant and wished he could grow 2 legs. However, now that he has completed an evolution, it is no longer the same. He wants to snow former shame, complete revenge. The giant ink-armored crocodile obviously sensed a powerful aura here, which made him very confused. With such a powerful aura, could there be other creatures besides that abominable monkey? Immediately, the eyes of the giant ink-armored crocodile flashed with bloodthirsty light. At its level, the food it needs for every meal is staggering. To evolve and become stronger, it requires a lot of energy. Since unknown powerful creatures have appeared, then go over and turn him into food. The giant ink-armored crocodile was preparing to go towards Xin Hao, but what the giant ink-armored crocodile didn't expect was that Xin Hao actually took the initiative to come towards it. This made the giant ink-armored crocodile murderous. He dared to come up to him even though he was escaping. This was a provocation to him. Ha, I didn't expect it to come so soon. Xin Hao saw the giant ink-armored crocodile approaching the terrifying body that was 2 stories high and 20 meters long. His heart boiled with fighting spirit. Different from the last time, this time he died and escaped. It won't be him. The ink-armored giant crocodile was also a little surprised when it saw Xin Hao. It recalled what happened a month ago. Could this giant snake with a body length of 25 meters be the black snake that dared to step into its lair at that time? In just 1 month, the other party has grown to this point. You must know that it took 20 or 30 years for the giant ink-armored crocodile to grow to its current size in its own world. Of course it doesn't know that the current fusion of the worlds is both a disaster and a new era. Creatures that have reached their limits in the past will have the possibility of breaking through their limits and evolving to a new level. The ink-armored giant crocodile is huge, with thick fangs standing in its mouth, flashing with cold light, and covered with dark green scales like heavy armor. It feels like a prehistoric ferocious beast has been resurrected. I am afraid it is an overlord. Even if a dragon encounters such a terrifying beast, it will be reduced to food. Xin Hao, on the other hand, is 25 meters long and more than half a meter in diameter. His body is covered with scales the size of a fist. There are traces of electric light and fire beating in each black scale. He can explode with any movement that will destroy the world. Like thunder and fire. The ink-armored giant crocodile looked at Xin Hao, a pair of dark yellow eyes full of desire for food. Such a big python was enough for it to eat for a long time, and Xin Hao's level of evolution was very high. The ink-armored giant crocodile felt that swallowing Xin Hao himself may be able to evolve and break through the limits that he has not been able to break through for so many years. It couldn't help but its eyes were full of hotness and desire, and viscous liquid dripped out of its big mouth. Hiss! Hold head high! The 2 giant beasts faced off for half a minute, and roared at the same time. Xin Hao's roar was extremely penetrating, as if it could penetrate the soul, while the roar of the giant ink-armored crocodile was like thunder, spreading for miles. The birds and beasts in the forest were so frightened that they trembled. Call! Coincidentally, the 2 attack each other at the same time, and the battle begins. This battle will determine who is the overlord of this wild forest, and the loser will become the opponent's food. Without any fancy tricks, Xin Hao and the ink-armored giant crocodile charged towards each other, colliding together in the most primitive way, heads colliding with heads. This was a showdown of brute force. Boom! There was a muffled thunderous explosion in the air, and the heads of the 2 giant beasts collided. Their scales rubbed against each other, and a huge spark exploded. The 2 refused to retreat, and the huge force caused cracks in the ground to crack. What a power! Xin Hao was secretly surprised. The power of this giant ink-armored crocodile was too terrifying. The head-on collision made Xin Hao's eyesight go dark. The ink-armored giant crocodile also felt uncomfortable. It felt as if Xin Hao's head was as hard and heavy as a hammer, and the impact made its brains tumble. Xin Hao endured his headache. The fierce light in his eyes seemed to have condensed into substance. He opened his huge mouth and bit into the throat of the giant ink-armored crocodile. The giant ink-armored crocodile was covered in thick scales, but the scales on the neck joints were very thin. Xin Hao has evolved 4 times, and his snake teeth have also evolved to be as long and sharp as a sword. They have super armor-breaking capabilities and can easily tear steel. In Xin Hao's snake fangs, dazzling purple thunder and lightning flashed, and venom was brewing. As long as it penetrates into the target's body, it can make the target lose its combat effectiveness in a short time. The ink-armored giant crocodile was very agile. It moved its head to avoid the bite, and twisted its body, and a huge tail covered with barbs viciously slapped Xin Hao's head. Boom! The power of this tail was terrifying. Xin Hao's snake scales that could withstand bullets were split into cracks and blood seeped out. However, Xin Hao did not show any weakness. He pulled out the snake tail diagonally and stabbed it diagonally. It was the most explosive among the 5 elements fists. The artillery fist was unleashed, and the tip of the snake's tail angrily hit the lower jaw of the giant ink-armored crocodile. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and the scales on the lower jaw exploded from Xin Hao's violent beating. The fragments of the scales were mixed with blood splashing, and the jawbone seemed to be broken. Asking for favorites and recommendation votes. The ink-armored giant crocodile was extremely frightened. Even in the battle with the flaming giant ape, it rarely bled or suffered injuries. Its defense was the thing it was most proud of, but now it was beaten by Xin Hao. The scales were cracked, and although it could only be considered a minor injury, it also made its eyes bloodshot and it became crazy. Roar! The roar of the giant ink-armored crocodile shook the surrounding leaves and fell. Its huge body rose slightly, as if it was lifted up by human power. It leaned forward and slapped Xin Hao with its 2 huge claws. In terms of tonnage, the giant ink-armored crocodile is far superior to Xin Hao. With its body weight and strength, the lethality burst out will be extremely shocking. Xin Hao chose to avoid the sharp edge temporarily and avoided the attack of the giant ink-armored crocodile. Boom! The giant ink-armored crocodile pressed its huge claws against the ground, and it was like a bomb buried in the ground exploding. Earth and rocks rose into the sky, and 2 huge cracks spread out for a distance of 10 to 20 meters. This kind of force is afraid that even the hard even steel can be completely twisted out of shape. At this time, a group of people in the distance were approaching cautiously. What happened in the front? This group of people was Wang Gang and others who came to seek revenge on the striped giant tiger. They were extremely frightened at this time. Even though they were far away, they could hear the sounds and roars of the battle here. They could all hear the neighing sound clearly, and they were attracted to it. On a higher hillside, Wang Gang and others looked into the distance and suddenly took a breath of air. Is this the Jurassic resurrected? The tall, thin man carrying a sword on his back exclaimed. The size of both Xin Hao and the ink-armored giant crocodile exceeded their understanding, and they were definitely giants. And Zhang Zhe was even more frightened. In his perception, both Xin Hao and the giant ink-armored crocodile exuded a ferocious aura that was almost condensed into substance, as if it could incinerate people. Generally. Could it be that the giant tiger was eaten by this giant python? Zhang Zhe guessed that they had not found the whereabouts of the colorful giant tiger before, and thought that they might have gone after a snake monster, but now they are here. It turned out that it was not the colorful giant tiger that was chasing its prey, but that it was swallowed alive by the huge and exaggerated black snake in front of him. In front of Xin Hao and the ink-armored giant crocodile, the colorful giant tiger was as incomparable as a kitten. A monster of this level is definitely a second-level monster or above. At this stage, the only people who can kill monsters of this level are the Black Moon City military and the ability god guards. The arrogant young man's eyes were blazing. He stroked the heavy sniper rifle on his back, feeling a little excited.
If he can hunt monsters of this level, the evolutionary energy he obtains will allow him to quickly advance to the second level, and even become famous and join the alien God Guard.
Don't act rashly.
Wang Gang quickly stopped the arrogant young man.
If he attracts the attention of the two giant beasts, none of them will be able to leave alive.
I understand. The arrogant young man chuckled. An excellent hunter must know the right time to take action. If both of these two giant beasts are harmed, they will both benefit. Xin Hao and the ink-armored giant crocodile didn't know that a group of human evolvers were already watching in the distance.
Even if they knew, they wouldn't care. At this time, they were locked in a life-and-death fight.
The giant ink-armored crocodile swung its giant steel tail and struck Xin Hao one after another. Xin Hao showed no sign of weakness. The power of gold blessed the snake's tail, which had a faint metallic color, and used the wooden element, which is the most powerful among the 5 elements. With a fist, the snake's tail dragged up after images and rushed forward.
Bang 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 bang.
2 huge tails collided one after another, and there were deafening explosions. There were ripples in the air. A group of people in the distance were stunned. This kind of fight between giant beasts that they saw with their own eyes was comparable to the special effects in blockbusters. The effect is shocking 10 times or 100 times. I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand their attack for even one round. Wang Gang held the huge shield and felt that his palms were sweaty. He doubted that his shield would be able to withstand such an attack. The shot was torn apart. After digesting the flowing fire spirit flower, Xin Hao completed his evolution and his body was greatly strengthened. Not to mention the blessing of golden power, his tail was even more terrifyingly hard.
Bang bang bang. After collisions, the giant ink-armored crocodile was a bit overwhelmed.
Its tail was covered with barbs. Logically speaking, it would not lose in such a duel, but in the collisions, the scales on its tail cracked and the barbs were destroyed. It was cut off and blood flowed. On the other hand, Xin Hao was not hurt at all, which made it a bit unbelievable.
Roar! The giant ink-armored crocodile was enraged.
It suddenly opened its bloody mouth, gathered the genetic energy in its body, and spit out a compressed water column with a diameter of 1 meter, bombarding Xin Hao.
Boom! Xin Hao's snake body moved to avoid the power attack of the giant ink-armored crocodile.
The water column bombarded the ground, causing the earth to violently sink into a deep pit several meters in diameter. The ability of this giant ink-armored crocodile to control water was very terrifying. The water jet it spits out is even more lethal, weighing over 10,000 kilograms.
Boom boom boom.
The giant ink-armored crocodile continued to exert its ability to control water, spitting thick water columns one after another.
Water molecules in the air condensed into foot-long water arrows, which continued to cover Xin Hao.
Thick water jets swept away, blasting and breaking nearby large trees. It was like a flash flood, and the power of God was difficult to resist.
Clang clang clang. The lethality of the water arrows is far greater than that of real arrows.
They can penetrate the armor, and when they land on Xin Hao's body, a series of gold and iron sounds erupt.
Can the ability to control water also unleash such terrifying lethality? Wang Gang and the other 5 people gasped.
They had also seen evolvers with water attribute abilities, but most of them could only be used for assistance and were not very lethal. But the ability of this giant ink-armored crocodile to control water is astonishingly lethal. A column of water can blast a car into pieces, and some of it will be crushed into pulp if it touches it with its body.
This is the benefit of being large.
With a large body, you are powerful, and the genetic energy stored in the body is far greater than that of small creatures.
An ordinary second-level evolver would definitely not be able to do something like the giant ink-armored crocodile.
With a large-scale crazy attack, the genetic energy will be exhausted quickly and it will be too much to bear.
Ability attack? I have one too. Xin Hao sneered.
Speaking of special abilities, he also has them, and there are more than one. The genetic energy in Xin Hao's body gathered, and he opened his mouth suddenly, spitting out dark purple thunder, which distorted the space and struck the body of the giant ink-armored crocodile.
Crackling.
The lightning flashed and the thunder and lightning overflowed, causing small craters to be blasted out of the earth. The thunder and lightning wrapped around the body of the giant ink-armored crocodile, causing it to scream in pain, and its eyes were red.
Overlord Qin Hao has dual abilities.
He can store twice as much genetic energy in his body as monsters of the same level. Coupled with his huge size, when it comes to the power of genetic energy, he can dominate a giant ink-armored crocodile. However, the giant ink-armored crocodile is too strong, and Qin Hao's lightning ability can only make it suffer, but it is not enough to cause fatal damage to it.
Then try my fire abilities.
When Qin Hao saw this, a strange look appeared in his eyes.
He rarely used this newly acquired fire ability to fight against enemies. Call.
The flames gathered in Qin Hao's mouth, which shocked the group of people on the hillside in the distance.
A mutant beast with dual abilities?
Among the hundreds of thousands of evolvers in Black Moon City, they have only heard that there are dual ability evolvers among the Ishin Guards. They have received key training from the entire organization and are famous powerful evolvers throughout Black Moon City. They had never heard of a mutant beast with dual abilities. Maybe this was not a mutant beast, but a monster that came from a foreign world. Otherwise, how could it have reached such an extent in such a short period of time?
Flame? A look of disdain flashed in the eyes of the giant ink-armored crocodile.
The giant flaming ape also has powerful fire abilities, but for the giant ink-armored crocodile that has the ability to restrain fire, the flames cannot hurt it at all. But soon the giant ink-armored crocodile realized that I was wrong, so wrong. Qin Hao used the power of fire to increase his flame ability. The original red flame turned into deep red, just like the color of magma, and the heat increased exponentially, causing all the water molecules in the air to be completely evaporated.
It became hot and dry.
As for the giant ink-armored crocodile, its pupils shrank, and the temperature of the flames gave it an extreme sense of threat.
Call. Qin Hao spit out monstrous crimson flames.
With the blessing of the power of fire, its power was close to the level of a flame controller. It covered an area of tens of meters with the giant ink-armored crocodile as the center.
Ouch!
The giant ink-armored crocodile screamed in pain. Being in this sea of fire made it feel like it had entered a hot hell. The pieces of hard scales covering its body had a tendency to melt in this terrifying high temperature. Qin Hao has also experienced the pain of being burned by flames. Naturally, the giant ink-armored crocodile will not stand there and let Qin Hao burn it. A layer of water flow shield is formed on its body surface, and its limbs move toward Qin Hao, trying to fight. He fought in close combat to prevent him from using his fire ability.
Knock it down in one go.
Naturally, Qin Hao would not be afraid. His blood was boiling in his heart. He wanted to kill the guy who chased him a month ago. He wanted to kill him on the spot. Qin Hao bounced on the ground, and the entire huge snake body jumped more than 10 meters high. A snake tail shone with an earthy color. Blessed by the power of earth, the huge snake tail faced the rushing Mo like a hill.
The giant crocodile with armor smashed it down on its head. The giant crocodile with black armor didn't expect Qin Hao's move and was hit hard. Boom!
The power of the tail combined with the weight of the explosion was too terrifying. The scales on the head of the giant ink-armored crocodile were torn apart, and blood flowed like water. His limbs went limp, and his huge body pressed heavily on the ground, pressing the ground to the ground. A pit with a diameter of 20 to 30 meters sunk down. The giant ink-armored crocodile immediately got up and opened its big mouth full of fangs to bite Qin Hao's throat.
Snapped.
However, Qin Hao had already nimbly avoided it and slapped it on the cheek with his tail, making its scales fly and make it dizzy.
5 Elements Fist.
Qin Hao fought fiercely with the giant ink-armored crocodile. Qin Hao used the 5 Elements Fist he practiced, whipping the snake's tail and hitting the snake's body.
His whole body turned into a weapon without any flaws.
He beat the giant ink-armored crocodile back again and again, and was completely trapped.
Downwind.
Wang Gang and others were stunned. This giant snake seemed to have transformed into a martial arts master, beating the fierce ink-armored giant crocodile completely with every move. The arrogant young man's face turned pale. He originally thought that both giant beasts would be harmed and he and others would take advantage. It turned out that he had thought too much. This giant ink-armored crocodile that looked more ferocious was actually no match for the black giant snake. Being hung up and beaten one-sidedly, let alone taking advantage at this time, if you dare to take action, you will definitely face a life-or-death situation. It's going to escape. Zhang Zhe lowered his voice and everyone else looked at it. Sure enough, the giant ink-armored crocodile was beaten by Qin Hao until its scales cracked. Although it didn't want to admit it, it also knew that it was indeed no match for the black snake that it had chased all over the mountain a month ago. The giant ink-armored crocodile turned around, swept out with its tail, and cut off a large tree that was as big as a person's arms. The tree fell between Qin Hao and it, blocking Qin Hao's pursuit. Then the giant ink-armored crocodile ran away. He ran wildly and actually escaped. Evolving to the level of the ink-armored giant crocodile, it is easy to defeat it, but the difficulty of killing it will be greatly increased. If you can't beat it, you will run away. This is normal, and it is not like the bosses in the game who just stand and wait to be killed by the player. Run? Qin Hao didn't hesitate at all. He smashed the big tree blocking the road and chased after him. Things were turning, and now it was his turn to chase him. Captain, let's leave quickly. There are monsters of this level in the forest. At this stage, I am afraid that only powerful thermal weapons can kill them. The tall and thin man looked at the captain Wang Gang. Wang Gang also nodded solemnly, leave as soon as possible. The arrogant young man was a little unwilling, but he also knew that if he dared to stay any longer, his life would be in danger. The five of them left quickly. Qin Hao didn't know this, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. You have to kill it quickly. If it escapes into the pool, you will be in trouble. Qin Hao said secretly as he chased the giant ink-armored crocodile. The ink-armored giant crocodile has the ability to control water. If it enters a pool, its combat power will increase a lot. If he enters the water pool and fights with the ink-armored giant crocodile, Qin Hao's chances of winning will be greatly reduced. Call. The two giant beasts chased each other one after another. Qin Hao opened his huge mouth, gathered genetic energy, and was blessed with the power of fire. He spit out crimson flames at the giant ink-armored crocodile, and the flames enveloped an area of dozens of meters in radius. Shrouded the giant ink-armored crocodile, burning it and screaming in agony. The temperature of the flame power blessed by the power of fire is so terrifying that even if the trees are far apart, they will be withered and dried up by the hot temperature. Then they will spontaneously ignite without fire. The flames will ignite the trees, turning this place into a sea of fire. Although it might ignite the forest, Qin Hao couldn't care less. He chased behind the giant ink-armored crocodile while spitting out flames that could melt gold and turn iron. Bah, bah, bah. Even though the giant ink-armored crocodile used its ability to control water and covered itself with a water shield, it was of no help under the terrifying flames and was evaporated into white mist. Although the giant ink-armored crocodile had fought with Qin Hao before, its body and scales were too strong, and it actually did not suffer any serious injuries. However, in the face of this flame ability that is close to the level of a flame controller, if the scales on its body were scorched and softened by the barbecue, its blood and muscles began to evaporate, and its vitality was also passing away. The trees along the road were ignited by Qin Hao's flames. The flames spread and caused a big fire. The alien monsters and various mutant beasts avoided the flame area in fear. The eyes of the giant ink-armored crocodile are full of the desire for life. As long as it persists for a while, it can return to the pool. Its strength will increase dramatically after entering the pool, and it will definitely be able to save its own life. Unfortunately, it didn't realize it itself. His speed has become slower and slower. Inheritance click, click, click. The thick scales of the giant ink-armored crocodile cracked into ferocious and huge cracks. It finally saw a large pool of water in front of it. That was its home for decades, and it had been living in this pool since it was a child. And continues to grow until now. Boom! When it was still 20 or 30 meters away from the water pool, the giant crocodile with black armor finally couldn't hold on any longer. After being burned by Qin Hao's flames for several minutes, even steel had to turn into molten iron. Its limbs fell limply to the ground, cracking the ground. The 20-meter-long body exuded a burnt smell, and its internal organs were roasted. With nostalgia in its eyes, it took one last look at the big pool. Slowly closed his eyes. This world is so cruel. There is no third way to turn others into food or to be used as nourishment by others. Finally dead. Shinhao also breathed a sigh of relief. This ink-armored giant crocodile is indeed powerful. It can last for so long under the flame ability blessed by the power of fire. However, just to be on the safe side, Shinhao stepped forward and smashed it with his tail. The head of the giant ink-armored crocodile has been cut off. Many monsters can pretend to be dead. It is common for them to accidentally capsize in the sewer. Boom! At this time, there was a huge sound in the distance. Shinhao looked back and felt a little ashamed. The flames in the distance were raging into the sky. This was the result of Shinhao chasing the giant ink-armored crocodile. He used his flame ability along the way to cause a fire. The scary thing about flames is that they get bigger and bigger when there are combustibles. Some fires before the end of the world burned for 10 days and 10 nights and could not be extinguished by human power. It was not Shinhao's original intention to set this forest on fire, but Shinhao did. Hao couldn't do anything about it. Shinhao suddenly looked up in shock. He saw a huge tree popping up in the center of the forest in the distance. The leaves of this big tree were withered and yellow, and the trunk was thick. It was 100 meters high. Just like a giant who stepped out from ancient times. Shinhao knew this huge tree. When he first entered the depths of the forest, Shinhao had seen this giant tree with a height of more than 100 meters. Shinhao suspected that life might have been born and it had become a mutant plant. Beast, now it seems that Shinhao's guess is indeed correct. This giant tree with a height of 100 meters has really become a brand new life. Obviously, the reason why this giant tree came to life was because the fire caused by Shinhao might affect it. The branches of the giant tree are flying one by one. It is 100 meters high, and the branches can be extended to a distance of nearly 1,000 meters. The branches are crisscrossed, covering the sky, and on the branches, green water drops are constantly overflowing. Floating towards the distant fire like raindrops. TSK, TSK, TSK. These green water droplets fell into the flame, and the flame quickly extinguished itself as if it had lost oxygen and entered a vacuum environment. In less than 5 minutes, the fire caused by Shinhao was extinguished by the giant tree. Shinhao was stunned and his eyes were full of solemnity. This giant tree is at least a lord-level creature. Shinhao said solemnly secretly. Lord-level is synonymous with power in later generations. Many human evolvers want to stand out and gain recognition from others. The most common thing is it was hunting a lord-level monster. Killing lord-level monsters can gain glory, fame, and status. Shinhao did not expect to encounter lord-level mutant beasts at the beginning of the apocalypse. Fortunately, this 100-meter-tall giant tree is a plant-type mutant beast. It seems that it cannot move. As long as you avoid the area where it is located, you don't have to worry about it coming to your door. After the fire was extinguished, the branches of the 100-meter-high giant tree shrank. The whole tree became ancient and calm again, just like an ordinary towering tree. But the performance just now made people see this scene. All creatures in the world know that there is a restricted area around this giant tree and cannot be approached. Although the opponent does not seem to like killing, if an accident occurs, it will be too late to regret it. Shinhao withdrew his gaze and looked at the body of the giant ink-armored crocodile. This guy came from a foreign world and came to the earth where the spiritual energy was revived. There is definitely a high chance of growing into a lord-level mutant beast in the future. Unfortunately, he died on his own on hand. Shinhao opened his mouth and swallowed the huge corpse of the giant ink-armored crocodile into the dimensional space of his belly with some difficulty. Then Shinhao jumped into the huge pool and began to digest the corpse of the giant ink-armored crocodile. Such a rich aura, no wonder the giant ink-armored crocodile has been staying in it. Shinhao was surprised when he entered the pool. There was enough aura in the pool and the supply was endless. Shinhao decided to wait until the giant ink-armored crocodile was digested. Look what's going on with this pool. It took Qin Hao 3 days to digest the huge corpse of the giant ink-armored crocodile, but the harvest was huge. Qin Hao evolved from the 2nd and 5th levels to the 2nd and 6th levels, and his body size also grew again, reaching 26 the level of meters. Qin Hao's huge body moved casually in the water, as if a prehistoric beast had revived and stirred up the water in the sky. After moving his body, Qin Hao stopped. Where did the spiritual energy in this pool come from? Qin Hao was full of curiosity. He had been digesting the corpse of the giant ink-armored crocodile in the past few days and constantly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy for training. However, after such a long time, the spiritual energy in the pool was the spiritual energy is still sufficient and has not decreased at all. Psychic secrets. Using the old method, Qin Hao activated the secret psychic technique that could sense the richness of spiritual energy, and began to observe where the spiritual energy in the pool came from. Underwater? Qin Hao kept changing his position in the water pool, and finally made a discovery. He saw an area where spiritual energy was continuously spitting out, which was at the bottom of the water pool. So Qin Hao swam to the bottom of the pool. He saw that there was thick soil at the bottom of the pool. The soil was extremely hard, like steel. Boom! Qin Hao controlled the power to smash these pieces of soil, and with the power of the tail gold, he dug up all the soil like a shovel, and dug to a depth of more than 10 meters. Qin Hao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he saw something. He picked up a shining crystal and quickly rolled his tail to wrap it up. When he came to the place where the water was clear, Qin Hao looked at the crystal and was quite surprised. Is it a spiritual crystal? Spiritual crystals are crystals condensed from spiritual energy. They can be absorbed directly to replenish one's own losses. They are considered good treasures. However, what puzzles Qin Hao is that even spiritual crystals cannot fill the entire pool with such a huge amount. The aura. Qin Hao observed the spiritual crystal carefully. It was crystal clear and about the size of a fist. What shocked Qin Hao was that he saw mysterious runes shining in the spiritual crystal. Could it be? Qin Hao suddenly had a guess. He decided to give it a try, so he pierced a little skin in his mouth with the snake's teeth, brought the spiritual crystal close to him, and smeared the oozing blood beads on the spiritual crystal. Then something happened that made Qin Hao ecstatic. The entire spiritual crystal shone softly, then shattered into pieces, turning into mysterious runes floating in front of Qin Hao. Inheritance, it's really inheritance. Qin Hao was ecstatic. Inheritance, this is just something he has heard of. It is said that similar things happened in other eras before this spiritual energy explosion, and there were also glories in other eras. In the prosperous age, geniuses emerged one after another, and powerful and incredible creatures emerged. The existence of these other eras has also left many valuable assets for future generations, such as ancient ruins and the inheritance of various techniques. It is rumored that Qin Hao's secret psychic skills were first obtained by a certain force while exploring ancient ruins. It was only later spread that almost everyone can learn the basic secret skills. This spiritual crystal seems to be an inheritance that records a certain kind of inheritance. It is unknown what is in it, but it will be known soon. The runes transformed into spiritual crystals slowly approached Qin Hao's head. Qin Hao did not avoid it. Each rune entered his eyebrows. A series of messages appeared in Qin Hao's mind. Qin Hao knew clearly that this was inherited. Spiritual refining technique. The extra inheritance in Qin Hao's mind was called spiritual refining technique. After carefully exploring this information, his eyes showed ecstasy. The inheritance contained in the spiritual crystal is called spiritual refining. The effect of this secret technique is very simple. It can refine one's own body by refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, spiritual objects and other items, which can make a qualitative leap in the muscles and bones. If Qin Hao practices this spiritual refining technique, he can make his scale stronger and resist tank bombings, missiles and other powerful thermal weapons with ease in the future. Qin Hao couldn't help but gasp when he tried to practice this spiritual refining technique. His body seemed to turn into a black hole, and spiritual energy within a radius of nearly a kilometer surged towards him. This is much better than the spiritual secret technique. Qin Hao was surprised and happy. This spiritual refining technique is 10 or 100 times more advanced than the spiritual secret technique. It is definitely a superior secret technique. The greatest function of psychic secrets is to sense the richness of spiritual energy. Then Shinhao guided this huge amount of spiritual energy to begin to temper his scales, muscles, and bones. The process was painful and itchy, like thousands of small hammers hitting various parts of the body, which was quite painful. This spiritual refining technique is very overbearing. It is a secret technique of body training. Shinhao practiced for 3 hours in a row. He felt a severe soreness all over his body. He knew that he could not continue until he recovered. Continue to practice, otherwise going too far is not enough. After all, flesh and blood is not real steel and can be tempered continuously. Feeling that his body has become stronger, Shinhao is also quite satisfied. If he practices this spiritual refining technique for a long time, he will have a perfect body, which is very suitable for him who is already strong. Even human evolvers who practice spiritual refining can have a body comparable to mutant beasts. It's almost time. Shinhao did not continue to practice. He calculated the time and found that it was already a month before the fusion of the worlds and the beginning of the end of the world. Shinhao came to Maiyue Island firstly for revenge, and secondly to get some opportunities, one of which was the Dragon Ball. Shinhao didn't know whether this Dragon Ball existed or not. He only heard Wang Hui mention it accidentally. As for other opportunities, Shinhao wanted to obtain a heavenly seed. What is heavenly seed? After the fusion of all worlds, there are still other worlds connected to the Earth world, but the Earth world will reject outsiders. Collisions between worlds will produce space cracks, and alien races can descend to the Earth world through space cracks. And in the collision between worlds, it is also the collision of the power of law and the power of law. This will produce law fragments, and the law fragments will combine with each other to form a strange existence, which is called heavenly seed. After the heavenly seed falls to the ground, an object will be produced within a certain period of time. It may be a certain skill, a certain treasure, a certain spiritual object, a weapon, an equipment, or even a certain life. All of these, it all depends on luck. But it will never be a mortal product, because it is the product of the combination of fragments of the power of the laws of the Earth world and fragments of the laws of another world. Those who have received the heavenly seed may not necessarily become a peerless powerhouse, but 7 to 8 people on the world's top 100 battle rankings have received the heavenly seed. This shows that the heavenly seed is of great help to an evolver. There have been many heavenly seeds coming. Shinhao remembers that some heavenly seeds have arrived, but the time of some cannot be confirmed, and some are too far away. Wang Hui told Shinhao that almost a month after the end of the world began in Maiyue City, there was a more than one heavenly seed descended, triggering a super war, and finally the heavenly seed was obtained by all parties. What Shinhao has to do is to win the heaven seed, and obtain at least one heaven seed. This is Shinhao's bottom line. There are so many top-quality treasures produced in the heavenly seeds. As far as Shinhao knows, the rise of many strong men on the world's top 100 battle list is closely related to their acquisition of the heavenly seeds. Of course, those who have the ability to obtain heaven seed are generally not simple characters. If you want to obtain heaven seed, strength is more important than luck. Shinhao came out of the pool and headed out of the wild forest. After living here for a month, he was really reluctant to let go, but a strong man should not stand still. Shinhao walked all the way towards Maiyue City. It was early in the morning. In the past, Maiyue City should have been full of vitality. Various vendors and office workers would get up early to start a new day of personal life, but Shinhao was far away. Looking at it, this Maiyue City is filled with a light layer of fog, giving people the feeling of being too dead, like a dead city, without a trace of life. Shinhao couldn't help but sigh. The last time he came to Maiyue City, there were people coming and going and it was extremely prosperous. But now, Maiyue City is completely different from before, but this is what Shinhao expected. When the end of the world comes, spiritual energy explodes. Those who can resist it can become evolvers, but they are in the minority after all. Those who cannot resist have genetic mutations and become zombies. As a result, all the prosperous cities have become ruined and become zombies. a place where zombies are entrenched.
Xinhao entered from the entrance of Ma City.
His current size was too exaggerated. In order to cause unnecessary trouble, Xinhao entered the sealed state and reduced his size to 5 meters long, so that he would not be too eye-catching.
Today's Ma City has indeed undergone earth-shaking changes from a month ago.
The green trees planted on both sides of the road have grown to nearly 10 meters high under the stimulation of spiritual energy. The roots of the grass and the flower beds have even grown to the streets.
Superior.
There are many tall buildings, but there is no movement at all, giving people a sense of desolation and coldness.
And on the desolate streets, there are ghostly shadows.
Their clothes are in tatters, their bodies are stained, and they have dark red eyes like wild beasts.
This is the product of failed evolution in the spiritual energy explosion zombies.
Different from the slow-moving zombies in some film and television works who can twist off their heads with their hands, these zombies are very strong. Even the lowest-level zombies have a physique that is 2 or 3 times that of ordinary adult men.
They can smell blood.
Weiho can easily run at the speed of a sprint champion in peacetime, which is a nightmare for ordinary people. Of course, now that the end of the world has arrived, human beings have either become zombies or have successfully evolved in the spiritual energy explosion and become evolvers. To a certain extent, ordinary people no longer exist. Xinhao saw a group of zombies lying on the ground in front of him, biting something, their mouths full of blood. When Xinhao arrived, more than a dozen zombies on the street immediately turned their attention to him. At this time, Xinhao was only 5 meters long, but he was undoubtedly a delicacy in the eyes of the zombies.
Whoosh! The zombies let out hoarse roars from their rotting throats, and disgusting mucus dripped from their mouths full of fangs.
They all rushed towards Xinhao like reincarnations of starving ghosts, scrambling for the first place, for fear of being too late.
Less than average food. A group of low-level zombies also want to eat me?
Xinhao shook his head speechlessly, and then a cold light appeared in his eyes, and the snake's tail suddenly swept out.
Bang bang bang!
There was a series of explosions, and the 3 zombies rushing towards the front were hit in the chest by their tails. With Xinhao's current strength, even in the sealed state, his strength was greatly weakened, but it was not something that low-level zombies could stop. The bodies of the 3 hit zombies were beaten to pieces.
TSK TSK TSK.
The bone fragments and the shattered corpse carried huge power and flew in all directions, like bullets, piercing the bodies of the zombies that followed. Xinhao's current strength has indeed reached a whole new level. Even in the sealed state, the power of his tail is enough to beat his flesh and blood body to pieces.
If an intelligent human being sees this scene, he will definitely tremble with fear.
Knowing that he has encountered an opponent that is difficult to defeat, he will lose the will to fight and even run away. But the scary thing about zombies is that they know no fear and will not shrink from the death of their companions or the strength of their opponents. If we were to rank the toughest monster types among all monsters, zombies would definitely be ranked among the top ones. However, zombies are not completely devoid of intelligence. They are also afraid, but they will only be afraid of their own kind, such as Lord-level zombies that are much more evolved than them. Of course, Xinhao would not be polite to these zombies. The surface of his body erupted with electric light, turning into thunder arrows, which shot out, piercing the hardest skulls of these zombies. Each zombie's head was pierced with transparent holes. The burnt hole fell to the ground without a word. The key to zombies is their heads, otherwise even if their hearts are dug out, it will be difficult to cause much damage to them. Now 1 month into the end of the world, the group of zombies in front of them have basically reached the first level, and evolutionary energy has been born in their bodies. The low-level evolutionary energy has almost lost its effect on Xinhao now, but it is better than nothing. Xinhao opened his mouth and spit out blazing flames, incinerating the zombie corpses in front of him, leaving only milky white crystal nuclei. Evolutionary energy is generally about the size of a thumb, milky white, colorless and odorless, and will turn into the purest energy when entering. In the past, Xinhao would swallow his prey whole body in one bite. But facing creatures like zombies, Xinhao really has no appetite.
Firstly, these things are transformed by humans.
Xinhao was once a human, and he was not serious enough to eat people. Secondly, zombies carry strange viruses. Although evolved people are more resistant than ordinary people, they may be infected if they are scratched or bitten by zombies. Shinhao's physique is naturally much stronger than ordinary evolvers, but if he directly devours a large number of zombies, he may also be infected. If he is infected and turns into a corpse beast, he will vomit blood. Shinhao swallowed all the evolutionary energy into the dimensional space and wandered on the street. The arrival of the heavenly seed should be in the recent period. He has not yet thought clearly about where to go. After living in the jungle for so long, look at it now, the view of the city is also good. Shinhao's thoughts would make others vomit blood if they knew about it. There were zombies everywhere in the city. Ordinary evolvers had to be careful when looking for food, but Shinhao was like strolling in a garden in this city full of zombies. There is a powerful aura ahead. Shinhao's eyes suddenly lit up and he felt a powerful aura. Of course, this power was compared to ordinary zombies, so Shinhao headed in that direction. On top of a building, a group of 4 people were lying down leaning against the fence. Each one of them was holding their breath, with a look of horror on their faces. On the street under this building stands a unique zombie. This zombie is bald and very strong. He is 2.5 meters tall. His arms are thicker than his thighs. His muscles are as thick as molten iron. There is a sense of power everywhere. A man's eyes were full of fear and uneasiness. It's a mutated zombie. The 4 of us are just ordinary evolvers. Even if we join forces, we will never be its opponent. The 4 of them were all evolvers who went out to look for food, but they encountered this terrifying bald zombie with strong muscles. This was a powerful mutant zombie. Even a zombie of this level, that a special evolver who has awakened his abilities would like to, you have to be careful when dealing with them. The 4 of them are just ordinary evolvers. If they are discovered, they will definitely die. The man quietly looked down the street, but was stunned. The bald zombie seemed to have sensed something and was staring at the street in the distance. At the end of the street, a 5-meter-long black snake was standing there, moving slowly. This made the man stunned. Snake? Ma US City is an urban area, where did the snake come from? But he also prayed in his heart that the bald zombie would be attracted away by this big black snake. Power mutant zombie? Shinhao was slightly surprised when he saw this bald zombie. The evolution points of zombies are more diverse than those of ordinary evolvers. Some zombies have also awakened special abilities, and some have mutated their bodies, such as growing new limbs and organs. The bald zombie in front of them has terrifyingly muscular arms. It must be a power-evolved mutant zombie. The bald zombie stared at Shinhao closely. It instinctively sensed the huge energy contained in Shinhao's body, which made its mouth water. It felt that if it could swallow Shinhao, it would evolve. Let's play with you. Shinhao raised the corners of his mouth when he saw the appearance of the bald zombie. This bald zombie was as high as level 1, 8 or 9, which was quite rare. Roar! The bald zombie couldn't suppress its bloodthirsty desire. It let out a hoarse roar and charged towards Shinhao. It raised its huge fist and punched the head with its arm, which was thicker than the thigh. It was like a meteorite. Powerful power burst out from every muscle, bringing with it a roaring wind. Zoo boom! Shinhao slapped his tail casually, and the snake's tail collided with the huge fist of the bald zombie. In the stunned eyes of the evolutionists on the top of the building, the little giant-like body of the bald zombie flew out like a sandbag and landed on the ground. It rolled 7 or 8 times in a row. How is this possible? This black snake has so much power? The 4 evolvers couldn't believe it. This was a mutant zombie close to the 2nd level. It didn't look like this one was 5 meters long. The black snake could defeat him, but the reality was before his eyes. The black snake whipped it upside down with an understatement of its tail, which was an exaggeration of its power. The bald zombie got up from the ground. Its eyes were scarlet and it was completely irritated. It saw a car next to it, so it hugged the car and used both arms to forcefully smash the 2 or 3 tons. The heavy car was lifted. Roar! With a roar, the bald zombie raised its thick arms and threw the car towards Shinhao with shaking hands. With the huge force contained in the car, even a tiger would be killed instantly by the smash.
Boom! Qin Hao shook his head. This bald zombie was too weak. Fighting against it was simply bullying. Faced with the car that hit it with great force, Qin Hao did not dodge. The snake's tail suddenly hit the car body. With a muffled groan, the heavy car dented directly where it was hit by the snake's tail, and the whole car roared and flew back along the same path. Bang! The bald zombie didn't expect this move, and before he had time to dodge, his head was smashed by the car flying back, and he fell to the ground with a bloody head. When several evolvers upstairs saw this scene, they all fell to the ground with their hearts beating. This powerful mutant zombie was killed by Qin Hao so easily. It was clear that this ordinary-looking black snake was definitely a terrifying mutant beast. They just hoped not to be discovered. In fact, these evolvers hiding upstairs had been discovered by Qin Hao a long time ago. His thermal vision was not a vegetarian, but Qin Hao ignored them. Although he was ruthless, he would never be merciful when necessary. As for killing people on sight, strong people do not take pleasure in trampling on ants. Qin Hao breathed fire and melted the corpse of the bald zombie, leaving only the evolutionary energy that was difficult to damage. After swallowing it, Qin Hao continued to move forward. Qin Hao moved forward. Through his thermal vision, he also discovered that there were many living people in the houses. At the beginning of the end of the world, humans who became evolvers still survived tenaciously. Later generations of human evolvers also occupied a large part of the earth. With an indispensable position, many ancient civilizations are left behind by humans. This is a large race that is indispensable on the historical stage. This is a zoo? Qin Hao came outside a wall. With his thermal vision, he saw huge masses of heat in the zoo, which made Qin Hao's eyes light up. Moyue Island is a tourist attraction, and the annual flow of people in Moyue City is even more amazing. As a zoo that is very popular among tourists, Moyue City naturally has a zoo, and it is a large zoo with a combined land and water area of nearly 4 million people. Square meters, bringing astonishing income to Moyue City every year. There are many kinds of animals in Moyue Zoo such as tigers, lions, pandas, etc. Moyue City also spent a lot of money to build such a large zoo. But now that the end of the world has arrived, the animals in the entire zoo have evolved and become mutant beasts. It can be imagined that this zoo is no longer a tourist attraction, but a dangerous restricted area where mutant beasts are entrenched. Qin Hao also saw that a large section of the zoo's wall collapsed in the distance, as if some large mutant beast ran out of it. Just go to the zoo and wait for the natural seed to come. Qin Hao thought to himself that there is enough food in the zoo to happily wait for the natural seed to arrive. Qin Hao entered the zoo along the collapsed wall. The zoo seemed deserted, but the roars of beasts from time to time proved that this place was not a place to stay for a long time. Call. Only 10 minutes after entering the zoo, a dark shadow flashed in front of Qin Hao's eyes, and a big mouse stopped in front of Qin Hao. This rat is really big, the size of an adult dog, and is obviously a mutant beast. The mutated black rat stared at Qin Hao, a pair of dark red eyes full of bloodthirsty. The timid rat had evolved to dare to challenge a natural enemy like a snake. Are there rats in the zoo? Qin Hao was speechless. Then it turned out that there were indeed rats in the zoo, and there were a lot of rats. Squeak, squeak, squeak. When the mutated mouse saw Qin Hao's 5-meter-long body, a solemn look flashed in its eyes. Perhaps it felt that its chances of winning against Qin Hao alone were very low, so it let out a high-pitched and sharp hiss, calling its companions. Squeak! A series of creaking sounds sounded, and a black river surged in the distance. Qin Hao couldn't help but be a little surprised. This black river was full of mutant rats. The small ones are about the size of a human head, and the large ones are as big as adult wolf dogs. They are so densely packed that they are enough to make someone with trypophobia's scalp tingle. This group of mutated rats is feared to number in the thousands, forming a small-scale rat tide, which is quite terrifying. Even a second-level mutant beast of this size is likely to be eaten alive by them. There are so many ants. Killing an elephant, not to mention a group of ferocious mutant rats. Squeak, squeak, squeak. This group of mutated rats surrounded Qin Hao in a very organized and disciplined manner. A loud cry came out from among them. The group of rats separated neatly, and a huge rat came out. This rat is 2 meters long and has hair like steel needles all over its body. Surrounded by a group of mutated rats, it looks like a king and is majestic. Rats are a race with extremely terrifying fecundity. In peaceful times, there have been more than one large-scale rat plagues. Squeak! The giant rat, which was suspected to be the Rat King, walked out of the rat group and stopped more than 10 meters away from Qin Hao. A very human face appeared on the rat's face and it stared at Qin Hao with a squeaking sound. Are you going to challenge me? Qin Hao was quite speechless. This Rat King is indeed a very powerful mutant beast, with a body length of nearly 2 meters. It has evolved more than once, but it has no idea that the Qin Hao in front of it is not his real body. It is a sealed state. Mutated mice squeaked one after another, as if to cheer up their king. Before the end of the world, mice and snakes were natural enemies. Most mice were eaten by snakes as food. However, today they are going to avenge their shame. Kill this python. The Rat King's eyes became sharp, his limbs moved, and his huge body like an ox pounced on Qin Hao, who held his head high. He grabbed Qin Hao 7 inches with one claw, and a sharp claw as sharp as a knife emerged from his claws. Has the sharpness to split metal and split iron. Clang! Facing this sharp blow, Qin Hao didn't even bother to dodge. He held his head high and remained motionless. His claw hit Qin Hao 7 inches, but there was a crisp sound of golden iron, and then he slid away. It was difficult for Qin Hao to hit him. Leave the slightest trace on the scales. This shocked the Rat King. It immediately spun around Qin Hao, showing amazing speed, and attacked Qin Hao one after another. Dang, dang, dang. Sparks flew everywhere, but it was difficult to leave any trace on Qin Hao's body. The Rat King was very strong, but it had not even reached the second level, so it was impossible to break through Qin Hao's defense. How can this be? I have killed a tiger before. The mutant Rat King found it hard to accept that Qin Hao couldn't hurt him even if he stood still. Qin Hao yawned and was not interested in playing anymore. When the Rat King was still in shock, he bit the Rat King with a lightning-like probe. The snake's teeth tore the Rat King's muscles, and the venom was injected into the Rat King. He screamed and struggled desperately, but stopped struggling within a few seconds and died. Qin Hao raised his head and swallowed the Rat King's body into the dimensional space in his belly, and glanced coldly at the surrounding mutated rats. The mutated rats that were chirping to cheer for the Rat King all became silent. Their king was swallowed alive by Qin Hao as soon as he came face to face with him, which made them unbelievable. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Immediately, these mutant rats screamed angrily and surged towards Qin Hao like a wave. So many rats formed a rat tide. Even the second-level mutant beasts had only one way to escape. But for Qin Hao, no matter how many rats came, it's a mouse too. Call. Qin Hao inhaled sharply, and then spit out monstrous flames, sweeping towards the mutant rats around him. Ziji. The terrifying high-temperature flames turned the surrounding area into a sea of fire, and a large number of mutant rats were burned and turned into fly ash in the sea of fire. This completely frightened the remaining mutant rats and began to flee. Rats are timid by nature, and even if they are mutated, their true nature will be revealed when they encounter an invincible opponent. A large group of mutated rats and birds dispersed and fled completely, leaving only charred rat corpses on the ground. Qin Hao shook his head and entered the zoo. He found a quiet bush and lay down in the shady bush. He didn't waste time and started practicing spiritual refining. Spiritual energy with a radius of thousands of meters gathered towards Qin Hao. Turned into a hammer and tempered Qin Hao's scales and body, making him like a piece of steel, becoming stronger through constant tempering. When you are hungry, go hunting around. There are a huge number of mutant beasts in this zoo, perhaps the most mutant beasts in the entire Black Moon Island. Time passed, and a week later, outside the zoo, a group of people were looking at the zoo in front of them with solemn faces. A man in a leather jacket said solemnly, "Do we really want to go in?" The other 4 people looked at the zoo in front of them with serious faces. A girl wearing a black dress with a delicate and perfect face was also quite nervous. This was a zoo in peaceful times,
but now that the apocalypse has come, all the animals in this zoo have become mutant beasts. It is said that this is the most beautiful place in the entire Black Moon City. It's not a dangerous area, so let's move to another place. Humph, the world of our revolvers is so cruel. If you don't advance, you will retreat. If you want to have a status in the ability God Guard and be allocated better resources, you must have strength. Captain, if you don't want to go in, just wait outside.
Come on.
A tough man said coldly. The girl frowned slightly when she heard this. She knew that she was the captain and the others were not convinced, but this was assigned by the organization. If Jinhao were here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this girl was Su Shaoqian who led him to Wang Hui that day. The man in the leather jacket laughed. Stop arguing, let's go in and take a look. The 5 of us are all special evolvers. Even if we encounter ordinary second-level monsters, there will be no problem in saving our lives. Yes, we just leave immediately when we see something wrong. The evolutionary energy produced by these mutant beasts is of very high quality. The other 3 people also agreed.
Then let's go in and have a look.
Su Shaoqian had no choice but to agree as the others agreed.
A group of 5 people climbed over the wall and entered the zoo.
Along the way, a young boy's eyes lit up and he pointed in one direction and said, "I feel the scent of a monster over there."
Let's go, kill it.
The tough man's eyes lit up and he said decisively. The 5 people came all the way to a forest, and they saw a giraffe in the forest with its head raised and eating leaves.
This giraffe looked no different from an ordinary giraffe, except that its eyes were dark red. It's a mutant beast. It looks like an ordinary first-level mutant beast.
Everyone, Su Shaoqian whispered and wanted to lay out tactics, but the sturdy man in the team had already let out a loud laugh and charged towards the mutant giraffe. He pulled out a big knife and slashed it out. The mutated giraffe noticed the movement and quickly turned its head. When it saw the tough man attacking, it quickly wanted to dodge, but at this time the tough man's genetic energy surged and he shouted, "Curse of weakness! Laugh!" A strange force was released, and the mutated giraffe felt that his whole body became weak in an instant. With just one encounter, the strong man's big knife cut the mutated giraffe's neck into 2 pieces.
"Ha, Brother Pang is so strong,"
the others also said with great admiration.
"This tough man's name is He Pang.
He is a member of the Ability God Guard. As a special evolver, He Pang's ability is the disaster system. The debilitating curse can make the target weak and powerless, which is indeed quite powerful.
It's better to resign from the position of captain when we go back this time." Su Shaoqian was a little dissatisfied with He Peng's arbitrariness, but as a girl, she couldn't suppress these hot-tempered evolutionists.
She decided resign this position immediately when you get back, otherwise nothing good will happen.
Roar!
And just as He Peng was cutting open the mutated giraffe's body with a smile on his face to collect evolutionary energy, an angry roar suddenly came from the distance, which made the smile on He Peng's face freeze. Deep in the woods, a huge beast rushed out.
It was an elk.
Unlike the previous mutated giraffe, which was harmless to humans and animals, this elk's appearance was extremely ferocious.
The elk is 3.5 meters long, and its body is shining with metallic light.
Its eyes are like a pair of blood-red gems, and its big mouth is full of sharp teeth.
It is hard to believe that this is an elk.
The steel elk was obviously attracted by the smell of blood. It glanced at the mutated giraffe's body on the ground, and then stared coldly at Su Shaoqian and others with a pair of blood-red eyes, as if it was sizing up its own food.
This mutated beast seems to be not simple.
The young man with the ability to sense said with some anxiety. The tough man He Peng snorted coldly, "No matter how simple you are still no match for me." After that, He Peng rushed towards the metallic elk with a broadsword weighing 20 to 30 kilograms. He roared angrily and slashed at the mutated elk's neck, casting a debilitating curse at the same time. In battle, just a slow beat can determine the winner. He Peng's debilitating curse rarely misses.
Physique?
Sure enough, the elk seemed to be affected by the debilitating curse, becoming slower and unable to dodge the blow.
However, clang! The machete accurately struck the mutated elk's neck. The imaginable decapitation did not occur.
The blade collided with the neck, and the sound of gold and iron erupted. The machete in He Peng's hand was passed down in reaction. The force of the shock shook his hands and came out. What? He Peng was a little unbelievable. He tried his best to cut the opponent's skin without breaking the skin. The mutated elk's body was shining with metallic light. It looked down at He Peng coldly, then opened its bloody mouth and took a bite. Poof! In the astonished eyes of Su Shaoqian and others, the steel-like elk bit off the arrogant He Peng's head in one bite, and then chewed it loudly. The sound of the head exploding made everyone shudder. Hurry, run quickly, it's a second-order mutant beast. The boy with the ability to sense screamed in horror at this time, turned around and ran away. The second-order mutant beast is only among the top 10 among the ability god guards. Only super strong people have the ability to kill. Run! Run separately and gather outside the zoo. When the man in the leather jacket saw He Peng's tragic death, he shouted quickly, turned around, and ran away. The remaining man had the power of speed and disappeared without saying a word. Su Shaoqian vomited blood. These people advocated entering the zoo to hunt mutant beasts. As a result, they ran faster than anyone else. She did not dare to hesitate and fled in one direction. Why are you chasing me? What made Su Shaoqian even more uncomfortable was that the steel elk glanced at the four people who fled in different directions. In the end, it swallowed the chewed head and chased Su Shaoqian with blood-red eyes. Su Shaoqian ran fast, showing a speed that was not weak even among the evolved ones, but the steel elk was a terrifying second-level mutant beast, and it was much faster than her. Go to hell! Su Shaoqian gritted her teeth. She pulled out a flying knife from the tactical belt around her waist. She concentrated on it. The next moment, the sharp flying knife came out automatically and drew an arc towards the steel elk. Right eye. This is the special ability Su Shaoqian possesses, telepathy. She can attach telekinesis to her attacks, greatly enhancing her lethality. Clang! But this steel elk is too terrifying. Just by closing its eyes, it can easily block the flying knife attack blessed by telepathy. The flying knife stabbing its eyelids only brings out a series of sparks. The ability possessed by the steel elk is stealing, and it has evolved to the second level, making it invulnerable to swords. Boom! The steel elk rushed over at a very fast speed, and a pair of horns were like two blades piercing Su Shaoqian. Su Shaoqian quickly jumped out, but was still hit by the side of the steel elk's head. She rolled over with a groan. He flew out upside down, his head hit something cold and hard, and his eyes suddenly felt dark. Looking at the approaching steel elk and its open mouth, Su Shaoqian smiled bitterly. Her luck seemed to have never been good. Before the end of the world, Su Shaoqian's parents died when he was young. He grew up in an orphanage and had an unfortunate past. Later, he came to Black Moon Island and almost died 2 or 3 times. Fortunately, he met Xin Hao. After Su Shaoqian helped Xin Hao find Wang Hui, she was about to leave Black Moon Island, but the people from the Ishin Guards noticed that she wanted to leave and were stopped. After joining the Ishin Guards, you can't leave Black Moon Island at will. There was no way, Su Shaoqian could only stay temporarily. Fortunately, she ate the spirit-gathering grass Xin Hao gave her, unexpectedly became an evolver, and awakened the power of telepathy. Wang Hui's death made it clear to Su Shaoqian that it was Xin Hao who probably did it. The Ishin Guards did not pursue this matter, he was just an ordinary person. Later, Su Shaoqian stayed at the Ishin Guard to receive training and became a qualified evolver until the end of the world. Like many people she saw, she would eventually die at the hands of monsters. But what puzzled Su Shaoqian was that the bloody mouth of the steel elk had not been released for a long time, and the steel elk was even trembling. The sky darkened at some point. Su Shaoqian looked up and suddenly felt her heart stopped beating. Among the mutated weeds several meters high behind him, a huge black shadow looked down at the 2 uninvited guests, Su Shaoqian and Steel Elk. Snake, snake! Su Shaoqian was horrified. There was a black snake hidden in the weeds behind her. An exaggeratedly large black snake, with a body diameter of more than half a meter. Its head was as big as a water tank, and its lower body was hidden in among the tall weeds, but the raised upper body is nearly 10 meters high. What a huge snake this is! It is much bigger than the Master Long that Su Shaoqian had seen before. It is simply the gap between an adult and a child. The steel elk was obviously frightened by this huge black snake, and its limbs were trembling. The steel elk that had evolved to the second level in this zoo was also at the top of the food chain, but in front of this black snake, the most primitive fear arose in the iron elk's heart. Xin Hao was a little depressed. He had just finished practicing and just took a nap. What happened to him? Su Shaoqian bumped his head on Xin Hao's body, waking him up. Seeing this frightened steel elk, Xin Hao's eyes lit up. When he practiced spiritual refining, he unlocked the seal to ensure the best effect. The huge size consumes a huge amount of energy. This steel elk is 2-level monsters are rare and can be used as today's lunch. Call. Xin Hao probed his head like lightning, and the steel elk had no time to react before he was bitten by Xin Hao. Laugh. The frightened steel elk struggled desperately and used its stealing ability with all its strength to make itself as hard as a steel statue. However, it could not resist Xin Hao's extremely sharp snake fangs. Both are second-level mutant beasts. The iron elk evolved to the second level only 2 days ago, but Xin Hao is a second-level and sixth-level mutant beast who has evolved 4 times. Iron elk has no right to resist in front of him. As the venom was injected, the steel elk gradually struggled and disappeared, its eyes were closed tightly, and the metallic luster on its body also receded. Xin Hao raised his head, threw the body of the steel elk more than 10 meters high, and opened his bloody mouth to catch it. Swallowed into the belly. Xin Hao then lowered his head to look at the evolver and couldn't help but be startled. Is it her? The poor girl in front of her who was so frightened that she almost fainted turned out to be Su Shaoqian. The second-level mutated beast was swallowed up in one bite. My small body was definitely not big enough for the opponent to fit between his teeth. Aren't you asking her to leave Black Moon Island? Xin Hao looked at the trembling Su Shaoqian and couldn't help but feel speechless. Does this guy have a constitution that invites disaster? The first time I met her, I was almost eaten by a shark. The second time I met 2 beasts, this time I was almost eaten by this mutant elk. Su Shaoqian waited for a long time but did not wait for Xin Hao to take action against her. This made her feel happy. Could it be that the black giant snake was full? Many beasts will have a weak desire to attack after they are full. Why are you still here? Xin Hao didn't know what Su Shaoqian was thinking about. The electric light on his head flashed and a row of words condensed, asking Su Shaoqian. When she saw this row of words, Su Shaoqian's beautiful eyes widened. Are you Master Long? Su Shaoqian looked carefully, and sure enough, although Xin Hao was much bigger than before, there was a vague feeling of familiarity, and he could condense words with lightning, so it must be him. Su Shaoqian looked at Xin Hao's 26-meter-long body and swallowed. Master Long, you were so big. The corner of Xin Hao's mouth twitched. This girl was also lucky. He happened to be there several times when she encountered danger. To a certain extent, they were really destined. Su Shaoqian reacted, surprised and happy. She didn't expect to meet Xin Hao here. She quickly said, last time, I was about to leave Black Moon Island, but I was stopped by the people from the Ability God Guard. Xin Hao nodded slightly after hearing Su Shaoqian's experience. Su Shaoqian was unable to leave Black Moon Island because of the alien guards. Fortunately, Su Shaoqian became an evolver with the help of the spirit gathering grass and the primary strengthening potion. He was not treated badly in the alien guards. Not leaving Black Moon Island was actually not a disadvantage for Su Shaoqian. She received training in the alien god guards and became a qualified warrior. It is easier for an organization to survive in the apocalypse than for a single person. After listening to Su Shaoqian's words, Xin Hao nodded slightly. As he expected, behind the alien god guard was the military of Maoyue City. Today, the alien god guard has grown to a very large level, and many evolvers have cut it. The head scratcher wants to burrow inside. Now that the end of the world has come, the Black Moon City military is the strongest force on the entire Black Moon Island. Even not long ago, the Maoyue City military dispatched a large number of weapons and tanks to clean up all the zombies and monsters in the center of Maoyue City, and established a new large-scale gathering place, and many people joined it. Well, in that case, you should just stay in the Ability God Guard. This US City military is not easy. If you work hard, you can get ahead in the future. After listening, Shinhao nodded slightly. The US City military knew in advance that they would when a catastrophe comes. A lot of preparations have been made to form the Ability God Guard. It can be seen that the military in US City is indeed not simple. Working hard in the Ability God Guard is a good choice for Su Shaoqian. Well, I will definitely work hard. Su Shaoqian clenched her fists. This narrow escape made her understand that the world is no longer the same. Strength is the most important thing. Without strength, it is impossible to survive. Extravagant hope. Shinhao suddenly felt something in his heart. He currently has no clue about the Dragon Balls, but maybe the US City military does. The military of Black Moon City was well prepared to face the disaster before the end of the world. Now the strongest force in Black Moon City is undoubtedly the massive Black Moon City military. If the Dragon Ball is born, then Black Moon City's military will definitely compete for it. Qualifications. In the previous life, Wang Hui once said that the Dragon Ball caused a great war, but it is unknown whose hands it ended up in. Perhaps it fell into the hands of the powerful US City military. This is not impossible. So Shinhao said, by the way, please pay attention to US City for me to see if there are any big moves, such as if any treasures are born or something like that. If so, you can inform me. Su Shaoqian was stunned, then nodded immediately and said, okay, but how should I find Lord Long? I should be living in this zoo recently. When you arrive, send a flare into the sky. I will come over when I see it. Shinhao thought for a while and said, yeah. Su Shaoqian nodded vigorously. She found that she trusted Shinhao in front of her more than her previous teammates. Asking Su Shaoqian to pay attention to the news about Dragon Ball, Shinhao asked Su Shaoqian to leave. For Shinhao, this was just a small episode. Su Shaoqian came all the way to the entrance of the zoo and saw the other 3 people in the team waiting with worried faces. Captain, are you okay? The man in the leather jacket exclaimed. Is there something wrong with me? Su Shaoqian asked, and the man in the leather jacket laughed. The eyes of the other 2 people looking at Su Shaoqian were completely different. They had seen the second-level mutant beast chasing Su Shaoqian before, but Su Shaoqian came out unscathed and was indeed able to become the captain. Not an ordinary character. Su Shaoqian's incident was just an episode for Shinhao. He continued to practice the spirit refining technique. When he came to the zoo a week later in the morning, Shinhao quit the practice state. Shinhao sighed, the spirit refining technique is really good. It's amazing, the hardness of my scales has nearly doubled. This inheritance from the water pool is indeed not simple. After a period of hard training, Shinhao's body has been tempered and has been greatly strengthened. It has been at least doubled compared to before. However, the effect of physical training has been slow now. It's slowly slowing down, and it's getting harder to improve the further you go. At this moment, Shinhao was suddenly startled and looked up at the sky. Not only him, but all the mutated beasts in the zoo seemed to have noticed something and also looked towards the sky. In the sky, a shadow appeared at some point. There were mountains and water in the shadow, as if it was another world. This strange turn of events made Shinhao's eyes light up. Here he comes. Since the fusion of the worlds, the barriers between the worlds have become weaker and weaker. Alien monsters from other worlds often come to the Earth. This scene is a sign that aliens are coming. Boom! There was a loud rumbling sound in the sky, and the world seemed to be turned upside down. It was the collision between the Earth world and the other world. Shinhao stared at the sky tightly. He had been waiting for a long time, and he was waiting for this moment. With the thunderous explosion, the sky and the Earth roared, and a huge and boundless crack opened in the distant sky. In this crack, small black dots fell from it like raindrops, falling towards US City. It was literally raining heavily from all directions. Every little black dot is a monster. Goblins, terror claw demons, giant stone beasts. Shinhaoyan looked at it carefully, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. There were many races of alien monsters coming. If Qinghao had expected it right, most of these monsters came from a small town. A world-class different world. The world is also divided into levels: small world, medium world, and large world. Nowadays, the Earth world where all realms are integrated can be called a big world. Big worlds are generally vast and incomparably vast, with many races living there. For example, the Abyss world and the world of the undead are all famous big worlds. Below that, there are medium-sized worlds and small worlds, all of which have complete laws that allow various races to thrive and pass on. For example, the alien space that Qinghao entered before was not even a small world, but could only be regarded as an alien space, because even the sun could not be seen in it. All worlds originally did not interfere with each other, but in this era, with the Earth world as the center, a great disaster and a great era will begin that will sweep all worlds. Gah! A goblin landed safely in the zoo, wrapped in the power of law. It looked around curiously. This goblin was different. It was golden and very strong. The arrival of the golden goblin attracted the surrounding mutant beasts. A wild wolf with a single horn had a bloodthirsty light in its eyes. It rushed towards the golden goblin crazily, trying to turn this strange guy into itself. Food for evolution. The golden goblin is looking at the surrounding environment, with a face full of surprise. This world is completely different from the world it lives in. The spiritual energy is richer, and the world is filled with a kind of wonderful power. It is definitely more powerful than the world it lives in. The high class. Sensing the strong wind coming from behind, the golden goblin sneered at the corner of his mouth. Just when the one-horned wolf was about to drop its jaws, it turned around like lightning, and a golden arm flashed away like a phantom. Punch out! Boom! Amidst the sound of bones tearing, the one-horned wolf flew backwards like a cannonball. A transparent hole opened on the lower side of its neck, and its heart was missing. Its eyes widened and its head tilted. To generate interest, the golden goblin held a heart in his hand, threw it into his mouth and chewed it. Goblins are a low-level alien race. They are usually very weak in strength. Only a few have reached the first level. However, among the huge number of ethnic groups, there are always some alien species among the many goblins, such as the golden goblin in front of us. Lin, it has evolved and mutated, its skin has turned into golden color, and its strength is far beyond that of normal goblins. On a street, a huge monster landed safely in the middle of the street, wrapped in the power of law. It was a humanoid monster with a bull's head that walked upright. It was 2 meters tall and had muscles all over its body. Not. This is the Tauron, a branch of the demon clan. They can be seen in many movies, TV shows, and games. They are extremely powerful and cruel in nature. They are the same as goblins. They are also low-level aliens, but their combat power is comparable to that of ordinary goblins. Bryn is too strong. The surrounding zombies were attracted. The Minotaur exhaled hot gas from its nostrils and made a loud mooing sound. He waved a pair of iron fists and hit the zombies that came close to him. Their heads exploded and their brains flew out. Monsters, lots of monsters. In Black Moon City, all the evolvers were trembling. They did not expect that the fusion of all worlds in the early days of the end was just the beginning of the disaster. In the future, more powerful visitors from other worlds would come to the Earth as time goes by. In the city, in the zoo, and in the wild, alien races wrapped in the power of law arrived one after another, but Qinghao ignored them. He just stared at the sky tightly. Bang bang bang! Qinghao saw a huge black shadow hitting the barrier between the worlds and the reflected world in the sky. He wanted to come to the Earth world, but he couldn't do it. There was an invisible force blocking it. This black shadow is too huge. Although its appearance cannot be clearly seen, its size is hundreds of meters. The stronger the monster comes to other worlds, the stronger it will be if it is repulsed. Obviously, this giant creature is very powerful. At this stage, the world barrier is still relatively stable, the repulsion it receives is very huge, and it cannot come to the Earth. The black shadow had to stop unwillingly after hitting it for a while.
As a big world, the Earth world has a very powerful power of law. Even if it is 10 times stronger, it cannot break through the blockage of the Earth's power of law. Earth world. Just like a fishing net, small fish can pass through, but larger fish are more restricted. This is not what Qin Hao cares about. A trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Did Wan Hui lie? Tianzhong didn't show up. After waiting for so long, Qin Hao was looking for Tianzhong. The space cracks in the sky were already healing, and there was no sign of Tianzhong at all. Boom! Just when Qin Hao was disappointed, the reflected world that was gradually disappearing in the sky seemed to have a flashback. It collided with the Earth world again, bursting out a series of bright brilliance. These actinic changes merged with each other to form 10 halos. Photosphere. It's a natural seed. Qin Hao was ecstatic. This was the heavenly seed, a special treasure formed by the fusion of fragments of the power of laws from different worlds. Qin Hao had lived in the apocalypse for 5 years and had seen the heavenly seed coming more than once, but at that time there is no qualification to get involved at all. The appearance of 10 light balls made all creatures in the city, including zombies, subconsciously look to the sky, with strong fanaticism in their eyes. The heavenly seed is a treasure made from the fusion of law fragments, and it will emit a powerful effect on any creature. A huge attraction, so every time the heavenly seed comes, it will trigger a large-scale bloody battle. Qin Hao saw a total of 10 heavenly seeds, which made him breathe quickly. If he could get 10 heavenly seeds at once, it would be a great blessing. But Qin Hao also knows that this is just a wishful thinking. It is almost impossible to obtain all the heaven seeds at the same time, because the heaven seeds will randomly fall in different directions, and before falling to the ground, it cannot be collected by any means, so he gets a single heavenly seed is already a huge blessing. Sure enough, as Qin Hao expected, there were a total of 10 heavenly seeds, 5 of which fell into the reflected world in the sky. This made Qin Hao sigh, and 5 heavenly seeds were lost at once. The remaining 5 heavenly seeds fell in 3 different directions. Qin Hao's eyes lit up when he saw that 3 heavenly seeds actually fell in the same direction. This made him happy. This meant that the 3 heavenly seeds had arrived. The place will be very close, and there is a chance to get 3 heavenly seeds at the same time. Qin Hao did not hesitate and immediately entered the sealing state and ran towards the place where the 3 heavenly seeds landed. Not only Qin Hao, but also the mutant beasts in the entire zoo went crazy. Although they did not know what the light balls in the sky were, the heavenly seeds the attraction exuded makes them understand that this is a super treasure that can allow them to evolve. The descending alien races also excitedly chased towards the place where the heavenly seed descended. A large group of zombies were also attracted, and it could be said that a group of demons were dancing wildly. This is the grand occasion of the arrival of the heavenly seed. To get it, luck is very important, but strength is even more important. The falling speed of the heavenly seeds was neither urgent nor slow. Qin Hao followed them all the way to a wide square. Based on the direction in which the 3 heavenly seeds fell, it was estimated that they would fall near this square. 3,000 meters, 1,000 meters, 500 meters. The 3 heavenly seeds are getting closer and closer to the ground, with the 3 heavenly seeds as the center, forming an extremely dense area with 3 monsters. A Tauren pushed towards the group of monsters, staring closely at the heavenly seed in the sky. It squeezed in, trying to get closer to the heavenly seed. It waited for it to fall and immediately collected it, which angered the nearby ones. The other monster, a 2-meter-tall ogre with blue skin and a giant stick in his hand, had a fierce light in his eyes and struck the Tauren that was squeezing over with a stick on the head without hesitation. Boom! The Tauren's attention was completely attracted by the heavenly seeds that were gradually falling in the sky. He was hit by the ogre's stick. His head was shattered on the spot, and his brains were splattered on other monsters. This made the eyes of other monsters turn red immediately. They were all monsters with ferocious natures. They had been paying attention to Tianzhong before. At this time, they were attracted by the death of the Minotaur and came back to their senses. Some of the more sensitive monsters thought that they were being affected. After launching an attack, he immediately launched a counterattack against other nearby monsters. Put! A 5-meter-long black-scaled monster with 2 horns and a body kicked a zombie away with a hoof.
The other zombies also reacted and surrounded the black-scaled monster.
Their minions beckoned to it.
This black-scaled monster has amazing powers and rough skin, but when surrounded by a large group of zombies, it seems to be stuck in a quagmire, unable to move out. The ogre knocked the minotaur to death with a stick, which was like poking a hornet's nest, igniting the flames of war, causing many monsters to fight. In order to compete for the territory closest to the landing of Tianzhong, they started killing crazily, and a super melee broke out. It is not an exaggeration to call it a river of blood. This crazy scene surprised Qin Hao. It was also the first time for him to watch the arrival of the heavenly seeds at such a close distance.
Even the heavenly seeds hadn't landed yet.
It was conceivable that the heavenly seeds were fighting when they landed on the ground.
The intensity will rise a few more levels again.
Centered around the place where the 3 heavenly seeds descended, 3 melee zones were formed, with zombies, mutated beasts, and alien monsters. The level of chaos was beyond imagination. Qin Hao climbed up a tall building and looked at the situation below. He was not prepared to intervene immediately because he knew that the earlier he entered, the smaller the chance of snatching the heavenly seed. He could only seize the heavenly seed when the time came. I believe there were other powerful monsters still watching with the same thoughts as him.
Quack quack.
At this time, a crow flew in the sky. This crow had a wingspan of more than 3 meters and was covered with steel-like black feathers.
It was a mutant crow.
The appearance of the mutated crow immediately made all the monsters below become nervous. At this time, the sky seed in the sky was still 300 to 400 meters away from the ground.
Could it be that the mutated crow that could fly would cut off its beard? Qin Hao watched calmly, not worried at all.
The mutated crow chirped with joy and flew towards the nearest heavenly seed. It stretched out its claws and grabbed the heavenly seed, trying to take it away. But what shocked it was that it could not pull it away even if it tried its best. The heavenly seed has not been moved at all, and the heavenly seed is still slowly declining. The mutated crow couldn't take away the heavenly seed despite all its efforts, which made it furious. Looking at the heavenly seed with a 5-color halo lingering on its surface, it roared angrily and slapped its steel-like claws fiercely.
He came out and wanted to smash Tianzhong into pieces. Bang!
The claws landed on the heavenly seed. Not only did it not hurt the heavenly seed at all, but it made the mutated crow's pupils shrink.
It felt a huge and boundless force bounce back from the heavenly seed and attack it.
Poof! The mutated crow's body was torn apart by this force and turned into pieces.
Ha ha!
Qin Hao shook his head and smiled. Before the heavenly seed landed, it was protected by the power of the law. It was impossible to forcefully collect it. If an attack was launched on it, it would be bounced back with several times the power. The mutated crow became angry and used all his strength. It was his own fault. No matter how fiercely the monsters below were fighting and how eagerly they were waiting, the descent of the heavenly seeds was not slow or hasty.
200 meters, 100 meters.
Finally, the 3 heavenly seeds were only 50 meters away from the ground. One monster couldn't help but step forward, ready to catch the falling heavenly seeds, but all the other monsters attacked it at the same time with a tacit understanding. The monster was beaten to pieces on the spot. All the monsters suppressed and formed a circle. Finally, the 3 heavenly seeds landed in 3 different directions with the square as the center.
Qin Hao knew clearly that the bloody battle had begun. Call!
A kangaroo-like monster's body shone with brilliance, and it used its speed ability to increase its speed to the extreme. It rushed out like a phantom, picked up a heavenly seed that fell on the ground, and held it in its paws. And immediately kicked off his thick legs on the ground, trying to jump out of the circle surrounded by monsters with his super jumping power. But it had just jumped 1 meter high when suddenly an earthy yellow halo filled the air and wrapped around its body.
The kangaroo felt like it was being pressed down by a huge boulder weighing 10,000 kilograms.
It was a kangaroo. An ogre with the power of gravity. Poof! The ogre suppressed the kangaroo with its gravity power, raised its stick and smashed its head into pieces, and held Tianzhong in his hand. There was an excited smile on the ogre's face, but before it could heat up the heavenly seed, a bright cold light flashed away. The ogre let out a scream, and his arm was cut off by a sharp blade.
Tianzhong's arms flew up. What cut off the ogre's arm was a humanoid mantis-like monster.
Xin Hao recognized the race of this guy.
It was a low-level alien mantis beast.
This alien race has a pair of sickle-like forelimbs that are extremely sharp and can divide gold and cut iron. Many people use the swords and legs of the mantis beast as weapons.
Puff puff.
The competition for the heavenly seeds was so fierce that monsters that came into contact with the heavenly seeds would not be able to hold on for a few seconds before being attacked by other monsters around them, and they would die before they even warmed up. The heavenly seed is a hot potato for those without strength, and will become a target for fire. To get the heavenly seed, you must have the strength to fight your way out of the siege, otherwise you are seeking death. At this time, the situation in a battlefield changed again. Finally, a heavyweight monster couldn't sit still and took the lead.
Boom!
The ground shook violently, and a 6-meter-tall, 2-story-tall Tauren rushed over.
This Tauren was as big as a giant.
The 2-meter-tall ogre was kicked backwards in front of him,
more than 10 meters away.
Moreover, this bull-headed giant carried a huge totem pole on his back, and he was attacking fiercely, and he was charging into the center of the battlefield.
Is it the Tauren warrior? Xin Hao was secretly surprised when he saw this. The Tauren warriors are elite warriors among the Tauren.
They are blessed by the Tauren sacrifices. Most of them use axes or totem poles as weapons.
They are powerful and the most powerful. At least they are all second-level monsters. The bull-headed giant in front of him is 6 meters tall.
He must have used the fighting system's gigantic ability, which is why he has such a large size. His size and strength have been greatly enhanced.
Boom!
At this time, Tianzhong was in the hands of a 3-meter-tall gray ape.
The bull-headed giant rushed in front of it. It was covered in blood and exuded a monstrous flame. The gray ape's 3-meter-high body had just reached the bull-headed giant's body. The location of the lower abdomen. Click!
The bull-headed giant leaned over, picked up the gray ape by its neck, and squeezed it casually. As the bones burst, the gray ape, which was close to the second level, died immediately. The bull-headed giant picked up the heavenly seed that fell on the ground and glanced coldly at the many monsters around him. These monsters were surprised by the terror of the Minotaur, but under the temptation of Tianzhong, they all roared wildly and charged towards the Minotaur. The bull-headed giant knew that it would have to use all its strength if it wanted to kill out. It roared, took down the totem pole it was carrying on its back, held the handle and lifted it in its hand. With the blessing of the ability to enlarge, this totem pole the pillar also grew to more than 6 meters long, and was completely dark, with the lines on it exuding a mysterious luster. The bull-headed giant roared and raised the totem pole high, then smashed it to the ground.
Boom!
It was like dozens of tons of bombs exploded in the ground. A huge concussive force caused ripples in the space, spreading in all directions, tearing the earth apart, and a group of monsters rushing up around them were terrifying. Under the shock of the aftermath of the power, the body was torn apart. Sand and dust flew up several feet high, mixing with the blood mist that filled the sky. When everything calmed down, with the Minotaur as the center, all the monsters within a radius of 40 to 50 meters were shattered into pieces. This terrible blow was undoubtedly shocking. The monsters around who wanted to pounce were stunned.
For a moment, don't dare to step forward. The bull-headed giant panted slightly.
With the help of this totem pole, it was able to deliver such a powerful blow, and it consumed a lot of money. So it took advantage of the many monsters to be frightened by it, and rushed in one direction, preparing to break out.
Roar!
However, just halfway through, there was a roar in the sky, and a 10-meter-long silver giant wolf with 2 wings on its back flew towards this place.
Is it the Howling Moon Silver Wolf? Xin Hao was surprised. This Howling Moon Silver Wolf is an alien race from the Warcraft clan.
It is many levels stronger than the Shadow Wolf that Xin Hao met in another space. There are several Moon Silver Wolves, and they can be described as ferocious and majestic.
This silver giant wolf has silver fur and steel-like wings.
As it swoops in, it slaps the bull-headed giant fiercely with its claws.
Obviously, it is also a powerful monster waiting for the opportunity.
When it sees the bull-headed giant trying to take away Tianzhong, it finally couldn't help but take action. Boom! The bull-headed giant moved the totem pole horizontally and blocked it in front of him. The silver giant wolf slapped its paw on the totem pole. The bull-headed giant staggered back a few steps due to the huge impact, while the silver giant wolf danced its wings and slowly landed on the ground. The bull-headed giant was exhaling hot air from its nostrils, and its huge eyes stared cruelly at the silver giant wolf. The heavenly seed in its hand was still wrapped in the power of law. A kind of treasure would be randomly bred in the heavenly seed. Within hours, the silver giant wolf's silver eyes were full of coldness. The heavenly seed was an object formed from fragments of the power of law. It was a great opportunity for any creature. Of course, it could not look at the minotaur giant in front of it. Take away. The surrounding monsters surrounded the two. Now that two powerful monsters are fighting, one of them will definitely be defeated. They still have a chance to reap the benefits. It's almost time. Xin Hao licked his lips. His eyes were full of excitement. He had waited for so long for the heavenly seed. He wanted to get at least one of the 3 heavenly seeds. Xin Hao jumped down from the building and approached the battle circle between the silver giant wolf and the bull-headed giant. The bull-headed giant and the howling moon silver wolf have already started fighting. The bull-headed giant is waving a huge totem pole, while the howling moon silver wolf is waving its wings, rolling up violent wind blades and sweeping out. The two are inextricably killed. If there are monsters around, if they get even slightly closer, they will be affected by the aftermath of the battle and be shattered to pieces. At this time, on another high-rise building, there was also a group of people staring at the battlefield. These men were wearing military uniforms. They were soldiers of the Black Moon Island military. What a terrifying monster, only comparable to the Lord-level monster before the end of the world. A young soldier swallowed his saliva and said, "When all worlds merge and the monsters that come in the early days of the end are all low-level alien races, the strongest among them are Lord-level monsters, which are undoubtedly rare compared to other alien races, but there are some. In the early days of the apocalypse, a Lord-level monster descended on Black Moon City. In order to deal with it, Black Moon City dispatched an army of thousands of people and dozens of tanks and armored vehicles. In the end, it was barely able to defeat it after suffering heavy losses. Killing, this is because the Lord-level monster is not good at escaping, otherwise it would not be killed at all. Of course, they may not be killing real Lord-level monsters, but maybe only quasi-Lord-level monsters. The giants and the howling moon silver wolf in front of them were naturally not as powerful as the Lord-level monster, but they were also the strongest monsters everyone had ever seen besides it. Is that the heavenly seed? General Wang received a heavenly seed at the beginning of the end of the world, which enabled him to rise quickly and achieve his current status. The leader of the soldiers, a man with a scar on his face, stared closely at looking at the heavenly seed held in the hands of the bull-headed giant in the distance. His eyes were blazing. "Lu Captain, you wouldn't think," the other 4 soldiers were shocked when they heard this. "With so many monsters, they might have a chance to get the heavenly seed?" The scarred man said solemnly, "I have the ability to be invisible. Sunny, you put your teleportation seal on me. I will sneak into the monster group and look for opportunities to get the heavenly seed. Then you immediately activate the teleportation seal, teleport me out." The ability possessed by the scarred man is invisibility. The effect of this ability is clear without explaining it. As for one of the 4 soldiers named Sunny, he has a special ability called the Seal of Teleportation, which can leave a mark on the target. When activated, the target will be teleported to him. The scarred man wants Sunny to a mark of teleportation was left on him, and then he used his invisibility to enter the battle circle and seize the heavenly seed. The most difficult part of obtaining the heavenly seed is not getting it, but even more difficult is taking it to break out from the monsters. But with the teleportation seal, the scarred man can escape immediately as long as he gets the heavenly seed. But, the young soldier named Sunny hesitated. It takes time to activate the teleportation mark. If it is a little late, the scarred man will be dead. The scarred man patted his shoulder. "I trust you." Sunny's blood surged and he nodded fiercely. "Captain Lu, I won't let you down." The scarred man said quickly, I will set off immediately. Sunny will pay attention to the timing to activate the teleportation seal, and the others will support me. Yes. These 4 people were all well-trained soldiers, and they all responded. Sunny was responsible for activating the seal of teleportation at any time, while the remaining 3 set up sniper rifles, preparing to respond to the scarred man. Call. The scarred man went downstairs, his body disappeared into the air, entered a state of invisibility, and headed towards the battlefield in the distance. The scarred man's eyes flashed. This is my chance. I, Lu Sun, must make a difference. The scarred man Lu Sun was a soldier before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, he could only reach the rank of captain even though he worked very hard. He knew that the apocalypse was now a good opportunity to make contributions. As long as he had strong strength, his official position would be as high as it's soaring like a rocket. Qin Hao also approached the battle circle at this time. He entered a 5-meter-long state. He was not too inconspicuous, nor was he too inconspicuous to be accidentally stepped on by other monsters. Ga wo. Qin Hao walked towards the battle circle, which caused an ogre on the left to look at him. The blue-skinned ogre drooled, and with a fierce light in his eyes, he hit Qin Hao with a stick, trying to kill Qin Hao. Hao killed him and had a delicious meal. The other nearby monsters were staring at the movement happening here, ready to come and take advantage at any time. Qin Hao snorted coldly. He had to shock these guys hard before they would stop their evil thoughts. Bang! Even in the sealed state, Qin Hao's strength is not comparable to that of a first-level blue-skinned ogre. Crack! There was an explosion in the air, and Qin Hao's snake tail caused a series of sonic booms, hitting the blue-skinned ogre's chest with lightning speed, and a volcanic force exploded in its body. Before the human demon even had time to scream, his body was torn apart by the blows and exploded, with pieces of flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The monsters around them all swallowed their saliva when they saw this ferocious scene. This black snake was also a ruthless character, so they all became calm and did not dare to block Qin Hao's front. Qin Hao moved forward, while paying attention to the surrounding situation. Qin Hao would kill any monster without eyes that wanted to block the way or attack him without mercy, and forcibly opened a path among the monsters. Ha! But what shocked Qin Hao was that he saw a humanoid shadow in the distance walking cautiously among the monsters. The surrounding monsters seemed not to see him. Is it an evolver with the ability to become invisible? Qin Hao was quite surprised. This humanoid shadow was naturally the soldier from the Black Moon City military, Lu Sun, who had a scar on his face. Lu Sun used his invisibility ability to sneak into the monster group, and approached the center of the battlefield, preparing to find an opportunity to seize the heavenly seed, and then leave with the help of the teleportation seal. I can definitely do it. There are monsters all around, and walking among them undoubtedly requires a lot of courage. Lu Sun is also quite nervous. As soon as a monster moves even slightly, he will immediately stop and stop. Holding his breath, Lu Sun encouraged himself in his heart. Fortunately, he was lucky and was getting closer to the center of the battlefield. However, Lu Sun was suddenly stunned. He accidentally felt a cold gaze. He quickly turned his head and saw a 5-meter-long black snake looking up at him. A strange look flashed in its pale golden snake eyes. Brilliance. Not good. Lu Sun's heart skipped a beat. His invisibility ability can hide his figure and breath, but the heat of his body cannot be hidden. Snake monsters have thermal vision. Obviously, this big black snake found him. Which made him pray in his heart that with so many monsters around, he should be inconspicuous. He hoped that this big black snake would leave quickly. So brave. Qin Hao also admired in his heart. This evolver is indeed a very courageous person. With his invisibility ability, he sneaked into a large group of monsters without revealing his feet. He is a person who can achieve great things. This made Qin Hao unconsciously think of a relatively famous evolver in Maoyue City in later generations, named King Yin. This King Yin was a very famous assassin. He usually killed his opponents with one blow, and was killed by him with assassination. There are many Lord-level mutant beasts, and the Yin King's real name seems to be Lu Sun. But, you met me. Qin Hao's eyes turned cold.
This evolver was obviously here for the heavenly seed. He definitely wasn't seeking death by using his invisibility ability to sneak in. There might be some unknown means to ensure that he could get it. After the natural seed, you can immediately escape from the surrounding monsters. Abilities such as teleportation and teleportation can do this. Of course, Shinhao could not tolerate such a person with unknown means to compete with him for his heavenly seed. This heavenly seed was his favorite. So Shinhao's figure flashed, and he bit Lu Sun, who had disappeared. No, teleport Captain Lu out quickly. Several soldiers on the tall buildings in the distance shouted hurriedly when they saw this scene. Sunny gritted his teeth and hurriedly activated the teleportation seal on Sun Yi to teleport him out. However, with his current strength, it would take several seconds to activate, and these few seconds would be fatal. Damn beast! When Lu Sun saw Shinhao attacking him, he cursed. He knew that the operation had failed. He gritted his teeth, pulled out the dagger from his waist, and stabbed Shinhao in one eye, trying to force him back. He then left with the help of the teleportation mark. Clang! However, Shinhao shook his head slightly, and the dagger moved away from its target, bringing up a string of sparks on Shinhao's cheek. Shinhao opened his mouth and bit Lu Sun's shoulder. No! Sun Yi yelled angrily when he saw this. The teleportation mark had been activated, but Lu Sun was bitten by Shinhao. His teleportation mark obviously could not teleport with such a big snake. Ah! Lu Sun screamed in pain, feeling that Shinhao's snake fangs tore his shoulder bones, and a poison filled his body, causing his body to gradually lose strength. Let's die together. The teleportation mark had been activated, but it could not teleport him away. Lu Sun knew that he might not be able to survive today. He roared with red eyes, grabbed a ring on his waist, and pulled the ring off. Grenade? Upon seeing this, Shinhao knew clearly that this guy wanted to detonate a bomb and die with him. With Shinhao's current physique, even a close-range bomb could not kill him, but in the sealed state, his defense would be weakened. Shinhao don't want to get hurt. So Shinhao flicked his head and threw Lu Sun away, crashing into a group of monsters in the distance. Boom! The group of monsters were stunned when they saw Lu Sun flying over, and then they surrounded him with saliva and ferocious faces, ready to have a feast, but suddenly a ball of fire exploded, like a flower in bloom, exploding all around. The blood and flesh of the surrounding monsters splattered. No! On the tall building in the distance, Sunny and other soldiers' eyes were red. Lu Sun was a trustworthy officer and captain to them, but he died in the hands of a monster in front of their eyes. Someone aimed a sniper rifle at them. Shinhao wanted to shoot to avenge Lu Sun, but Shinhao had already entered the group of monsters and disappeared. There is no psychological burden to kill Lu Sun and Shinhao. Since you are here to snatch the heavenly seed, you must be prepared to die. In today's world where the law is broken, only strength comes first. This was just a small episode for Shinhao. He did not stop and squeezed into the center of the battle circle, where he saw the two monsters fighting. Boom! The battle between the bull-headed giant and the howling moon silver wolf was very fierce. The two giant beasts were going back and forth, and they were inextricably killed. The strength of the two is similar, but it is not easy to decide the winner. As long as they wait, one of them will definitely die in the battle, or even die together, but Shinhao has no idea of waiting. First things first, things will change if they come late, and secondly, Shinhao wants more than just one heaven seed. He wants to get one heaven seed first, and then go to other battlefields. Naturally, the more heaven seeds there are, the better. Bang bang bang. There were two Tauren standing in front watching the battle. Seeing the bravery of this warrior of their own race, their blood boiled with excitement. Shinhao drew out his snake tails one after another. The two Tauren were not paying attention and were hit by Shinhao's tail. The 2-meter-tall body shot towards the bull-headed giant and the howling moon silver wolf in the distance. The two Tauren were shocked. Who did this? But before they could figure it out, the eyes of the howling moon silver wolf and the minotaur giant flashed fiercely. Puff! The howling moon silver wolf whipped up a gust of wind and cut the Tauren that hit it into several pieces. However, the towering giant didn't care that the flying ones were his own kind.
The totem pole swung and flew towards him like a baseball. The minotaurs that came were smashed to pieces. Blood mist floated in the air, and in the blood mist, a black giant snake rushed towards the bull-headed giant.
It's that black snake. On a high building, the soldiers saw the situation in the center of the battlefield, and Qin Hao suddenly took action, and recognized that this was the black snake that killed their captain. Unfortunately, it's too far away from there and can't be hit by a sniper rifle.
Humph, he's looking for death. Then a ferocious look appeared on the faces of these soldiers. Even if they couldn't personally avenge their captain, seeing this hateful black snake die in the hands of other monsters would still make them let out a loud sigh of anger. They felt that this black snake was simply seeking death if it dared to intervene in the fight between the two terrifying monsters. The bull-headed giant was startled, but when it saw that it was just a 5-meter-long snake, it was not afraid. It held the fist of Tianzhong and punched Qin Hao's head, trying to smash Qin Hao's head. However, at this moment, Qin Hao released the seal, and an extremely fierce momentum burst out from Qin Hao's body, and his body expanded rapidly, 7 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters.
26 meters.
Qin Hao revealed a body that was 26 meters long and much thicker than a bucket.
This undoubtedly shocked the Minotaur giant.
It then gritted its teeth and poured power into its punched fist. The Minotaur giant was already a second-level advanced player. The monster has exerted its ability to become gigantic, and its strength has been greatly increased. It is sure to smash the head of this giant snake.
Boom! The bull-headed giant's fist hit Qin Hao's head like a meteorite from the sky. This terrifying punch could make an armored vehicle roll over and fly out.
It landed on Qin Hao's head with a muffled sound.
Just listening to this, the sound can also tell how heavy the punch is.
However, Qin Hao just felt his head was slightly dizzy. Qin Hao has evolved 4 times so far, and he has practiced spiritual refining, and his physical strength has been greatly improved. Even the punch from the bull-headed giant did not cause any harm to him.
Not good.
The bull-headed giant realized that something was wrong, but Qin Hao would not give it the slightest chance. He took a punch from the bull-headed giant, but he followed the trend and wrapped the bull-headed giant with a snake body, 26 meters long. His body was coiled into a snake formation, tightly covering the 2-story-tall minotaur. Under the pressure of life and death, the bull-headed giant used all his strength to suck the milk. He used his arms to push Qin Hao's body open, and at the same time pushed the horns of his head hard, struggling fiercely, but it was all in vain. Click, click, click.
Qin Hao's snake body tightened violently.
In almost less than a second, a series of bones bursting sounds were heard one after another. The originally burly body of the bull-headed giant was also squeezed and shriveled, and traces of blood were squeezed by the strong force.
The force squeezed and spurted out. A 5-meter-long python is enough to strangle an adult man in a short time, and a 26-meter-long giant snake can't even compare to the resurrection of a dinosaur.
Click, click, click. After a few seconds of numbing strangulation, Qin Hao slowly let go of his body, revealing the twisted, blood-covered, shapeless body of the Minotaur giant inside.
All the monsters had an uncontrollable look of fear in their eyes.
They had all seen how ferocious the bull-headed giant was, but he died so miserably in front of Qin Hao. Qin Hao saw the body of the bull-headed giant holding the celestial seed, which was the size of a fist and shone with 5-color light, was also quite excited. In his previous life, he had only seen the celestial seed coming from a distance. This is the first time that he is so close and has the seeds of heaven at his fingertips. Qin Hao simply lowered his head and swallowed the body of the bull-headed giant with the heavenly seed into the dimensional space of his abdomen, and then spit it out again. After doing all this, Qin Hao looked coldly at the howling moon silver wolf in the distance. The heavenly seed had been swallowed by him. If the howling moon silver wolf wanted to get the heavenly seed, he would have to kill him. Qin Hao's giant body and the method he used to strangle the minotaur just made Xiaoya silver wolf afraid, but it was impossible for Qin Hao to take away the heavenly seed.
Call. The wings of Xiaoya silver wolf vibrated, soared into the sky, and frantically fanned a pair of silver wings towards Qin Hao from a high position.
A strong wind swept across, and in this strong wind, the feathers on the pair of silver wings of Xiaoya's silver wolf fell off, and they hit Qin Hao with the strong wind. Each of these silver feathers is about the size of a palm, and is extremely sharp, like a blade. This is the ultimate attack of Xiaoya's silver wolf. Qin Hao stood still and seemed to turn a blind eye to the fierce attack. Dang, dang, dang. The silver blade feathers followed the strong wind, surrounding Qin Hao, and continuously cutting into various parts of Qin Hao's body. This series of attacks that could separate gold and break iron could only explode a string of sparks on Qin Hao's scales. This terrifying defensive power made Xiaoya's silver wolf's pupils shrink. Call! Qin Hao opened his mouth, brewing a mouthful of blazing flames, and then spit out blazing flames, burning the surrounding blades and feathers into ashes. You are looking for death. Qin Hao was originally in a hurry to go to other battlefields to seize the heavenly seeds and had no time to tangle with the Xiaoya silver wolf. But since he took the initiative to attack him, Qin Hao's character could not let it go. Crack! Purple thunder and lightning flashed all over Qin Hao's body, and his entire 26-meter-long body jumped dozens of meters high as if it were equipped with a spring, leaping towards the moon, screaming silver wolf flying above his head. This startled the Xiaoya silver wolf, and it quickly wanted to dodge, but when it launched its killing blow, all its feathers were released, its speed was greatly reduced, and it was unable to avoid Qin Hao's attack. Laugh! Qin Hao bit one of the forelimbs of Xiaoya's silver wolf, and its 26-meter-long body hung on its body. Xiaoya's silver wolf screamed in pain, and then his eyes flashed fiercely. Since Qin Hao dared to come up, he would take him up to 1,000 meters in the air, and then let him land at a high altitude. The huge howling moon silver wolf took Qin Hao and flew towards the sky. Qin Hao saw through the intention of the howling moon silver wolf. He sneered and wanted to take him to the sky? The power of Earth. When he flew nearly 100 meters high, Qin Hao suddenly used the power of Earth. Originally, Qin Hao's weight was very heavy. Xiaoya's silver wolf had to grit his teeth to fly with him. With the blessing of the power of Earth, Qin Hao's own weight suddenly increased several times. Xiaoya's silver wolf felt that Qin Hao had turned into a heavy mountain. There was no suspense that it could not fly no matter how hard it flapped its wings. It was directly hit by Qin Hao, dragging it towards the ground. Bang! The two giant beasts fell from a height of 100 meters, cracking the ground with spider web-like cracks, and the dust they raised caused the surrounding monsters to retreat. A height of 100 meters is not fatal to Qin Hao and Xiaoya's silver wolf. Xiaoya's silver wolf desperately scratched Qin Hao with its claws and flapped its wings, trying to make him let go. It already regretted it in its heart. If it had known better, it would not have provoked him. What a terrible guy. Qin Hao didn't know what Xiaoya's silver wolf was thinking. In Qin Hao's opinion, Xiaoya's silver wolf was just giving him extra food. Qin Hao glanced at a huge totem pole 5 or 6 meters long in the distance from the corner of his eye. His eyes lit up. This was the weapon used by the bull-headed giant before. He stretched out his snake tail and wrapped it around the handle of the totem pole. He smiled, "Blow your dog's head off." Qin Hao's snake tail wrapped around the totem pole, swinging it and slamming it down towards the head of Xiaoya's silver wolf. Bang! With just one blow, the sound of bones breaking could be heard from Xiaoya's silver wolf's head, and the resistance became weak. Bang bang bang! Qin Hao was not going to be polite to it. He hit Xiaoya's silver wolf 3 times on the head with a stick. On the third blow, Qin Hao injected genetic energy. The carvings on the totem pole shone and exploded with a huge force. Xiaoya's silver wolf's head was torn apart. It's really useful. Qin Hao blinked, quite surprised. The totem pole seemed to be enchanted and was an extraordinary weapon with special properties. The Taoran priests of the Taoran tribe generally possess mysterious powers. This totem pole may have been made by a powerful Taoran priest. It is a very high-quality weapon. He violently hammered the Howling Moon Silver Wolf to death, and Qin Hao swallowed the body of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf into the dimensional space. After 4 evolutions, Qin Hao not only became larger in size, but also the dimensional space in his belly became larger. Even after swallowing the Minotaur Giant and the Howling Silver Wolf, he didn't feel full at all, so Qin Hao also swallowed the totem pole. This The soldiers who witnessed this scene on a tall building in the distance felt a chill in their hearts. This giant snake could change its body size. It turned out that when it killed their captain before, it was just a random act. Even monsters at the level of Xiaoya Silver Wolf and Minotaur Giant were killed by Qin Hao one after another. This is a super monster, perhaps comparable to the Lord-level monster that descended on Ma-US City. It requires an army of more than 1,000 people and a variety of hot weapons to kill it.
Captain Liu.
I'm sorry, we have no ability to avenge you. Sunny and other soldiers clenched their fists, but they also knew that it was impossible to kill such a terrifying monster with their own strength. Qin Hao won a heavenly seed, but he was not satisfied. He raised his head and coldly glanced at the monsters around him. These monsters felt as if they were being targeted by ferocious beasts and subconsciously retreated. A few steps. Qin Hao's killing of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf and the Minotaur Giant shocked these monsters too much. They knew that these monsters were by no means powerful beings that they could provoke.
No matter how tempting the seed of heaven is, it must be taken with a life.
Qin Hao went in one direction, and the monsters in that direction quickly moved out of the way to let Qin Hao pass. A total of 3 heavenly seeds descended nearby, divided into 3 battlefields. One of them has been obtained by Qin Hao, and Qin Hao went to the second battlefield. There was also a fierce fight taking place on the second battlefield.
One of them was a goblin, a golden goblin.
Qin Hao raised his head and was quite surprised to see this scene. The golden goblin, I am afraid that it has mutated and exceeded the limitations of its own race.
This golden goblin is very powerful.
The power he erupts with his punches and kicks makes ripples appear in the void. The golden light on his body shines, and his body is not tall, but he is like a god of war, exuding a sense of majesty. The person fighting this golden goblin was a snow-white fox. This snow-white fox was very large, 6 or 7 meters long, and had 5 tails on its hips. Each tail seemed to have come to life, and it was like a snow-white fox.
Fight. Mutated beast? Qin Hao was surprised. This snow-white fox should be the same as Qin Hao.
It is not a foreign monster from another world, but a mutant beast native to the earth. Judging from its appearance, it should have evolved many times and is very powerful. The battle was decided. The 5-tailed fox seemed to sense that a powerful creature was approaching, which made it anxious and unleashed all its strength without reservation.
Boom!
A trace of determination flashed in the eyes of these 5 white foxes.
Finally, they gritted their teeth.
One of their tails suddenly lifted up, expanded, and then exploded with a bang. A tail exploded into pieces and turned into a rain of blood that poured over the body of the 5-tailed white fox. This turned the 5-tailed white fox's snow-white fur into blood red, and its own aura increased sharply.
Bang 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 bang. The golden goblin was also taken aback. The giant fox that turned blood red let out a loud roar.
The remaining 4 tails tore through the space and wrapped around the limbs of the golden goblin.
Poof!
The golden goblin struggled desperately, but the fox that turned blood red was too terrifying. The 4 tails violently tore apart the golden goblin's body to pieces.
It's the Blood Fox Lord?
Qin Hao was quite surprised when he saw this scene. In later generations, many monsters were famous for their ferocious power, and the Blood Fox Lord was one of them. The Blood Fox Lord's most famous battle was with a quasi-beast king. The quasi-beast king can be said to be the creature at the top of the food chain on land, and the Lord level is naturally several steps behind the quasi-beast king. In that battle, the Blood Fox Lord's 9 tails burst into pieces and turned into a bloody ferocious beast. He killed the would-be beast king on the spot, but later the Blood Fox Lord also disappeared and was probably dead. It could shatter its own tail to increase its strength.
Is an ability similar to sacrifice? If the tail is gone, it will naturally fall.
Qin Hao felt that the fox in front of him was probably the Blood Fox Lord in later generations. However, the surprise in Qin Hao's eyes quickly turned into a fierce glint.
After killing the golden goblin, the Blood Fox Lord hurriedly curled his tail with an intact tail. Tianzhong stopped and looked warily at Qin Hao in the distance.
Qin Hao's 26-meter-long body exuded a terrifying force. The monsters along the way were unconsciously frightened by Qin Hao's force and got out of the way.
pat the tail into a patty. The blood fox could clearly feel the attraction on Qin Hao's body, which was the attraction released by the heavenly seed that Qin Hao swallowed. If he killed Qin Hao, he would get 2 heavenly seeds. But Qin Hao's aura was so terrifying that the blood fox lord was extremely afraid. The top lord level monster in future generations? Qin Hao hesitated. This blood fox is the top among all lord level monsters in later generations. It has a record of crossing ranks and dying with the quasi-beast king. It is definitely very powerful. Today's blood fox, although the fox is far less powerful than later generations, judging from the fact that it can grab a heavenly seed, it has now begun to show its talents and cannot be underestimated. But Qin Hao is full of fighting spirit, so what if it is the top lord level monster in future generations? He will not be afraid at all, swallow it, and get the second heavenly seed. The blood fox looked at Qin Hao coldly. The blood on its body was flowing, and it realized how scary Qin Hao was. A tail on its buttocks exploded and turned into a rain of blood, which rained on itself. Suddenly, the blood fox's fur became even more blood red. And it exudes a strong smell of blood. Are you ready to fight for your life? Qin Hao knew that the blood fox's ability was to sacrifice its own tail in exchange for strong combat power. Later generations of blood fox lords sacrificed 9 tails at once, but they jumped up and killed a quasi-beast king. But something happened that Qin Hao never expected. Qin Hao was waiting for the formation, and the monsters around him held their breath, preparing to witness an amazing battle. The blood fox turned around and ran away without hesitation. A bloody ray of light was so fast that the monsters blocking the road were struck and sent flying backwards with broken bones and tendons. The corner of Qin Hao's mouth twitched. The blood fox lord had no intention of fighting him to the death. He sacrificed his second tail to escape. The blood fox instinctively sensed how terrifying Qin Hao was. If there was a fight, he would have to sacrifice all his tails. He would still lose more and win less. Even if he really won, his vitality would definitely be severely damaged and he would be picked up by the monsters around him. It's cheap, so after obtaining a heavenly seed, the blood fox is not willing to risk fighting Qin Hao. After all, Qin Hao's aura and huge size make it clear that this is a very terrifying monster. Qin Hao couldn't laugh or cry. A top lord from later generations was actually scared away by him? Qin Hao was speechless. The blood fox lord escaped too fast, and it was unlikely that Qin Hao would catch up with it. Qin Hao had no choice but to give up and go to the third battlefield. The heavenly seed on the first battlefield was obtained by Qin Hao. The blood fox took away the heavenly seed on the second battlefield, and the third battlefield was extremely anxious because it was a group of zombies fighting for the heavenly seed. The scary thing about zombies lies in their numbers and fearlessness of death. Even if there is a beast king here, they dare to go up and take a bite. A large group of zombies crowded several streets and gathered in the center of the cross street. The alien monsters descending around them were completely unable to intervene. The largest number of zombies in the city were zombies. Due to the attraction of the natural species, more and more zombies are pouring in, and even powerful monsters that dare to squeeze in will be torn into pieces. At this time, Tianzhong fell into the hands of a very weird zombie. This zombie is naturally very powerful if it can seize the heavenly seed, but its appearance is very disgusting. This zombie has no skin all over its body, revealing dark red muscle tissue. It is very huge, like a meatball, with a diameter of 10 meters. Its head is almost invisible. There is a ferocious look on this meatball. Facial features, and thick hands and feet. There is no doubt that this is a mutated zombie, and it has mutated into very strange shapes. The surrounding zombies are rushing towards this meatball zombie, trying to seize its heavenly seed. However, the power of this meatball monster is indeed far beyond that of ordinary zombies. Roots sprout from its flesh ball-shaped body. Blood-red tentacles stabbed out in all directions. Puff, puff. The heads of the zombies that surged up around them were all pierced, and the tentacles seemed to have some kind of corrosive toxin. The bodies of the stabbed zombies would quickly melt and turn into a puddle of mud, which was very terrifying. Moreover, this meatball zombie also has the characteristic of superfast regeneration.
Even if a zombie approaches it and tears a wound on its body with its claws, it will heal quickly. It is precisely by relying on this method that the meatball zombies can stand firm under the siege of so many zombies. According to normal development, there are only two possibilities for this fight. One is naturally that the meatball zombies have exhausted their genetic energy, lost the ability to regenerate at a high speed, and were torn into pieces by the surrounding zombies. The second possibility is that when the heavenly seed gives birth to a treasure, the attraction of the heavenly seed will disappear, and these zombies will stop attacking the meatball zombies. However, this heavenly seed is what Jinhao likes. So disgusting, at a glance, he saw zombies with rotting bodies and hideous faces. Jinhao didn't want to fight with so many zombies, but he had no choice but to do it for the sake of his heavenly seed. Bang bang bang! Jinhao rushed towards the sea of zombies, and his huge snake head burst out with amazing power, knocking the zombies blocking the way in front of him and sending them flying backwards. So fierce. Several soldiers on the roof and some evolutionists hiding in other places to observe the battlefield also swallowed their saliva. Isn't this black snake too scary? Forget about snatching one heaven seed. The blood fox who also snatched the heaven seed was so frightened that he sacrificed his tail and ran away. Now he has to rush into the sea of zombies to snatch the third heaven seed. Is it a monster from an alien race? But it doesn't seem like it. Most alien monsters have different characteristics from the Earth's native creatures. These evolvers guessed Jinhao's identity. If it was a monster from an alien race, it would be easier to explain. After all, it is not surprising that some powerful monsters exist in other worlds. But it would be terrible if it were a creature from the Earth's native world. This spiritual energy explosion has only lasted for more than a month, and it has grown to such an extent. How far will it reach in the future? Many evolvers took out their mobile phones to take pictures of the distant battlefield, thinking that it might be a source of bragging rights in the future. After all, in the end of the world, everyone is talking about powerful evolvers or some powerful monsters. Jinhao had no time to pay attention to these boring evolvers. He plunged into the sea of zombies like a sharp arrow and came to the center area, in front of the fleshball zombie. Whoosh! The fleshball zombie has long been aware of Jinhao's approach. Its eyes flashed with a fierce light. It is a powerful mutant zombie. A king is born among tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of zombies. It will never be defeated here. It will never be defeated here. He will win the heavenly seed, get rid of the limitations of life in the future, and strive for greater heights. The meatball zombie roared, and its blood-red tentacles shot towards Jinhao like raindrops. We have to deal with it quickly, Jinhao said secretly. There were zombies all around. Needless to say, what would happen if he was entangled and unable to escape? Dang, dang, dang. Facing the blood-red tentacles fired by the fleshball zombies, they were too dense to avoid. Jinhao had no intention of avoiding them. With the blessing of the power of gold, the black scales had a metallic luster, and each one could penetrate steel. His blood-red tentacles were unable to damage Jinhao's scales at all. Die! Jinhao let out a loud roar in his throat, as if it could penetrate the soul. His power of fire exploded, and every cell in his body seemed to be burning, bursting out with power beyond the limit. The snake's tail seemed to come out of the clouds and streaked. A huge arc, whipping towards the waist of the fleshball zombie. Bang 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 bang. The zombies nearby were struck by the snake's tail and were blown to pieces like porcelain. Jinhao's powerful blow was very terrifying. He was huge, blessed with the power of fire, and the spirit refining technique improved his physique. The tail slapped the waist of the meatball zombie, unleashing a terrifying lethality. Bang! The meatball zombie let out a shrill scream, and Jinhao's tail exploded a piece of flesh and blood 2 to 3 meters in diameter that it whipped. Jinhao saw that the flesh and blood on the waist of the fleshball zombie was still squirming and new flesh sprouts were growing out, and he knew that this was its super speed regeneration ability. There is only one way to deal with the super speed regeneration ability. Hit it directly so that it has no time to regenerate and recover. Bang bang bang. Jinhao pulled out his tail one after another, and the flesh and blood of the 10-meter diameter body of the fleshball zombie was flying everywhere.
He hit 20 or 30 heavy blows in a row, fast and hard. The frequency of this attack was like a convulsion, even for a fleshball zombie. His ability to withstand the beating was finally unbearable, and he was beaten by Qin Hao until his body, which was 10 meters in diameter, was torn apart. This is too scary. This fleshball zombie seemed to be able to face the impact of the zombie sea with ease. It has been holding on until now. However, Qin Hao arrived and beat it to pieces in less than half a minute, showing a violent display. The aesthetics. After powerfully destroying the meatball zombie, Qin Hao found 2 items in the torn body of the meatball zombie that were not stained by the mud. One of them was a milky white crystal, which was the evolutionary energy in the meatball zombie's body. The second item is a round sphere shining with 5 colors of light, which is the seed of heaven. Qin Hao opened his mouth and sucked in both the evolutionary energy and the heavenly seed into the dimensional space in his belly. He successfully obtained the 2 heavenly seeds, which was an unexpected gain. This time, there were a total of 10 heavenly seeds, 5 of which landed in the alien world and could not be obtained, and the remaining 5 fell in 3 different directions. Unless one possessed the clone technique, it would be impossible to collect all the heavenly seeds. And if 3 heavenly seeds hadn't fallen very close to each other, Qin Hao would never have been able to obtain 2 heavenly seeds. This was already an unexpected surprise. Let's go, leave. Qin Hao secretly thought that there were zombies all around, because Qin Hao killed the fleshball zombies, and the heavenly seed was swallowed by Qin Hao. At this time, Qin Hao had 2 heavenly seeds, and his temptation was beyond imagination. All the zombies roared and rushed towards Qin Hao, trying to tear him into pieces and take away his heavenly seed. TSK, TSK, TSK. Countless claws fell on Qin Hao's body, but Qin Hao's scales were extremely hard. These sharp claws could not leave the slightest trace on his body. Some zombies jumped high and jumped onto Qin Hao's body. On the body, gnawing crazily. This is the terrifying thing about zombies. When they reach a certain scale, they can unleash super strong combat power. In later generations, there have been more than one incident where Lord-level monsters were surrounded by a sea of zombies and then consumed alive. Bang bang bang. Qin Hao roared angrily, and his body shook violently. All the zombies crawling on him and around him were shaken and flew upside down. Then, the snake tail slapped the ground hard, and the whole body rose into the air, jumping 4 or 5 times. 10 meters away. Bang! Qin Hao's body fell to the ground, and his huge, heavy body immediately crushed the 7 or 8 zombies below and shattered them into meat paste. As soon as he landed, Qin Hao gathered his strength again, exploded with power, and jumped up. So in the frightened eyes of all the distant evolvers and monsters, Qin Hao kept jumping over the heads of these zombies. Each jump covered a distance of tens of meters. After 7 or 8 jumps, Qin Hao successfully escaped from the zombie sea. Oh my god, this black snake is probably a lord-level monster. I think if we were to rank all the monsters in Black Moon City today, the Black Snake King would be in the top 10. These evolvers were extremely frightened when they witnessed Qin Hao displaying his power and sweeping everything. They felt that Qin Hao was one of the strongest monsters in the entire Black Moon City. Some even called him the king. Qin Hao was very dissatisfied with the title Black Snake King. Captain, as for the soldiers of Maoyue City, their faces were full of bitterness. Their captain Lu Sun went to fight for the heavenly seed, but he died before leaving the army. He died in the hands of Qin Hao. After seeing Qin Hao after the horror, they even lost the courage to take revenge. Oh, I don't know what those light balls are, and why they attracted so many monsters to fight for it. It's a pity that all 3 light balls were taken away by monsters. Some people also lamented, realizing that the heavenly seed is definitely not ordinary, but it is a pity that they did not get it. Ability. Qin Hao escaped from the battlefield formed by the heaven seed all the way. As he left the battlefield, Qin Hao used his seal to transform into a form less than 1 meter long. Qin Hao returned to the zoo and found a forest to stay. He exuded a fierce power that made all the mutated beasts in the forest retreat and run away. I believe no one dared to disturb him. 2 heavenly seeds, what kind of treasure will they give birth to? Qin Hao opened his mouth and spat out the heavenly seeds,
looking expectantly at the two heavenly seeds in front of him that exuded 5 colors of brilliance. The heavenly seed will give birth to a treasure within a few hours. As for what will be given birth to, it all depends on luck. It can be a secret skill, a treasure from heaven and earth, or a weapon or treasure. It is completely random and comes from the power of laws. Shards can evolve into anything. While Qin Hao was waiting for the heavenly seed to produce an item, he was digesting the corpses of the two monsters he had swallowed in his body. Click, click, click. When 3 or 5 hours passed, Qin Hao suddenly heard a clicking sound in his ears. This made him immediately open his eyes and look at the two heavenly seeds with joy. The surface of the two heavenly seeds were faintly visible. Several cracks have appeared, and they are about to give birth to treasures. Qin Hao waited nervously. The items in the heavenly seed were bred from the fragments of the power of law. Under normal circumstances, they would not be mortal objects, but if they were bred into weapons or armor, then Qin Hao would have vomited blood, because no matter how good the weapons or armor were, they were of no use to him. However, Qin Hao's luck was not so bad. When the cracks on the surface of the first heavenly seed became larger and larger, Qin Hao faintly saw one of the Ganoderma-like objects taking shape. This made Qin Hao feel slightly relieved. Is it a treasure from heaven and earth? It seems that the first heavenly seed should produce a kind of elixir, which will be very high-end, at least it will not be useless. Kaka. When all the light dissipated, a fist-sized Ganoderma lucidum glowing with 5 colors appeared in front of Qin Hao's eyes. The 5-color halo of this Ganoderma lucidum is only the size of a fist, but it is as beautiful as a handicraft. Qin Hao's pupils shrank slightly, and then his eyes showed a look of disbelief and ecstasy. Is this the 5-colored Tianlingzi? Great! Qin Hao laughed. What is 5-colored Ganoderma lucidum? Ordinary Ganoderma lucidum is very rare, but you can basically find it. However, the older the Ganoderma lucidum and ginseng are, the more powerful the medicine is and the more precious they are. Before the end of the world, there were even 1,000-year-old ginseng that was auctioned for tens of millions. Of course, in fact, the so-called 1,000-year-old ginseng is not even 1,000 years old. Spiritual elixirs do not get better and better if they are kept for a long time. They also have a lifespan, and will flourish and decline over time, wither and die. Especially in the past, the spiritual energy of the earth world was exhausted, so the 1,000-year-old ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum only existed in legend. As for Tianlingzi, it is Millennium Ganoderma. It is said that Ganoderma can be called Tianlingzi when it reaches 1,000 years, and then there will be one more color every 1,000 years. The Tianlingzi in front of you has 5 colors. In other words, this is a 5-year-old Ganoderma. Ganoderma lucidum, a medicine that is thousands of years old. Digesting this 5-color Ganoderma lucidum will definitely allow me to evolve again. Qin Hao was extremely happy. No treasure is as important as its own strength, and this 5-colored Ganoderma lucidum will most likely allow him to evolve again. How far can one evolve? Qin Hao licked his lips. The elixir refined from the 5-color heavenly Ganoderma naturally had stronger and better effects. However, Qin Hao did not have this condition and could only eat it directly. He would not be stupid enough to store the 5-color heavenly Ganoderma. Any treasure would not be worth it. It would be a waste to transform it into one's own strength. Click, click, click. At this time, the second heavenly seed also gradually shattered. Qin Hao was unexpectedly calm at this time. He had obtained a 5-color heavenly Ganoderma, even though the second heavenly seed gave birth to a pair of he can deal with items that are trivial to him. What's this? When the second heavenly seed was completely shattered, a white crystal the size of a fingertip appeared in it. This made Qin Hao stunned. Even with his extensive knowledge, he did not recognize what the white crystal was. He tried to lower his head and touch it, and a flash of surprise suddenly flashed in his eyes. He felt that his cells had undergone a strange change when he came into contact with this white crystal. He saw flames, frost, hurricanes. Is this an ability seed? Qin Hao thought hard and suddenly realized that the ability seed is one of the most exquisite treasures among the heavenly seeds. Its function is very simple. After being digested, it can give the user a special ability.
This is undoubtedly amazing. The biggest difference between ordinary evolvers and special evolvers is that they have no special abilities. However, if they obtain an ability seed, ordinary evolvers can also awaken their abilities and become special evolvers. And if you are a special evolver with abilities, you will gain a second special ability after using the ability seeds and become a powerful dual ability evolver. The advantage of dual ability evolvers is that the two abilities can cooperate with each other to cope with different situations. Even if both abilities are useless, the genetic energy that the cells can store will be twice that of evolutionaries of the same level, which is undoubtedly a huge benefit. The advantages. Shinhao is now not only huge, but also possesses the abilities of thunder and fire, so there is almost no need to worry about depletion of his powerful genetic energy. If it is really an ability seed, then Shinhao's luck is absolutely incredible, and he can obtain the third ability after digesting it. Maybe the power seed is so big? But Shinhao was confused. The characteristics of the ability seed were very similar to the white crystal core in front of him. However, the general ability seed was only the size of a soybean, while the white crystal core in front of him was the size of a thumb. This difference very outrageous. Let's see if you drop blood, Shinhao pondered and decided to try dripping blood. Many top-quality treasures can only be activated with blood, so Shinhao pierced a little bit of skin in his mouth with a snake's teeth, and a drop of bright red blood dripped out in front of his eyes. On top of the white spar. The white crystal stone was like a sponge, sucking in all the blood dripping from Shinhao. Then it emitted white light and rose into the air, approaching Shinhao's forehead. Shinhao hesitated for a moment and did not dodge. Laugh. Shinhao was shocked. The white crystal stone was close to his forehead and actually blended in. It merged with the scales between his eyebrows. At the same time, a message appeared in Shinhao's mind, which Shinhao gradually understood. Shinhao's pupils contracted violently, and then he became ecstatic after knowing the specific function of this white crystal. This is the power source crystal. Shinhao was a little unbelievable. The power source crystal is a legendary treasure. Even its preciousness and effectiveness far exceed the five-color sky bred by the first heaven seed. Ganoderma lucidum. Ability source crystals are more precious and advanced than ability seeds. Ability seeds can give the user a new ability, while ability seeds can give the user one or even several abilities. The ability source crystal has only one function, and that is to smelt ability. However, ability cannot be smelted out of thin air. If you want to use the ability source crystal to smelt the first ability, you have to collect the ability atoms of 100 kinds of creatures with special abilities, and these 100 ability atoms cannot be the same. Smelting the second ability requires 1,000 different ability atoms, and smelting the third ability requires 10,000 different ability atoms. Lord level. As for how to extract the ability atoms, it is very simple. Just eat part of the body of the creature. The ability source crystal of the recognized master will automatically extract the ability atoms of the creature. 100 ability atoms must be different ability atoms? Shinhao clicked his tongue. This condition is really difficult to overcome. To smelt the first ability, you need 100 different ability atoms. After that, you need to smelt another ability. The number of ability atoms has increased tenfold. However, the degree of metamorphosis of the ability source crystal is also very amazing. You can rely on it to obtain more than one ability. It is a very high-level heaven-defying treasure. Later generations of Shinhao heard that there was a strong person among the human evolvers who had an ability source crystal. That strong person was ranked in the top 20 in the world's top 100 battle list. He was a real super strong person. His original ability was the utility of source crystal is this. Take your time, use the 5-color Tianlingzi first, and then rely on the ability source crystal to smelt the first ability. Shinhao secretly said, smelting the first ability requires 100 different ability atoms, although it's very difficult, but it's possible to do it now if you put in a lot of effort. 5-colored heavenly Ganoderma, help me take a step further. Shinhao's eyes flashed with astonishing light as he swallowed the 5-colored heavenly Ganoderma that exuded 5-color brilliance. Call.
The five-colored Ganoderma emitted a huge medicinal power that permeated Qin Hao's whole body, impacting his limbs and bones. Qin Hao groaned in pain, but was not surprised but happy. It was this huge energy that could help he reaches a higher level and breaks through the limits of life. Alchemy. Qin Hao unlocked the seal and transformed into a 26-meter-long form. At the same time, he used spiritual refining techniques to refine the five-color Ganoderma lucidum in his body, and practiced the five elements boxing. His more than 20-meter-long body danced wildly, the surrounding big trees were bombarded and shattered into powder, and a monstrous force rose into the sky, making the mutant beasts within dozens of miles around seem to be aware of it and tremble in fear. These mutated beasts are very powerful and have experienced evolution, but under the terrifying aura exuded by Qin Hao, each of them seems to have seen a ferocious beast that has revived from ancient times, baring its teeth and claws. They are not qualified to compare with them, and they are only qualified to being reduced to food as a gap in the level of life. Ha ha! Sure enough, I'm going to break through the limit of life. Qin Hao was ecstatic. The cells in his body divided again and evolved. This will be the 5th time that he has broken through the limit of life. He can do what he does in a short period of time. Both luck and strength are indispensable. Click, click, click. Qin Hao's muscles and bones roared together, and a crack opened on the surface of his body. A layer of snakeskin peeled off, revealing new and harder scales. 3 days later, when all the pain was gone, Qin Hao raised his head and let out a high-pitched cry that went straight through the sky, "Ong!" The clouds in the sky seemed to be shaken away, breaking through the clouds and mist. In the zoo, a 6-meter-long black lion felt as if its eardrums were about to be torn. A kind of fear from the soul made its limbs go limp. He lay prone on the ground. This makes the giant black lion a little unbelievable. What kind of creature is this? Just by hearing its voice, I felt a sense of surrender. You must know that it is the most powerful among the tens of thousands of mutant beasts in this zoo. It has evolved to the 2nd level not long ago, and other creatures are. It should be its food. In the zoo, a group of fully armed evolvers looked into the distance with greatly changed expressions. One of them, a burly man, with his pupils contracted, said, "What kind of creature was that cry just now?" The zoo is infested with mutant beasts, and some evolvers who think they have strength will sneak into the zoo to hunt mutant beasts, and they are one of the teams. Could it be a 2nd-level mutant beast? Someone swallowed, a little unbelievable, but even if it is a 2nd-level mutant beast, the 5 of us can kill it together. Why can't we just hear its cry? Is there a feeling of fear in your heart? It's like her soul is trembling. A female evolver in the team was trembling, staring at the woods in the distance with a pale face, but no one laughed at her for being timid. They all felt the same way. Let's go, there may be super scary creatures in this zoo. This team of elite evolvers left the zoo in a panic. If they encountered some 2nd-level monsters, they thought they had the strength to kill them, but if you encounter the monster that just made that chirping sound, it will definitely be eaten without even leaving any bones. Quasi-Lord level. I have evolved to the Quasi-Lord level. Feeling the exaggeratedly huge genetic energy in his body, Qin Hao laughed wildly. Lord level, this will be a powerful monster and ordinary evolver in 5 years. It is difficult to have the qualifications to compete with them, and those who have the ability to kill Lord-level mutant beasts are all powerful and famous. Qin Hao is still far away from the Lord level, but now that the apocalypse has only begun for more than a month, he has evolved into a quasi-Lord level mutant beast. As long as he does not commit suicide, he is basically invincible at this stage. If today's Qin Hao fought with the giant crocodile in black armor again, and Qin Hao was confident that he could easily kill it on the spot. After evolving into a quasi-Lord level, Qin Hao's size increased to 30 meters, but this is not the limit. As long as there is enough food, he can still grow. It just so happens that hunting for food can help you refine energy atoms through the period of rapid growth. Qin Hao didn't waste any time. His stomach growled with hunger. His 30-meter-long body was like a steamroller, covering all the protruding ground. It was dented by the pressure, and with a loud rumbling sound, Qin Hao's huge body was incredibly fast, disappearing into the forest like a train. A mutated turtle dove? Hao quickly discovered his first prey with his thermal vision, which was a mutated turtle dove the size of a wash basin. The mutated turtle dove stood on the top of the big tree. At this time, he felt movement. Looking into the distance, a chill suddenly rose in his heart. It was a huge black snake with an exaggerated size. The 30-meter-long body gave people the feeling it's so oppressive. The mutated turtle dove quickly reacted and saw Hao flying towards it. This caused it to quickly flap its wings and want to fly off the ground. However, it had only reached halfway when it felt a terrifying force enveloped it. The mutated turtle dove felt like it was falling into an infinite abyss. It was horrified to find that it had lost control of its body and fell straight from the sky. Bah! Hao opened his mouth to catch it, and directly swallowed the mutant turtle dove the size of a basin. This is the coercion generated by Hao after reaching the quasi-lord level in life. It can make the weak mutant beasts unable to move their bodies in front of him. If Hao wants, he can even conquer all the mutant beasts in the zoo. Abilities. In addition to being powerful themselves, lord-level mutant beasts have a high level of life and can overwhelm some mutant beasts that are weaker than them. They have their own territory, and can even launch small-scale beast tides. Of course, this is too time-consuming. For Hao, these mutated beasts are his food, so there is no need to waste time conquering them. One ability atom. Hao was a little surprised. As he digested it, he discovered that this mutated turtle dove actually had special abilities. He provided an ability atom for his ability source crystal. When 100 ability atoms were gathered, the ability Yuan Jing will forge an ability for him. However, there is only 1 in 10 monsters with special abilities on average. It still takes a lot of effort to collect 100 different ability atoms. Of course, Hao has to eat anyway, so refining ability atoms is also done by the way. Time passed, and mutant beasts took over the entire zoo. These mutant beasts were very fierce, but in front of Hao, who evolved into a quasi-lord, these mutant beasts turned into paper tigers. They were not even qualified to resist in front of Hao, even if they evolved. The same is true for mutant beasts that reached the second level. Although Hao is also at the second level, he has now evolved to the second and seventh level, and has become a quasi-lord level. His combat power far exceeds that of the same level. Even if an ordinary second-level mutant beast evolves to the second and ninth level, Hao can easily kill him. 20 days later, Hao's rapid growth period ended. At this time, his body length reached an astonishing 35 meters, with a diameter of more than 1 meter. The scales on his body were larger than the mouth of a bull, and because of Hao's cultivation due to the alchemy technique, his scales are stronger than imagined. Hao had previously encountered a second-level mutant beast with the ability to pierce armor. He stood there and let it attack. The second-level mutant beast with the ability to pierce armor could hardly leave a scratch on Hao's scales. The appetite is getting bigger and bigger, Hao also sighed. Every giant-level mutant beast needs a huge amount of food to grow. Hao is okay. After all, he has the ability to seal and consumes a lot of food in a small size. There is very little energy, and some giant mutant beasts that have not understood the seal require a huge amount of food. 100 different ability atoms have been gathered together. What will be the first ability that I can forge? Hao's eyes flashed with joy. In 20 days, he finally gathered them together. 100 different atoms of ability. Without moving his mind, Hao let the ability source crystal in his eyebrows begin to smelt his ability. The ability source crystal on Hao's forehead burst out with a soft white light, and the 100 different ability atoms extracted from it began to continuously fuse and change. And at the same time inject the special energy formed into Hao's body. Call. Hao felt that the mysterious areas in his brain had been developed. He could hear the whistling of the wind in his ears. Every cell was changing, becoming stronger, able to store more power, and becoming more capable. Be in harmony with the aura of heaven and earth. The first ability that the ability source crystal gave me is the wind. Hao saw the world first opening, and a wisp of chaotic wind passing through the sky.
Sometimes it was gentle, bringing coolness, and sometimes it was violent, causing horrific disasters. Thousands of forest trees were uprooted and blown into the sky. Another natural ability? Qin Hao was speechless. He now has 3 abilities, 1 thunder and lightning, 1 flame, and now he has an additional wind ability. These 3 abilities have one thing in common, they all belong to the natural ability. Field of. However, Qin Hao was not too disappointed. The wind ability looked ordinary, but in fact the natural abilities were very strong. The wind ability could attack the enemy or attach to oneself to increase speed, which was a very practical ability. Wait, my wind ability seems a little different? Qin Hao's eyes showed a strange color, and he felt as if he was integrated with the wind between heaven and earth. Could it be that the ability source crystal gave me not the ordinary wind ability, but the control of the wind? Qin Hao was stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. The same ability also has strong and weak levels, and the ability of the controller level is far higher than similar abilities or several times more powerful. Try it. Qin Hao decided to test whether he really had a controller-level wind ability. The genetic energy in his body surged, and the genetic energy immediately combined with the wind between heaven and earth, turning into cyan wind knives. Go! Qin Hao is huge, has evolved to the quasi-lord level, and has 3 abilities. The genetic energy in his body is beyond imagination. At this time, when he uses his wind ability, there are cyan wind blades everywhere in the world. Qin Hao faces the front. A small forest launched an attack. TSK TSK TSK. A series of green wind blades seemed to form a tornado, tearing through the void. Big trees were cut, broken, and shattered. Thousands of wind blades covered the sky and covered the ground, annihilating everything. This feeling is really a controller-level wind ability. Qin Hao laughed happily. The wind controller, a controller-level ability, is much stronger than the ordinary wind ability. The strong wind was like a knife, raging endlessly. When Qin Hao stopped after 2 or 3 minutes, the forest with a radius of more than 200 meters in front was completely reduced to ruins, and the big trees were cut into pieces by the wind blades all over the sky, like as terrifying as the power of God. If a human evolver has the ability to control the wind, he will never be able to do a large-scale attack like Qin Hao's at the 2nd level. Even if he can do it, he will probably be out of breath from exhaustion. The larger the attack range, the more consumption. The more genetic energy there is, the more it will be impossible to bear. Unlike Qin Hao, the amount of genetic energy stored in his body is beyond ordinary people's imagination. Even such a large-scale attack is not too strenuous for him. In addition to increasing the attack speed, the wind ability also allows the user to fly with the wind. Can I fly with the wind? Qin Hao secretly thought that evolvers with wind ability have another huge advantage, that is, it can fly. Of course, this is a huge test for mastery of abilities and genetic energy. Thinking of it, he tried it. Qin Hao took a deep breath and used his ability to control the wind. A stream of green air flowed around him, wrapping around Qin Hao's body and dragging him up. Qin Hao's huge body was slightly shaken, which made Qin Hao's eyes flash. A hint of joy, it can be done. Rise. Qin Hao exerted his ability to the extreme, and the huge cyan airflow surrounded Qin Hao, causing Qin Hao's huge body of 35 meters to rise into the sky, 30 meters, 40 meters. When Qin Hao rose to an altitude of 100 meters, he looked down and had the feeling of seeing all the mountains at a glance. Flying, this is what every person or every creature has ever dreamed of, and now Qin Hao has done it. Qin Hao controlled the surrounding wind and led him to fly in the air. He lowered his head and looked down at the woods and plains below. Qin Hao saw a huge lion sleeping lazily on a plain in the zoo. Seemingly aware of it, the huge lion looked up. When he saw a giant black snake more than 30 meters long flying 100 meters in the sky, he was startled and shook his head hurriedly. He was not dazzled? The dragon balls, but when he looked carefully, he was frightened. He was not dazzled. There was indeed a black giant snake more than 30 meters long flying, surrounded by green air. The black snake was like a mythical dragon or soaring snake, exuding an aura that dominates the world. Run! The huge lion turned around and ran away without hesitation. It had evolved to the second level a long time ago and was one of the most powerful creatures in the zoo. But as soon as it saw the black giant snake in the sky, it knew that the two were not the same. On the same level. Qinghao naturally saw this huge lion, but he did not chase it. He studied flying in the wind and kept flying for half an hour. It frightened countless mutant beasts in the zoo. Qinghao finally fell from the sky to the ground. The speed is acceptable, but the amount of genetic energy consumed is too huge. Qinghao felt the loss of genetic energy in his body. This is him, who can fly for so long. Qinghao is large, so flying with the wind consumes a lot of genetic energy. However, as long as he enters the sealed state, this consumption will be reduced sharply. In any case, being able to fly is a powerful skill. The ability source crystal is indeed a legendary treasure, but the next time you smelt the ability, you will need 1,000 different ability atoms. This is really a big project and cannot be achieved in a short time. Bang! Qinhao's life gradually calmed down. It has been 2 months since the end of the world. On the third day after he gained the ability to control the wind, a huge flower suddenly bloomed in the zoo. Very clear even in daylight. Many mutant beasts looked up at the flowers blooming in the sky in confusion, not knowing what they were. This is a signal bomb? Qinhao was also alarmed. He was extremely confused. This should be a signal bomb, but who is so stupid as to put a signal bomb where the mutant beast is entrenched? Out of curiosity, Qinhao decided to take a look, so Qinhao headed in the direction of the signal flare in the distance. Not long after, Qinhao saw the person who fired the flare. She was a neatly dressed and beautiful girl with a single ponytail and black clothes and trousers. She was carefully paying attention to the surrounding situation. She placed the flare in this place. I'm afraid that it will attract some mutant beasts that are difficult to deal with, which would be terrible. Qinhao was stunned when he saw this girl, because this person was Su Shaoqian. What is she doing here? Qinhao walked over in confusion. Su Shaoqian's ears moved and she heard the sound of grass and trees rubbing together. When she saw Qinhao coming slowly from a distance, she breathed a sigh of relief, patted her chest and said, "Master Long, are you still here?" The thunder and lightning above Qinhao's head gathered together, and a row of words formed by thunder and lightning appeared. "Why are you here?" "Master Long, don't you want me to help you pay attention to important news?" Su Shaoqian said, which reminded Qinhao. The last time he saw Su Shaoqian, he really asked her to tell her if she heard that there was something wrong with Moyuacheng. If something big happens, come and tell him. Did something big happen? Qinhao asked. Su Shaoqian perked up and said quickly, 2 days ago, in a mausoleum outside Black Moon City, a tombstone suddenly exploded, and then a dark crack appeared. People have occupied it, and it is said that the crack can lead to an ancient ruins, and it is unknown what is in it. Qinhao's eyes lit up when he heard this. There were already other civilizations in ancient times. Although these civilizations have perished now, they have left behind some ruins, ancient ruins. This is a place that future generations of evolvers will desperately explore, because among them there must be some technologies, treasures, and secrets left by ancient races. For example, Qinhao's secret psychic technique was unearthed from an ancient ruins. Is the Dragon Ball in this ruins? Qinhao thought secretly. Regarding the Dragon Ball on Black Moon Island, Qinhao had no clue, but he felt that this Dragon Ball was most likely to be in a ruins on Black Moon Island. The treasures left behind by ancient times. Now Su Shaoqian has brought news that the military in Moyue City has discovered an ancient ruins. This is undoubtedly something Qinhao can't help but associate with. Whether there are Dragon Balls in the ruins or not, we can find out once we find out. Qinhao then condensed the words of thunder and lightning, "Can you take me into that ruins?" After a slight hesitation, Su Shaoqian nodded. That ruin is said to be very dangerous. If Master Long wants to go in, I can take you in. Let's go. Qinhao said directly that entering the ruins and exploring the whereabouts of the dragon beads was Qinhao's biggest goal. If you want to evolve into a dragon, the Dragon Ball is indispensable, otherwise the possibility of transforming into a dragon is very slim. In later generations, some snake-like mutant beasts even gave birth to terrifying Beast King-level creatures,
but their races were still snakes and they did not become dragons. Because they do not have dragon blood, even if they evolve, they will only evolve into more powerful snakes. But with the Dragon Ball, if you absorb it, you can have the hope of transforming into a dragon. Everyone in China knows the legend about the dragon. It can control the wind and rain, which is a powerful symbol and a symbol of supremacy. Just like the last time he sneaked into Mayue City, Xin Hao wrapped himself around Su Xiaoma's wrist. Su Xiaoqian felt a little strange, as if he had returned to 2 months ago. At that time, she was just an ordinary person, but now she has become an evolver who fights zombies and monsters. Su Xiaoqian knew clearly in her heart that if Xin Hao had not given her a spirit-gathering grass and made her become an evolver before the end of the world, then under the great explosion of spiritual energy, she would most likely have transformed like most people. 4 zombies. Therefore, Su Xiaoqian was very grateful and trusted Xin Hao, and was even willing to take risks to take him into the ruins. As they moved forward, Su Xiaoqian said to Xin Hao, Master Long, it is said that there is more than one entrance to the ruins. Some monsters seem to be gathering at the entrance of the ruins, trying to get in. What is attracting them there? I don't know, there may be some treasures. Xin Hao's heart moved when he heard this. Those monsters were attracted. Is it because there are dragon beads in the ruins? Roar! At this time, 2 zombies with disheveled hair rushed out from the street in front of them. The 2 zombies looked like they hadn't eaten for a long time, so they were both skinny and bones, but their speed was quite astonishing, with blood-red eyes flashing. The light is more terrifying than the beast. When Xin Hao was thinking about whether to take action, Su Xiaoqian took the lead. There were metal flying knives and the tactical belt around her waist. At this time, 2 of them took off automatically, and they were like 2 flying knives under the invisible force. A flash of cold light passed away. Poof! With 2 soft sounds, 2 flying knives passed through the foreheads of the 2 zombies respectively, causing the 2 zombies to fall to the ground, their bodies twitching slightly and they fell to the ground dead. Hee, I'm very powerful. Su Xiaoqian felt a little proud. She took out a knife and cut open the hearts of the 2 zombies, and skillfully took out 2 pieces of milky white evolutionary energy. Please vote for recommendation 00. City Psychic Ability? Xin Hao saw this scene and judged that Su Xiaoqian's ability was telepathy. Telepathy ability can be used to attack and defend. Before telepathy becomes strong, the main means of attack is to attack objects. It is a very powerful weapon. Powerful capabilities. Su Xiaoqian became an evolver, and he was an evolver with special abilities. After 2 months of training in the last days, he was already a very powerful evolver. Otherwise, he would not have had the chance to serve as a team leader in the alien god guards. Roll. Su Xiaoqian moved in one direction. When she encountered zombie attacks along the way, she controlled the flying knife to kill them. All the way, she came to a city wall. Above the city wall, there were a large number of fully armed soldiers guarding it. This is the central gathering place for the Mayue City military. More than 100,000 people live here. The central gathering place is a city within a city. Encountering the soldiers guarding the gate, Su Xiaoqian showed an identity token and successfully entered the central gathering place. This knife you sell is too expensive. Why don't you grab 5 first and 5th level evolutionary energy? Buy it or not, my knife is forged from the metal carried by the monster. It can cut through gold and iron with ease. It is definitely worth the price. In the center of the gathering place, people were coming and going, and it was very lively. There were also stalls selling weapons and food, but the transactions were not money, but evolutionary energy that could enhance strength. This scene made Xin Hao feel nostalgic. In his previous life, he often bargained with others in order to save an evolutionary energy source. We will set off in the afternoon. Master Long, please wait. Su Xiaoqian whispered to Xin Hao. If she was found to have brought a mutant beast into the central gathering place, she would definitely be executed. Xin Hao waited silently. It was already noon, and Su Xiaoqian had lunch as usual. This was the canteen of the Ishingards, and all the people who ate here were the elite evolvers of the Ishingards. Have you heard about that relic?
It is said that it is a relic left by an ancient civilization. There may be a lot of treasures in it. Bringing back just one is considered a great achievement. Someone at the table next to him was excited. Discussing. You have to be strong. If you want to sign up, you must be a level 1 or above level 7 evolver at least. In addition, I heard that there is more than one entrance to the ruins, and some powerful monsters may also enter the ruins. What are you afraid of? With General Long Shuo here, all monsters will be killed. These evolvers of the alien god guard were also discussing things about that ruins, and Qin Hao heard a familiar name from their mouths. Long Shuo, this person is also quite famous among the evolvers. He was very famous in the early days of the end of the world. He was a powerful evolver. If he had not died early, he might have had the opportunity to enter the top 100 in the world in the future. List. Qin Hao didn't know the specific situation of Long Shuo, but he didn't expect that Long Shuo was originally from Moyue City. Now he holds a high position in Moyue City and is called a general by these evolvers. As far as Qin Hao knew, this Long Shuo had obtained the heavenly seed at the beginning of the end of the world, and his strength should not be underestimated. Time passed quickly. In the afternoon, Su Shaoqian got up and went to a hall to gather. This hall was full of evolvers, and they were first order and 7th level evolvers. They are considered the elite among evolvers today. Is there really a civilization in ancient times that was more developed than ours? Someone whispered. I heard that the mythical Atlantis, Gendaya civilization, Yanhuan civilization, and some ancient races all existed. Some people lamented that since the appearance of this suspected ancient ruins, they also knew that this era was not the most prosperous civilization. In ancient times, there were high-tech civilizations and even races where everyone could control the wind and rain, which subverted their worldview. At this time, a majestic middle-aged man, surrounded by a group of fully armed soldiers, came to the chief position in the hall. Seeing the appearance of this majestic middle-aged man, everyone immediately fell silent, with a look of awe and reverence on their faces. Is he Li Wei? Qin Hao frowned secretly. Li Wei, this is the master of Moyue City. He is ambitious and has been preparing before the end of the world. In the end of the world, he quickly took over the entire Moyue City. Army. Li Wei's reputation in later generations is very bad, because as far as Qin Hao knows, this Li Wei is a tyrant. Basically, anyone who dares to offend him will only die. Li Wei even conducts experiments on living people and touches some taboos. Things. Of course, when the end of the world comes, there will be countless tyrants like Li Wei. What surprised Qin Hao the most was that Li Wei exuded an amazing amount of heat, which showed that his strength was amazing. Qin Hao had never heard that Li Wei was a powerful evolver. Maybe as a leader, even if he had strong strength, he wouldn't need to take action. When Su Shaoqian saw Li Wei's appearance, her body trembled slightly and seemed very frightened. Qin Hao didn't know why, but he couldn't ask now. Li Wei's face, about 40, was very majestic. He said solemnly, "This exploration of the ruins is a milestone for the development of our Moyue City. The treasures in it, especially some ancient technological items, whoever of you can bring it back will be rewarded greatly and can be exchanged for a huge amount of merit. In addition to treasures in the ruins, some technological items are naturally precious. Technology changes the world. This is no joke. For example, annihilation energy cannons and super weapons within energy shields are indispensable for a big force. Few items. Long Shuo, you will be the leader of this expedition to the ruins." Li Wei looked at the young man beside him and said calmly. "Yes, don't worry, Commander Li. I, Long Shuo, will definitely fulfill my mission." The man named Long Shuo is 25 or 6, tall and handsome in appearance, but he has a pair of triangular eyes that give people a gloomy look. A feeling of. This person is Long Shuo, a powerful evolver who is qualified to hit the top 100 battle list in future generations, and is now the #1 evolver in Black Moon City. Let's go! Long Shuo was full of fighting spirit. He waved his hand and announced the departure. Outside the hall, military jeeps were already parked. Su Shaoqian was a little nervous. She was considered an elite among the alien guards,
but there were a total of 70 or 80 people participating in the mission this time. They were all elite evolvers, and none of them were weaker than her, especially Long Shua. He is also known as the most powerful person in Ma City. If it weren't for Qinhao's fault, Su Shaoqian would not have signed up for this mission. Sitting on the military jeep, Su Shaoqian and the others headed outside Ma City. At this time in the hall, Li Wei's expression became calmer, and he said calmly, "You also enter the ruins and stare at this Long Shua. He seems to be very dishonest, but don't expose yourself unless necessary." Woo! The shadow behind Li Wei was slightly twisted, as if in response to Li Wei's words. Li Wei's eyes became deep and he murmured, "The ancient ruins are a bit interesting. I hope there is something I want." 10 military jeeps drove all the way out of Ma City and arrived outside the wilderness. About an hour or two later, Qinhao saw groups of human-shaped heat in the dense woods ahead. These people were all members of the Ma City military, stationed here to guard the entrance to the ruins. The entrance to the ruins is in a cemetery, which is very strange, as if it indicates that the ruins will be very dangerous. General Dragon. Long Shua and others got out of the car, and the many evolvers stationed here were extremely respectful. Long Shua was now at the top of the sky in the entire Black Moon City, and was the #1 general under Commander Li Wei of Black Moon City. Long Shua nodded slightly and said calmly, "You all guard the entrance, no one is allowed to enter." "Yes." Everyone responded respectfully. Deep in the cemetery, a tombstone was broken, and a black crack appeared on the tombstone. It was so dark that it was impossible to see what was going on inside. This was the entrance to the ruins. Walk into. Wearing a set of black light armor, Long Shua looked majestic. He took the lead in entering the black crack in front, and the other revolvers quickly followed. Su Shaoqian led Qinhao into the black crack. Qinhao felt waves of dizziness in front of his eyes. He knew that he was entering a different space. When everything became clear in front of her, Su Shaoqian couldn't help but look at the scene in front of her with some surprise. It seemed that she had come to a primitive forest. The front was covered with strange trees with teeth and claws. The leaves were withered and yellow, and everything was completely silent. It's like the whole world is filled with a sense of death. The rest of the people were also quite surprised. It was so weird here that they felt like they were in another world. This is a different space. Qinhao looked at the situation outside and said secretly. The world is also divided into levels. From low to high, they are different spaces, small worlds, medium worlds, and large worlds. The place where Qinhao picked the spirit encrypting grass last time was a different space. The characteristic of the different space is naturally that it is relatively small and cannot be called a complete world. Long Shua was also quite surprised. It was also the first time for him to enter a different space. He then waved his hand and said, "Go forward. Go and take a look at the center of this place." 70 or 80 evolvers suppressed their shock and followed Long Shua forward. "General Long, is there really what Commander Li wants?" A thin man asked Long Shua softly. Long Shua shook his head, "I don't know, but I'll just try my best." Long Shua's eyes flashed. What Commander Li said was too outrageous. If Commander Li's identity and means were not extraordinary, he would not believe it. Qinhao observed the surrounding situation. He suddenly saw vague heat fluctuations under the ground, which surprised him slightly. There seemed to be some monster hidden on the ground in front of him. The heat fluctuations were heading towards Mo Yuechang. This group of evolvers approached quietly. Qinhao released a little thunder and lightning to remind Su Shaoqian. Su Shaoqian felt the stinging pain on her wrist, and her heart immediately tightened. She knew that this was Qinhao's warning, and that something dangerous was probably about to happen. At this moment, Long Shua seemed to realize something, and an evolved person with the ability to perceive next to Long Shua even changed his face and shouted, "Be careful underground." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the earth and rocks rolled, and a huge thing emerged from the soil. An evolutionist happened to be standing on it, exclaiming and unable to stand, and was bitten by the huge thing that emerged from the soil. Ah! Many evolvers exclaimed. This monster that emerged from the ground was too strange. It was huge, more than 10 meters long. Its body was segmented, and there were sharp blades on both sides of its body. It looks a bit like a centipede, with a flaming red carapace covering its entire body. Help! Help! The evolver bitten by the fiery red centipede screamed for help in horror, but his fate was doomed when he fell into the beast's mouth. Puff puff puff! The giant red centipede's big mouth was equipped with rows of spiral-shaped fangs. It was extremely ferocious. At this time, it started to stir, like a meat grinder, grinding the lower body of the evolution into fine pieces and swallowing it. From the big mouth, blood splashed out, making everyone feel chilled in their hearts. Is it a fire centipede? Shinhao was a little surprised when he saw this scene. The fire centipede is a monster of the Zerg tribe. It looks like a centipede. It is covered with a hard red carapace. It is invulnerable and can spit out the flames of molten iron. Definitely a nightmare for some low-level evolvers. What surprised Shinhao was how the Zerg appeared in the alien space where the ruins were located. The Zerg was a terrifying race. A single broodworm could hatch countless low-level races. This was a very aggressive species. Race. If a broodworm grows up, it will be no less threatening than a beast king. It's the Zerg that came in from outside. These guys came in from other passages. Long Shua's face was gloomy. In fact, there is more than one passage into this alien space, and these Zerg are very threatening to the entire Black Moon City. Yes, Black Moon City has had more than one war with the large number of Zergs entrenched outside Black Moon City. Be careful! Someone reminded loudly at this time. The fire centipede's huge compound eyes glanced at everyone coldly, and then opened its ferocious mouthparts. The crimson flames gathered into a beam and swept across like a laser. Boom! Everyone hurriedly dodged, but some of them were unable to dodge and were hit by the fiery red flames. The flames exploded like a bomb, instantly shattering the man's body into pieces. The explosive power of the flames was astonishing. Bang bang bang! Some evolutionists also fought back, carrying rifles and firing at the fire centipedes. More than 10 people fired in volleys, with flames spitting out from the muzzles, like a metal storm, and every bullet could hit flesh and blood. Flesh and blood flying everywhere. Dang, dang, dang. However, when these bullets landed on the fire centipede's carapace, they could only leave slight marks before being bounced away. Boom boom boom. The ground exploded one after another, and monsters the size of millstones emerged. These monsters were covered in metal carapace and had metal spikes, like iron hedgehogs. These monsters also belonged to the low-level units of the Zerg tribe, the iron-spiked insects. Whoops! As soon as these iron-spurred insects appeared, they curled up into a ball and rolled over like wheels. Roar! An evolutionist held a sword in his hand, roared and slashed out with a sword, cutting an incoming iron-spiked insect in half. Me! My legs! Some evolvers were hit by the iron-stinged insect, and their legs and feet were pierced by the sharp iron thorns on the iron-stinging insect, and they screamed in agony. TSK TSK TSK. Su Shaoqian gritted her teeth and exerted her telekinesis to the extreme. 5 or 6 metal flying knives exploded with the power of armor-piercing bullets under the wrap of telekinesis. 2 iron-stinging insects were pierced through the head by the metal flying knives and died tragically on the spot. On the other side, Long Shuo's eyes flashed with cold light, and he pulled out a blood-red sword. The sword was surrounded by blood and exuded a strong smell of blood. He roared and slashed out with one strike. Warrior poof! The fire centipede let out a shrill scream, and a huge wound nearly 1 meter long was cut by Long Shuo's knife on his body that could not be damaged by more than a dozen machine guns, and dark green blood flowed out from the wound endlessly. Long Shuo slashed the fire centipede with his sword, which boosted everyone's morale. At this time, 4 or 5 iron-spurred insects rushed towards Su Shaoqian. Su Shaoqian quickly fought and retreated, and successively controlled the flying knives to attack these iron-spurred insects from a distance. Poof! But Su Shaoqian concentrated her mind, but she only pierced the heads of 2 iron-stinged insects. The remaining 3 rolled over like wheels and collided. When Su Shaoqian panicked, the chain in his sleeves how did not sit idly by. Qin Hao opened his mouth towards the 3 iron-stinging insects, and 3-foot-long wind blades shot out. TSK TSK TSK. Blood spattered and the 3 iron-stinged insects were penetrated through the body. The ability of the controller-level wind controller was terrifying. The 3 iron-stinged insects were killed instantly. This made Su Shaoqian breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Hao jumped off Su Shaoqian's wrist and landed on the ground. At this time, no one had time to pay attention. A row of words condensed above Qin Hao's head: "You'd better leave this place quickly, don't take a trip through this muddy water." I know. Su Shaoqian's face was a little pale. In fact, if she hadn't brought Qin Hao in, she would definitely not have signed up for this mission. Well, goodbye. Qin Hao nodded slightly and disappeared into the grass next to him. Does he consider me a friend? Or is he just using me? Looking at Qin Hao disappearing, Su Shaoqian felt a little disappointed. Of course she knew that Qin Hao would save her in the first place just to use her to help him find Wang Wei. Later, Qin Hao left and gave her a spirit-gathering grass. She was very happy because Qin Hao had no need to pay her. Wang Hui died, and she could not leave Mou because of joining the Ishengard Island. She met Qin Hao again not long ago and was rescued by Qin Hao. Now she took Qin Hao into this dangerous ruins. Qin Hao left directly. Su Shaoqian was a little confused. She had no friends since she was a child. It was unclear whether Qin Hao was just using her, or whether he regarded her as a friend just like her. Of course, Qin Hao didn't know what Su Shaoqian was thinking. He did have a crush on Su Shaoqian, but he had experienced betrayal, and he knew that he and Su Shaoqian were not from the same world, so he deliberately kept a distance. This is also for Su Shaoqian's good. Wangy, hold it still. The fire centipede was hit hard and began its final madness. It breathed flames around, which made Long Shua frown slightly. Yes. An evolver in black responded immediately. His face was serious, and he gathered genetic energy. The shadow under his feet seemed to come alive, tightly binding the crazy fire centipede. Hiss! The fire centipede struggled hard, making the black-clothed evolver's face turn pale. Puff! Before the fire centipede could break free, Long Shua slashed out with his sword again. The world illuminated by the blood-red sword light seemed to be a fiery red, and the fire centipede was immediately cut into 2 pieces. Kill all the other Zerg races. Long Shua said coldly. With the death of the fire centipede, all the evolvers were refreshed. The remaining low-level Zerg races did not pose a threat at all and were quickly killed. Everything was clean, the ground was covered with green insect blood. And the man in black, Wangy, said solemnly, obviously that Broodworm is also eyeing this ruins. This trip will not be easy. If it dares to show up, just get rid of it. Long Shua said coldly. This Broodworm is too harmful. It can hatch an endless stream of Zerg. Maoyua City has also tried to eradicate it several times. There will never be any future troubles, but where exactly this Broodworm is hiding is unknown. At this time, an evolver came over and said quickly, General Long, several brothers have been seriously injured. They must be sent back for treatment immediately. In the distance, there were 5 or 6 evolutionists sitting in front of the big tree with pale faces. Most of them were hit by the iron-spiked insects, because those hit by the fire centipede's flames had their bodies blown to pieces and died. A bunch of trash. Long Shua cursed secretly, a violent look flashed in his eyes, wondering why these people didn't just die. But Long Shua said coldly, send 2 or 3 people to send them out. There are our people outside the entrance who can treat their injuries. The rest of us will continue to move forward. I am willing to send them back. At this time, Su Shaoqian stood up. This was a good opportunity to leave. Su Shaoqian knew that with her own strength, she was only an ordinary person among these elite evolvers. Instead of reaping the benefits, she was more likely to lie on a stretcher like these injured people, or even die directly among them. Now, if the Zerg appears, you must leave this place of right and wrong, otherwise it will be too dangerous. I'm willing to.
2 more evolutionaries stood up. They also regretted coming in. Some people opened their mouths, but they were beaten first, which made them a little depressed. Well, take them away. Long Shua said expressionlessly. On the other side, Qin Hao was moving forward. He shuttled through a forest of dead trees and observed the situation around him. This place is so desolate, it seems that no living things survive. While he was thinking, there was suddenly a burst of sparse footsteps in front of him, which made Qin Hao not surprised but happy. He finally encountered something else, and maybe he could learn something about the ruins from it. Boom! The thing seemed to have discovered Qin Hao. Its footsteps became heavier, and it ran towards Qin Haoji, taking the lead with a big foot crossing the grass and trees. Qin Hao looked up and was a little surprised when he saw the monster's appearance. This is a humanoid creature that is over 2 meters tall. It is wearing a bronze armor and is very burly. However, under the helmet, there is a twisted, dry, stiff face, and a pair of dark red eyes. Zombie, or something else? Qin Hao frowned. The thing in front of him was not a living thing. It looked a bit like a zombie, but it was different. Roar! The bronze-armored warrior was holding a bronze spear. It smelled the scent of Qin Hao, and a bloodthirsty light flashed in its eyes. It stabbed Qin Hao in the head with a spear. The thrust was fast and hard. Observe its speed and strength. This is a monster that has reached the 2nd level of strength. Qin Hao looked indifferent. 2nd-level monsters were very strong at this stage and required a team of elite evolvers to defeat them. But for Qin Hao, who had evolved to a quasi-lord level, ordinary 2nd-level monsters were simply not enough. Look! Laugh! Qin Hao twisted at will, and his body less than 1 meter long avoided the spear. The bronze spear passed by and pierced into the ground. It exploded with terrifying power. This spear actually blasted the earth apart. If a large pit with a diameter of half a meter were pierced on a flesh and blood body, you can imagine how lethal it would be. Guard! A cold light flashed in Qin Hao's eyes, and he jumped up. Before the bronze-armored warrior had time to take action, the snake's tail swept out and hit the bronze-armored warrior's helmeted head. Boom! There was an explosion. Even in the state of ultimate seal, Qin Hao's power was extremely terrifying. The helmet of the bronze-armored warrior who was whipped by the tail was torn apart, flew backward 7 or 8 meters away, and hit a big tree heavily. The big tree was shaken by the impact. What surprised Qin Hao was that after this heavy blow to the head, the bronze-armored warrior did not die. It was made of steel and iron and got up from the ground again. Seeing the appearance of this thing, Qin Hao showed a look of astonishment. This is the corpse guard? The helmet of the tall bronze-armored warrior in front of him was smashed by Qin Hao, revealing a ferocious face. He could vaguely see that it was a man. There was a trace of ferocity on his face, his skin was blue and purple, and his hair was spread out. He opened his mouth and roared, revealing his upper and lower faces. Each has 2 snow-white fangs. Corpse guards are actually zombies. There are legends about zombies that have been circulating in China. Zombies are real. Even in peaceful times, some people can practice corpse refining, but the zombies produced are very weak. Real zombies originated from the Yanhuang civilization. The Yanhuang civilization had zombies and some mastered the secret technique of transforming people into zombies. The zombie in front of him is wearing bronze armor and should be a corpse guard. According to Qin Hao's knowledge, zombies are not necessarily evil in the Yanhuang civilization. If a high-status heavyweight in the Yanhuang civilization dies, their servants will follow and protect them forever, and some will even take the initiative to kill themselves. It is an honor for them to transform into zombies and become corpse guards to guard their master's tomb forever. This relic is left by the Yanhuang civilization? And it should be a mausoleum, the mausoleum of a big shot. This bronze corpse guard guards the mausoleum. Is the mausoleum nearby? Qin Hao was pleasantly surprised. The Yanhuang civilization is the era closest to China, and it is also the last glory of several eras. The most important thing is that the Yanhuang civilization left many legends, including the devil Qiyu, the ancestor of zombies, and legends about dragons. The dragon is the totem of Yanhuang civilization.
Maybe the Dragon Ball is in the tomb in this ruins, as a burial object for that big man. This is very possible. Whose tomb is this? There are corpse guards and dragon beads buried with it. The background may be very big. Qin Hao clicked his tongue. But before Qin Hao could think about the identity of the possible owner of the tomb, the bronze corpse guard roared hoarsely in his throat and rushed towards Qin Hao again. Die! Qin Hao snorted coldly. Zombies are creatures with copper skin and iron bones. The most important thing is also the head. Qin Hao jumped up again and slapped his tail angrily on the head of the bronze corpse guard. Bang! Without the protection of the helmet this time, the bronze corpse guard's head was sunken, his skull shattered and he rolled over and fell to the ground, completely dead. Qin Hao stepped forward, smashed the bronze armor of the bronze corpse guard into pieces, and then burned a hole in the heart of its chest with flames, taking out the evolutionary energy in its body. Now, for Qin Hao, the second-level primary evolution energy doesn't do much, but it's better than nothing. After killing the bronze corpse guard, Qin Hao moved forward with full force, searching for the location of the mausoleum. It is very likely that the dragon beads born on Maiyue Island in later generations came from the mausoleum. Alien spaces are generally limited in size, but relatively speaking, Qin Hao has been searching for half an hour and still can't find the location of the tomb. At this time, an alluring fragrance suddenly wafted over. This smells so good, could it be that there is a magical elixir? Qin Hao was confused. This strange space was very dead and quiet. Only some dead trees existed, but it could still grow elixirs? Under doubt, Qin Hao decided to go and have a look. He followed the scent for 2 or 3 miles and saw what was ahead. It was a lush forest. Unlike other places where there were all dead trees, these big trees had branches and leaves. Lush, green grass, somewhat like an oasis in the desert. In the center of the forest, Qin Hao saw a fruit tree, a blood-red fruit tree. This fruit tree is 8 or 9 meters high, as thick as a person's arms. There are 8 red fruits growing on it. The fruits are similar to apples, but slightly smaller than apples. They are only the size of a baby's fist. The fragrant and attractive fragrance comes from these temptations. The fruit of man. This is dragon blood fruit. Qin Hao's eyes suddenly lit up with a look of surprise. There seemed to be a little bloody dragon swimming among the 8 red fruits. It was very magical. Qin Hao thought of a kind of elixir called dragon blood fruit. It is said that places where dragon blood is spilled may grow dragon blood fruit trees over time, and the dragon blood fruit trees will bear a kind of dragon blood fruit called dragon blood fruit. Precious elixir. Eating dragon blood fruit can strengthen your qi and blood, and can also greatly enhance your strength. If an ordinary person eats a dragon blood fruit, he will be completely transformed, with at least 10,000 kilograms of power. However, the medicinal power of the dragon blood fruit is overbearing. If ordinary people dare to swallow a dragon blood fruit, they are seeking death. 8 dragon blood fruits can at least increase my strength by tens of thousands of kilograms. Qin Hao's eyes lit up. There are dragon blood fruits here, and there is a high possibility that there are dragon beads. Of course Qin Hao couldn't let go of these 8 dragon blood fruits, but Qin Hao didn't act rashly. Are these plant-based mutant beasts? The abnormalities around the dragon blood fruit tree are too obvious. There are dead trees in other places, but this forest is a large area of vibrant green trees, which makes people not notice it. Impossible. Qin Hao is sure that most of these green trees are affected by the dragon blood fruit trees and have become plant mutant beasts. Qin Hao can use his firepower to burn the entire forest to nothing, but this may damage the dragon blood fruit. Get the dragon blood fruit first. Qin Hao said secretly. Qin Hao looked around and finally thought of a way to get from the ground to the center of the forest and collect the dragon blood fruit. Qin Hao plunged into the earth, with the power of gold and earth blessing his body. Qin Hao seemed to have turned into an electric drill, drilling into the earth 100 meters deep, and then from 100 meters underground towards the center of the forest. The dragon blood fruit dives away. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. When Qin Hao was still 20 meters away from the dragon blood fruit tree, his body suddenly hit a large net. This shocked Qin Hao. He couldn't see things underground,
and he couldn't see with thermal vision.
To something without temperature. As Qin Hao's body hit a big net, the big net seemed to be disturbed and wrapped around Qin Hao's body like a python, trying to strangle him to pieces.
The only option is to rob.
A flash of light flashed in Qin Hao's eyes. The big net was made of tree roots. As he expected, all the big trees in this forest were plant-type mutant beasts. At this time, Qin Hao had already alerted them, and he had to go immediately. Take action, it would be bad if they damaged the dragon blood fruit tree.
Bang bang bang.
Qin Hao's whole body burst out with tremendous power, breaking all the vines surrounding him. Then his body continued to expand, turning into the largest form of 36 meters long.
Boom!
The surrounding ground exploded, and Qin Hao burst out of the ground like an earth dragon.
Sizzle!
Then Qin Hao saw that the big trees in all directions had undergone terrifying changes. These big trees came to life like monsters, with blood-red vines covered with barbs, and sprouts covered with thorns.
A foggy little mouth.
That's disgusting, the corners of Qin Hao's mouth twitched.
The appearance of these plant-based mutant beasts was too curious. Squeak!
After discovering the sudden appearance of Qin Hao, these big trees all let out a sharp scream and launched an attack on him. The bloody vines in the sky were winding towards him like pythons, and the spikes on them were even more penetrating. The sharpness of steel and the ability to draw the target's blood.
Call!
Qin Hao immediately rushed towards the dragon blood fruit tree. In order to prevent these plant mutant beasts from injuring the dragon blood fruit tree in their madness, he rushed out at high speed and coiled his 36-meter-long body into a snake formation.
Entangled the dragon blood fruit tree. Dang, dang, dang.
Countless vines covered with barbs whipped Qin Hao's body with such exaggerated force that even the friction between the spikes and the scales erupted into strings of sparks.
An ordinary second-level mutant beast would have been whipped. The body is torn apart.
But for Qin Hao, who has evolved to the 2nd and 7th level and practiced spiritual refining, an attack of this level can only scratch his itch. Qin Hao opened his mouth wide and bit the dragon's blood fruit tree, then uprooted it with force and swallowed the whole dragon's blood fruit tree into his belly.
Got it! Qin Hao couldn't help but be overjoyed.
There were 8 dragon blood fruits in total, which was enough to increase his strength. These few dragon blood fruits had already prevented him from running away in vain and returning empty-handed.
Then Qin Hao's eyes flashed fiercely. It's my turn.
The mutated plants around him were beating Qin Hao with their vines. Of course, Qin Hao would not stand still and let them attack in vain. The genetic energy on Qin Hao's body surged, and red flames surged and spread in all directions.
Gaw, gaw!
The blazing flames ignited all the mutated plants, and the burned mutated plants made strange roaring sounds. There were even painful and twisted human faces emerging from some big trees, which was extremely hideous and terrifying. Qin Hao didn't stop at all, releasing an endless stream of flames to burn these mutated plants. In less than 2 minutes, the forest turned into a sea of fire, and all the mutated plants around it were burned to ashes by Qin Hao. Qin Hao let out a breath of bad breath and left the place without stopping. Digest these dragon blood fruits when you get out.
The process of digesting dragon blood fruits is difficult and requires time and a quiet environment.
The most important thing for Qin Hao at the moment is to find the dragon beads. There is a dragon blood fruit here, and it is a relic left by the Yanhuang civilization.
In all likelihood, the dragon beads born on Maoyue Island in future generations will be in this relic.
That is Qin Hao's hope for his own bloodline to transform.
Qin Hao walked all the way.
After searching nearby for almost an hour, Qin Hao suddenly noticed something. His eyes penetrated the gaps between the layers of trees and found a rock building in the distance under the cover of trees. This made Qin Hao happy and hurried towards that place. Soon a huge building appeared in front of him. This huge building is somewhat similar to a pyramid, but it is older and larger. It is made of unknown pale red rocks, like a huge bloody beast. It is indeed a mausoleum, Qin Hao thought secretly. This style of building is not for people to live in, and the style is a bit like a mausoleum. Qin Hao immediately looked for the entrance. Right in front of the bloody mausoleum, Qin Hao saw a bronze door, but it was tightly closed. In the center of the door was a blood-red beast pattern printed on it. This Qin Hao frowned. The bronze door felt quite strange. Qin Hao did not touch it rashly. How to get in? Qin Hao was in trouble and used his strength to force the door open. This is most likely the tomb of a big figure in the Yanhuang civilization. Qin Hao's strength may not be able to forcefully break through the door, and it may even trigger some defense mechanism. What's written on it? Qin Hao saw a stone tablet standing next to the bronze gate, but the fonts on the stone tablet were in Yanhuang civilization's characters, which Qin Hao didn't recognize at all. While Qin Hao was thinking, a burst of exclamation suddenly sounded in the distance, which made Qin Hao's heart move. Are they those people from Mayue City? Qin Hao immediately went in that direction, and soon he discovered a group of evolvers in Mayue City. There were 7 or 8 people in this group of evolvers, but they encountered danger at this time. It was a corpse guard, and a group of evolvers. Corpse guards wearing only silver armor. Quick, call General Long and the others. An evolutionist shouted quickly, and the other man nodded immediately, took out the signal transmitter, and fired a signal bomb into the sky. The others looked at the silver-armored corpse guard nervously. As far as Qin Hao knows, corpse guards are also divided into levels. Their strength and status during death can be judged from the color of their armor. Only those with high strength and status can wear higher-level armor. From low to high, they are the bronze-armored corpse guard, the silver-armored corpse guard, the gold-armored corpse guard and the highest-level black-armored corpse guard. The corpse guard Qin Hao encountered before was a bronze-armored corpse guard whose strength reached the 2nd level. The team of evolvers in front of them met the silver-armored corpse guards. Their strength must be stronger than the bronze-armored corpse guards. They were probably no match for them, but that didn't matter to Qin Hao. Block it, General Long and the others will be here soon. A man who looked like a captain shouted loudly. He was holding a metal long sword and was ready for battle. Roar! The silver-armored corpse guard suddenly let out a hoarse roar. The roar was extremely loud. The 6 or 7 evolvers who were shaken all groaned. The weaker ones even had blood seeping from their nostrils. There was no difference. Sonic attack! After a roar, the silver-armored corpse guard's 2-meter-tall body trampled the ground to pieces like a savage beast, and charged towards the group of evolvers. Get out of here! An evolver holding a huge shield roared and faced the silver-armored corpse guard from the side. He raised the huge shield and struck hard at the silver-armored corpse guard. Bang! However, like a mantis arm blocking a car, in front of the infinitely powerful silver-armored corpse guard, it hit the metal shield with its head. The huge and solid metal shield was dented by the impact, while the shield-holding evolver was with a muffled groan. He felt a huge force coming at him. The terrifying force shattered his wrist bones, and he flew backwards, hitting the ground heavily. Roar! At this time, other evolvers also arrived, and swords and other weapons were directed at the silver-armored corpse guard, but the sharp swords hitting its armor could only make the sound of gold and iron. Ordinary bronze-armored corpse guards can rival second-order evolvers, but this silver-armored corpse guard requires the cooperation of several second-order evolvers to have a chance of victory. Please vote for recommendation O, __, oh poof. The silver-armored corpse guard waved his hand, and a man screamed and fell back one after another. His chest was scratched by the silver-armored corpse guard's sharp claws, leaving a huge wound with bloody flesh. Bang! The silver-armored corpse guard punched another evolved person in the chest, and the evolved person flew backwards like a sandbag, and even the chest bones were broken. This silver-armored corpse guard is so powerful that 6 or 7 elite evolvers were defeated together. With copper skin and iron bones, and infinite strength, the silver-armored corpse guard is comparable to the second-level intermediate and advanced evolvers. Just when the silver-armored corpse guard was about to drink the blood of these evolved people, it suddenly saw a blood-red shadow approaching quickly. Among the trees in the distance, a nimble shadow came quickly, holding a blood-red sword. This person is Long Shua, the strongest man in Mayue City now. In the future, he will have the opportunity to hit the world's top 100 battle list. The Evolver. Die, you filthy monster! Long Shua roared, and with the momentum of running, the blood-red sword tore through the space, and before the silver-armored corpse guard had time to raise his hand, he slashed it on the neck with the sword. Above. Poof. The body of this invulnerable silver-armored corpse guard was actually separated under the blood-red sword. One head was cut off from the neck and rolled far away on the ground. Xinhao, who was hiding aside, took a few more glances at the sword in Long Shuo's hand. This sword was not simple. It was an extraordinary weapon. It might be a weapon inherited from ancient times, or it might be a treasure bred from the heavenly seed. This dragon, according to the news, Shuo obtained the heavenly seed. Unfortunately, the weapon was of no use to Xinhao, otherwise he would have to find a way to grab it. Xinhao was waiting nearby. He didn't know how to enter the door, but Long Shuo and others might know, so he could just follow behind. Long Shuo glanced at the evolvers who were seriously injured by the silver-armored corpse guards, and ignored them. Instead, he looked at the mausoleum building in the distance, with joy flashing in his eyes. Finally, we found the place. At this time, other evolvers also saw the signal flare and gathered together. Long Shuo waved his hand, everyone go over and take a look. The group of people strode to the main entrance of the mausoleum. In front of the bronze door engraved with the head of a ferocious beast, Long Shuo looked at it for a long time without figuring out the reason. He said to an old man in the team, "Professor Sun, do you recognize the words on the stone tablet?" Professor Sun was an elegant old man in his 50s or 60s. Hearing this, he quickly stepped forward, stroked his glasses and carefully examined the stone tablet next to the bronze door. Professor Sun's eyes showed a look of ecstasy. This is a text from the ancient Yan and Huang period. It is definitely a treasure. Professor Sun studies various ancient cultural relics and is very enthusiastic about some ancient texts and objects, so he is brought along when exploring relics. Long Shuo said impatiently, "What's written on it?" Professor Sun was a little dissatisfied with Long Shuo's attitude, but he knew that in today's era, strength comes first. Even if Long Shuo killed him, no one would help him get justice. He could only say, "General Long, what is written here?" The general meaning of the text is that if you dare to open this door, you will be stained with blood, and I am afraid nothing good will happen. Faced with Professor Sun's warning, Long Shuo ignored it and murmured, "Does it need to be infected with blood?" Immediately, a sharp light flashed in Long Shuo's eyes, and he lifted up an evolver with huge claw marks on his chest. That evolver was the one who was scratched by the silver-armored corpse guard before. The evolver exclaimed, "General Long, what are you doing? You need blood to open this door. If you are scratched by a zombie, you will probably turn into a monster. Why don't you use more of your roll?" A cold smile appeared on the corner of Long Shuo's mouth, and then he exerted force on his arm to evolve this. The person hit the bronze door like a stone. Bang! The evolver hit the bronze door and his whole body trembled in pain, but what frightened him even more was that the bronze door actually exerted a huge suction force, making it difficult for him to escape, and all the blood in his body was sucked out by the bronze door. "No! No! Help me!" The evolver screamed miserably, and the others couldn't bear it, but Long Shuo was exuding a cold aura, and no one dared to help him. Within half a minute, the evolved person finally fell to the ground, but his blood had been drained and turned into a mummy. Xinhao saw this scene from a distance and didn't feel much. To be able to reach this point not long after the beginning of the end of the world, this Long Shuo was naturally a ruthless person. "Isn't it enough?" Long Shuo frowned. The bronze door still did not open after absorbing the blood of a living person. He then looked at the two seriously injured people in the team and said coldly, "You are seriously injured. I will send you back to pay for your injuries. We have to send people, so why don't you stop dragging down the team and make some contribution to us?" "Long Shuo, you're crazy." The two seriously injured people were shocked. They had no idea that Long Shuo was so careless. One of them said with a stern tone, "Unless you kill us all, return to Mayue City. Commander Li will definitely not let you go. Better take care of yourselves first." Long Shuo sneered. He knew what Commander Li was like. He would do whatever it took to achieve his goals, sacrificing just a few people. What's more, if he got valuable treasures, Long Shuo wouldn't hand them over. If he planned, he could take the treasure and fly away. Long Shuo has never been a hypocrite, but a real villain.
He only wants to be loyal to Commander Lee for a large amount of evolutionary energy.
The two seriously injured people had no ability to resist facing Long Shua.
Long Shua ignored their struggles and pressed them against the bronze door.
As the blood of the two people was sucked dry, the bronze door turned blood red and made a sound. There was a clicking sound, and it slowly opened to both sides. There was a smile on Long Shua's face. The other revolvers looked at each other and remained silent, but they already regretted participating in the mission. This Long Shua is a complete lunatic and does not regard human life as his fate. As the bronze door opened, two passages appeared in front, which seemed to lead underground. Long Shua thought for a moment and said, "Go to the right." The group of people entered the passage on the right and disappeared. Qin Hao showed up at this time and entered the bronze gate.
Both passages should lead to the destination. Since Long Shua and others went to the right, then he would go to the left. Qin Hao entered the passage on the left.
As he advanced, he saw crystal stones emitting bright and soft light on both sides of the wide passage, illuminating the path of the passage.
Whoosh!
At this time, there was a roar in front of him, and Qin Hao saw in the darkness in the distance, two zombies wearing bronze armor running towards him. They were both holding spears and eradicated all those who dared to invade the mausoleum.
These corpse guards are indeed from inside the mausoleum, but what about the corpse guards outside? Could it be that there is more than one gate to enter the mausoleum?
Qin Hao said secretly when he saw the two bronze-armored corpse guards. The bronze door was tightly closed. Logically speaking, the corpse guards inside could not leave the mausoleum, but there were corpse guards outside the mausoleum. Qin Hao estimated that there were probably other exits in the mausoleum that could allow them to leave the mausoleum. Facing the two bronze-armored corpse guards rushing toward him, Qin Hao's eyes were cold, and his genetic energy gathered together, condensing two 2-foot-long wind blades and shooting out.
Poof!
Qin Hao's wind ability is a controller-level ability. The two light cyan wind blades may seem inconspicuous, but they can cut iron like mud. The two bronze-armored corpse guards who have reached the second level of strength are like a carrot. The wind blade passed over his neck, and his head fell to the ground and rolled far away. Killing two fierce bronze-armored corpse guards in an instant, Qin Hao dug out the evolutionary energy in their hearts and continued to move forward. When he reached the end of the passage, he saw a spiral staircase leading underground.
Is this mausoleum underground?
When Qin Hao saw this scene, he didn't hesitate too much.
He followed the spiral passage to the second underground floor and continued moving forward.
This mausoleum is quite huge and he doesn't know how many floors there are in total.
Qin Hao all he could do was keep going down.
Qin Hao was crawling in the middle of the wide passage. Suddenly when he climbed over a piece of brick, even such a slight movement seemed to trigger some mechanism, and cracks were opened on the walls on both sides of the passage. Click, click, click. Then there was the sound of a machine gun, and arrows as thick as a thumb shot out from the cracked hole in the wall like raindrops.
Obviously this is the defense mechanism of the mausoleum.
Qin Hao triggered the mechanism in the passage. These arrows seemed to be made of black iron, but they were of no use to Qin Hao. He was less than 1 meter long at this time, and each arrow was the arrows passed over his head and failed to touch him at all. Qin Hao was speechless. The advantages of such a small body are really great.
Boom! Qin Hao continued to move forward.
Although he paid attention to the surrounding situation, he still triggered the second mechanism, and green poisonous fire spewed out from the walls on both sides.
The temperature of this flame is extremely high, and it also contains fire poison.
If you are burned, the fire poison will penetrate into the target's internal organs and burn the person into a mummy from the inside out. But in the face of this green poisonous flame, with the power of Qin Hao Shui, he can easily pass through the fire unscathed. There are too many traps in the passage, and they are diverse, including arrows, poisonous fire, ice mist, rolling stones, and even subsidence. If you want to pass through this dangerous passage, even an Iron Man will have to be melted into water, but with Qin Hao's all kinds of traps in the body were completely passed through head-on. These traps are all designed for humans. Qin Hao estimates that evolved people like Long Shua will have a lot of headaches when facing these traps. After all, they are only flesh and blood. It is impossible for them to resist these traps with their bodies like Qin Hao.
Boom!
In the passage ahead, a huge rock with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters was crushing towards Qin Hao. Facing this rolling stone trap, Qin Hao jumped up high and slapped his tail angrily on the huge rock. The boulder was torn apart by the violent force and turned into pieces. This is the 15th floor. Qin Hao walked all the way underground. According to his memory, he was already on the 15th floor of the mausoleum. Roar! At the end of the 15th floor passage, there were more than 10 burly figures standing. They smelled the breath of living creatures and immediately opened their eyes. Their blood-red eyes were full of desire for flesh and blood. 13 corpse guards, 3 silver-armored corpse guards. Qin Hao saw the corpse guards at the end of the passage ahead. There were 13 corpse guards in total, including 3 silver-armored corpse guards and 10 bronze-armored corpse guards. This was definitely a powerful force, but Qin Hao was not surprised but happy. The guards here were so tight. Does it mean that he was almost at the bottom and center of the mausoleum? Roar! More than a dozen corpse guards rushed towards Qin Hao. Some were armed with spears, swords and other weapons, while others used their foot-long zombie claws as weapons to tear the intruder into pieces. Qin Hao decided to resolve the battle quickly. He released the seal and turned it into a 10-meter-long one. This level of power was enough to deal with these corpse guards. Bang bang bang! Qin Hao's thick snake tail swept out suddenly, as if with the force of breaking mountains and cracking rocks. The 3 bronze-armored zombies rushing at the front were swept by the snake's tail, and the 3 hard heads were connected with the bronze armor on their heads. The helmets were blown to pieces, and rotten brains and blood splattered everywhere. After Qin Hao evolved to the quasi-lord level, his strength was too terrifying. Even if he didn't use all his strength, he couldn't be resisted by a mere group of zombies. Hiss! 2 of the 3 strongest silver-armored zombies were crawling on the walls on both sides like geckos, approaching Qin Hao, while the remaining one was holding a spear and stabbing Qin Hao's left eye. The rest of the corpse guards were not afraid of death and rushed towards Qin Hao from all directions, trying to tear him into pieces. Boom! Purple lightning flashed in Qin Hao's eyes, and the next moment Qin Hao's whole body burst into purple lightning. Supported by the huge genetic energy of the quasi-lord level, Qin Hao's lightning ability underwent a qualitative change, and purple lightning streaks appeared. The thunder snake danced, and all the corpse guards that originally rushed towards it were hit by the thunder snake, causing a thunderous explosion. Thunder flashed all over the sky, and all the bronze-armored zombies were ejected with smoke all over their bodies. They fell to the ground, twitching, their brains were scorched by electricity, and they died completely. The remaining 3 silver-armored corpse guards were far stronger than the bronze-armored corpse guards. They were not dead, but they were still covered in smoke from the electric shock and their reflexes became sluggish. Bang! Qin Hao whipped his tail on the head of a silver-armored corpse guard leaning against the wall. Its head hit the walls on both sides of the passage, causing rubble to fly into the wall. Its head was also shattered and it died on the spot. Roar! A silver-armored corpse guard stabbed Qin Hao with a spear. Qin Hao curled his tail around its throat and contracted it so hard that its neck was completely shattered and fractured. Laugh! Before the last silver-armored corpse guard had time to react, Qin Hao spit out a purple thunderbolt and struck it between its eyebrows. Suddenly it fell to the ground in convulsions and died, and its brain was scorched by the electricity. More than a dozen second-level corpse guards were killed by Qin Hao in less than half a minute. Ordinary second-level monsters were as fragile as ants in Qin Hao's hands. Easily dealing with these corpse guards, Qin Hao collected all the evolutionary energy and headed towards the stairs at the end of the passage. When he entered the passage, Qin Hao's eyes suddenly opened up. This place was no longer different from the previous passages, but a very huge underground space. Qin Hao knew that he had reached the bottom floor of the mausoleum, and the owner of the mausoleum might be buried there. It's here! Qin Hao saw a huge river in front of him. The river was 100 meters wide and cut across the path forward. The water in the river was light black, with bubbles rolling and exuding a corpse smell, which made Qin Hao's eyelids weepo. He didn't want to swim in such smelly water. Wind control. Qin Hao used wind control, and the cyan airflow surrounded his body, dragging Qin Hao's 10-meter-long body into the sky and flying towards the other side of the Black River. In the 10-meter-long state, flying in the wind, the consumption is very small for Qinghao. However, when Qinghao flew to the center of the Black River, the river suddenly started to churn, and black tentacles emerged from the Black River water, entwining towards Qinghao. Qinghao was not as flexible in the air as on the ground, and could not avoid this sudden move. The attack was wrapped around the body and dragged downwards. Boom! Qinghao fell into the Black River water. He felt that the Black River water had the power to corrode flesh and blood, but with Qinhao's body, it was difficult for the river water to cause any harm to him in a short period of time. Damn it! Qinghao cursed angrily because the river water was too smelly. He looked forward angrily. It was a huge squid with a body diameter of about 30 meters, and tentacles covered with suction cups that could extend to nearly 100 meters long. This black squid is not a living thing, but an undead thing like those zombies. It has no heat in its body, so it is impossible for Qinhao's thermal vision to detect it when it is lurking in the Black River water. Whoosh! The black squid has two huge blood-red eyes like lanterns. It has been in this big river for countless years. Today, a living creature finally arrived, and it wants to have a delicious meal. TSK, TSK, TSK. Countless tentacles covered with suction cups wrapped around Qinhao, and the tentacles split open, revealing small mouths full of sharp teeth, biting Qinhao's body. Unfortunately, Qinhao's scales were too hard. Not only were these teeth unable to bite Qinhao's scales, they were so shocked that all the teeth fell off. An icy cold light flashed in Qinhao's eyes. This huge zombie squid kept strangling Qinhao with its tentacles, but it was completely unable to cause any harm to Qinhao. Bang bang bang! Qinhao suddenly released the seal and transformed into a 36-meter-long form. A huge force surged out of his body, shaking the zombie squid's thick tentacles to break. Whoosh! The black zombie squid screamed incomprehensibly, opened its bloody mouth, revealing its jagged fangs, trying to swallow Qinhao's head and then bite it into pieces. Bang! However, Qinhao snorted coldly, and the snake's tail suddenly whipped out, like a big ship parting the waves, and slapped the zombie squid's round cheeks. Suddenly, the terrible force whipped the zombie squid's facial muscles torn, pieces of flesh and blood were scattered everywhere. The zombie squid was also beaten, a little dazed. In its memory, other zombies had fallen into the river, but they all became its food. But today it seems that it has encountered a tough idea. This giant black snake is just as big as, no less powerful than it, more like the resurrection of an ancient beast, extremely terrifying. You're the only one who still wants to eat me? Qinhao sneered. When he entered his strongest state, he was a terrifying mutant beast at the quasi-lord level. In this black river, Qinhao couldn't use his fire ability, so he used his ability to control the wind. Puff puff! Wind blades gathered together and rushed towards the zombie squid like raindrops. The wind blades cut through the Black River water and struck the zombie squid's body, leaving deep scars. However, as a zombie, the zombie squid is not afraid of pain. Even if it is covered in wounds, it has little effect on it. It waves its huge tentacles and screams at Qinhao. Bang! Facing the lashing tentacles, Qinhao's huge tail swept out and beat the zombie squid's tentacles into pieces. This zombie squid, which can be called a ferocious beast, stirred up trouble and violently attacked Qinhao, but the battle with Qinhao was completely one-sided. I'll blow you up in one go. Qinhao's eyes boiled with fighting spirit, and with the blessing of the power of fire, the terrifying power erupted like a volcano. A snake tail whipped and stabbed the zombie squid's body one after another. The force of each tail was so strong that it could crack mountains and crack rocks, and it was carried several feet away. High water waves. Hiss! The zombie squid let out a shrill scream. Under Qinhao's dozens of tail blows, its beaten body was shattered and torn into pieces. Even if it had a zombie body, it would definitely die after suffering such heavy injuries. This zombie squid is so smelly, and it is a zombie. Qinhao does not seriously want to eat it. If he turns into a zombie snake, he will cry without tears. Qinhao controlled the power of wind to form a vortex, cut open the heart of the zombie squid, and flew out with an evolutionary energy source. This evolutionary energy source is rich in energy and is an evolutionary energy source that has reached the third level. Although this zombie squid is a monster that has reached the 3rd level, it was still easily killed by Qin Hao. Qin Hao swam to the other side and quickly used his firepower to evaporate all the stains on his body, otherwise the stench could be smelled from a long distance away. Sure enough, we are already close to the center of the mausoleum. Qin Hao's eyes flashed with surprise. He saw rock pillars appearing in front of him. These rock pillars were carved with beams and paintings, and there were patterns of various ancient beasts. They obviously came from the hand of a master. There is a hole here? Qin Hao was suddenly startled. He saw a dark cave on the wall next to him. There was a cold wind blowing in this cave, and it seemed to lead to the outside of the mausoleum. Could it be that this is the origin of those zombie guards outside? Qin Hao thought of this. This cave should lead to the outside of the mausoleum. It seems that the entrance of the cave is just big enough for a zombie to pass through. If Qin Hao guessed correctly, the corpse guards outside the mausoleum got out of this cave, so it would be convenient to leave after a while. However, he did not encounter corpse guards along the way. Qin Hao came to a huge stone door all the way. This stone door was extremely thick and weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. If Qin Hao guessed correctly, behind this sealed stone door was the tomb of the owner of the tomb. There is no doubt that Qin Hao was the first to arrive here. The team of Mo Chang and others was much slower than Qin Hao. The traps and numerous corpse guards in the passage were enough to cause them heavy casualties and slow progress. Open it for me. Now that they are all here, Qin Hao did not hesitate. He exerted his strength and the snake tail hit the thick stone door like a cannonball, causing the stone door to explode. The huge sound echoed endlessly, but it was nothing else was attracted. Qin Hao couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. Could it be that the tomb of the owner of the tomb did not have any guarding force? Qin Hao then entered the stone gate and walked all the way through a passage. The walls on both sides of the passage were densely covered with luminous pearls, emitting a soft light. After passing a corner, a wide square appeared. Seeing the people in this square, Qin Hao was completely stunned by the situation. It's not that there are no guards, it's that they are heavily guarded. Qin Hao smiled bitterly. The square was filled with corpse guards wearing armor. They were like statues, motionless for countless years, loyally guarding their masters. 108 corpse guards. Qin Hao glanced at it. There were a total of 108 corpse guards in the square, and they were not ordinary corpse guards. 98 of them were corpses wearing silver armor. Guards, the remaining 10 corpse guards are wearing simple golden armor, exuding a sense of solemnity and majesty. An ordinary bronze-armored corpse guard is already comparable to a second-order revolver, and a silver-armored corpse guard can even match a team of 4 or 5 second-order revolvers. As for the golden-armored corpse guards, if Qin Hao guessed correctly, they should be equivalent to third-level monsters. There are a total of 98 powerful second-level silver-armored corpse guards here, and 10 powerful third-level golden-armored corpse guards. They are definitely the same. A terrifying force. If these more than 100 corpse guards entered some large gathering places, they would definitely be able to kill those evolved people easily at this stage. It would be a disaster, and even Qin Hao would not dare to be careless. He observed these corpse guards. It was clear that Qin Hao was outside the square. Logically speaking, these corpse guards should rush towards him, but none of the corpse guards made any movement. It seemed that it was impossible to lure them away with the strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain. But what caught Qin Hao's attention was a huge skeleton in the center of the square. The skeleton was hundreds of meters long and coiled in a circle. Each bone was as big as a giant skeleton. As thick as a tree, even a skeleton exudes a sinister power. This is a dragon? Qin Hao was shocked when he saw this huge white skeleton. His body of more than 30 meters long was enough to be considered a giant, but although the white skeleton was coiled into a coil, but if it were straightened, its length would be estimated to be about 150 meters. This is undoubtedly an exaggerated body shape, and this skeleton looks very much like a legendary creature, a dragon. Qin Hao was excited. Sure enough, there were dragon beads here, but Qin Hao suppressed his excitement immediately. He saw that the huge skeleton exuded an extremely cold breath, making the entire skeleton covered in ice. And there is something in the dragon's mouth. If you look carefully, what is in the dragon's mouth is a blood-red coffin. This blood-red coffin is frozen in the frost and is 3 or 4 meters long. There is no doubt that there is something in this coffin. The person buried there is the owner of this mausoleum. This mausoleum is guarded by corpse guards, and it is even more heavily guarded. It can be imagined that the person in the coffin was definitely a big figure in the Yanhuang civilization during his lifetime, and his background was definitely not small. The most important thing is that Qin Hao feels that the coffin exudes a huge attraction. If Qin Hao's prediction is correct, the dragon ball is most likely to be inside the coffin and is a burial object for the owner of the tomb. The coffin is held with dragon bones and the dragon beads are buried with it. This luxury is beyond imagination. Dragon ball. I must get it. Qin Hao's eyes flashed with astonishing light. This was his hope of breaking through the limit of life again and becoming a true lord-level mutant beast. He could not let it go no matter what. Rush over and take away this blood-red coffin, Qin Hao said secretly. The dragon ball is probably in the coffin, so he will take the coffin with him. Taking a deep breath, Qin Hao's 36-meter-long body rushed towards the huge skeleton in the center of the square like a train. When Qin Hao entered the square, the corpse guards who looked like statues suddenly opened their eyes. A pair of blood-red eyes were filled with killing intent. The aura in their bodies surged, and the dust on the armor that was struck was scattered. They have been sleeping in the mausoleum, and their only purpose is to protect the coffin. Anyone who approaches will be attacked most violently. At this time, an intruder arrives, and they finally wake up after sleeping for thousands of years. Ouch! The 3 silver-armored corpse guards held silver spears. They were not afraid of the charging Qin Hao. They raised their hands and stabbed Qin Hao in the eyes. Clang clang clang. Qin Hao casually moved his head and missed the spears piercing his eyes. These silver spears pierced Qin Hao's head, but they slid away on the scales, causing dazzling sparks. Get out of my way! Qin Hao roared, swinging his huge head and hitting the 3 corpse guards blocking the front. Immediately, the 3 corpse guards were hit by the locomotive and flew upside down and rolled out. But what surprised Qin Hao was that the 3 corpse guards quickly pressed their palms on the ground and stood up without any injuries. Dang, dang, dang. Just when Qin Hao was surprised, more than a dozen corpse guards were already standing in front of him, attacking Qin Hao with spears or swords. Each one was a powerful silver-armored corpse guard. They could attack Qin Hao at will. The attack had a huge force of more than several tons, and Qin Hao's scales jingled when hit. This means that Qin Hao's scales are strong and he has practiced spiritual refining. If it were any other mutant beast, he would have been instantly attacked by this fierce attack. It cannot be torn into pieces instantly. Bang bang bang. Qin Hao's snake tail whipped him one after another, and each of the 2-meter-tall silver-armored corpse guards were whipped and flew out like toys. But what made Qin Hao frown was that these corpse guards immediately stood up after turning over on the ground, and joined the besieging camp again as if nothing was wrong. Clang! Even though Qin Hao was extremely powerful and was a terrifying mutant beast at the quasi-lord level, he was blocked by the interception of hundreds of corpse guards and was unable to rush in front of the huge skeleton and take away the coffin. Why are these silver-armored corpse guards so durable? Qin Hao was shocked and angry. With all his strength, even the silver-armored corpse guards with copper skin and iron bones couldn't bear it. Controller of the wind. Qin Hao used his ability to control the wind, forming a wind knife several meters long, slashing down angrily and aiming at the body of a silver-armored corpse guard. The wind knife furiously slashed at the head of the silver-armored corpse guard. The helmet it wore on its head immediately fell apart, and a crack tens of meters long was cut out on the ground because it could not bear the force. However, the head of the silver-armored corpse guard was intact, as if it had an indestructible body. Bang bang! Qin Hao threw away the 2 corpse guards climbing on his back. Flames were spitting out from his eyes. The power of fire combined with the fire ability, a crimson flame swept in all directions. These corpse guards should be afraid of flames, but even though their armors were burned and melted, and the corpse guards themselves who were exposed to the sea of fire were not harmed in the slightest. These guys seem to be one. Shinhao whipped a corpse guard away with his tail, and realized that there seemed to be a connection between the 108 corpse guards. Shinhao's attack hit a corpse guard, and the damage caused would be 108. 8 corpse guards shared the responsibility. In this way, no matter how terrifying Shinhao's attack is, it is weakened hundreds of times and hits a corpse guard without breaking the defense. Shinhao frowned. This should be some kind of formation from the Yanhuang civilization, but Shinhao had no idea how to break the formation. Roar! At this moment, a bright golden light flashed, and a corpse guard wearing golden armor descended like a god from heaven. The machete in his hand slashed at Shinhao's head. Before the knife arrived, a strong wind was already blowing. It caused the earth to crack, leaving a huge scar. Team Arrive's the golden armored corpse guards are all third-level monsters, terrifyingly powerful. Get out! Shinhao suddenly thrust out the snake's tail, wrapped it around the waist of the golden armored corpse guard, and threw it away with a swish. There are 10 golden armored corpse guards in total, and the remaining 9 golden armored corpse guards are also coming to kill them aggressively. No, I will definitely be defeated if I waste it like this. The physical strength of zombies is almost unlimited. More than 100 zombie guards have formed a certain formation, which is even more difficult to deal with. Shinhao can't kill any of them. It would be too bad for Shinhao to go down, so Shinhao decided to retreat temporarily. Call! Shinhao's body trembled, and the terrifying force shook the surrounding corpse generals to stagger back. He himself quickly returned the same way and exited the square. But the corpse guards did not pursue them. Each one slowly picked up their weapons and returned to their original positions, motionless, as if they had turned into statues again, and began to turn a blind eye to Shinhao in the distance. You will only be attacked when you enter the square. They will not chase them out. Shinhao secretly thought after seeing this scene, but his headache became even worse, which meant that he couldn't defeat them all even if he wanted to. By the way, let's see if that Long Shua has any way to deal with these zombies. Shinhao suddenly felt something in his heart. He thought of Long Shua and the others who had not arrived yet. It would be better to let Long Shua and the others fight in the front line. There are so many of them, maybe someone can crack the formation of these corpse guards. In other words, even if Long Shua and others are useless, they can still attract some firepower. When the time comes, Shinhao will have a much greater chance of rushing over to collect the blood-red coffin, so Shinhao waited quietly for more than 2 days. At 1 hour, Shinhao finally heard a series of footsteps. General Long, there is a cave here that seems to lead to the outside of the mausoleum. Long Shua, who was wearing black armor and a gloomy face, and other people were walking on the road leading to the main tomb. They discovered the cave that led to the mausoleum. The cave outside. The door here is broken. Did anyone get here before us? At this time, someone pointed at the huge stone door in front and exclaimed, with a face full of disbelief. There are 16 floors in total, and each floor is full of traps and guarded by corpse guards. It is too difficult to pass through. The group of them quickly passed through the passage, suffering heavy casualties along the way. Now there are less than 50 people left. Finally rushed to the center of the mausoleum quickly, but someone had already arrived before them? Shinhao entered the sealed state and hid on a protruding rock pillar above the entrance to the square. When he heard these people's words, he couldn't help but complain, I'd been waiting for 2 hours. The speed of these people was too slow. Shinhao arrived here more than 2 hours ahead of them. Maybe the corpse guards destroyed the door. Many of them ran outside the mausoleum through the previous cave. Some people speculated, thinking that no one would be faster than them. The stone door was destroyed by the corpse guards. Dropped. Let's go. Long Shua said indifferently. He walked in front and walked quickly towards the main tomb. When everyone came outside the square and saw the corpse guards in the center of the square, their pupils shrank. 1. There are more than 100 zombie guards, and they are all above the silver armor level? A black-clothed evolver was a little unbelievable. The silver-armored zombie guards were enough to rival a team of elite evolvers. There were more than 100 of them. I'm afraid I won't be my opponent. Long Shua frowned slightly when he saw the scene, But he soon saw the giant dragon skeleton in the distance and the blood-red coffin held in the dragon's mouth. A fiery color flashed in his eyes. There are things in this coffin. What treasure is attracting me? I must get it. Licking his lips, Long Shua pulled out the blood-red sword and said coldly, "You charge with me." With the sharpness of this killing blade, even zombies with copper skin and iron bones cannot resist it. Live. The sword in Long Shua's hand is called the Killing Blade. This sword has a great origin. It was inherited from a certain person in ancient times. It is said that tens of thousands of people died under the Killing Blade, which made the Killing Blade dyed blood red. This Killing Blade was collected by Commander Li, the ruler of Black Moon City, and was later given to Long Shua for use. The sharpness of the Killing Blade is beyond imagination. When facing the silver-armored corpse guards before, it was possible to cut off their heads with one strike. Coupled with the firepower attracted by other revolvers, and combined with his own abilities, Long Shua was confident of killing these corpse guards. Of course, this will cause heavy losses to one side. Even if they win, there may not be a few people left alive, but for Long Shua, what does it matter to Long Shua if all these people are dead? Very good, very strong. Xin Hao also praised Long Shua when he heard that Long Shua was about to force his way in. He was afraid that Long Shua would be timid and would be too frightened to enter after seeing so many silver-armored corpse guards. At this time, the eyes of a black-clothed evolver next to Long Shua turned light red and he stared at the statue-like corpse guards in the square. He quickly said to Long Shua, "General Long, don't break in by force. According to my perception, exploring, these corpse guards are connected with each other, and they probably have some special ability. It is very difficult to kill any of them." At first, Xin Hao didn't realize that these corpse guards formed a formation. If any corpse guard was attacked, it could share the damage and let all other corpse guards share the damage. Therefore, Xin Hao suffered a small loss. No matter how strong the attack was, it was weakened hundreds of times. There won't be much harm. Then what do you think we should do? Long Shua asked after hearing this. The black-clothed evolver chuckled. Sun Yi has the ability to teleport marks. We can use Sun Yi's teleportation marks to hit these corpse guards, teleport them out, and defeat them one by one. Sun Yi was one of Xin Hao's soldiers when he was fighting for the Heavenly Seed. At that time, his captain was killed by Xin Hao. Of course, Xin Hao did not know this Sun Yi at all. Sun Yi's ability is called teleportation mark. As long as he puts a teleportation mark on the target, he can teleport the target to his vicinity. These corpse guards are motionless and seem not to leave the square, so they can teleport them out one by one with the teleportation mark, and then work together to kill and defeat them individually. As for directly teleporting the blood-red coffin, it was impossible. The blood-red coffin was frozen together in the mouth of the dragon skeleton covered with ice. If Sunny wanted to teleport the blood-red coffin, he would have to connect more than 100 people. The meter-long dragon bones were teleported together, which Sunny obviously couldn't do. Can you do it? Long Shua looked at a young evolver. Young evolver Sunny didn't like Long Shua, a cold-blooded and selfish person, but he could only bite the bullet and nodded, "I'll give it a try." Sunny took a deep breath and gathered his genetic energy. A pale white mark appeared in the center of his palm. He waved his hand and the pale white mark flew slowly hundreds of meters away and landed on the forehead of a silver-armored corpse guard. Sunny said quickly, "I'm going to send it here, everyone, be careful, formation is broken." As soon as he finished speaking, Sunny activated the teleportation mark. The corpse guard suddenly disappeared and appeared not far from Sunny the next moment. Seeing this scene, Xin Hao was also a little surprised, because the silver-armored corpse guard was teleported outside the square, and the contact with other corpse guards also disappeared. If these corpse guards are too far away, the effect of the formation will be invalid. Roar! The silver-armored corpse guard was teleported outside the square and immediately woke up from his slumber. With a ferocious roar on his face, he was about to attack Sunny not far in front of him, but before it could take action, a blood-red light flashed and passed away. Puff! Long Shua held the blood-red sword killing blade and struck the silver-armored corpse guard's neck with one slash. Without the blessing of the formation to share the damage with the other corpse guards, the sword cut through the silver armor like a carrot. The neck of the armored corpse guard made its head roll away on the ground. Okay. The eyes of the rest of the evolutionaries lit up when they saw this scene. They did not want to directly conflict with these silver-armored corpse guards and act as cannon fodder. Shinhao also smiled when he saw this scene. There is indeed strength in numbers. This is the benefit of a force. Various people can cope with different situations. Continue. Long Shuo ordered. He stared at the blood-red coffin in the dragon's mouth in the distance, his eyes flickering. There was probably some precious treasure in the coffin. He was already thinking about how to swallow the treasure. As for the others, can be killed and silenced if necessary. Sunny then began to remotely mark these zombie guards with teleportation marks, and teleported the silver-armored corpse guards out one by one for Long Shuo to kill. Sunny was only a first-order revolver. After teleporting for several times, he had to rest and recover his genetic energy. Everyone also just take your time. 5 or 6 hours later, the passage was filled with the corpses of the silver-armored corpse guards. Sunny took a few breaths and stopped. Long Shuo frowned and looked at him. Why did you stop? Sunny smiled bitterly and said, I am only a first-level evolver, and teleporting the silver-armored corpse guards is already the limit. The remaining 10 golden-armored corpse guards in the distance have too strong a force field on their bodies, and I cannot teleport them. There were 10 golden-armored corpse guards in the distance, but they couldn't be teleported to defeat them one by one. The black-clothed evolver with the ability to perceive said, the connection between them has disappeared. It seems that due to the death of most of the corpse guards, their abilities have failed. Long Shuo frowned and said, then let's attack. Each of the 10 golden-armored corpse guards exudes an extremely fierce aura. It is impossible to defeat them one by one, so they can only attack by force. Fortunately, the rest of the corpse guards have been eradicated. They already have an advantage in numbers, and Shinhao is on top. Waiting, as long as Long Shuo and others start fighting, he will wait for an opportunity to take away the blood-red coffin. Several evolvers from the army began to take out round metal cookies from their backpacks and buried them at the edge of the square. These were landmines. They would explode as soon as they stepped on them. Their power was enough to shatter people to pieces. More than a dozen landmines were planted. Long Shuo waved his hand and 2 men walked out. Their ability was speed. The 2 men cautiously approached the more than 10 golden-armored corpse guards in the distance. As they got closer, the eyes of the 10 golden-armored corpse guards suddenly opened, and an inch-long bloody light burst out. Quickly retreat! The 2 men quickly activated their speed abilities, dragging out afterimages and rushing toward the minefield. The 10 golden-armored corpse guards let out hoarse roars and frantically pursued the 2 evolvers. The 2 evolvers were careful not to step on the mines under their feet. As for the 10 golden-armored corpse guards who were chasing them, they didn't pay attention to the mines under their feet and stepped on them. Their weight made the mines glow red and then exploded. Come! Boom! More than a dozen landmines were detonated by each other, turning into flames that soared into the sky. The explosion caused more than a dozen golden-armored corpse guards to rise into the sky. Even though they had copper skin and iron bones, they were blown upside down by more than a dozen high-explosive landmines. When he went out, his heavy body hit the ground, causing the ground to crack. Superior! Long Shuo roared angrily. He held a blood-red blade and charged towards the scattered corpse guards who were bombed in the distance. The other nearly 50 evolvers also followed with high morale. Seeing this scene, Shinhao also sighed. No one is a fool, especially humans. Although their bodies are not as good as mutant beasts, their weapons and wisdom can more than make up for it. Roar! A golden-armored corpse guard stood up from the ground, but because it had just stepped on a high-explosive mine, one of its legs was blown off and flew to an unknown place. Its golden armor was also broken. An evolutionist fell to the ground and bit him on the neck. Poof! A large section of the neck of the evolved man was missing from this bite, and the flesh and blood mixed with the bones were torn off in pieces. Blood gushed out like boiled water. The face of the evolved man was full of fear. The other golden-armored corpse guard, although the golden armor was broken and the skin on his body was cracked by the explosion, still maintained a very strong fighting power. It rushed towards a man holding a large metal shield like a golden shadow. Go, a claw pierces out. The man quickly blocked it with his shield, and then with a hiss, the thick metal shield was pierced by the claws of the golden armored corpse guard, and it penetrated his chest without stopping. The man's eyes widened, and his eyes gradually lost color with a hint of fear of death. Shit! An extraordinarily tall corpse guard even grabbed another revolver, and with a sudden movement of his hands, the revolver was torn in half before he even had time to scream, with blood mixed with internal organs spilling out all over the place. Although they were hit by landmines, there were still several golden armored corpse guards who did not suffer much damage and maintained extremely high combat effectiveness. You must know that most of the more than 50 evolvers present are first-order revolvers. Only a few have less than 10 second-order revolvers. And facing these golden armored corpse guards, every one of them could rival a third-order revolver. It was a complete one-sided massacre. Put! Long Shuo's cold eyes spit out blazing white gas, and he suddenly slashed with a knife on the back of the neck of the golden armored corpse guard who had his legs broken by the blast and was lying on an revolver biting. The blade cut off the head of the golden armored corpse guard. Then Long Shuo roared wildly, and every pore in his body exhaled blazing white breath. A golden armored corpse guard held a big knife and chopped it off on his head. The blood glow lingered on Long Shuo's blood-red killing blade. Slashed out with a single slash without dodging. Click! The two knives collided, and with the crisp sound of metal breaking, the big knife held by the golden armored corpse guard was cut into two pieces from the middle. Long Shuo didn't stop at all, and with the second knife, he cut the golden armored corpse from the waist. Wei was cut into two pieces, and his dirty internal organs were left on the ground. Long Shuo's body is covered with blazing white gas. This is the ability he possesses, Fighting Spirit. With the blessing of Fighting Spirit, his strength, speed and reflexes will be greatly improved. Coupled with the indestructible killing blade, he can kill two heads in a row. The golden armored corpse guard was majestic and unparalleled for a moment. In a corner, Xin Hao slowly fell down from a protruding rock pillar at the top of the square. His eyes glowed with a cold light. The Dragon Ball was his, and anyone who dared to snatch it would be dead. Ah! The fighting in the square was very fierce. Almost every few seconds, an evolved person died in the hands of the golden armored corpse guards. In the hands of these golden armored corpse guards, ordinary evolved people were as fragile as made of paper. Their only the function is to share the firepower for Long Shuo, so that Long Shuo will not be surrounded by a large number of golden armored corpse guards, so that they can be defeated one by one. Long Shuo was worthy of being the strongest man in Maiyue City. He was extremely calm in the battle. He didn't care about his companions being slaughtered. He killed the golden armored zombies unhurriedly. The blood-red sword light spread across the sky. 2 minutes later, Long Shuo sheathed his sword, and the corpses of the golden armored corpse guards were everywhere on the ground. Of course, there were even more torn corpses of other revolvers. The whole square was filled with the smell of blood. There were less than 30 dead or injured evolvers in Maiyue City. Sun Yi's face was pale. There were nearly 100 people when they came in, and every one of them was an elite evolver. But now there are not many left dead. Ha ha! I didn't expect these wastes to be useful. Long Shuo laughed in his heart. There were hundreds of powerful corpse guards. He would definitely not be able to kill them all by himself. With the help of Sun Yi's teleportation mark, with other evolutionaries sharing the firepower, he successfully killed all the corpse guards in the tomb, adding a glorious record to his career. What's in it? Long Shuo licked his lips and looked towards the blood-red coffin with blazing eyes, trying to take it out of the dragon's mouth and collect the treasure hidden in it. It's time! Xin Hao knew it was time to take action. He suddenly released the seal, and an extremely fierce aura was released. What? The relaxed mood of Long Shuo and other revolvers suddenly became tense. Long Shuo's pupils shrank slightly. This fierce aura was a bit like the thousands of troops and dozens of tanks and armored vehicles that had been deployed to attack. Kill a super monster. Snake, such a big snake. Some people saw a huge black snake suddenly appearing in the distance, with shock on their faces. It was more than 1 meter in diameter and 36 meters long.
Such a terrifying giant snake could swallow an elephant in one bite. Into the belly. He is the Black Snake King. Why did he appear here? Someone exclaimed, recognizing Qin Hao's identity.
When Qin Hao was fighting for the heavenly seed, he killed all his competitors with great force, and was extremely powerful. The evolver observing from a distance took a picture with his mobile phone and felt that he was one of the most powerful monsters in the entire Black Moon City. It's him, he killed Captain Lu. When Sunny saw Qin Hao, his whole body trembled, with hatred and fear in his eyes, and he recognized that Qin Hao was the one who killed him before fighting for it.
That monster of Captain Lu from Tianzhong. Black Snake King? Do you want to cut off your beard? I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise I don't mind another dead soul under the killing blade.
Long Shua looked at Qin Hao's huge body and said coldly, his eyes flickering, his heart was full of solemnity and horror. With such a terrifying body shape, Qin Hao's strength has definitely reached a quite exaggerated level.
Don't be careless. Qin Hao didn't talk nonsense.
His pale golden eyes were full of cold color. Anyone who dared to stop him would die.
Whoosh!
Qin Hao suddenly let out a high-pitched neighing sound. The sound was so loud that clearly visible ripples appeared in the space. The more than 20 evolved people groaned and felt that the sharp neighing sound penetrated their brains. One of the weaker ones had his eardrum torn on the spot and blood oozed out. Everyone was horrified by Qin Hao's ferocious power, and Qin Hao opened his bloody mouth, and the terrifying heat was brewing.
Get out of the way!
Someone screamed, and these evolvers hurriedly fled around. The next moment, a hot red flame that could melt gold and iron covered a distance of tens of meters in a radius. The burning earth cracked, and water molecules in the air it's like it's been completely evaporated. And in the red flames, a crazy roar sounded, Black Snake King, remember that the person who killed you is me, Long Shua, call. A figure with blazing white gas all over his body rushed out of the sea of fire like a phantom. The blazing white gas on his body isolated the high-temperature flames. At this time, Long Shua's muscles all over his body were tangled, and his whole body swelled. It is nearly 3 meters tall, like a little giant. Long Shua's ability is called Fighting Spirit, which can stimulate cells to activate all potentials and greatly improve combat effectiveness. At this time, he activates all potentials and has the terrifying strength to kill enemies across levels. Laugh! The blood-red blade in Long Shua's hand was slashing at Qin Hao's head, and the blood on the blood-red blade was about to spurt out. Kill me? You are not worthy! Qin Hao snorted coldly. This Long Shua is one of the few strong ones among today's evolvers, but Qin Hao is not afraid at all, even if this Long Hao is qualified to hit the world's top 100 battle list in the future. But there is still only a dead end when you meet yourself. Call! Facing the blade slashed by Long Shua, Qin Hao twisted his body, and the snake's tail tore through the space, sweeping out like a mountain. Having seen the sharpness of this bloody sword before, Qin Hao didn't care much about it. It is covered with a layer of metallic luster, and the blessing of the power of gold brings his already terrifying defense to a higher level. Clang! The killing blade in Long Shua's hand brought out the blood-red light that tore through the space and struck Qin Hao's tail. A huge, crisp sound of gold and iron exploded, echoing in the square, making people feel like their teeth were all broken. Sore! What? Long Shua's pupils shrank. His killing blade was invincible. Even the invulnerable golden-armored corpse guard could be cut into 2 pieces with one strike. However, when he struck Qin Hao's tail with his sword, Qin Hao was only struck by it. The scales left a tiny scratch, not even a flesh wound. Qin Hao felt that the bloody sword in Long Shua's hand should be a low-level extraordinary weapon. The so-called extraordinary weapons are weapons that are otherworldly, or have some strange abilities, or have extraordinary sharpness. Even low-level extraordinary weapons are extremely precious. Qin Hao survived in the apocalypse in his last life. It took 5 years, and it was only in the last 2 years that I saved enough money to buy a low-level extraordinary weapon that fit my hand. Extraordinary weapons are very strong and can cut through the tough scales of monsters, but low-level extraordinary weapons are obviously unable to kill Qin Hao, who has evolved 5 times and is blessed with the power of gold. Bang! The next moment, Qin Hao's snake tail exerted force, and an overwhelming force crushed him away crazily. Long Shua groaned, and with the blessing of fighting spirit, his 3-meter-high body flew backwards like a sandbag, and his body kept falling on the ground. It hit and rolled dozens of times before it came to a stop, causing holes in the hard ground to break.
General Dragon!
Everyone exclaimed, their eyes full of horror. Long Shua was the strongest evolver in their Black Moon City, but he was knocked upside down in the first round of the fight with Qin Hao. Balls, sure enough, he has some strength. Something strange flashed in Qin Hao's eyes. He saw Long Shua getting up with his palms on the ground. He was kicked by his tail and he was still able to stand up. Qin Hao saw that the black armor on Long Shua's body was shining with a faint brilliance. This made Qin Hao understand in his heart that it was because of the Black God armor.
The Black God armor is a nano-armor produced by the ancient Jindaya civilization.
Attacks under 30 tons can be weakened by 90%.
This is why Long Shua did not die after being hit by him.
This Black Moon City really has profound knowledge, and it was able to obtain a set of Black God armor at the beginning of the end of the world. It is not known whether it was obtained from the ruins of Jindaya or passed down from ancient times. The Black God armor weakened Qin Hao's tail by 90%, but Long Shua was still uncomfortable and wanted to vomit blood. He was horrified. If it hadn't been for the Black God armor that Commander Li gave me, I would have taken it just now.
My life. So what if you're weak and 90% of the damage is done? If I can't kill you in one hit, I'll give you a few more hits.
Qin Hao's pale golden eyes were full of murderous intent. Even if the damage was reduced by 90%, Qin Hao was still confident of defeating Long Shua. Just when Qin Hao was about to kill Long Shua in one breath, a trace of alertness flashed in his eyes. He suddenly noticed the sound of breaking through the air behind him, as if a huge mountain was crushing him.
Down. Boom. Qin Hao quickly avoided it. The place where he was standing was suddenly crushed by a huge black shadow that appeared out of thin air.
Qin Hao turned his head to look, and suddenly there was a strong murderous intention in his eyes. On the crushed and shattered square not far behind Qin Hao, a round creature with a diameter of 50 meters appeared at some point. This round creature had no eyes, ears, and nose, which was very strange.
Is it a transport bug from the Zerg tribe? Qin Hao frowned.
The transport bug from the Zerg tribe is a very strange creature. They don't have much combat power, but they have various abilities such as flying, burrowing, invisibility, and sealing. Moreover, their abdomens have a dimensional space that can store living creatures and are specially used to transport various Zerg troops.
In later generations, when the broodworms launch wars, transport worms will be used to transport Zerg soldiers to launch surprise attacks.
This transport bug should have mastered the sealing status like Qin Hao, so it was able to enter the underground tomb silently.
What is this?
Those evolvers were a little confused. From the appearance, it was difficult to tell what race the transport insect was.
Puff, puff.
The transport bug opened its bloody mouth and spit out small black dots. When these black dots fell on the ground, they suddenly swelled and turned into ferocious insect monsters. There are iron-stinging insects with sharp spines on their backs, fire beetles with thick fiery red carapaces all over their bodies, and flying beetles with double wings on their backs that look like a mantis magnified hundreds of times.
They are densely packed, hundreds to say the least.
And the transport bugs continue to spit out more bugs.
Yes, it's the Zerg.
Long Shua and others' expressions changed slightly.
There was a brood insect hidden outside Black Moon City.
It was constantly hatching Zerg and regularly hunted down the evolvers of Black Moon City.
This brood insect was hiding.
It is extremely intelligent, and no one can find its true identity.
It can be said that this brood insect is the biggest enemy of Black Moon City.
Now that such a large number of insects have come to this mausoleum, it is obvious that the brood insect also values it.
Treasures in the tomb. Whoosh!
A large number of Zergs screamed endlessly, and then one after another surged in like waves, killing everyone.
Poof!
A mantis-like flying beetle vibrated its wings, and it flashed away at a very fast speed. A pair of blade-like forelimbs slashed out, blood splattered. An evolver who had been severely injured in the previous battle was unable to escape the attack, and his body suddenly seemed like it was torn apart like leather.
Fight these damn monsters!
The eyes of the evolvers were red. Under such circumstances, the only way to survive was to fight hard. Qinghao was naturally attacked by the Zerg, and there were a large number of Zerg. A small car-like flying beetle opened its mouth, and the hot temperature gathered, spitting out a purple fireball the size of a basketball, which bombarded Qinhao's body.
Boom!
But this purple fireball, which was only the size of a basketball, exploded violently and turned into a raging wave of purple fire, wrapping up part of Qinhao's body. However, the black scales shone with a faint light, and it was useless even if he was surrounded by purple fireworks.
Not even the slightest sign of damage.
Qinhao's eyes flashed with cold light, flames?
He has it too.
Whoops! Qinghao used his fire ability, and with the blessing of firepower, he immediately spit out flames like clouds and mist, sweeping across the Zerg race within a radius of nearly 100 meters.
Hiss!
Each Zerg was exposed to this terrifying high-temperature flame, and their bodies were ignited. They screamed and rolled on the ground. They tried to extinguish the flames on their bodies, but it didn't work in the slightest. They were burned to death within a few breaths.
Ashes all over the ground.
Squeak! A large number of flying beetles from above rushed towards Qinhao like raindrops. Each of them had a pair of sharp blade feet, slashing towards Qinhao's whole body, trying to chop Qinhao into pieces.
Crackling!
Purple thunder and lightning bloomed all over Qinhao's body, and the strands of thunder and lightning seemed to turn into countless spears, piercing the flying beetles above him, causing them to scream and fall from the sky.
No matter how many ants come, they are still ants.
Qinhao can easily kill these low-level worms in large swaths, but Qinhao has no time to contend with these worms.
He sees an agile figure in the distance heading towards the huge insect.
The dragon carcass left, it was Long Shua. After all, their goal is to take away the dragon ball and the coffin.
Long Shua wants to take away the treasure in the coffin.
He wears a black god armor and holds a blood-red killing blade. He cuts all the Zerg in his way into two pieces with one blow. Even though there are many Zergs, but with the black god war armor, the attacks of these Zergs on him are completely painless.
Qinhao snorted coldly, this guy still wants to snatch the dragon ball in front of him?
Qinhao's body swam, and his huge body, more than 30 meters long, was like a train, knocking all the Zerg blocking the way and sending them flying backwards.
Go to hell!
Seeing Qinhao's fierce killing, Long Shua's face was a little ferocious. Since the end of the world, he can be said to have had smooth sailing. Before the end of the world, he was a member of the Ability God Guard. After the end of the world, he has grown rapidly and gained commanderly. He is destined to become a super powerful person in the future, and he will never fall here.
Long Shua roared loudly, stimulating all the potential in his body.
His fighting spirit was injected into the bloody killing blade, and he slashed out at the charging Qinhao. The bloody aura left the blade and turned into a huge sword light that spread across 10 directions. A few meters away, he slashed at Qinhao angrily.
Master of the Wind.
Qinhao's pale golden eyes were full of murderous intent. The terrifying genetic energy in his body poured out, and a strong wind blew out of thin air around him.
A terrifying blue airflow emerged, sweeping out in all directions like a blade. Overwhelming, the space is torn apart. The ability of this controller level is terrifying.
The bloody sword light that Long Shua slashed with all his strength was twisted and cut into pieces by the strong wind. Long Shua himself was wrapped by countless wind blades. He was wearing the black god although he was wearing a battle armor, his exposed face and back of his hands were unprotected. Being cut by knife-like wind blades, Long Shua screamed miserably and was swept backwards.
Revives. Long Shua's face was almost shattered by strangulation, and his hands were exposed with white bones.
He hit the ground heavily and remained motionless. The surrounding Zerg were also strangled to pieces by the overwhelming green wind blades. Qinhao struck with all his strength, and all the enemies within 100 meters were shattered to pieces.
General Long! Sun Yi exclaimed.
He gritted his teeth and activated the teleportation mark left on Long Shua before, teleporting him to his side. Sunny shouted, "Everyone, retreat quickly and fight out." The remaining evolvers who were still alive all had red eyes, formed a formation, and broke out towards the outside of the square. They knew that it was impossible for them and others to get the possible treasures in the bloody coffin, and they would have to stay any longer. The outcome of annihilation of the entire army is unacceptable. Qin Hao didn't pay attention to this. He quickly approached the dragon skeleton curled up on the ground. The entire dragon skeleton was more than 150 meters long when stretched out, and it exuded an extremely cold aura, freezing the surrounding area with a thick layer of ice crystals. Qin Hao was about to raise his body and take off the blood-colored coffin from the dragon's mouth, but at this moment, there was a sudden sound of breaking through the air. A cold light flashed in Qin Hao's eyes. It was the transport insect, which was 15 meters in diameter. The body rose into the air and pressed towards Qin Hao like a mountain, trying to crush Qin Hao to death with his weight. "Get out of here!" Qin Hao roared, and the power of fire exploded. Every cell seemed to be on fire. He couldn't dodge or dodge. The snake's tail whipped away at the spherical transport bug with a sonic boom. At the same time, the power of earth blessed him. The snake's tail was dyed with a thick layer of light, and became as heavy as a mountain. Bang! Qin Hao, as a quasi-lord-level mutated beast, exploded with all his strength. This blow was terrifying. The 50-meter diameter transport bug was blown to pieces by Qin Hao's terrifying tail and fell into pieces. Pieces of flesh splattered everywhere and fell to the ground, making the earth tremble. A group of evolvers who were breaking out in the distance looked back and were shocked when they saw this scene. What kind of monster is this? It's completely unbelievably strong. After solving all the opponents who dared to snatch him, Qin Hao's expression changed slightly, because at some point a figure wearing a large black robe appeared in the mouth of the huge skeleton, standing in the dragon's mouth, next to the blood-red coffin. Court death. The man in black robe didn't know where he came from. Qin Hao's face darkened, and he released a purple arc of electricity without hesitation. Powerful thunder and lightning twisted towards the man in black robe, but the man in black robe stood there. At every turn. Crack! The moment thunder and lightning approached, the body surface of the black robe was distorted, as if it turned into a black hole, absorbing all the lightning and eliminating it invisible. Then the man in black robe waved his hand, and purple thunder and lightning spurted out, turning into a sharp sword and piercing Qin Hao's forehead. The thunder and lightning exploded. Although it could not hurt Qin Hao at all, it still surprised Qin Hao. The ability of this man in black robe seems to be absorption. He can absorb attacks and bounce them back. It is a very powerful ability. It has only been 2 months since the spiritual energy of this Earth world has recovered, but the Earth's native creatures have actually evolved such powerful mutant beasts? The man in black robe was also very surprised. He had been hiding next to him and witnessed Qin Hao's action throughout. Completely sweeping everything, Long Shua and his like have no qualifications to compare with them. What frightened the people in black robes the most was that Qin Hao was obviously a native creature of the earth, not a monster descended from other worlds. It was simply unbelievable that Qin Hao could evolve to this extent in just 2 months after his spiritual energy was revived. Don't get entangled with it. The man in black robe growled, and slapped the blood-red coffin with one palm, causing the hard layer of ice covering the coffin to shatter. At the same time, he held the edge of the coffin with his other hand. Lifted it up with one arm, jumped up, the clothes on the back were torn, and a pair of black wings sprouted from behind, like a pair of bat wings, fluttering and flying, ready to leave from the sky. Is it an alien monster? Qin Hao frowned when he saw this scene. The man in black robe carried a 3-meter-long coffin in one hand and flew nearly 100 meters high. If this place wasn't an underground mausoleum, he would have already relied on his flying ability to fly directly detached. Call. Of course, Qin Hao couldn't just sit back and watch the man in black robe take away the blood-colored coffin. He used the wind controller to blow up a crazy hurricane, covering a radius of 100 meters around the man in black robe, and strangled him. The man in black robe twisted his body slightly and used the same method to absorb the attack again, which made Qin Hao sneer, "Suck? Then I'll let you suck it all." The huge genetic energy in Qin Hao's body surged like a river. He breathed out flames that were close to the level of a controller. The crimson flames could melt steel in a short time, and even merged with the strong winds in the sky to form a huge flame tornado enveloped the man in black robe and strangled him crazily. The fire borrowed the power of the wind, and its power was extremely exaggerated, and the burning void was distorted. No, my absorption ability cannot absorb so many attacks. The face of the man in black robe changed slightly. Every ability has its limit. The ability he has can absorb attacks and store them in himself, but the attacks that can be absorbed are also there is an upper limit. Qin Hao's large-scale non-stop attacks are too much for him to absorb. The man in black robe gritted his teeth, passed through the flame tornado, and fell from the sky to the ground. He stared at Qin Hao coldly, his eyes under the black robe flashed with blood. It is not easy for you to evolve to this day, but if you dare to fight with me, if you become an enemy, don't blame me for not warning you if you fall here. Hiss. Qin Hao neighed, his pale golden eyes full of teasing. If this man in black robe really had the strength to rival him, would he have taken action early on? Why would he have to hide for so long? Trouble, this mutated beast has evolved to the quasi-lord level. Even if I try my best, the winning rate is less than 30%. The man in black robe felt a headache. He didn't have much confidence in winning in a bloody battle with Qin Hao. He couldn't fight with Qin Hao. If Qin Hao fights to the death, he will definitely not be able to take away this blood-red coffin. In that case, let's decide the winner. The man in black robe said fiercely, with black energy billowing out from all over his body, and the momentum was huge. Kaka. Just when the battle between the two sides was about to break out, Qin Hao and the man in black suddenly heard a clicking sound in their ears, which was like bones rubbing together. Qin Hao looked towards the place where the sound came from, and his expression suddenly changed slightly. The person who made the sound was the huge dragon skeleton. I don't know when two green flames were burning in the hollow eyes of this dragon skeleton, and the body moved slowly. The ice covering the body shattered, and there were mysterious runes on the white skeleton. Shine. The skeletal body of the dragon skeleton moved slightly, and an ancient, majestic and powerful aura was reviving. This shocked Qin Hao. Is this dragon skeleton the real guardian of the tomb? There had been no movement before, but the man in black robe took away the blood-colored coffin, which obviously triggered some kind of defense mechanism, so that the dragon skeleton would wake up. Dragons are creatures in myths and legends. They are boundlessly powerful, possessing the great power to fly to the sky, escape from the earth, and call for wind and rain. During the Yanhuang civilization, the totem beast of the Yanhuang civilization was the dragon clan. The dragon skeleton in front of me had been dead for who knows how many years, but it revived again. The white skeletal body moved slightly, exuding a biting cold air. Coffin the man in black robe was also a little frightened. How did it come back to life? Did it become a bone dragon? Hold head high. The dragon skeleton opened its mouth and let out a terrifying dragon roar. It obviously had no muscles or vocal cords, but the dragon roar was so high, loud and full of majesty that the shaking earth shattered. Qin Hao and He Pao everyone groaned, feeling as if their souls were about to burst. Such a creature cannot be defeated by the current stage of evolution. The bone-white head of the dragon skeleton looked down at the man in black robe. It saw the bloody coffin carried by the man in black robe. Suddenly, the two green flames in its eye sockets flashed with cold murderous intent. It lowered its head, opened his big mouth, and spit out a mouthful of extremely cold white mist. Click, click, click. This white mist is extremely cold, the frozen void is distorted, and it surges towards the man in black robes. The terrifying cold mist freezes everything, and can directly kill human cells by ultra-low temperature freezing. Get away! The face of the man in black robe changed slightly, and he hurriedly dragged the coffin back with one hand, but was still touched by a trace of frost mist. Just a trace of frost mist, but it instantly covered the man in black robe with a thin layer of frost. And it continues to condense into thicker ice. Absorb! The man in black robe gritted his teeth and exerted his abilities to the extreme, absorbing the ice with difficulty. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the dragon skeleton had already swept over with its tail. With a body that is 150 meters long, this tail is terrifying. The ground explodes when it rubs against it, and the terrifying wind howls, as if the sky is falling apart. Shinhao was also within the attack range of this huge dragon skeleton. He did not dare to forcefully catch the tail of the dragon skeleton, and immediately used his wind control ability. The green air flow around his body flew into the air, avoiding the sweep of the dragon's tail. The dragon's tail passed under Shinhao, rubbing some of the insect corpses and corpse guards on the ground until they turned into meat paste. The man in black robe was also very responsive. The black wings on his back vibrated and he flew up. However, due to the influence of the ice ability, his speed was a beat slower. One of his legs was brushed by the white bone dragon tail of the dragon skeleton, which immediately caused pain. With a muffled groan, one leg was beaten to pieces below the calf, causing the body to roll continuously in the air. Unable to hold the coffin in his hand, the 3-meter-long coffin was suddenly thrown dozens of meters away. Far away, it hit the ground heavily. Snap! The coffin just stood upright, and the lid fell off in the violent impact, revealing the contents inside. Shinhao turned his head to look, and was stunned for a moment. There was no imaginary white bones or corpses in the coffin, or the ugly appearance of mummies. Instead, there was a girl wearing a red palace dress. Her facial features were exquisite and perfect. She was so beautiful that it seemed unreal, like a dream. Those so-called star beauties in peaceful times were eclipsed in front of her. This girl in red palace dress was like a banished fairy. However, this was not a living person, but just a corpse. Her skin was too pale, and there was no trace of it. His body was covered with a thin layer of frost. Shinhao was not a person who was greedy for beauty. He soon discovered something else. On the girl's lower abdomen, he gently held it with both hands. And in her lightly held little hand, there was a crystal clear, as pure as natural ice. Blue beads. This bead exuded ice-blue cold air and turned into a thin layer of ice to cover the girl's body. It was precisely because of its existence that the girl's body did not decay. Dragon Ball. Shinhao's breathing suddenly became slightly rapid. Although he had never seen a Dragon Ball, the desire conveyed in his blood made him understand that this ice-blue bead was the legendary Dragon Ball. At this time, the tail of the dragon skeleton had just swept across, and it was in a state where the old strength was exhausted and the new strength was not yet generated. Shinhao took the opportunity to rush towards the blood-red coffin. He wasted so much strength because he was doing it for this Dragon Ball. It is mine. The man in black robe with a broken leg roared and rushed over. Shinhao snorted coldly. He used his lightning and wind controller abilities at the same time. The wind and thunder turned into chains and wrapped the man in black robe. The man in black robe was immediately trapped. Stop! He hurriedly used his absorption ability to absorb the surrounding wind and thunder, but after this delay, he knew that he would definitely not be able to grab the Dragon Ball. The man in black robe angrily shouted, "Why don't you take action?" After the words fell, Shinhao felt something bad. Sure enough, in front of the blood-red coffin, a figure in black robe suddenly appeared out of thin air. A smile appeared on the corner of the figure's mouth. Dragon Ball. I will take it. Damn it! Shinhao secretly cursed that the man in black robe had an accomplice. It was obvious that he was a foreigner from another world. The black-robed figure grabbed the Dragon Ball in the coffin. He crushed the ice on the Dragon Ball hard and laughed. "Emer, Lord Ackerman will remember you." "No, take me away," the man in black robe with a broken leg yelled angrily. "Call." Shinhao's eyes were bloodshot, and he was already close to the black-robed figure. He opened his bloody mouth to swallow him with the dragon beads, but the black-robed figure did not show any nervousness. Shinhao closed his big mouth, but only bit in an afterimage. "Goodbye." The voice of the black-robed figure came from afar, and at some point he appeared 100 meters away. Its teleportation ability. Shinhao's face was extremely ugly. The black-robed figure who took away the Dragon Ball had the ability to teleport. Teleportation is a magical skill that can instantly move a certain distance away, and the interval is very short. If a person with teleportation ability wants to escape, unless the speed difference between the two parties is too big, basically no one can catch up. The black-robed figure disappeared into the square in a few flashes, and there was no way to chase him. Without paying attention, the man in black robes had disappeared within Qin Hao's range of perception. The mausoleum was complex in shape, and it was almost impossible to catch up with him. Leave this place first. You can't digest the dragon beads in a short time. Qin Hao's eyes were cold. He couldn't just give up. The digestion of dragon beads was very difficult and no one could digest them in a short time. Qin Hao, still, if there is a chance to get the Dragon Ball back, the first priority is to leave as soon as possible. Ah! A shrill scream came from behind. It was the man in black robe who had broken his leg. The dragon skeleton suddenly reached out and bit the body of the man in black robe. The cold dragon teeth easily bit him in half. The companion of this guy named Emer snatched the Dragon Ball and was abandoned by him. Of course, Qin Hao had no idea of saving him. Qin Hao decided to take advantage of the short opportunity when Emer was attacked by the dragon skeleton to escape. He suddenly saw the blood-red coffin, and his heart moved. This coffin seems to be not simple. It has not been corrupted for thousands of years. Maybe it's a precious treasure. The girl in the red palace dress in the coffin obviously has an extraordinary background. She has a dragon ball to protect her body from decay, and a corpse guard and a dragon skeleton to protect her. Her coffin must not be a mortal thing, so it can't be a waste of time. With this idea in mind, Qin Hao used the wind controller to control the power of the wind to roll up the coffin lid, cover the coffin, and then swallowed the entire coffin into the dimensional space of his abdomen. Power gone. Qin Hao immediately used a seal to compress his body, transformed into a 1-meter-long snake, and ran towards the entrance of the square at high speed. And the black-robed man Emer had been smashed into minced meat by a huge dragon claw of the dragon skeleton. Seeing Qin Hao taking away the blood-red coffin, it immediately roared in anger and chased after him. Boom! Qin Hao rushed out of the passage, and the dragon carcass was in hot pursuit. Its body was so huge that the passage it hit collapsed, and all the stone pillars along the way turned into powder, crushing everything like a bulldozer. Qin Hao walked out of the passage and saw the black cave he had discovered when he came in. This cave led to the outside of the mausoleum. Wind was pouring in. Qin Hao did not hesitate and jumped into the cave. The cave was sloping upward. Qin Hao quickly moved towards the other end of the cave. Boom! Qin Hao felt a huge vibration coming from below. It was the dragon skeleton. The thing it protected was taken away, which made it crazy and furious. It hit the cave crazily, but the cave was too small, only 1 or 2 people could enter. The entire mausoleum trembled as it hit it in a frenzy. Qin Hao crawled upwards for 2,000 or 3,000 meters, and finally felt bursts of light. He successfully got out of the hole, and discovered a twisted void crack in the distance. Did those guys come in through this space crack? Qin Hao looked ugly. There was more than one passage into the ruins. The Zerg and the 2 mysterious men in black robes all came in through different entrances. Because of the great explosion of spiritual energy, some relics hidden in different spaces have gradually emerged. This is the case with the relics of the Yanhuang civilization, which has opened many space cracks that can be entered. Qin Hao looked back at the pyramid-like mausoleum in the distance. He could feel the vibration coming from deep underground. It was obvious that the dragon skeleton was still going crazy. Not surprisingly, the entire mausoleum would be destroyed by the resurrected dragon skeleton. Destroyed. Qin Hao had no choice but to leave the ruins first. The Dragon Ball was taken away by the man in black robes. Qin Hao was naturally angry and helpless. He had the ability to teleport, and the other party had long since disappeared. It's not that there are no clues about who took away the Dragon Ball. Judging from what the man in black robe said before leaving, he and the man in black robe named Emer are all loyal to a guy named Armin. That Emer had a pair of bat-like wings and was very powerful. It was not a native creature on Earth, but a foreign race from other worlds. This made Qin Hao have no idea who this Armin was. Sigh. It's not all a gain. I got 8 precious dragon blood fruits, which will definitely help me. Qin Hao could only comfort himself in his heart. For the time being, Shinhao can't find Armin, but it's unrealistic for Armin to use the Dragon Balls in a short time. Shinhao still has a chance to get them back, but that won't be possible if time goes by. There is no other way but to use these Dragon Blood Fruits first, and then ask for news about Armin. The other party should still be on Black Moon Island. Thinking of this, Shinhao headed towards the space crack in front. The huge mausoleum behind him kept shaking, and the resurrected dragon bones were destroying crazily, like a world-destroying monster, but this didn't care about Shinhao. There is indeed a space crack here. Shinhao followed the very faint footprints on the ground and walked for more than 10 minutes when he discovered a space crack. The insects came in through the space crack in front of him. Unfortunately, the broodworm could not get any benefits. Call. Shinhao jumped into the space crack, and his eyes suddenly turned around, and he appeared in a wilderness. Shinhao found that this place was not far from Moyue City, so he headed towards Moyue City and climbed up to a 20-story high-rise building. The view here is wide and the aura is rich. If anything approaches, he will be noticed immediately. Let's see if this dragon blood fruit has any effect. Shinhao then began to digest the dragon blood fruit from the tomb. Dragon blood fruit is a magical elixir that can only grow after countless years on the ground infected by dragon blood. Ordinary people can have the power of 10,000 kilograms after eating one. However, the power of dragon blood fruit is also very overbearing, and ordinary people cannot bear it. Live, with Shinhao's physical condition, there is no problem at all. Call. As the first dragon blood fruit was digested, a burning sensation hit Shinhao's whole body. Every cell in his body greedily sucked and digested this power, and the medicinal power of the dragon blood fruit improved Shinhao's health. His physique makes him even stronger. Shinhao's body surface was filled with red heat. This was the magic of dragon blood fruit. 3 hours later, the first dragon blood fruit was digested, and Shinhao's eyes showed surprise. My power has increased so much? Whoops! Shinhao's tail twitched, and even in the sealed state, the power was terrifyingly strong, making a series of whistling and sonic boom sounds, and the space seemed to be distorted by the whip. I've gained at least 20,000 kilograms of strength. Shinhao exclaimed, this is simply unbelievable. Isn't it possible that one dragon blood fruit can increase the strength of up to 10,000 kilograms? Shinhao gained 20,000 pounds. Is it because I digested it more thoroughly and didn't waste even a trace of the medicinal power? Or is it because this dragon blood fruit was born from dragon blood, so it has a better effect on me than other creatures? Shinhao didn't quite know why. It must be a good thing that dragon blood fruit would have such a good effect on him. What is the concept of 20,000 kilograms of force? It can be converted into 10 tons, and an ordinary car is only 2 or 3 tons. With a force of 20,000 kilograms, it can easily lift the car above your head. Digest the second one. Shinhao was excited and continued to digest the second dragon blood fruit, but he found that this time the dragon blood fruit was not as helpful to him as the first one. When digested, the second dragon blood fruit added only about 17,000 kilograms of strength to Shinhao. However, this is also to be expected. The effectiveness of the same elixir will gradually weaken if taken multiple times. Shinhao digested the third one and gained only 12,000 kilograms of strength. When the seventh one was digested, it was already the second day. Shinhao showed a helpless smile. The seventh one only increased the strength by less than 3,000 kilograms. The effect of dragon blood fruit on Shinhao is getting smaller and smaller. However, the 7 dragon blood fruits together increased Shinhao's strength by about 70,000 kilograms. This is undoubtedly amazing, and Shinhao's overall strength skyrocketed. A piece. As for the last dragon blood fruit left, Shinhao didn't use it. In his current state, he might not be of much use if he used it, so he might as well keep it first. Dragon blood fruit can increase strength? What about the dragon blood fruit tree? Shinhao suddenly thought. Dragon blood fruit can increase strength, but what about the dragon blood fruit tree that bears dragon blood fruit? The dragon blood fruit tree can bear dragon blood fruit. It seems wasteful to digest it directly, but transplanting it takes too much effort, not to mention how many years it will take for it to bear dragon blood fruit again. Shinhao decided to digest it. Lose. The Dragon Ball's Qin Hao did not hesitate and used his spiritual refining skills to wrap around the dragon blood fruit tree in the dimensional space and gradually digest it. This dragon blood fruit tree is quite huge, with a dark red color and no leaves. The dragon blood fruit on it has been picked by Qin Hao, leaving only the thick branches. It really works. Qin Hao was pleasantly surprised. As the dragon blood fruit tree was digested, Qin Hao felt the obvious increase in strength that he had when he digested the dragon blood fruit for the first time. Qin Hao estimated that after digesting the entire dragon blood fruit tree, it can increase strength by 30,000 to 40,000 kilograms. However, the huge dragon blood fruit tree is indeed much more difficult to digest than the dragon blood fruit. It took Qin Hao a full day and a half. This was already the third day after Qin Hao came out of the ruins. It was morning at this time, the air was filled with mist, and the sun had not yet risen. However, Qin Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the digestion is finished. In more than 2 days and 3 days, Qin Hao digested a total of 7 dragon blood fruits and 1 dragon blood fruit tree. This means that as a quasi-lord level mutant beast, his digestive system has become stronger. For an ordinary evolver, 1 dragon blood fruit takes several days to digest. Qin Hao's brows suddenly moved. He raised his head and looked in one direction in astonishment. His brows gradually furrowed and he became even more confused. For some reason, Qin Hao felt as if something was attracting him in that direction. This attraction has disappeared again. Qin Hao pondered. Could it be that the Dragon Ball is in that direction? Qin Hao's heart suddenly moved. The thing that attracted him in that direction was most likely the Dragon Ball. As for why there was a reaction between him and the Dragon Ball, Qin Hao guessed that it might be related to him digesting the dragon blood fruit tree. The dragon's blood fruit tree grows out of dragon's blood, and the dragon's blood that gave birth to this dragon's blood fruit tree most likely came from the resurrected dragon's skeleton, and the dragon pearl must have been from that dragon's skeleton during its lifetime. So when Qin Hao digested the dragon blood fruit tree, he briefly had a little contact with the Dragon Ball, allowing him to sense the direction of the Dragon Ball. Good. Qin Hao's eyes flashed with astonishing light. He didn't expect that he would learn the location of the Dragon Ball in this way. Without any hesitation, Qin Hao jumped from the top of the 20-story building. The green airflow wrapped around his sealed body, making him fly towards the direction he had sensed before, like flying through the clouds and mist. That direction is the direction of the military gathering place. A strange light flashed in Qin Hao's eyes. He had a brief contact with Longzhu before, and the direction from which the attraction came was exactly where the military gathering place was in Moyue City. Where? Did the Dragon Ball actually fall into the hands of the Moyue City military? No matter who it is, I will take the Dragon Ball back. Qin Hao secretly thought, the Dragon Ball has a great effect on him and is a necessary treasure. This place is far away from the military gathering place in the center of Moyue City. However, Qin Hao flew in a straight line and only took an hour or two to arrive outside the military gathering place. What surprised Qin Hao was that someone had already arrived first. He has arrived. Boom! Qin Hao heard the sound of artillery fire and the continuous deafening sound of gunfire from a distance. Monsters were attacking the military gathering place. Looking from a distance, Qin Hao saw that the area outside the military gathering place had turned into a battlefield. The ones attacking Moyue City were the Zerg, a terrifying Zerg in large numbers. The military of Moyue City built a large gathering place in the center of Moyue City and built a city within a city. It has a military strength of more than 100,000 people. It can be said that it is the most powerful force in Moyue City. Fighting with them, the ones are Zerg. There are so many Zerg. Is it the brood insect that is attacking the military gathering place in Black Moon City? Qin Hao was a little surprised. It seems that the Dragon Ball is indeed in the military gathering place in Black Moon City. I just don't know how the broodworms behind these Zerg races know that Dragon Ball is in the military of Moyue City. Dragon Balls are a great supplement to any monster. If the broodworm can obtain the Dragon Balls, it will be able to evolve in a short time, thus hatching more and stronger Zerg soldiers. So after learning that the Dragon Balls were at the military gathering place in Black Moon City,
the broodworm went completely crazy and sent out all the Zerg soldiers they had accumulated for a long time to attack the military gathering place in Black Moon City. They wanted to destroy this gathering place. Destroy it, get the Dragon Ball, and completely become the overlord of Ma-US City. Damn it, are these Zerg crazy? On top of the tall city wall of the gathering place, a middle-aged man looked astonished. He was wearing a military uniform and had an extraordinary temperament. General Liao, the East City Gate has been attacked by the Zerg and there are insufficient manpower. A soldier said anxiously at this time. The middle-aged man known as General Liao immediately said, deploy the troops from the nearby North City Gate to defend, and also ask the Ishin guards to assist in the defense. Yes. The soldier took the order and left. The man called General Liao was paying close attention and directing the defense. The broodworm was obviously crazy. It should have continued to accumulate strength, but because of the Dragon Ball, it had to attack the Ma-US City military in advance. Time was delayed. The Dragon Balls may be absorbed over time. Attack, attack. On top of the city wall were heavily armed soldiers. Each soldier was holding a polar gun and a rifle, shooting at the waves of Zerg below. Under the city wall, there is a green beetle the size of a millstone. This is the low-level soldier of the Zerg tribe, the green beetle. Its function is cannon fodder, used to consume the enemy's firepower. Puff, puff. The bullets formed a metal storm and strangled them wildly, shattering the shells of the green beetles that had not yet come close to the city wall. Green insect blood flew to the ground and died. These green beetles died too quickly. Hundreds of green beetles were killed and injured every second. However, these green beetles did not have the slightest fear and were still launching attacks and consuming firepower. The Zerg race is indeed a crazy race. Shinhao was amazed when he saw this scene from high in the sky. The terrifying thing about the Zerg is that their life comes from the broodworm, and they absolutely obey the orders of the broodworm. Even if the broodworm asks them to die, they will not hesitate at all. I will sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight first. If this broodworm can force Mo Yuechang to hand over the Dragon Ball, I will wait for an opportunity to seize it. Shinhao said secretly, last time he was intercepted by the black-robed man, this time it was his turn. The Dragon Ball must be in the military gathering area of Ma-US City, but it is unknown whose hands it is. Huh, the Zerg stopped attacking? Some soldiers wiped cold sweat. The Zerg's attack stopped, as if they had given up. Ha, our Black Moon City is indestructible, these monsters can't even think of setting foot inside the city. A young soldier laughed. Indeed, facing 100,000 troops and well-equipped gathering place in the center of Ma-US City, it would be too difficult to break through. But Shinhao had a look of amusement on his face. This was just an appetizer. Only the lowest level green beetles died, and the mother broodworm hadn't started its real attack yet. I wish all readers a happy new year and good health in the new year. Oh, intersection. At this moment, a trumpet-shaped Zerg suddenly rose into the sky and flew to the city wall. This strange trumpet-shaped creature actually made an extremely sharp and harsh sound. Listen up, you humans, hand over the dragon beads, we will your majesty, please withdraw your troops immediately. If you continue to resist, your place will turn into a hell on earth today. This trumpet-shaped Zerg can speak human language, and the sound is very loud, which can be heard for miles around. The soldiers on the city wall looked at each other. This world is too crazy, a monster actually knows how to be polite before fighting? Bang! There was a sudden gunshot, and the trumpet-shaped Zerg was shot to pieces. On the city wall, a cold-faced man wiped the muzzle of the smoking sniper rifle and said coldly, just a monster. Do you want us to bow our heads? Indeed, everyone has dignity and cannot compromise with the Zerg. Many evolved people have been killed by the Zerg and have deep hatred. Whoosh! The actions of these soldiers obviously completely angered the broodworm. In the horrified eyes of some people, a series of hissing sounds sounded from the distant horizon, and a black cloud rolled in. If you look carefully, you will see that it is a dark cloud composed of insects that are about half the size of a man, shaped like a mantis, and have a pair of sharp blade legs. They are densely packed and very exaggerated.
Shinhao recognized it as a flying beetle, a low-level insectoid soldier with the ability to fly and come and go like the wind. Not only that, there are also patches of fiery red giant bugs as big as a car on the ground. These giant bugs have ferocious cylindrical mouthparts, and the mouthparts emit hot gas. The molten fireworm, the elite of the low-level Zerg tribe, can spit explosive fireballs to damage the enemy. The killing range is 200 meters. Shinhao lived in the apocalypse for 5 years in his last life. Naturally, he knew a lot of Zerg tribes. This molten firebug fireworms are extremely powerful, and it seems that the broodworm is preparing to fight to the death with Black Moon City. Attack! Defeat these monsters! Dense green beetles flew in the sky, and each commander roared at the top of his lungs. Every soldier's face became serious. The Zerg's attack just now was just a tentative attack that consumed firepower, but now it's serious. Bang 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 bang! Bullets roared one after another, forming a metal storm. Each flying beetle had its wings broken by the bullets, penetrated its body, and fell downwards like raindrops. Ah! Help! But the scary thing about the Zerg is that they are not afraid of death. A flying beetle passed through the barrage and attacked the soldiers on the city wall from above. Naturally, this tall city wall cannot stop the flying beetle. A flying beetle, he threw himself on a soldier's face, and while the soldier screamed in terror, 2 sharp blades stabbed into his left and right eyes respectively. Poof! An evolutionist next to him pulled out the alloy sword from his waist and cut the flying beetle in half with one strike. However, he was unable to save the lives of his comrades, which made him roar angrily, "You beasts, I'll kill you. Just you." More and more green beetles broke through the envelope of fire and rushed up the city wall to attack the soldiers. The casualties on the city wall began to increase. Not only that, the large swarms of molten fireworms on the ground were not a vegetarian either. They came towards the city wall quickly, and when they got close to within 200 meters, they launched a crazy attack. Hoo ho ho! The hurricane roared, and the flames condensed in the cylindrical mouthparts of these molten bugs, which were like gun barrels, spitting out blazing red fireballs, falling towards the city wall like raindrops. An evolutionist held a huge shield and smashed a flying beetle into pieces. But his expression suddenly changed and he saw a fireball the size of a basketball whizzing towards his face. He quickly subconsciously blocked with a shield. Boom! However, this basketball-sized fireball exploded like a rocket launcher, covering a radius of several meters. The huge impact caused the evolver to fly upside down and fall from the 30 or 40-meter-high city wall, breaking his bones and tendons. Some exploding fireballs landed on the city wall, causing stone fragments to fly, while many molten fireworms fired exploding fireballs at the same section of the city wall. Their purpose was obviously to open a gap in the city wall. There are flying beetles in the sky and molten firebugs on the ground. There is no doubt that the military in Ma City has begun to suffer heavy casualties. People are dying under the knives of the Zerg every minute and every second. General Liao's eyes turned red. What dragon beads are these Zerg for? But where did we get the dragon beads in Ma City? General Liao was also a high-level official in Ma City, but he had never heard about the Dragon Balls. He only knew that the last time Long Shua led his team into the ruins to explore, they suffered heavy casualties and came back defeated. Shinhao looked at this war. He was used to seeing death, but such wars were indeed rare. Black Moon City and the Zerg were completely fighting for their lives. The broodworm was determined to get the Dragon Ball. As long as if you can get the Dragon Ball, it will be worth it no matter how many of its subordinates are killed or injured. Once all of them are dead, new Zerg will be hatched. Shinhao looked down at the battle on the city wall. He was suddenly startled and spotted a man wearing black armor. Poof! The man held a gleaming sword, which was extremely powerful. 3 or 5 flying beetles flew toward him, but the man in black armor flashed his sword wildly. Each sword could easily kill a flying beetle. Split in half. This is a second-level evolver with extremely outstanding strength. Ah! A soldier was holding a gun to attack the green beetles in the sky, but suddenly he felt a rush of heat on his face, and a bursting fireball hit his head. The soldier was a little unresponsive, and there was deep fear in his eyes. He had seen the power of this explosive fireball before. If it was hit, the consequences could be imagined. But a big hand suddenly grabbed his arm and dragged him a certain distance to avoid the attack of the fireball. The explosive fireball fell inside the city wall and exploded, creating a sky-high flame. The young soldier narrowly escaped death and looked blankly at the man who saved his life. He said gratefully, "Thank you, General Wang, for saving your life. Be careful." General Wang, who was wearing black armor, just reminded him, and then used his sword to clean up the other flying beetles that flew up the city wall. He was very powerful, coming and going like the wind, and could easily kill one with every sword. Flying beetle. In terms of strength, Xin Hao is sure that General Wang is no less powerful than Long Shuo. Moreover, the black armor he is wearing is the black god armor that Long Shuo wore before. This black god armor was produced from the Zhendaya civilization and can weaken 90% of the attack power of damage within 30 tons. I don't know. Is this black god armor the one Long Shuo owns, or does General Wang also own one? But what made Xin Hao frown was that General Wang gave him a sense of familiarity. He is the man in black robe who took away the Dragon Ball? Xin Hao, whose eyes narrowed. There were two men in black robe at that time. The first man in black robe was a foreigner who was killed by the resurrected dragon skeleton. The second man in black robe has the ability to teleport and steals the Dragon Ball. Because the first black-robed man was a foreigner, Xin Hao naturally subconsciously thought that the second black-robed man who was his companion was also a foreigner. Now it seems that is not the case. The black-robed man who took away the Dragon Ball is a human being, the one on the city wall. That General Wang who massacred the Zerg tribe. Ball. Finally found you. Xin Hao's eyes flashed fiercely. This guy couldn't escape this time. He wanted him to understand the price of daring to anger him. Call. Xin Hao rode the wind and flew towards the city wall. He became more and more certain that this general was the man in black robe who stole the Dragon Ball. Firstly, he was very powerful. Secondly, the heat he radiated was the same as the black robe man who stole the Dragon Ball. People are almost the same. Fortunately, these Zerg have not yet become a phenomenon. They have not slacked off in attacking our MOU city. They are already showing signs of decline. General Wang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, he knew why these Zerg would attack MOU desperately. City, that Dragon Ball was what he took away at the right time that day. Boom! Xin Hao flew towards the city wall, and bullets flew towards him one after another. Many green beetles around Xin Hao were hit by the bullets, and they spun and fell to death. There were also bullets that happened to fly towards Xin Hao, but at Xin Hao's speed, these bullets couldn't hit him at all, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to cause the slightest harm to him. Get down here! Xin Hao came to the city wall, and with his 1-meter-long body, he rushed toward General Wang, who had his back turned to him, and whipped him on the back of the head with his tail. Ha! Not good. General Wang felt a sense of danger, and heard the sound of breaking through the air from behind him. His heart suddenly tightened, and he quickly turned around to protect himself with his left arm. Bang! Xin Hao slapped General Wang's arm with his tail. General Wang grunted and felt a tearing pain in his arm. The huge force of the slap made General Wang's feet close to the ground a distance of 7 or 8 meters. With Xin Hao's strength, it is not surprising to beat a person to pieces with his tail. However, Xin Hao wanted to know the location of the Dragon Ball from General Wang, so the tail retained its power. In addition, he was in a sealed state and was wearing the same tail as General Wang. General Wang was not killed by the Black God armor, but his arm was also in pain like tearing. General Wang. The surrounding soldiers were a little surprised. There are 2 major revolvers in Black Moon City. One is Long Shuo. He has a flamboyant personality and powerful strength. He is recognized as the strongest person in Black Moon City. But in fact, General Wang Shui is no weaker than Long Shuo, and may even be stronger. However, he is low-key and deliberately hides it, so not many people know his strength. Wang Shou looked up, and what he saw was a small black snake looking down at him. Its light golden eyes were full of coldness. This little snake was not big, but it exuded an extremely terrifying feeling.
Coercion. Black Snake King. Wang Shuyi's pupils shrank and he exclaimed, recognizing Qin Hao's identity. It's indeed him.
Seeing Wang Shuyi's appearance, Qin Hao was sure that he was the one who stole the Dragon Ball. Purple thunder and lightning flashed above Qin Hao's head, forming several large characters with fangs and claws. Where is the Dragon Ball?
He's actually coming after him.
Wang Shuyi was horrified. He had seen Qin Hao's power before. Long Shuo, whose strength was not inferior to him, was easily defeated by Qin Hao. The huge transport worm was even killed by one of its tails. He was beaten to pieces, and he had even seen the video of Qin Hao fighting for the heavenly seed. The sweeping gesture made him understand that this super monster was absolutely terrifying. Faced with Qin Hao's questioning, Wang Shuyi teleported without hesitation and appeared behind a black hunting cannon mounted on the city wall dozens of meters away. He turned the muzzle of the cannon and aimed it at Qin Hao, ruthlessly pulling the ring hard. Jiqua pushed a dark cannonball towards Qin Hao. Boom! The cannonball hit Qin Hao, exploded, and turned into flames that soared into the sky. The terrifying power produced shattered the guardrails of the city wall. Many soldiers were affected and flew upside down, and some had their hands and feet broken off.
General Wang, what are you doing? Some people didn't understand Wang Shuyi's actions and even ignored the lives of their comrades.
But as soon as they finished speaking, they all looked at the person Wang Shuyi had attacked before with fear in their eyes. Place to look at. Amidst the smoke and dust that was thrown up by the shells exploding on that section of the city wall, a huge creature quietly raised its head and looked down at them. It was a giant snake with a body length of more than 30 meters and a diameter of just over 1 meter. Its black scales were like armor, and it was bigger than the mouth of a bull. Qin Hao released the seal and transformed into his true form. Wang Shuyi was just dreaming about escaping from his hands. It's the Black Snake King. It's the Black Snake King. Many soldiers on the city wall were so frightened that their legs were shaking when they saw Qin Hao reveal his true form. The pressure of a quasi-lord level was exuded, which was enough to make it difficult for lower-level beings to muster the courage to resist. Facing the pointed guns, Qin Hao didn't bother to pay attention. In his eyes, these rifles were no different from fire sticks.
Hand over the Dragon Ball.
Purple thunder and lightning flashed above Qin Hao's head, as if it had the power of destroying the world. Wang Shou gritted his teeth and roared angrily, Black Snake King, catch up with me if you have the ability. After saying this, Wang Shuyi's figure flashed and disappeared on the city wall in an instant, and then Wang Shuyi appeared out of thin air 100 meters away under the city wall.
Sure enough, Wang Shuyi's power is teleportation, which is exactly the same as the man in black robe who stole the Dragon Ball 3 days ago. Wang Shuyi has the ability to teleport. He thinks that if he can't defeat him, it's okay to escape. He wants to hold Qin Hao back and then think of other ways. You can't run away this time. Qin Hao's eyes flashed with purple lightning. The reason why Wang Shuyi escaped last time was because Qin Hao was unprepared and didn't know that Wang Shuyi's ability was instantaneous. Secondly, the terrain of the mausoleum was very complicated, and it was easy to get rid of the pursuers, but in this city, he would never let Wang Shuyi escape. Call. With just a flash, Qin Hao jumped down from the 50-meter-high city wall like a purple lightning bolt. His huge body hit the ground, causing cracks in the rocky ground and debris flying. Let's go. Hold him back. If the Black Snake King wreaks havoc, there will be trouble. Wang Shuyi was very worried that Qin Hao would go crazy and kill. Stop him quickly. There were armored vehicles parked inside the city wall. These soldiers were shocked when they saw Qin Hao. There were too many evolutionaries in the city who had not received much training. If Qin Hao wreaked havoc, the damage would be huge. Huge. 3 to 5 heavy armored vehicles drove toward Qin Hao at maximum power. The heavy armored vehicles weighed more than 20 tons. A collision with such a heavy armored vehicle at full force would be terrifying. However, Qin Hao's pale golden eyes were full of evil spirits. Get away. Qin Hao neighed, and with the blessing of the huge snake-tail earth power, it swept out viciously. Qin Hao is a quasi-lord and because of his huge size, his strength is extremely terrifying,
not to mention that he has increased his strength by taking the dragon blood fruit tree and fruits before. Bang bang bang! While everyone was stunned, Qinhao's tail lashed out angrily at the impacting armored vehicles. These 20-ton armored vehicles were like plastic, dented and rolled by Qinhao's huge force. Fly out upside down. Alive boom! 3 to 5 heavy armored vehicles rolled one after another as they were beaten by Qinhao. Each roll and collision caused the ground to dent and shatter, making a thunderous roar. Among them, the soldiers driving the armored vehicles suffered severe head injuries. Qinhao doesn't care who the person who attacks him is, they are all enemies. Seeing this scene, Wang Shuyi was even more horrified. This was definitely a lord-level monster, no less terrifying than the monster that came at the beginning of the apocalypse. It took dozens of tanks and thousands of soldiers to barely defeat it. Killed. What's even more terrible is that they were able to use the human sea tactic at that time, but now they are facing the attack of the Zerg, and they can't spare any manpower to besiege Qinhao. The only way is to delay it first. Wang Shuyi's figure flashed, and he teleported again and appeared 100 meters away. Teleport 100 meters at a time. The activation time is about a few tenths of a second. Qinhao smiled when he saw the scene. Wang Shuyi had the ability to teleport and ran away. 99% of today's evolvers there was nothing he could do, except Qinhao. Thunder and lightning. Controller of wind. Purple thunder and lightning bloomed all over Qinhao's body, stimulating his own cells with his lightning ability, briefly increasing his strength and speed. At the same time, cyan airflow entangled him, and his wind attribute ability already increased his speed. Call. Under the double blessing, Qinhao's body moved slightly, and his body of more than 30 meters long seemed to have spanned the distance of time and space. In almost the blink of an eye, he instantly shortened the distance between him and Wang Shuyi. At the same time, he opened his mouth wide and took a big bite. So fast. Wang Shuyi's pupils shrank violently. He had no idea that Qinhao was not only extremely powerful, he could whip away 3 to 5 heavy armored vehicles with one tail, and his speed was as fast as the speed of sound, with no shortcomings at all. The reason why Moyue Cheng and the others, who were suspected to be quasi-lord level aliens, were able to kill him was because he was not good at speed and was eaten alive by them. However, with Qinhao's terrifying speed, he could just come and go at will. Just go. Call. Wang Shuyi quickly used teleportation and teleported to a building, hoping to avoid Qinhao's vision, but in front of Qinhao, who had thermal vision, Wang Shuyi was completely invisible. Boom! Qinhao's body bounced up instantly, and his huge body hit the tall building. The 10-meter-high building suddenly exploded into pieces as if it had been bombed by a nuclear bomb. The building collapsed, and pieces of steel and concrete hit Wang Shuyi's head and face. Fortunately, he was wearing the Black God armor and was not hurt. He quickly reached out and pushed away the stones that were pressing on him. But before he could teleport again, Qinhao's tail wrapped around his waist with a series of afterimages and tightened. Ah! Wang Shuyi couldn't use teleportation at all in this situation. He roared in condensed genetic energy with both arms, holding a metal sword and waving hard at Qinhao's tail. With the power of a second-level evolver combined with a sword that can cut iron like mud, even a ball of steel can be split into two. Dang, dang, dang. However, what made Wang Shuyi's mouth twitch was when his sword made by a master forger struck Qinhao's tail, making a crisp sound of gold and iron. He used all his strength to slash 3 times in a row, but even Qinhao was unable to leave even a single scratch on the scales. Instead, the shot caused a gap in the blade, and the jaws of my own body were cracked and blood oozed out. The defensive power of Qinhao's scales is too terrifying. After several evolutions and practicing spiritual refining, almost no evolver can hurt his scales at this stage. What do you want? Qinhao's tail wrapped around Wang Shuyi's waist, so tight that the Black God armor on his body could no longer bear it. Qinhao's cold eyes stared at him coldly, it made him tremble with uncontrollable fear. Crack! Qinhao did not speak, but released a purple arc of electricity to wrap around Wang Shuyi. Ah! Wang Shuyi was suddenly convulsed by the electricity and let out a shrill scream. The Black God armor can only weaken physical attacks and has no great resistance to energy attacks such as lightning. Xinhao also wanted to find out the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball, so he controlled the intensity of the lightning. However, his skin and flesh were scorched by the lightning, and he lost all ability to resist.
General Wang. Let go of General Wang.
The soldiers on the distant city wall were shocked and angry when they saw this scene. Wang Shuyi's reputation in the army is much better than that of Long Shua. When these soldiers saw that Qin Haodian was so electric, their whole bodies were covered in smoke, and their eyes were red. But now the Zerg army is attacking the city wall frantically, and they simply can't. There was no manpower available to come to rescue Wang Shuyi.
Of course, coming here is just a dead end. Where are the Dragon Balls? A row of words condensed by thunder and lightning appeared in front of the dying Wang Shuyi, who was electrocuted.
This guy has a magical teleportation skill, but unfortunately he encountered Xinhao. Even teleportation has a distance limit and requires a certain cooling time. In front of Xinhao's full burst of speed, he can't escape even with teleportation. Faced with Xinhao's questioning, Wang Shuyi gritted his teeth and said, "Kill me, monster. I, Wang Shuyi, am not afraid of death, and I will never bow to a monster." Seeing the determined light in Wang Shou's eyes, Xinhao was a little surprised. This Wang Shuyi was quite courageous, and it was indeed a bit troublesome to face someone who was not afraid of death. However, Xinhao looked back at the soldiers on the city wall who were fighting bloody battles. He slowly condensed a line of words, "Dragon Ball, I must get it. If you don't hand it over, I will blow up the city wall. Let all the Zerg in. I believe these Zerg will be able to find the Dragon Balls after searching the entire gathering place. This is the only way to deal with such a person who is not afraid of death." Xinhao secretly thought that he really looks like a big villain, a big evil person. This really changed Wang Shuyi's expression, who was originally looking forward to death. If the Zerg invaded the gathering place, how many people would suffer? What makes Wang Shuyi even more helpless is that he has relatives who are also in this gathering place. His wife is just 1 month pregnant. He did not question whether Xinhao had the ability to destroy the 50-meter-high solid city wall. The power of Xinhao's tail that knocked away the armored vehicle just now proved how terrifying he was. And he had no doubts about whether Xinhao would really do this. After all, Xinhao looked like a monster. "Okay, I'll take you there." Wang Shuyi struggled extremely, and finally took a deep breath and made a decision. "The Dragon Ball is with Commander Li. I handed it over to Commander Li immediately after I got the Dragon Ball. He is now studying the Dragon Ball in the underground secret room." Wang Shuyi had to tell the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball. "Take me there immediately." Xinhao was not afraid of what tricks this guy could do. Wang Shuyi had to show the way, and Xinhao followed his designated path and arrived at the center of the gathering place. "Ha! The Dragon Ball is down here." Xinhao came to an empty square. He looked at the ground with joy in his heart. Due to the refining of the Dragon Blood Tree, Xinhao and the Dragon Ball had a slight feeling of indifference. The connection was so close now that the connection suddenly became clear. The Dragon Ball is in the so-called secret room under this square. Good luck to you. Xinhao's mouth curved slightly. What do you want to do? Wang Shuyi vaguely realized that something was wrong. Send you flying. Xinhao used his thunder and lightning ability to condense into 3 big characters. Immediately, the green airflow wrapped around Wang Shuyi's body. Xinhao exerted force on his tail and flicked Wang Shuyi hard, and Wang Shuyi flew into the sky like a cloud in mist. The cyan air current wraps around Wang Shou and rises straight up. He will fall from an altitude of more than 1,000 meters. Whether he dies or not depends on luck. Xinhao still admires Wang Shuyi's character. After all, people with backbone can always make people look at him more favorably than those without backbone, but the two are enemies, and Xinhao will not show mercy. If Wang Shuyi hadn't grabbed him after taking away the Dragon Ball, Xinhao was already happily refining the Dragon Ball somewhere. Ah! Wang Shou's hands and feet were dancing wildly and he was swept up into the sky uncontrollably, disappearing without a trace. Down here, after dealing with Wang Shuyi, Xinhao looked at the ground with a fierce light in his eyes. At this time, inhumane things were happening in the basement.
Commander Li stood quietly.
His Chinese character face was calm and intimidating, and he had the aura of a natural superior. Next to Commander Li, Long Shuo was also there. Long Shuo had scars on his face and arms. These were injuries from the battle with Qin Hao a few days ago, and they haven't healed yet. At that time, Long Shuo was defeated miserably at the hands of Qin Hao. The evolvers of Black Moon City led him to break out in a hurry. The Broodworm, Qin Hao and others all had their eyes on the Dragon Ball, so they managed to escape.
Let's start.
Commander Li had a touch of excitement on his face. Long Shuo was the same, excited, nervous, and a little twisted. When I gain powerful power, I must find the damn Black Snake King to take revenge.
Don't kill us.
And in this basement, there is a smell of blood. In the center of the basement is a dark altar, with 10 young and strong men tied up around the altar.
Everyone had a look of fear on their faces.
Hee, don't blame me, this is a crazy world. Long Shuo had a ferocious smile on his face. He held a blood-red killing blade and chopped off the head of a man who kept pleading with one knife, immediately breaking the neck. Blood spurted out, covering the altar at his feet. This altar is very strange, carved with various complicated and mysterious magic patterns. As the blood drips, the magic patterns emit a faint light and absorb the blood.
Please let me go. You devils will not die a happy death.
Seeing this scene, some of the other men tied to the altar trembled and begged for mercy, and some knew that begging for mercy was useless and cursed wildly and loudly. However, there was no wave on the faces of Commander Li and Long Shuo. These guys just a lamb to be slaughtered. Commander Li was about to say something, but suddenly his expression changed slightly and he looked up. Qin Hao, who was above the square, noticed that the Dragon Ball was in the secret room below the square. He then rode the strong wind into the sky and flew to a height of nearly 200 meters. Then the cyan airflow dispersed, and his entire body, which was more than 30 meters long, it hit straight towards the center of the square. The power of Earth. At the same time, Qin Hao blessed himself with the power of Earth, and his already heavy body suddenly doubled in weight. The whole body was like a meteorite from outside the territory and hit the center of the square hard. Boom! Suddenly, the area 2 to 300 meters in radius began to tremble violently, as if there was an earthquake. And because of Qin Hao's violent smash, the entire center of the square collapsed, gravel rolled down, and Commander Li and Long Shuo in the secret room were both a little unsteady. Commander Li looked ugly, while Long Shuo was a little horrified. What happened? That is. Long Shuo waved his blade to chop the falling stones into pieces. He saw an extremely huge black snake fall down above the collapsed square and landed firmly on the ground.
Black Snake King. Long Shuo's pupils shrank violently.
He was extremely resentful of Qin Hao for defeating him so easily, but he had to admit that Qin Hao's power was rare.
The falling black giant snake was naturally Qin Hao.
He smashed it down from the sky, and with the power of the earth, the square collapsed under the pressure, violently opening a passage to the underground chamber. The dust in the sky was floating in the air. Qin Hao's pale golden eyes casually spotted Long Shuo.
He didn't pay much attention to Long Shuo, his defeated enemy.
His eyes were slightly fixed on the majestic face of a Chinese character.
On a middle-aged man. This person is Li Wei, the commander-in-chief of Maoyue City.
Qin Hao had never met Li Wei in his previous life, but he had heard about Li Wei.
Li Wei was a well-known tyrant in later generations.
Anyone who disobeyed him would be brutally killed by him. He was also the master of Black Moon Island. Some other gathering places and small forces either surrendered or were killed by Li Wei.
Li Wei was he is the native emperor of Black Moon Island.
Not only that, Li Wei also conducted experiments on living people and came into contact with some taboo powers. He was a twisted, ruthless superior.
Black Snake King? I wonder why you are here.
Li Wei had a gentle smile on his face. From the outside, he looked like a majestic elder. There was no way he could be the tyrant in the rumors. The Zerg army has already attacked outside, but Li Wei is not panicking and looks a little leisurely.
Qin Hao did not answer.
He glanced slightly at the altar next to him, with a look of surprise on his face. The altar was 10 feet in diameter and had various strange magic patterns carved on it. These magic patterns exuded a faint blood-red light. It gives people an evil feeling. Altar? A human sacrifice? Is it to summon evil creatures from another world? Shinhao frowned when he saw this scene. Among the countless worlds, there are many chaotic and evil worlds, the more famous of which is the Abyss world, which is a big world, no smaller than the Earth world. Most of the creatures that survive in these evil worlds are extremely violent and evil creatures. Now that the fusion of all realms has just begun, the Earth's law of rejecting outsiders is still very strong. Some powerful creatures cannot come by force, but in the end, there are ways to get around the rules. For example, someone in the Earth world built an altar, summoned a magic circle, etc., and paid a high price. However, in the early days of the end of the world, he had the ability and knowledge to build an altar in the Earth world. This unknown creature wanted to come to the Earth world. I'm afraid it's not very simple. The Dragon Ball is in the altar. Shinhao's eyes flickered. He felt the coldness and attraction emanating from the center of the altar. This altar was built with the Dragon Ball as its core. Using Dragon Balls as the driving force to summon monsters from another world, what level of monsters must be summoned? This Li Wei is so crazy. Destroy the altar and take away the Dragon Ball. Shinhao doesn't care who Li Wei wants to summon, he has to decide on the Dragon Ball. Long Shua, stop him quickly. Commander Li saw that Shinhao wanted to destroy the altar, and he shouted quickly. Long Shua held the killing blade in his hand, but he was a little hesitant. Of course he hated Shinhao very much, but Shinhao's strength was in front of him, and the last disastrous defeat left a psychological shadow on Long Shua. Long Shua, you dare to disobey my order? Seeing Long Shua's timid appearance, Commander Li shouted with an angry look. Jiji Weiwei, it's so noisy, go to hell. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Shinhao's eyes. Neither Long Shua nor Commander Li were good people. They were the same as each other. Of course, Shinhao would not be polite to them. He opened his mouth, and the purple electric light gathered and turned into 2 purple sticks. The thunder spear tore through the space and stabbed towards the hearts of Li Wei and Long Shua respectively. Bang bang! The speed of the thunder spear was too fast. It just flashed and came in an instant. Both Long Shua and Li Wei were hit. The thunder spear exploded into pieces and turned into a frantic electric current. Both Long Shua and Li Wei were in pain. With a groan, he flew out. Long Shua was wearing the Black God armor, but he was also electrocuted and fell to the ground twitching. His hands and feet were numb and weak, and his skin was so charred that he couldn't get up. Commander Li was even more electrocuted and turned into a ball of coke. Shinhao shook his head, never expecting that this famous tyrant would die in his own hands. The nearly 10 evolvers tied to the altar were already trembling with fear. Suddenly, the roof above collapsed, and a large and exaggerated black snake descended, and then easily killed Li Wei, the master of Black Moon City. And also caused Long Shua, known as the strongest man in Maiyue City, to lose his combat effectiveness in one move, which was beyond their imagination. Call! Shinhao used wind controller, and the blue airflow swept everyone on the altar away. Bang bang bang! Shinhao emptied the altar, raised his tail and slammed it down on the altar. I don't know what kind of material the altar was made of, but it turned out to be very strong. With Shinhao's strength, it was as strong as an armored vehicle with its tail. It could be shriveled up, but the altar was extremely strong. Shinhao finally made cracks with his tail 3 times in a row. Shinhao saw a faint icy blue light emanating from the crack in the center of the altar. It was the Dragon Ball. Your Excellency, please stop, Shinhao continued to destroy, and a melodious voice suddenly sounded in his ears. This, Shinhao was surprised. This voice was extremely distant, as if it came from another world. Is it the creature summoned by this altar that is talking to me? He can actually transmit his voice across a world? Shinhao was secretly shocked. This distant voice came from another world and was probably the creature summoned by this altar. Although that creature has not yet arrived on the Earth, it can transmit sounds across the barriers between worlds.
Its strength is absolutely incredible. Bang bang bang. Although he was shocked, Jinhao did not stop, and still slammed the altar with his tail, trying to destroy the altar and take out the Dragon Ball inside. Stop. If you surrender to me, wait until I come to this world and grant you eternal life and supreme power. Jinhao's move made the mysterious creature immediately say quickly. It took many precious materials to build this altar, and the most important one was the Dragon Ball. If the Dragon Ball is taken away by Jinhao, he doesn't know how long he will have to wait if he wants to come to the earth. Eternal life? Supreme power? Jinhao curled his lips. This mysterious creature is most likely a creature from the Abyss world. There are countless dark holy objects, undead, lich, zombies, demons, and these exist in the Abyss. What living things like to do is to tempt others with empty promises, and of course he will not be fooled. Damn it, do you know who I am? I am the Lord of the Mist Abyss and the incarnation of death, the Dragon Witch Lord. If you dare to be my enemy, I guarantee that you will die without a burial place, and your soul will be burned by the flames of the undead for thousands of years. Jinhao continued to destroy regardless, and the voice coming from the other world became angry and frustrated. Lord Dragon Witch? Jinhao was surprised. This is indeed not an ordinary character. Those who can be called lords in the Abyss world are the dominant ones. Even in the huge Abyss world, they can be regarded as the top of the food chain. The existence is the real overlord of one party. If a terrifying Abyss Lord-level creature were to come to the earth at this stage, it would be a huge disaster, and no one would be able to fight it. As far as Jinhao knows, the creatures that are qualified to call themselves Lords of the Abyss are at least quasi-legendary creatures. What is a legendary creature? Lord level, King level, Emperor level, and Legendary level. Each legendary creature is incredibly powerful and has the initial strength to confront the power of law. In later generations, someone once said that all legends are ants. If a world is destroyed, then all the creatures in this world will die with the destruction of the world, making it difficult to escape. However, legendary creatures have the ability to escape from the disaster of destruction. Now that the Earth world has encountered a disaster and has become the center of the integration of all realms, it may not be truly destroyed in the future. The demise of a world is very common among all realms. If the Earth world is destroyed, all creatures in it will inevitably die, whether they are beast kings or beast kings, but if they evolve into legendary creatures, they can escape before the Earth world is destroyed. If the world is a cage, then all creatures are locked in the cage, but legendary creatures are qualified to leave the cage. This is the origin of the so-called legend that all creatures are ants. And this self-proclaimed Dragon Witch Lord is most likely a legendary creature in the Abyss world that has lived for a long time. How could Jinhao not be surprised? It's none of my business who you are. Jinhao secretly slandered, ignoring the threat of the Dragon Witch Lord, and whipped his tail down again, finally breaking the heart of the altar, revealing the ice-blue Dragon Ball inside. The whole picture. No matter how powerful this Dragon Witch Lord is, he can only shout out words across a world, and it is impossible to affect anything at all. The Earth's world is different from ordinary small worlds, and it is very repulsive to outsiders. If Lord Dragon Witch dares to come by force, he will be counterattacked by the law. No matter how strong he is, he cannot bear it. Asshole! You dare to destroy the altar. I swear by my real name that when I come one day, you will be wiped out. Lord Dragon Witch became a little angry. Faced with Jinhao, who was unable to get in, he didn't even think about it. Method. Jinhao was too lazy to pay attention. When Lord Dragon Witch came in the future, he might not know what level of evolution he would have reached at that time. Dragon Ball, haha. Jinhao was very happy when he saw this Dragon Ball. He had been busy for so long just for it. As long as he refined this Dragon Ball, he would definitely be able to break through the limits of his own life. By evolving, you can completely transform yourself and become a brand new life. Jinhao bit the Dragon Ball, and suddenly a violent cold hit him. This was an ice-attributed Dragon Ball. Even with Jinhao's physique, direct contact like this made him feel cold. Gudon. Jinhao swallowed the Dragon Ball into the dimensional space in his belly.
The cold feeling disappeared immediately. He sighed in his heart. This dimension space was really convenient for him. Then he felt a burst of ecstasy. He finally got the Dragon Ball. Now he just needs to find a place. Just slowly refine it and it's done. Damn it! Armin, don't kill him yet. If you ruin my plan, I will directly crush your soul seal. Lord Dragon Witch roared angrily. As the altar was completely destroyed, his voice became smaller and smaller until it disappeared. In fact, he was not a real legendary creature, but a quasi-legendary creature. The sound was transmitted through the connection with the altar. Xin Hao frowned. He felt an astonishing amount of heat reviving behind him. A burnt body in the distance slowly stood up. It was Li Wei who had just been blown away by Xin Hao's lightning strike. At this time, Li Wei's burnt body was like a roasted sweet potato, cracked. Open cracks. And in this charred body, there is an evil aura resurrecting. Give me back the Dragon Ball. A deep voice sounded, and Li Wei's charred corpse cracked open completely, revealing a huge creature. This is a creature with 2 horns, sheep's hooves, and bat wings. It is 3 meters tall, and its whole body exudes an extremely hot heat, as if it can burn and evaporate human blood. Devil! Xin Hao's eyes flashed with solemnity, and he was also a little surprised. No wonder Li Wei in later generations was so cruel and ruthless, and even conducted experiments on living people. It turned out that the real Li Wei had died long ago, and the previous Li Wei was just a demon disguised in his skin. Li Wei is the commander-in-chief of Black Moon City. As long as he disguises himself as him, he can instantly control hundreds of thousands of evolvers. This demon has been pretending to be Li Wei and controlling the entire Black Moon City, and no one has noticed. Sure enough, he is not the real Li Wei. Long Shuo had regained his composure at this time, and barely managed to stand up from the ground. Seeing the ferocious demon that had changed so much now, he was shocked in his heart. There are actually people who know about the devil disguising himself as Li Wei and taking control of Maiyue City. For example, Wang Shuyi knows about it, but because his wife and children are threatened, he can only be loyal to him wholeheartedly. Long Shuo also vaguely guessed, and it turned out that the real Li Wei was dead, killed by this demon from the Abyss World, and controlled the entire Black Moon City with his skin. It's been a long time since I've shown my true body. I'm really not used to it. The 3-meter-tall demon moved its body and made a deep voice. Is this guy Armin? He seems to be a big demon. Xin Hao secretly said, Wang Shuyi and the black-robed alien before were all loyal to Mr. Armin. Obviously, that Armin is the demon in front of him. The aura it exudes is very strong. Most likely a big devil. The big demon, this is at least a lord-level creature. This big demon should have been paid a heavy price by the Dragon Witch Lord so that he could come to the earth in the early days of the end of the world and come to help the Dragon Witch Lord build the summoning altar. The Earth world is the center of the integration of all realms. There are countless resources and great opportunities here, and everything will evolve rapidly. It is a longing place for a quasi-legendary creature like the Dragon Witch Lord. When it comes here, it may be able to obtain. He had the opportunity to be promoted to the realm of true legend, but the altar he had worked so hard to build was destroyed by Xin Hao's intervention. By snatching the Dragon Ball back, we can also build a new altar. Lord Dragon Witch said that as long as I help him fulfill his wish, he will return my soul seal, give me my freedom, and make me the ruler of the earth. Armin's eyes flashed fiercely. Gone. Xin Hao had already obtained the Dragon Ball, and he was not in the mood to get too entangled with Armin. He used Wind Controller, and his huge body rose into the air, returned to the square, and flew into the distance. Want to run away? Destroy it for me. However, Xin Hao felt a fiery wave coming. Armin was like a red lightning, surpassing Xin Hao in an instant, and clawed at Xin Hao's 7 inches with a slanting claw. Clang! Amidst the huge sound of gold and iron clashing, Xin Hao felt an impact and fell to the ground from a height of dozens of meters. The ground was hit with fine cracks. What a strong defense! In the void, Armin's pair of black bat wings flapped, and his face covered with dark red scales showed a look of surprise. Just now, he wanted to penetrate Qin Hao's scales with his claws. Heart, but its sharp claws only made slight scratches on Qin Hao's scales.
This guy, he can't leave until we deal with him.
Qin Hao fell to the ground, raised his head, a pair of pale golden eyes flashed with a cold and fierce light. Of course, what Qin Hao wanted to do most was to get the Dragon Ball. After digesting it, other things must be put aside, and I am not willing to fight to the death with this big demon Armin.
But Armin's flying speed is much faster than Qin Hao.
If he keeps pestering him, Qin Hao will not be able to digest the Dragon Ball calmly. It seems that a battle is inevitable and he has to crush this big demon from another world. Only if his body is smashed to pieces. These Zerg have retreated. At this time, on the city walls, soldiers were wiping their sweat. Under the city walls, there were piles of Zerg corpses, mixed with the corpses of the evolved ones.
The battle with the Zerg would undoubtedly result in heavy casualties, but fortunately after killing all these Zerg, the broodworm finally withdrew its troops unwillingly.
The broodworm has unlimited potential, but after all, it has just arrived on the Earth not long ago, and it is far from forming a climate. For the sake of Dragon Ball, it forced the attack on Mayue City, and finally it was unable to continue. It had to choose to retreat unwillingly. What else could it do?
Save some strength.
As for these evolvers, every one of them is full of victory and the joy of surviving the disaster.
Ha!
That's over there. At this time, a soldier saw Qin Hao and the great demon Armin confronting each other in the distance. The soldier shouted in surprise, "It's the Black Snake King.
He entered our gathering place." Got it. As soon as the name Black Snake King came out, all the soldiers immediately became tense. Qin Hao's name is now quite resounding in Mayue Island. His fierce power when he first competed for the Heavenly Seed, and his easy defeat of Mayue City the #1 master, Long Shua, has greatly increased his fame, and some people even think that he is one of the top 3 most terrifying monsters among all the monsters in Black Moon Island. What kind of monster is that confronting the Black Snake King? Armin was also spotted. Armin's appearance is too ferocious, with sharp horns on his head. It has sheep's hooves, sharp claws, bat-like wings on its back, dark red skin, and its face is covered with blood-red scales. It looks like a demon in myths and legends. It's Master Long. Su Shaoqian was also among these evolvers. Before the Zerg invasion, she also worked hard to kill the enemy, but what surprised her was that Qin Hao also appeared within the city wall. Are these two monsters fighting? Let them fight to the death, and we will get the advantage. Some soldiers excitedly clenched their weapons. Killing a monster of this level would make their reputation resounding throughout Black Moon City. But these people didn't know that the big demon Armin was the commander-in-chief Li Wei who had controlled them for a long time. King Black Snake, return the Dragon Ball to me, and we will be in peace. Armin floated in the air, making a hoarse voice, his dark red eyes full of evil that destroyed everything. Qin Hao had no intention of talking nonsense with Armin, and he had no choice but to die if he dared to stop him. Crack! The thunder and lightning gathered in Qin Hao's big mouth, condensed into a thunder spear that was like a substance, and shot out in a flash. Of all Qin Hao's abilities, the fastest attack speed is of course thunder and lightning. This extremely condensed thunder spear penetrated Armin's heart in just a flash, but Qin Hao's eyes became serious instead. Armin's body disappeared in the sky and was just an afterimage. Die to me! Armin had already avoided Qin Hao's thunder spear, and approached Qin Hao from behind. He clenched a big dark red hand into a fist, vibrated his wings, swooped down, and struck Qin Hao with a violent punch. Karara! The power of this punch was too terrifying. Before the powerful force could fall, a roaring wind ripped through the space, forming a powerful pressure that enveloped Qin Hao. The ground beneath Qin Hao was shaken. The pressure caused dense cracks to open. Armin is the great demon in the abyss, capable of rivaling Lord-level mutant beasts, and his strength is naturally quite terrifying. Hiss! Qin Hao let out a high-pitched scream, and his huge body moved. The huge snake tail was blessed with the power of earth, covered with a thick layer of earth-yellow light, and whipped out towards Armin's fist. Bang! The fists and tails collided, causing ripples in the air. A huge explosion caused pain like tearing eardrums, and the thunderous explosion was transmitted far and wide. Boom! The overflowing power was like a strong wind sweeping through, the dust on the streets was blown up several feet high, and the ground was shaken by the vibrations. What a terrifying power! Shin Hao felt waves of stinging pain in his tail. Part of the force of Armin's punch penetrated his thick scales, causing bursts of pain in his tail. This Armin's strength was terrifying. But Armin was also whipped back by the snake's tail blessed by the power of earth, and he flapped his wings vigorously to prevent him from flying backwards. Is this guy really just a quasi-lord level mutant beast? Armin was also shocked. An ordinary quasi-lord level would never have such terrifying power as Shin Hao. If I hadn't suffered a certain amount of trauma when I arrived, I could have killed you with one hand. Armin said fiercely. It is a powerful demon in the abyss world. But in order to come to the earth world early, it had to pay some price, and its strength at this time was not at its peak. Call. Shin Hao was too lazy to talk nonsense with Armin. The exaggeratedly huge genetic energy in his body gathered and he used wind control. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through the air, forming a handful of half-meter-long cyan wind blades. Each of these cyan wind blades has the terrifying sharpness that can easily cut through steel. At this time, under Shin Hao's control, they continued to gather together, forming a 50-meter-high wind blade tornado that enveloped Armin. This horrifying scene made the Tianming city soldiers watching the battle in the distance open their mouths in shock. Shin Hao's wind controller was like the power of heaven. It was hard to imagine that such an attack was made by flesh and blood. Shin Hao just like the mythical dragon. Su Shaoqian was also extremely shocked. This was the first time she saw Shin Hao attack with all his strength. After suffering such a violent attack, Armin should have been dead. However, what surprised Shin Hao was that in his perception, wind blades were cutting into Armin's body, but he could not kill him. Cut into pieces, its body is extremely strong, and the wind blades can only cut small wounds. Laugh. Not only that, Armin stretched out a pair of sharp claws that shimmered with cold light, and pierced into the violent blue whirlwind. At the same time, he let out a roar, and with a strong tear with both arms, he actually tore the 50-meter-high wind blade tornado alive. A huge crack appeared, and it rushed out of it. Armin escaped from the wind blade tornado created by Shin Hao, but it looked quite embarrassed at this time, with small scars cut by the wind blade all over its body. Controller-level ability? Armin stared at Shin Hao in surprise. He looked at the wounds all over his body, and his eyes became more murderous. What surprised Shin Hao was that what flowed out of Armin's wound was not blood, but dark red liquid exuding hot temperature. The liquid solidified, scarring his wound, and the scar quickly disappeared in less than 3 or 5 times. As soon as he breathed, Armin's body was intact, without leaving a single wound. Oomph, I am a great Balrog clan. Armin said proudly upon seeing this. As a great demon, his body is very strong, which cannot be compared with some creatures of the same level. Then a fierce light flashed in Armin's eyes, its wings vibrated, and a pair of sharp claws with fiery dark red flames tore towards Shin Hao. TSK. Instinctively, he felt that the dark red flames attached to Armin's claws were very strange. Shin Hao did not choose to force the attack, but avoided it as quickly as possible. Armin's claws caught the ground, and a terrifying force was immediately injected into the earth, causing the ground within a radius of 10 meters to explode, and rubble to rise into the sky. Get out of here! While avoiding Armin's attack, Shin Hao flicked his snake tail, and the cyan airflow wrapped around him, as fast as light and lightning, and struck Armin's body viciously. Bang! Shin Hao's angry blow was no small matter. Armin's 3-meter-high body flew backwards like a cannonball, hitting 3 or 5 buildings along the way. It rolled and flew a distance of 1 to 200 meters before stopping. Come down. So scary, everyone felt chills in their hearts when they saw this scene. Such a heavy attack could even tear a tank into pieces with its tail. How could the creature that looked like a demon still survive after being hit by the Black Snake King in the front? Lord Long, come on! Su Shaoqian clenched her fists. Although she didn't know why Shin Hao appeared here, she was of course more inclined to think that Shin Hao could win this victory. This guy is worthy of being an abyssal creature at the level of a great demon. Shin Hao frowned. With his terrifying power, even a quasi-lord level monster of the same level would break his bones and tendons even if he came into contact with it.
However, Jinhao discovered through thermal vision that the heat on Armin's body had not weakened, but had become a bit hotter. This Armin is indeed the strongest opponent Jinhao has encountered now, very difficult to deal with.
Ahem, Armin rubbed his chest and got up from the ground, his dark red eyes filled with wonder. This Black Snake King is so powerful, even the brute force demon at the same level cannot be stronger than him.
More powerful. But you will definitely die today. Immediately, Armin's dark red eyes flashed with blood-red light. As a great demon-level Balrog, it has lived in the abyss since it was a child, but it has experienced countless battles to grow to where it is now.
Call.
Armin pulled up the telephone pole on the roadside from the ground, roared and threw his arms, and the thick telephone pole shot towards Jinhao like a javelin. Facing the telegraph pole that was thrown at him, Jinhao casually sprayed out a few sharp wind blades, cutting the telegraph pole into pieces. The broken stones hitting him could not cause any harm at all. Among the broken fragments all over the sky, Armin's muscles all swelled. His 3-meter-tall body was like a small giant, possessing super oppressive power.
He punched Jinhao brazenly, and the wind of the fist roared.
The space was faintly distorted.
Laugh.
A cold light flashed in Jinhao's eyes, and he unleashed the most explosive artillery fist among the 5 elements fist. The snake tail was like thousands of cannons firing in unison.
The momentum of the Iron Horse army alone could overwhelm everything.
Jinhao has never failed to learn this ancient martial art from the ancient martial arts master of the ancient martial arts sect.
Bang!
The fist collided with the tail of the snake, like 2 high-speed cars colliding together, causing everything to explode with a trembling sonic boom, which shook the glass of the houses on both sides of the street to the point where they couldn't bear the explosion.
Earth boxing.
Jinhao turned around and used the heaviest earth fist without any hesitation.
The snake's tail trembled slightly and then struck out like a mountain. Bang!
Armin quickly opened his arms to hug Jinhao's tail, but the exaggerated force pushed him back continuously. A pair of sheep's hoof-like feet created 2 deep ravines on the ground, but he couldn't stop the retreat. Jinhao used the 5 elements fist to the extreme, and combined with the 5 elements spirit art, this set of ancient internal martial arts from Ning Zongyue's ancestors seemed to be endless. Even though Armin had experienced countless battles and had profound fighting skills, Jinhao's fierce offensive was beaten to the point where he could only parry. This Black Snake King seems to be performing a profound martial arts. Many evolvers in the distance were stunned when they saw this scene.
The 5 elements fist focused on the intention rather than the form.
Jinhao used this powerful physique to perform when it came out. It was so powerful that no army could match it.
Bang!
The snake's tail once again struck Armin's body, which was unable to parry, causing Armin's 3-meter-high body to rise into the sky.
Thunder and lightning.
A violet look flashed in Jinhao's eyes. This Armin's body was too strong and had super recovery power.
He was hit so many times without causing any fatal injuries.
He used his lightning ability with all his strength. Suddenly, the sky nearly tens of meters in radius turned into a sea of purple thunder and lightning. The thunder snakes danced wildly, entangled Armin crazily, and continuously released terrifying destructive power.
Fire. The power of fire.
Not only that, Jinhao opened his mouth and spit out flames blessed by the power of fire. The monstrous crimson flames enveloped hundreds of meters in radius, dyeing the sky red, as if the end was coming.
Thunder and fire from the sky, calling for wind and rain. Countless evolvers' hands are trembling when they take pictures with their mobile phones. What kind of monster is this? Isn't it too scary? It's not at the same level as the current evolvers.
However, Jinhao did not feel complacent about the terrible scene he had caused. Instead, he frowned deeply because Armin's aura did not weaken at all amid the dual attacks of flames and thunder.
Quack! It's useless, why are you using flames to deal with me? The flames in the sky suddenly shrank, and were completely absorbed by Armin like a whale sucking water.
Armin's whole body was shining with dark red light, and it was as if like a demon, he casually tore the thunder chains on his body to pieces and let out wild laughter. Jinhao was also a little unbelievable.
Is this Armin immortal?
Armin laughed wildly and said, when I was in the Abyss world, the Dragon Witch Lord once rewarded me with a drop of Dragon Witch Essence blood. After I refined it, my body was greatly improved. You want to kill me, just like that. The attack power must be at least 3 or 4 times stronger. Armin has received a drop of blood essence from a quasi-legendary creature, and he is a great demon, so he has such a powerful body. Fire? Let you see what real fire is. Armin roared, and red flames burst out from its body. The flames were extremely bright in color, as red as blood. Star shower of blood flames. As a fire demon, he naturally has the ability to master fire, and what Armin masters is a variant of blood flames. As the genetic energy in Armin's body surged, blood-red fireballs appeared in the sky one after another. Each blood-red fireball had a diameter of more than 1.5 meters. Dozens and hundreds of huge blood-red fireballs were heading towards the sky like meteor showers. Xinhao's area was hit hard. Some of the blood-colored flames fell on the ground, and immediately turned into monstrous flames, igniting the entire area. Bang! Xinhao's snake tail flew, smashing all the blood-red fireballs that were thrown at him, and the blood-red flames were splashed like raindrops. Ha! Xinhao was a little surprised. He found that some blood flames fell on his scales and did not go out like maggots on the tarsal bones. With Xinhao's physique, it stands to reason that ordinary fire abilities can't hurt him at all, but Armin's blood-red flames felt more and more hot, and finally became a little painful, making Xinhao feel that his scales were all broken. There is a tendency to be gradually incinerated. Does this flame burn the power of qi and blood? Xinhao discovered the key point. Armin's blood flame is very strange. When attached to the target, it can absorb the power of the target's qi and blood as fuel, and then continue to burn until it will burn out until the target's blood is dried up and the body is reduced to ashes. Ha, Black Snake King, my strength has not yet returned to its peak state. I am indeed no match for you in a head-on battle, but you cannot withstand my blood flame. It can use genetic energy and blood as fuel and will never be extinguished. Armin laughed wildly and soared into the sky, preparing to incinerate Xinhao with blood flames. Trouble, Xinhao frowned. He used the ability of the wind controller to blow up the strong winds in the sky, but these blood flames were not affected at all. Instead, they tended to burn and assimilate the hurricanes released by Xinhao. The blood flames could use gene energy and blood as fuel. Huge fireballs fell continuously downwards, turning hundreds of meters around Xinhao into a bloody sea of fire. Armin is obviously ready to fight Xinhao in a battle of attrition. Xinhao is not his opponent in close combat, so he will release blood flames from a distance. For Armin, this blood flame is the ability he has since birth, the gene of consumption. The energy was so small that he didn't believe Xinhao could consume it. The area below with Xinhao as the center turned into a sea of blood and fire, reflecting Armin's ferocious face. Kill Xinhao, take back the dragon beads, and resummon the Dragon Witch Lord. In the future, he will be able to become the leader of Black Moon Island. Absolute overlord. And the most important thing is speed. Armin's speed is much faster than Xinhao. It can completely hang the distance and attack Xinhao with blood flames from a distance, which is commonly known as the kite-flying tactic. Lord Long. In the blood and fire that filled the sky, Xinhao's body was completely wrapped in flames. Su Xiaoqian saw this scene from a distance and was very anxious. She wanted to help, but she also knew that as long as she dared to get close, there would be no accident and she would be reduced to ashes. What should I do? I can fly, but my flying speed is far inferior to this big demon. If I run away, I won't be able to outrun it. Xinhao was thinking about countermeasures in his heart. Flying into the sky to fight Armin, Xinhao could not be a match for Armin, who was born to fly. In terms of speed, he would definitely not be able to outrun him. However, its blood flames could cause damage to Xinhao. Fortunately, I have mutated blood flames. Even among the Flame Demon clan, the Yen demon with the ability to mutate flames is unique. Armin was also secretly glad that he received a lot of attention when it came. Trauma, strength is not at its peak, but fortunately he has the blood flame ability, otherwise he would not have much chance of winning against Xinhao, at least he would be unable to do anything against him. Try the bitter meat trick. Xin Hao finally decided to try the most primitive method, pretending to be dead. Xin Hao's whole body was wrapped in blood flames. He twisted his body in pain, as if he had suffered huge injuries. In fact, he had quietly entered the state of the five elements body. Entering the state of the five elements body, he could deal with all injuries received. Significantly weakened. Especially for attacks with five elements attributes, although they are not immune to the blood flames, their power is weakened by most, so in fact the damage caused to Xin Hao is limited. After burning for a full minute, Xin Hao thought it was almost done. He looked like he had lost all his strength and fell into the bloody sea of fire. Xin Hao naturally pretended to be dead to attract Armin to get closer.
Fell down?
Armin was overjoyed when he saw this. He was very confident in the power of his blood flames, but out of caution he decided to observe it for a while. So Armin continued to release blood flames, and balls of fireballs fell on Xin Hao, turning into monstrous bloody flames. But Xin Hao remained motionless from beginning to end, as if he had really been burned to death, and he tried to stop his heartbeat and enter a state similar to sleep. As long as Armin came close, Xin Hao would use everything he had to entangle him until life and death are separated. But this Armin grew up in the abyss world and has experienced hundreds of battles. He is very cautious. The more he burns, the more suspicious he becomes. It stands to reason that even if it is a quasi-lord level creature, I have been burning for almost 2 minutes, this Black Snake King should also be burned to the point of melting, right? Armin discovered that although Xin Hao had no breath on his body and seemed to be dead, his scales still glowed with a faint light and were intact as before.
Is he pretending to be dead? He wants to attract me to come closer?
Armin has also used this tactic of pretending to be dead.
It was secretly afraid, but fortunately it didn't come close. Then a sinister smile appeared at the corner of Armin's mouth. In this case, I want to burn you to ashes before you come any closer.
Damn it, don't you fall for it? Xin Hao was a little helpless when he found out that Armin was not fooled. After all, he was a big demon. He had experienced many battles and was very experienced and cunning. Then there is only one way. A fierce light flashed in Xin Hao's eyes. This Elman has been refined with a drop of the blood of a quasi-legendary creature, and his body is super strong. Unless Xin Hao's ability is 2 or 3 times stronger, it will be very difficult. It hurts it, but what if I use Dragon Balls? The Dragon Ball Xin Hao got is an ice attribute Dragon Ball. The energy in it is very huge. It will definitely be able to restrain Elman, who is a great demon. Why not make a crack in the Dragon Ball himself, release the energy in it, and use this energy to destroy Elman?
Man is killed.
There is no way. This may cause the Dragon Ball to lose a certain amount of energy, but it is better than being made into roasted snake soup. Then Xin Hao's powerful digestive function started to work, and the spiritual refining technique was used to corrode the smooth surface of the Dragon Ball, trying to corrode a gap in it.
The Dragon Ball is similar to the inner elixir. Although it contains huge energy, it is very fragile.
It took Xin Hao a minute to successfully refine a nail-sized gap on the fist-sized Dragon Ball.
Call.
Suddenly, an extremely cold energy surged out from the Dragon Ball. Xin Hao couldn't help but shiver because of the cold.
It was too cold. Can't you help it?
Seeing Xin Hao's body move, Armin burst out laughing, thinking that Xin Hao was being burned by the flames and couldn't stand it anymore, but he didn't know that on the contrary, Xin Hao was being frozen.
It's a bit unbearable. The energy in this Dragon Ball is too cold.
You must know that when the Dragon Ball was still intact, the cold air emanating from it froze the 150-meter-long dragon skeleton. Now it is emitting the purest energy. That ice the cold is naturally extremely cold. If Xin Hao's abdomen wasn't a dimensional space, he would probably be frozen into ice from the inside out. Even so, the coldness gradually spread throughout Xin Hao's body, and over time it would definitely freeze him into ice.
What's going on?
Armin's wild laughter suddenly stopped. He saw that the bloody sea of fire below suddenly seemed to have encountered extreme cold and began to extinguish rapidly, and the cold air came from Xin Hao.
Not good. Armin realized something was wrong.
He hurriedly tried to fly higher, but it was already too late. The cold air accumulated in his belly made Xin Hao feel uncomfortable. He suddenly raised his upper body, opened his bloody mouth, and spit out the cold air like clouds. Not only that, in order to prevent Armin from escaping, Shinhao used the ability of the wind controller to inspire a strong wind, which swept towards Armin with cold air. Call. The strong wind carried the cold air and enveloped Armin. There was a deep look of fear in Armin's eyes. Almost in an instant, his wings were covered with a layer of ice. Armin stimulated the blood flames to the extreme, but the cold air easily extinguished the blood flames on its body like a fire extinguisher. Not only that, Armin's body quickly formed a thick layer of ice crystals. No, no! Armin roared crazily. It flapped its wings and wanted to escape, but in the cold air wrapped in the strong wind, its body was completely frozen into ice. The cold air flew upwards, forming a huge ice crystal cylinder hundreds of meters high and 3 to 5 meters in diameter. The folds shone in the sun, and Armin was frozen in it. The frightened expression on his face was lifelike. It's like it's really an ice sculpture. Boom! Shinhao shook his head, and the 100-meter-high ice crystal column fell over and hit the ground, smashing the houses into pieces. Looking for cute tickets? Oh, intersection_intersection. Oh, is this the Black Snake King winning? Countless evolvers were unable to turn around when they saw this scene. Before, Shinhao looked like he was about to be burned to ashes, but after just a short time, he actually a desperate comeback? Master Long wins. Su Shaoqian was ecstatic. And on a tall building in the distance, there was a man standing on his back. The bones in this man's body were almost broken. It was Wang Shuyi. Previously, Wang Shuyi was thrown thousands of meters into the air by Shinhao, and then fell freely. His bones were broken on the spot and he passed out. However, because he was wearing the Black God armor, he barely managed to save one life. The noise caused by the battle between Shinhao and Armin woke him up. He saw Shinhao spit out terrifying cold air and froze Armin into an ice sculpture. Shinhao slowly moved his body and came to Armin, who was frozen in the ice sculpture. Armin realized that something was wrong, but he was frozen in the ice sculpture. Only his eyes could move, showing a pleading look. Shinhao spared its life. But Shinhao naturally had murderous intent towards this big demon, and it was impossible to give it any chance of life. Shinhao raised his tail high, and with the power of earth, the snake's tail fell down like a mountain. Click! Amidst a series of ice crystal shattering sounds, the ice crystal cylinder was shattered from the middle by Shinhao's tail. Also shattered was Almond's body. His body was like glass, shattering together with the ice crystals. Piece by piece. With an injury like this that has his body torn apart, it's obvious that no matter how strong he is, it's useless. Shinhao found its evolutionary energy in the fragments of Armin's body. What surprised Shinhao was that there was a blood-red crystal in Armin's heart. This crystal exuded a blazing energy. Shinhao didn't know what it was, but he didn't have time to think too much, so he swallowed it in one gulp along with Armin's evolutionary energy. It's so cold. The energy in this Dragon Ball is constantly flowing out. I have to find a place to refine it quickly. Then Shinhao shuddered, and the green airflow wrapped around his body, and Shinhao soared into the sky. He got up and flew towards the sky. Although something unexpected happened, he finally achieved his goal. This is indeed the invincible Black Snake King. Countless soldiers were in awe, not for anything else, but for Shinhao's power. Su Shaoqian looked at Shinhao, who was gradually disappearing into the horizon. She felt sad and had a premonition that the possibility of meeting Shinhao again in this life was very slim. Armin is dead? Wang Shuyi was lying on a building. Seeing Armin's broken body in the distance, his heart was filled with ecstasy. Wang Shuyi, as a very upright evolver, was naturally unwilling to surrender to a demon, but his wife and unborn child were threatened by Armin, so he had no choice but to obey. Now that Armin, the hidden demon, is dead, this is completely a good thing for Mou Changlai. From now on, Maoyu's city can escape from Armin's clutches. Thank you, Black Snake King. Although he and Shinhao were enemies, Wang Shuyi had to sincerely thank Shinhao for what he had done. Hu fu. No, this power is too huge, I'm afraid it will freeze me into an ice sculpture. Shinhao face said in his mouth, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. The ice attribute energy contained in the Dragon Ball is too huge. Originally, the Dragon Ball was refined slowly, little by little, but Shinhao made a gap in the Dragon Ball in order to deal with Armin, and the energy in it was rapidly increasing. It's so deadly. Shinhao opened his mouth to spit out the Dragon Ball, but what made Shinhao vomit blood was that the Dragon Ball emitted cold mist, which froze with the dimensional barrier in his belly. Shinhao couldn't even spit it out. This energy is too huge. It needs to be digested and evaporated at the same time. Unable to spit it out, Shinhao felt like crying. He wouldn't be the first creature to be choked to death by a Dragon Ball, would he? Call. While Shinhao was exerting all his strength in the spiritual refining technique to refine the energy pouring out of the dragon beads, he opened his mouth and spit out the cold air accumulated in his belly downwards. This would probably waste a lot of energy, but he couldn't care less. Life is important. Whoops! The icy cold air spurted out, freezing the buildings below into ice sculptures. The zombies walking on the street were covered in ice crystals before they could even look up to the sky. So some evolvers who were hunting monsters outside Black Moon City saw a very strange scene. A huge black snake soared in the sky, and everything it passed was turned into ice sculptures. No, my speed of refining this energy is too slow. Shinhao was worried. The speed of his spiritual refining technique to refining energy is actually very fast, but there is a limit. He can't keep up with the speed of the energy pouring out of the Dragon Ball in his belly. The key is that even if you want to spit out the Dragon Ball, you can't. Shinhao has gradually felt that his body is gradually stiffening. Shinhao speeds up and keeps flying in the air. He maintains vigorous movement to prevent himself from being completely frozen. At the same time, he exerts his five elements body to the extreme. It was useless to resist the cold, as a layer of ice gradually formed on his scales. It might be possible to go to that volcano. Shinhao thought of the volcanic cave where the flowing fire spirit flower was found deep in the wild mountain forest. It was very hot there and might help him refine the dragon beads. But before he could fly there, something unexpected happened. No, not good. Shinhao suddenly saw a black crack appearing in the sky in front of him. This made Shinhao's eyelids jump. It was a space crack. The other end of the space crack may be a ruin similar to the previous mausoleum, or it may lead to a different space, but you must not go in until you understand the situation. Especially in Shinhao's current state, it will be troublesome if he encounters danger. Shinhao wanted to avoid this spatial rift, but his body was frozen stiff and refused to obey his orders. He plunged into the spatial rift. The unique feeling of dizziness when passing through the cracks in space came over. Shinhao passed through the space crack and came to a strange world, surrounded by blood red. He saw that the ground below was covered with blood red plants. He finally couldn't hold on any longer and plunged headlong into this world. Among the bloody plants, the cold air emanating from his body froze the plants into ice sculptures. I won't die here, right? Shinhao's body was covered with a thick layer of ice, and his consciousness was a little blurred. Unless a miracle happened, he felt that he was probably doomed today. But a miracle really happened. In Shinhao's belly, the frost spread and touched the blood-red coffin. The blood-red coffin seemed to be stimulated by something and began to frantically extract the excess ice energy from Shinhao's belly. Shinhao's eyes showed ecstasy. With this blood-red coffin helping him divert the excess energy leaked from the dragon beads, Shinhao began to calmly refine the energy in the dragon beads to complete the transformation and break through the limits of life. Dragon! What's going on? Shinhao was ecstatic, but at the same time, he couldn't understand. Why did this blood-red coffin absorb the excess energy in the Dragon Ball? Is this blood-red coffin really a treasure? No, it's the one in the blood-red coffin who was absorbing the energy in the Dragon Ball. Shinhao suddenly showed a look of astonishment. It was not the blood-red coffin that absorbed the excess energy, but the girl in the red palace dress in the blood-red coffin. But isn't she dead? Shinhao was a little creeped out. The mausoleum was built by the Yanhuang civilization in the last era, at least tens of thousands of years ago. Is this girl not dead? How terrible must it be to live for so many years?
Perhaps this is God's will. Xin Hao smiled bitterly. He took away the blood-red coffin with the feeling that the trip would not be in vain, but today he survived because of the girl inside. Where is this place? Only then did Xin Hao pay a little attention to his surroundings. He found that he had passed through the space crack in the sky and came to a strange place. The tone of this world was dark red, and the surrounding area was every blood-red plant. Swish, swish, swish. The blood-colored plants around seemed to have discovered Xin Hao's uninvited guest. They began to squirm as if they were alive and came towards Xin Hao's direction. However, before they could get close, they were frozen by the cold air emanating from Xin Hao's body. Ice sculpture. Is it a mutated plant? Xin Hao was surprised, and then calmed down. No matter where he is, refine the dragon beads first and complete the transformation. Xin Hao used his spiritual refining skills and began to refine the energy escaping from the dragon beads. The man in the blood-colored coffin was also unconsciously absorbing this energy. This made Xin Hao's refining process a lot easier. Otherwise, it would just be like before. It was frozen into an ice sculpture before it could be refined. It took 5 days, but the energy in the Dragon Ball was finally completely refined. Of course, nearly half of it was absorbed by the person in the coffin. But there was nothing to say. If the excess energy had not been absorbed, Xin Hao would have been frozen into an ice sculpture long ago, not to mention that the Dragon Ball belonged to the girl in the coffin. Ha, I'm going to break through the limits of life. Xin Hao was ecstatic. As the energy in the Dragon Ball was refined, Xin Hao's strength had advanced to the second-level peak and began to break through and transform. He has refined the strange energy in the Dragon Balls, and his own bloodline will definitely undergo a qualitative leap. Xin Hao began to transform wholeheartedly, and the Lord-level evolutionary energy obtained from Armin was also digested by Xin Hao, adding to his evolution. Waves of powerful majesty emanated from Xin Hao's body. The scales on his body began to crack, and he began to shed his old skin, transforming into a more powerful body. As time passed, Xin Hao evolved very smoothly, and his size began to expand continuously, 36 meters, 40 meters, 45 meters, until the final 60 meters. Not only that, his head became thicker, unlike the thin triangle of a snake. There were 2 small bumps on the top of his head, which were signs that he was about to transform into a dragon. Xin Hao's abdomen was itching even more, and as time went by, a pair of huge black dragon claws covered with scales grew on the front and back. The energy of the Dragon Ball tempers Xin Hao's body over and over again, making his scales harder and his body stronger. Even his cells are stronger and can accommodate more powerful power. Finally, after nearly 20 days, Xin Hao's transformation was completed. At this time, Xin Hao's body length surged to 60 meters, and his body diameter was close to 2 meters. The scales were like small shields, thick, majestic, and glowing with a dark light, giving people the feeling of a layer of armor. It seems that the sword is hard to hurt. Xin Hao is confident that he can resist even some powerful thermal weapons similar to missiles without suffering any damage. Xin Hao wanted to see what he looked like at this time. With a thought, the temperature in the air suddenly dropped, and the ice crystals in the sky condensed, turning into an icy blue ice crystal mirror. Ice ability? Or is it the controller level? Xin Hao was extremely happy when he saw this scene. He knew that the reason why he obtained the ice ability was definitely because of the refining of the Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball was of ice attribute. With the help of Xin Hao not only completed his transformation, but also mastered the ice ability. Not only that, this ice ability is the same as the wind controller ability extracted from the source crystal, and it is at the controller level. The Dragon Ball is indeed a legendary treasure. Those who can condense the Dragon Ball are very powerful dragons. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the ice abilities can be summarized as water attributes. Now I have mastered 2 abilities of the 5 elements attributes. Xin Hao was delighted. He had a feeling that the 5 elements spirit formula had a great origin and was not ordinary. Kung Fu, if you can acquire the 5 elements abilities, you will probably be able to access the true subtleties of the 5 elements spiritual art. But those with 5 abilities are those with 5 elements. There are no such creatures, but they are too rare.
Xin Hao has only obtained 2 of the 5 elements abilities through Flowing Fire Spirit Flower and Dragon Ball. Xin Hao looked into the ice crystal mirror and couldn't help but sigh, a little disappointed. Now Xin Hao has completed his transformation, but he has not transformed into a real dragon.
That's right, transforming into a dragon is not that simple.
Xin Hao also knew that a Dragon Ball would definitely not be enough for him to transform into a real dragon, but in his expectation, he should become a dragon no matter what, but in fact he did not evolve into a dragon.
Dragon.
Judging from the appearance, Xin Hao now has dragon claws, and his appearance is close to that of a dragon.
He is majestic and powerful.
However, there are only 2 small bumps on his head that are not obvious, and there are no dragon horns. This shows that he is not a dragon now. It is a half-dragon, and its life level is 1 level lower than that of a real dragon.
It must be the reason for the one in the coffin.
She sucked half of the Dragon Ball's energy, so I missed a step and only evolved into a half-dragon. Xin Hao smiled bitterly.
It was really a blessing and a misfortune.
It's really hard to say whether luck is good or bad. It's not the Xin Hao in the coffin, let alone refining the Dragon Ball.
He must have been frozen into an ice sculpture by now.
But because it absorbed nearly half of the energy of the Dragon Ball, Xin Hao's evolution was 1 step behind, and he only evolved to half a dragon.
Level. But there is nothing to say. The Dragon Ball was originally the burial object of the person in the coffin.
She saved her life.
Xin Hao also absorbed half of the Dragon Ball's energy. Xin Hao felt much better when he thought about it.
However, it was worth working for so long. Although he did not evolve into a dragon, Xin Hao had already escaped the category of snake. This evolution took him directly from the 2nd level and 7th level to the 3rd level and the 1st level. Not only that, Xin Hao's life level has also evolved from the quasi-lord level to the real lord level, and it is not the low-level lord level, but the mid-level lord level. Xin Hao's strength has more than doubled compared to before he evolved. If he were to face the great demon Armin again, Xin Hao would be able to defeat him in just a few rounds without using any abilities.
By the way, what is that bloody crystal core?
Speaking of Armin, Xin Hao recalled what he gained from killing Armin. A lord-level evolutionary energy source had been used by Xin Hao as energy during evolution.
After digestion, there is also a blood-colored crystal core in Armin's body.
This crystal core is about the size of a thumb and exudes a fiery aura. Xin Hao instinctively felt that this thing seemed to be of some use to him, so Xin Hao tried to refine it. As it was refined, the blood crystallized into a strange energy that was absorbed by Xin Hao.
Then a look of disbelief appeared in Xin Hao's eyes. This thing made my fire ability evolve?
Xin Hao's body surface burned with red flames. The color of the flames changed from red to blood red, becoming very similar to Armin's blood flames.
This surprised Xin Hao.
It seemed that this blood crystal should be condensed by the power of Armin, a fire demon.
Xin Hao happened to have the ability of fire.
After refining it, his own fire ability was mutated, and it came with the characteristic of the blood flame is that it can use the enemy's blood and genetic energy as fuel. Once it touches the target, it is very difficult to extinguish.
Ha ha ha. Xin Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud.
It took a lot of effort to capture the Dragon Ball, but it was indeed a huge reward.
But Xin Hao was suddenly stunned. I just laughed out loud? Can I speak?
Xin Hao blinked and found that he could indeed speak after evolving into a lord-level mutant beast. His voice was rich and deep, with a different kind of charm and majesty.
In fact, many mutant beasts in later generations have mastered language.
The more intelligent the mutant beasts are, the easier it is for them to master language.
This blood-red coffin, you have to spit it out.
Xin Hao recalled the blood-red coffin. The girl in the blood-red coffin was definitely a dangerous character. According to Xin Hao's knowledge, there were many glorious civilizations and races before the spiritual energy explosion, and incredible strong men emerged one after another, and there were definitely many legendary creatures among them. For example, the Yanhuang civilization reached the legendary level with mythical characters such as the great demon King Qiyu and Emperor Xian Yuan.
But every era seems to encounter a catastrophe when it reaches its most prosperous time.
In the face of this catastrophe, no civilization is exempt. Whether it is the ancient Atlantis or the Yanhuang civilization, they are all facing this catastrophe. It was inevitable that they would all be destroyed. Some races perished directly, while some large races left some descendants, barely surviving, hiding in some different spaces in small worlds. There are also some super strong people who escaped the disaster and did not die, but they also paid a heavy price and fell into a deep sleep, preparing to wake up in the next era. The girl in the blood-red coffin may be this type of person. She looks harmless and is very young. Who knows what kind of creature she is and how many years she has lived? For the sake of safety, she naturally stayed far away. After all, Shinhao was not sure whether she would regard Shinhao as an enemy if she really woke up. If she was hostile, Shinhao felt that his current strength would be difficult to match. Those who can survive an era will definitely not be weak in strength, and may even be quasi-legendary or above like the dragon which lord of the abyss world.
Spit, can't you spit it out?
However, what made Shinhao have the urge to vomit blood was that the blood-red coffin was actually connected to the dimensional space in his belly. He couldn't spit it out even with all his strength.
This was is the dimensional space regarded as Anja's lair?
Shinhao wanted to cry but had no tears.
It turns out that there are some things that cannot be eaten indiscriminately.
After struggling for a long time, Shinhao gave up. As expected, there is no such thing as a free lunch.
I'm so tired, let's take a nap first.
This evolution lasted for 20 days, and Shinhao was also very sleepy from the torment, so he fell asleep and slept for 2 days. Shinhao woke up, not because he had slept enough, but because he was hungry. Speaking of which, he hadn't eaten for 20 days. Shinhao entered the sealed state and transformed into the form of a little black snake. Only then did he have time to observe the surrounding situation.
Is this a different space, or a small world?
Shinhao frowned and looked around. He found that there was no moon or sun in the sky. The sky was dark red, and the light and shadow cast made the world dark red. Shinhao himself is located on a plain, which is covered with blood-red plants. These plants are mutant plants and are extremely aggressive. When Shinhao fell down, the surrounding mutant plants wanted to attack him. But they were all frozen into ice sculptures. The space crack disappeared. Shinhao looked up at the sky and suddenly felt a headache. Shinhao was flying in the air before, happened to encounter the space crack, and lost control and crashed into this unknown land. Now that 20 days have passed, the space crack above Shinhao has long been healed. However, there is a space crack on the Earth's side leading to this bloody world, which means that the space barrier between the two worlds is very weak. As long as it takes time, it is only a matter of time before we can find the space cracks that will lead us back to the Earth. Take care of what you have come. The most important thing now is to fill your growling stomach first, but what makes Shinhao quite speechless is that all the blood-colored plains are filled with blood-red mutated plants.
He is not a vegetarian. Ha! Is there a sound?
Shinhao heard a series of footsteps in the distance. Through his thermal vision, Shinhao saw that it was a group of humanoid creatures, and they were chasing a petite humanoid creature. They are the natives of this world. Shinhao rode the breeze, rose into the sky, and saw what was happening in the distance. They were a group of strange human beings dressed simply. They looked very similar to humans on Earth, but they had pointed ears.
Quack, little girl, please don't run away. I'll kill you with one knife without any pain.
There were more than 10 men chasing a petite girl wrapped in a robe. These men had strange black marks on their foreheads. They were all dirty and unkempt. Each of them had a ferocious look on their face and held a machete in their hand.
Are these races, evil witches? Races from the Third Era?
Shinhao's heart moved and he recognized these creatures with pointed ears. There were other eras before the Earth world, and even this era can be divided into 5 eras.
Among them, the first era is the most mysterious. Because it is so long ago, there is too little information left in this era. However, this era is the origin of the Earth. Many evolvers in later generations are keen to explore the first era, thinking that it may be a disaster. The source is there. The second era was called the Wilderness Era. This era was notoriously chaotic. At this time, the human race was still in a very primitive stage and was not the protagonist of the historical stage.
The protagonists of the second era are various mythical creatures, various ferocious beasts, dragons, phoenixes and other creatures or famous clans in the second era. But the second era was the same as the first era. At the end of the era, an unknown disaster broke out and was destroyed. In the third era, it was the era of ancient humans. Atlantis, Gendia, and even some other races, technology could be said to have reached its peak. It is said that humans in this era also created machines that could carry tens of thousands of lives. The arc of life sailing out of the solar system. The fourth age is the closest era to the present. This era is also the last glory of modern times. There are constant wars, advocating force, and endless battles. The battle between Emperor Shen Yuan and the great demon King Shiyu is even more protracted, leaving behind many myths. Even in the fifth era, people called themselves Yanhuang people. According to Qinhao's knowledge, the evil witch race is a race from the third era. It is said that this race mainly studies genetic modification technology and believes that as long as it creates creatures with perfect genes, it can resist the ultimate disaster. But this race later created an extremely terrifying monster. Before the disaster came, the evil witch race played with fire and burned itself. They were massacred by this monster and almost wiped out the race. Since then, the evil witch race has changed from a large race to a barely surviving race. Qinhao didn't expect that there was an evil witch clan in this bloody world. Stop running. There is the bone burial plain ahead. If you dare to run in, you will be eaten up by these mutated plants. The evil witches in coarse cloths chased the evil witches in black robes in front of them. Boom! The thin figure being chased ran too fast. He tripped and fell to the ground. The hat on his head rolled to the side, revealing a head of long silver-white hair. This was a girl who looked only 10 years old. She was 3 or 4 years old, with an exquisite and perfect appearance. Unlike the evil witches who were chasing her, she had no black mark on her forehead. Qinhao was a little stunned when he saw this evil witch girl from a distance. Qinhao lived in the apocalypse for 5 years in his last life, met all kinds of people, and experienced many dangers. Qinhao was once attacked by a monster. Although he managed to kill it, he was seriously injured and fell to death in the wilderness. But that time he was saved by a passing girl. The girl took him and bandaged his wounds, left some food and water before leaving, and Qinhao was saved. The girl's identity and name were unknown to Qinhao. Even after that, Qinhao never saw her again. What Qinhao remembered very clearly was that the girl had very eye-catching silver long hair, which was very similar to the one in front of him. The girl from the evil witch tribe is 89 points similar, but she is a little more immature than the girl Qinhao saw in his previous life. Is this such a coincidence? Qinhao was a little stunned. In his previous life, he had been saved by this girl, but this time he met this silver-haired girl in advance. Qinhao did not expect that this girl had saved his life in his previous life. They are from the evil witch clan. Speaking of my rebirth, will there still be another me? Qinhao's thinking was a little divergent. After all, he was reborn 5 years ago, but he was not reborn in his original body. In theory, there is still a me who was 5 years ago. Exist. Of course, even if there is still a human Qinhao, the two of them are completely different, just like clones. Different experiences will create completely different personalities and outlooks. Save her. Qinhao quickly made a decision. This silver-haired girl saved his life in the previous life, and now that she was in danger ahead of time, Qinhao decided to repay her kindness. These are the expelled evil witches? The silver-haired girl held a small silver dagger, her delicate little face full of horror. There is a tradition in the evil witch tribe. The evil witches who are born with sin marks on their foreheads will be called sin witches. Legend has it that these sin witches are scourges and are the descendants of the people who once led to the demise of the evil witch tribe. Therefore, they are born with sins. One is rejected by most of the evil witch clan. In fact, it turns out that most of these sin witches who are born with sin marks are people with dark psychology. They are extremely hateful towards these pure evil witches, and they will even eat their flesh and blood if they are caught. Thinking of this, the silver-haired girl shuddered.
She didn't want to be eaten by these evil witches. The silver-haired girl desperately burrowed into these bloody plants. She only hoped that she could rely on the reputation of the bone burial plane to scare away the evil witches who were chasing her. Sure enough, those sin witches stopped when they came to the edge of the bone burial plane. A middle-aged man with brown hair said with a cruel smile, "We are staying outside. I don't believe she won't come out. I heard that eating these pure evil witch meat can help us wash away the marks of sin and have a chance to enter the prosperous evil witch city." Each of these people had ferocious smiles on their faces. They were all born with sin marks, so they were kicked out of the evil witch city. Naturally, they hated these pure evil witches to the extreme. One by one, they sat on the edge of the bone burial plane, ready to spend time with the silver-haired girl. The silver-haired girl looked at the surrounding plants with some anxiety. Rumor has it that these plants like to eat meat. If you dare to go deep into them, you are seeking death. Swish, swish, swish. Sure enough, the silver-haired girl heard a rustling sound, which immediately made her muscles tense up and she had a bad feeling. However, what stunned the silver-haired girl was that from the mutated plants in the distance, a strange little black snake flew in front of her, tilting its head and looking at her with a pair of pale golden eyes. It's her indeed. This little snake was naturally Qin Hao. He could already confirm that the silver-haired girl was the person who saved his life in the previous life. The silver-haired girl secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was not afraid of a small snake. She clenched the silver dagger in her hand and put on a very fierce look on her face. Little snake, don't come here. I'm not afraid of you. I'm super fierce. It's just that the silver-haired girl's harmless appearance is not intimidating at all, but instead looks very cute. Qin Hao shook his head speechlessly and said, "I'll help you once and we'll be clear." You can talk?" The silver-haired girl was stunned. Could the little snake that can talk be an evil beast? But there are only a few evil beasts that can talk in the entire evil beast forest. That is a terrifying monster that only the evil witch clan's priests can deal with. Qin Hao didn't care about the reaction of the silver-haired girl and flew towards the group of sin witches outside. "Be careful, something is coming. Flying snake. Is it an evil beast?" The group of sitting sin witches noticed Qin Hao's arrival, and they all stood up vigilantly, clenching the blades in their hands. Qin Hao was too lazy to talk nonsense to these guys. In his eyes, they were just a bunch of ants. "Call." Qin Hao casually spit out a cloud of cold air, shrouding the group of guilty witches. "Get out of the way." The faces of these more than 10 evil witches were full of fear, but they had no ability to escape. The ice mist passed by, and the movements and expressions of all the evil witches froze. Thick layers of ice appeared on their bodies, as if they were lifelike. Ice sculpture. These evil witches were already dead, and their cells were frozen to death by the extremely cold ice. After killing these evil witches, Qin Hao slowly flew towards the distance. And the silver-haired girl looked at this scene with some shock. All the evil witches who were chasing her were frozen into ice sculptures? She quickly reacted and shouted, wait a minute." Qin Hao looked back at her, and the silver-haired girl said cautiously, Can you take me to the evil witch city? There are many evil witches in this wilderness, and they will kill me." Qin Hao looked very cruel, but he didn't attack her just now, and he said he was returning her favor. Although she didn't understand why Qin Hao said that, it also made her understand that Qin Hao didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards her, so she could only stay strong. He had the guts to ask Qin Hao for help. Qin Hao thought for a while. He didn't know anything about what was going on in this small bloody world. He was afraid he would have to stay here for a while before finding the space crack and leaving. It was also a good time to ask the silver-haired girl about her situation. So Qin Hao turned around and used wind control without saying a word. A trace of cyan airflow wrapped around the silver-haired girl's body and took her flying. This, flying dozens of meters in the air, the silver-haired girl was scared and excited at the same time. Where is this place? What's the basic situation like? Qin Hao asked while flying with the silver-haired girl. Qin Hao was able to speak after evolving to the Lord level. The silver-haired girl quickly replied, This is called the Little Evil Witch World.
It is said to be the place where our ancestors of the Evil Witch clan found a place to survive. This world is mainly divided into wilderness, bone burial plains, evil beast forests and other places. Xin Hao nodded slightly, then asked about the situation in the Evil Witch City and the Evil Beast Forest, and then headed towards the Evil Witch City. Xin Hao planned to go to the Evil Beast Forest after sending the silver-haired girl to the Evil Witch City. According to the silver-haired girl, there are a huge number of evil beasts in the Evil Beast Forest. These evil beasts often rush out of the Evil Beast Forest and attack the Evil Witch City. Of course Xin Hao wants to have a good meal when he goes there. He is hungry. It's almost time to die. Evil Witch City is the largest city in the world of small evil witches, where a large number of evil witches gather. In the early days of the Third Era, the Evil Witch clan was once a famous clan, but was later exterminated because it touched taboo areas. Now I can only survive in this small world. Perfect blood, if we can find someone who can carry it, our Evil Witch clan may have a chance to make a comeback in the future. A handsome evil witch wearing a black robe stared at a transparent vial with a fascinated look on his face. Inside the bottle was blood that exuded a dreamy luster. It was a symbol of perfection and a symbol of power. At this moment, the expression of the man from the Evil Witch clan suddenly changed. He looked at a crystal ball in front of him. The crystal ball shone with blood-red light. This made the man's handsome face flash with an extremely solemn look. His position changed. Stood up. The eye of perception discovered a powerful creature and issued a red alarm. An alarm of this level, could it be that the monsters deep in the Evil Beast Forest came outside the Evil Witch City? The man stood up from his seat without hesitation, placed the vial containing the strange blood close to his body, and then walked out of the room quickly. Goodbye. Xin Hao came a mile away from the Evil Witch City and put the silver-haired girl down. Thank you. The silver-haired girl was filled with gratitude. She felt that if it hadn't been for Xin Hao, she would have died in the bone burial plains long ago, let alone coming to the Evil Witch City. Can I ask your name? The silver-haired girl asked sincerely. My name is Lord Long. Xin Hao replied casually, and then flew towards the direction of the Evil Beast Forest. The reason why Xin Hao helped the girl was because she had saved her in his previous life. They didn't have much interaction in the previous life. In this life, Xin Hao repaid his kindness by saving her once, and he didn't have much interaction with the girl. Lord Long, the silver-haired girl looked at Xin Hao's figure gradually disappearing into the horizon. She murmured the name, and then walked towards the Evil Witch City with a determined look on her face. She had her own mission, and she wanted to find her lost past. Lord Carmel, why did you come out? At this time, on the wall of the Evil Witch City, the Evil Witch soldiers looked at a black man wearing a black robe and holding a crystal ball in astonishment. Man in robe. The man in black robe ignored these soldiers. He held the crystal ball in one hand and felt it quietly, but the crystal ball gradually became unresponsive. This made the man named Carmel look thoughtful on his face. The powerful creature that caused the eye of perception to sound a strong alarm has left. Is he just passing by? Then a look of disbelief suddenly appeared on Carmel's face. He took out the bottle of blood that exuded a dreamy luster from his arms. At this time, the blood in the glass bottle seemed to come alive and was constantly tumbling. It seemed to want to come out of the bottle. Carmel looked towards the bottom of the city wall and saw a silver-haired girl with a worried look on her face. Call. Carmel jumped from the 50-meter-high city wall. He landed as gently as a feather on the ground, with a very gentle smile on his face. Little girl, what is your name? The silver-haired girl was stunned for a moment, became even more uneasy, and said softly, my name is Sheris. Okay, Sherry, come with me, this will be your home from now on. Carmel's smile grew stronger. Xin Hao was flying all the way at this time, and finally came to an endless forest. There were towering trees growing in this forest, and from time to time, there was a trace of beast roar, like a demon opening its mouth. It has a huge mouth, trying to devour all those who enter. Xin Hao slowly flew into the evil beast forest. In the darkness in the distance, he let out a beast roar, and a strange black giant wolf slowly walked out of the darkness. This giant black wolf had pitch black fur, was 4 meters long, and had an eruption like a steel needle. It was drooling and staring at Qin Hao as if it had discovered something delicious, with saliva constantly leaving the corners of its mouth. Although Qin Hao's size is small, the black giant wolf feels that Qin Hao is very rich in energy, and swallowing him will be of great help to him. Qin Hao's mouth curves slightly. Is this the so-called evil beast? It does seem that the attributes tend to be darker, but it doesn't matter, it's all food anyway, you have to try it to know if it tastes good or not. Slowly, Qin Hao's body expanded, and a heart-stopping aura was released. The eyes of the giant black wolf showed disbelief and horror. Evil Beast Forest, Indiana. This evil beast forest, Qin Hao didn't have to worry about anything else and directly revealed his true body. 60 meters long, the body is nearly 2 meters in diameter. The black scales are like small shields, glowing with a faint luster, and the tips of the dragon claws on the ventral side are sharp enough to tear anything apart. After refining half of the Dragon Ball energy, Qin Hao successfully evolved. His strength jumped from the second level 7 to the third level 1. The most important thing is that the life level has changed, from the quasi-lord level black snake to the mid-level lord level. Half dragon. At this time, Qin Hao exuded a lord-level pressure, directly oppressing the black giant wolf whose strength had reached the second level. His body was shaking non-stop, his limbs were weak, and he couldn't even escape. Call. Qin Hao opened his bloody mouth and bit the body of the black giant wolf like a phantom. The black giant wolf did not dare to dodge and was unable to dodge. Click, click, click. Qin Hao tightened his mouth, and the dragon's teeth tore through the muscles of the black giant wolf like piercing tofu. The black giant wolf twitched a few times and died, and Qin Hao swallowed it casually. Okay, there are a lot of evil beasts in this evil beast forest, enough for me to have a full meal. Qin Hao was also pleased with himself. He glanced casually and quickly discovered new prey with his thermal vision. The uneven ground crushed by his 60-meter-long body became flat. Qin Hao showed agility that was incompatible with his size. When hunting in this evil beast forest, the prey he targeted didn't even have a chance to escape. With just a few flickers, Qin Hao devoured the prey he found, no matter how big or small. After swallowing more than a dozen evil beasts in a row, Qin Hao felt slightly full. Cool. Qin Hao burped. After being hungry for so long, he was finally full. Qin Hao entered the sealed state and lay down on a tree to digest beautifully. It has to be said that the larger the body is, the more food is needed. For example, if you reach Qin Hao's level, you will have to eat at least 10 cows at a time. If you don't master the sealing state, it will be very troublesome. After a few days, I feel hungry and need to eat again. This evil beast forest is a forbidden area for those evil witch tribes in today's small evil witch world. It is a very dangerous place, but for Qin Hao, this place is simply a hunting ground with plenty of food. But Qin Hao has no intention of staying in this little evil witch world for long. This little evil witch world is just a small world, and it is relatively small among all small worlds. Only the evil witch clan and some evil beasts live there. This is all of this small world, which is far from comparable to the Earth world. The Earth world is the center of the fusion of all realms, and countless opportunities will appear in the future. Even quasi-legendary creatures such as the Dragon Witch Lord are eager to come to the Earth world in advance, in order to have these opportunities and break through the existing realm. So of course Qin Hao disdains being the king of this small world. What he wants to do is to transform into a real dragon and become a legendary creature. Supreme power, this is his pursuit. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 10th day that Qin Hao entered the evil beast forest. On this day, Qin Hao maintained a 10-meter-long form and was chasing a green tiger. The ability of this tiger seemed to be wind. There was fear in its eyes. Although Qin Hao did not reveal his true body, I could feel a strong sense of threat, so I chose to run away without hesitation. Run? Qin Hao sneered, slapped his tail on the ground, and his entire 10-meter-long body rose into the air. Blessed by the power of earth, his body, which became as heavy as a mountain, crushed heavily on the head of the green tiger. Bang! Suddenly, the green tiger's head was smashed by Qin Hao's heavy body and exploded. Qin Hao swallowed the green tiger into the dimensional space in his belly. Qin Hao ended today's hunting. He was quite curious. Speaking of it, it has been 10 days since I came to this evil beast deep forest.
I haven't yet.
Let's go take a look at the deepest part of this evil beast forest. Thinking of this, Jinhao swam around, not in a hurry, and walked slowly towards the depths of the evil beast forest. This evil beast forest, which was extremely dangerous to outsiders, was almost like a garden in Jinhao's eyes.
They encountered many evil beasts along the way, but these evil beasts vaguely sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Jinhao, which made them take the initiative to avoid it.
In the center of the evil beast forest, unlike other areas that were cold and blood-red, the center of the evil beast forest was as beautiful as a fairyland. Large trees are surrounded by a circle. These large branches have lush leaves and emit soft light. Green grass on the ground sways in the wind, and in the middle is a pool of water.
This pool is extremely clear and not cold, but like a hot spring.
In this hot spring pool, there is only one frog swimming in the water, showing its white belly from time to time, looking very happy. On the shore, a woman with long blonde hair was leaning on a lion. This blonde woman had pointed ears. She looked to be 20 years old at most. Her face was so perfect that it looked unreal, like a Westerner.
Three-dimensional beauty. Elena, you read these books every day, what's so good about them? You've read them a dozen times.
Behind the golden woman, a 5-meter-long snow-white lion poked his head and looked at the book in the blonde woman's hand, and couldn't help but ask. When the blonde woman heard this, a faint smile appeared on her face. This is a book that fell from the crack in space not long ago.
It records stories such as Sleeping Beauty and Prince Charming. It is very interesting. This seems to be another book.
A book of enlightenment for the children of the world.
Sleeping Beauty, Prince Charming? Is it delicious?
The frog was also talking about people at this time, with a look of excitement on his face. The blonde woman held her forehead. She taught these two guys how to talk and relieve their loneliness. However, these two guys could never change the nature of evil beasts, and their way of thinking was different from hers. At this time, the blonde woman suddenly raised her head and looked into the distance. The white lion was also aware of it. There was a hint of surprise on its face. There is a little guy who dares to break in here.
Doesn't he know that this is a forbidden area? There is a cave in the center of this evil beast forest?
Jinhao was quite surprised when he came to the center of the evil beast forest. Surrounded by green trees and shady vegetation, it was like a fairyland on earth.
Ha! Is there anyone here?
Jinhao immediately saw the blonde woman on the shore in the distance. The blonde woman had a perfect face. She was wearing a long white dress and quietly leaning on the white lion behind her. This picture was so beautiful that it was unreal.
The white lion tilted its head and looked at Jinhao. It said, "It's strange. This black snake doesn't have the aura of an evil beast on it. It seems to be an alien creature." Ha! Can you talk?
Jinhao was surprised and naturally heard what the white lion said. Monsters who have not mastered language are not necessarily weak, but those who have mastered the skills of speaking are generally very strong.
Hey, you lazy snake, get out of our territory quickly and don't make this place dirty.
It's not that I, Mr. Becky, don't like meat, so I have to swallow you up. At this time, Jinhao heard a loud cry. Jinhao looked down and found a palm-sized frog staring at him in the pool.
A very human look of disgust appeared on the frog's face.
Although he was surprised by who these three creatures were, Jinhao would not remain calm even if he was humiliated, let alone being ridiculed by a frog.
Jinhao sneered and said lightly, "No one can force me to go where I don't want to go, and no one can drive me away if I don't want to go."
Jinhao's voice was deep and rich, full of majesty. This made the blonde woman, white lion, and frog stunned. Apart from the three of them and those evil witches, there were actually talking evil spirits in this evil beast forest.
Beast?
Even the blonde woman's indifferent face showed a trace of surprise. She felt that Jinhao was not a native creature of this evil beast forest.
Boom!
After saying that, Jinhao not only did not leave, but also jumped into the pool ahead.
It's cool.
The water in the clear pool was warm, and Jinhao groaned comfortably. What surprised Qin Hao was that an abundant spiritual energy continuously seeped out from the bottom of the pool. This spiritual energy was so huge, it was like there is something like a spirit gathering array at the bottom of the pool. Is there any treasure at the bottom of this pool? Qin Hao recalled that in the wild forest of Moyue Island, he found a piece of spiritual crystal in the pool where the giant ink-armored crocodile was, and thus gained the spiritual refining technique. But before Qin Hao could check, the frog on the opposite side let out a sharp roar. "You, how dare you desecrate this altar? You are unpardonable." In the frog's memory, the reason why he and the white lion were able to evolve quickly was not only because of the help of the blonde woman, but also because of the pool. Being soaked in it all year round allowed them to evolve rapidly and expand their intelligence. But the holy place that only belongs to the three of them was invaded by a black snake. It was like a stranger who was not polite and vandalized at will. It made people crazy. Hoo ho ho! In Qin Hao's surprised eyes, the frog cooed and its body continued to expand, like a balloon, from the size of a palm to a huge beast with a diameter of 15 meters. With dark green cuticles, thick limbs, and barbs growing on its back, it is as if it is covered with a thick layer of armor. This giant frog is also a monster that has mastered the ability to seal, and its aura is very strong. Powerful, at least the life level has reached the quasi-lord level. However, Qin Hao naturally did not have the slightest fear. He floated on the water and looked at the frog opposite. "From now on, this is my territory. If you don't want to die, get out." The center of this evil beast forest is a treasure land. 3 creatures, including the giant frog, occupy this place with their powerful power. No other evil beast dares to get close. However, now a black snake has come and uttered arrogant words to tell them to get out? Want to take away the treasure land that belongs to them? The lion with pure white hair had a fierce look in his brown eyes. Only the blonde woman had a look of interest on her face. She was very curious about where Qin Hao came from. He was definitely not from this evil beast forest. The creature was undoubtedly new to her, who had been staying in the evil beast forest since she became conscious. "You wanna die?" The giant frog had the most bad temper among the 3 kings of the evil beast forest. Being provoked by Qin Hao one after another had made it completely irritated. At this time, it took a deep breath and let out an earth-shattering roar. Voice. Roar. The roar was so terrifying, it was like thousands of thunders ringing out at the same time. The originally calm pool was stirred up by turbulent waves, and the trees and grass beside the pool continued to shake and almost broke. This roar resounded throughout the evil beast forest, and all the evil beasts who heard the roar trembled in fear. Someone dared to offend the king of the evil beast forest. Who is so bold? Is this a voice ability? Qin Hao was quite surprised. The roar of the giant frog caused the surrounding space to distort. The terrifying sound waves formed invisible blades and cut towards Qin Hao crazily. The giant frog has a ferocious look on its face. It wants to let the ignorant people in front of it know what supreme power is. Dang, dang, dang. However, something happened that shocked the giant frog. Sound blades struck Qin Hao's body, head, and cheeks with terrifying power that could tear the world apart, making a clanging sound. The sound blade rubbed against Qin Hao's scales, causing a series of neighing sounds and sparks, but it was difficult to leave any mark on Qin Hao's scales. How is it possible? The giant frog couldn't believe it. Even the white lion's pupils shrank. What kind of terrifying defense power was this? Even if it were to withstand the sound blade attack of the giant frog beast with its body, it would never be able to escape unscathed. The interest in the blonde woman's eyes became more and more intense. She found the book in her hand, curled up a pair of slender white legs, and watched the battle in the water pool. The sound blade cannot hurt Qin Hao, which is normal. Qin Hao had practiced spiritual refining before, and the hardness of his scales reached an exaggerated level. Later, he refined the dragon beads and evolved into a half-dragon. His own defense and physical strength were even stronger. It has doubled several times. Although this giant frog is powerful, it is only a lord-level evil beast. Even if Qin Hao is in a sealed state, this giant frog cannot hurt him.
Qin Hao's pale golden eyes looked at the giant frog teasingly. You are so loud?
Your strength is inversely proportional to your temper.
Can you use more force?
Qin Hao's words made the giant frog vomit blood. It had considerable wisdom and saw Qin Hao's contempt. How could it, as one of the three kings of the evil beast forest, endure this?
Sonic boom. The genetic energy in the giant frog's body was running wildly.
It opened its bloody mouth and used its sound ability again. This time, the sound was not as loud as before, but was restrained and compressed, forming an invisible sonic bomb, distorted. Clearing the space, he fiercely bombarded Qin Hao. Facing the giant frog's all-out blow, Qin Hao also wanted to test the defensive limits of his now evolved half-flood dragon. He still did not choose to dodge and allowed the detonating bomb to bombard his body.
Boom!
The sonic bomb exploded violently, and the terrifying sound waves swept in all directions. The water around Qin Hao twisted crazily during the impact, and slight black cracks appeared in the space around Qin Hao. However, what the giant frog couldn't accept was that in the midst of the waves of sound that filled the sky, Qin Hao's raised upper body shook slightly and the strength was released. His scales exuded a faint luster, and he was unscathed. Lion King, I'm going to tear you apart. 2 consecutive attacks failed to harm Qin Hao at all, and he was provoked one after another, but it made the giant frog furious to the extreme. It let out a terrifying roar, and stepped hard on the water with its 4 cattail-like feet. A 15-meter diameter body rose into the sky and rushed towards Qin Hao fiercely.
It's my turn!
Qin Hao sneered. This giant frog tried its best and couldn't hurt him at all, so he had no interest in continuing to struggle with this guy.
Boom!
Qin Hao's tail slammed into the water pool, and the majestic and exaggerated genetic energy in his body surged crazily. The water waves rose into the sky, wrapped around the giant frog, and turned into biting ice, freezing the giant frog.
Among them,
the ice ability obtained by Qin Hao from refining the dragon beads is also the ability to reach the controller level. The extreme low temperature caused the giant frog to turn into an ice crystal statue and fall from the air. It was unable to move, and only the fear remained in its eyes.
Go to hell!
The tip of Qin Hao's tail shone with metallic light, and seemed to turn into an indestructible sharp arrow, piercing straight into the head of the giant frog.
Shit!
The ice crystal was torn, and at the same time, the head of the frog beast was torn apart, and it was completely pierced by Qin Hao's tail.
No matter how powerful the monster is, its brain is the first priority. If the brain is destroyed, the giant frog will die with its eyes open.
Becky! The pure white lion and the blonde woman were also stunned. They didn't expect that Qin Hao would do anything if he didn't take action. Although it didn't have earth-shattering power, it was an understatement and the giant frog was killed directly.
Behead!
The blonde woman's beautiful eyebrows wrinkled, and the pure white-haired lion stood up from the ground.
It had a murderous look on its face.
Although it didn't have a good relationship with the giant frog Becky, it even had trouble with this simple-minded guy. It was a bit contemptuous, but as the 3 kings of this evil beast forest, the giant frog was killed in front of it, and it was also very angry in its heart.
And Qin Hao's move angered the white lion even more.
Qin Hao opened his mouth and exaggeratedly swallowed the 15-meter diameter Becky into the dimensional space of his belly.
A quasi-lord level monster contained very rich energy.
Qin Hao, of course it won't be wasted.
This made the white lion furious to the extreme, and said with murderous intent, "Are you too arrogant, dare to kill Becky in front of me?"
Qin Hao curled his lips. This frog was so mean-mouthed that he took the initiative to attack him despite his lack of strength. No one could blame him for his death.
Who do you think you are? Why don't I dare to kill him in front of you?
Qin Hao was naturally rude when facing the white lion, which immediately made the white lion extremely angry.
The white lion said coldly, "You may think you have some strength, but I want you to know what real power is. Don't sit in a well and look at the sky, remember, it is me, Barton, who kills you."
Barton, this name seemed very familiar to Qin Hao. He was stunned and suddenly remembered a very terrifying monster in later generations, White Lion King Barton.
White Lion King Barton, just like his name, is a terrifying monster that has reached the level of a beast king.
Although Qin Hao had never seen it in his previous life, he had heard of its evil reputation. It is said that White Lion King Barton is in the Lingnan area. Is the overlord of one party. Reaching the level of a beast king, it is almost impossible to find an opponent on land. The White Lion King Barton once set off a wave of beasts and destroyed a human city. His ferocious power shocked the whole party. So the White Lion King Barton came from this evil beast forest? Shin Hao was a little surprised, and then he looked at the perfect-looking blonde woman. Who is this with the White Lion King Barton? It will definitely not be a simple role. When Barton saw that Shin Hao had time to distract himself from looking at the blonde woman, Barton immediately became furious. Let you see what real power is. After saying this, a mark on Barton's forehead shone with light, and then Barton's 4 to 5 meter long body exuded a wild and ferocious aura. Its body expanded rapidly. This was also a super monster that had understood the seal. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. In the blink of an eye, Barton, who originally looked very handsome, transformed from a 4 to 5 meter long terrifying beast into a 40 meter long terrifying beast. His 4 feet stepped on the ground, and the grass around him was trembling slightly, as if it's the fear of it. The 2 fangs in White Lion King Barton's mouth protrude from his lips, his hair is fluttering, and there is a terrifying aura in the air. This is the White Lion King Barton, a beast king level monster that once dominated the world in the previous life. Now it is far from being as strong as it will be in later generations, but it has already reached a quite astonishing level. In the evil witch city outside the evil beast forest, a man in black robes stared at the crystal ball that was glowing in front of him. This energy wave is coming from the evil beast forest. Is it the 3 kings? But who in the evil beast forest dares to challenge them? The man in black robe shook his head and asked the people below to be more vigilant. Recently, there was always a feeling that he felt that a storm was coming. Aunt, beg for mercy, I will let you die a happy death. The 40-meter-long beast looked down at Shin Hao coldly. Its voice was not loud, but it echoed like thunder. Okay, the one just now wasn't heavy enough, so I'll use you to warm up. Seeing Barton reveal his true form, Shin Hao was not surprised but overjoyed. It was hard for him to find an opponent. This Barton's strength was far greater than what he had eaten alive before. On top of the giant frog beast, it was just the right time to test his combat effectiveness as a half-dragon queen. Boom! Without hesitation, Shin Hao also released the seal, and a terrifying momentum swept through the 8 wastelands, causing the water in the pool to boil. In the blink of an eye, a 60-meter-long black giant beast entrenched itself in the pool. Ant? Shin Hao raised his head. Now he was transformed into a half-dragon. Except for the lack of dragon horns on his head, his appearance was not much different from that of a real dragon. His pale golden eyes exuded an invisible pressure that made Lion King Barton's pupils shrank. When Shin Hao killed Becky just now, he was in the same sealed state as him? Hold head high. Facing the White Lion King Barton, Shin Hao chose to take the initiative to attack. His 60-meter-long body was smacked in the water pool, riding the strong wind into the air, and quickly approached Barton. A huge dragon tail was raised high, and then it looked like a god. It slammed down on Barton's head like a hammer. Barton has completely suppressed the contempt in his heart, knowing that although the black giant beast in front of him does not know its true identity, it is definitely stronger than any other evil beast in the evil beast forest, and is the strongest opponent it has encountered since its birth. Facing Shin Hao's tail, Barton chose to dodge, and Shin Hao's dragon tail hit the ground beside the pool heavily. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely terrifying force was injected into the earth, causing it to dent. A huge crack stretched out for tens of meters. The flowers, plants, and trees along the way were torn to pieces. Shin Hao's power was less powerful than before. Increased several times. Roar! Not to be outdone, Barton roared, and one of its claws ejected 5 sharp claws nearly 1 meter long, slashing viciously at Shin Hao's body. Dang, dang, dang. The sharp claws struck Shin Hao's scales, causing a cloud of sparks and a few small white marks. Barton's strength was indeed terrifying. He could leave tiny marks on Shin Hao's scales, but that was all. Got it. Bang! Shin Hao swung his body, and his 60-meter-long body bounced up and hit Barton's body hard.
Barton was immediately hit and flew out uncontrollably, and several big green trees were hit, broke, and shattered on the spot. Is this a dragon? As for the blonde woman, she had no intention of intervening. She watched the scene from a distance, while flipping through the book, and turned to one of the pages. This was a fairy tale, and this one the page of paper tells a story about the dragon quest. The color illustration of the story shows a black evil dragon that looks like Qin Hao. But the battle was still going on. Barton roared, and the spring water in the pool swayed with the roar. As it roared, the surrounding air suddenly became heavier, squeezing crazily towards Qin Hao. Air? Qin Hao recalled the White Lion King Barton's ability. Its ability was air. Air, this is also a very powerful ability. It can evacuate the air within a range and suffocate the enemy to death. It can also make the air density within a certain range heavy, making it difficult for the enemy to breathe, and restricting the opponent's movements. The density of the air around Qin Hao increased exponentially, and the originally diluted air became heavier, as if forming walls of air, making it difficult for Qin Hao to move. But Barton had already taken advantage of his air power to restrain Qin Hao, swooped over, opened his bloody mouth, bit Qin Hao's body, and closed his teeth violently, trying to tear Qin Hao's body into a huge hole. The wound comes. However, no matter how hard Barton tried, its teeth that could penetrate steel could not penetrate Qin Hao's scales. Qin Hao's scales glowed with a faint metallic light, and his defense power was doubled. After biting for more than 10 seconds, Barton felt that his teeth were sore, and he was unable to bite through the body blessed by Qin Hao's power. Qin Hao lowered his head and looked down at Barton, who was biting a part of his body. He said coldly, "Have you bitten enough?" Barton subconsciously opened his mouth and looked up at Qin Hao. At this moment, Qin Hao moved. 5 elements fist, cannon fist. Qin Hao swayed his body and broke through the wall of air. He clenched a dragon claw into a fist and used the 5 elements fist. He punched Barton on the cheek with a powerful punch that was as powerful as exploding the world. Boom! With an explosion, this terrifying punch was like tens of millions of artillery pieces exploding at the same time, producing an incredible explosive force. Barton's huge 40-meter-long body was sent flying horizontally, blasting 7 or 8 bullets in a row. The thick tree was broken by the impact before it stopped being thrown away and fell heavily on the ground. The battle between the two giant beasts destroyed this paradise-like scenery. Called it a battle, it was just a one-sided beating by Barton. It was difficult for it to cause any harm to Qin Hao. Even the sharpest claws could not break Qin Hao's body. Defense. No, impossible. Barton shook his head and got up from the ground. However, it no longer looked as majestic as before, but instead looked very miserable. The corner of his mouth was cracked by Qin Hao's punch, and the blood was stained red and white. His hair and teeth all fell out. This heavy punch made it feel like Qin Hao was ghosting in front of it. It wasn't that it wasn't strong enough, but that Qin Hao, who had now evolved into a half-dragon, was too strong. Boom! Qin Hao's tail swept across, breaking the grass and trees on the ground. Barton was dizzy and had no room to dodge. He was whipped by the tail and was thrown away again. Ant? Qin Hao's words made Barton feel ashamed. It had previously said that Qin Hao was an ant and wanted him to see what real power is. However, after these few encounters, it was beaten by Qin Hao until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. The ground is full of teeth. Call. Qin Hao had no intention of playing anymore. This Barton was far from reaching the level of the Beast King of later generations. He lacked a lot in terms of strength and combat experience. Qin Hao condensed a 10-meter-long ice crystal spear and pointed it at Barton's. His left eye shot out, intending to kill it on the spot. Qin Hao never had the habit of showing mercy to his enemies. Barton wanted to dodge, but after receiving 2 heavy blows from Qin Hao, blood kept dripping from the corner of his mouth, leaving him no room to dodge. At this moment, a figure stood in front of Barton, and a slender palm pressed on the tip of the ice crystal spear. This ice crystal spear with great power seemed to hit a big mountain. It shattered and the ice crystals scattered all over the ground. Qin Hao looked at the blonde woman standing in front of Barton.
He was not surprised that she would take action, but what surprised him was that the blonde woman's strength was even higher than Barton's. It would not be called unfathomable. Too much. Who are you? Shin Hao asked. This Barton is a Beast King level monster with great reputation in later generations. The strength of this blonde woman is still higher than it. She must not be a simple character. Shin Hao feels that he may have heard of it. Her name. My name is Elena. The blonde woman's voice was ethereal, like the sound of nature. Elena? Shin Hao frowned, because he had never heard of such a name in his previous life. To be so powerful in the early days of the end of the world, he should not be an unknown person in future generations. Of course, it is possible that this person will also be famous in later generations, but Shin Hao has never heard of it. After all, there will be too many powerful people and super monsters in later generations, and it is impossible for him to know the names of all the powerful people. Elena said softly, "You killed Becky. As compensation, you can stay here with me in her place." Hearing this, Shin Hao rolled his eyes. According to Shin Hao's aesthetics, this Elena is definitely a rare beauty, but Shin Hao is not a human body now, and there is nothing he can do to her, let alone Shin Hao. Hao's goal is to transform into a real dragon and evolve into a legendary creature, but he has no intention of staying in such a small world for the rest of his life. Sorry, I don't want to stay. Shin Hao said lightly. Shin Hao's refusal caused Elena's pretty face to be covered with a layer of frost, and there was a faint flash of blood in her pair of blue eyes, giving people a strange feeling. Her voice became cold. No one can ever say no to me. Is this the undead? Shin Hao noticed the flash of blood in Elena's eyes, and thought of a creature in his mind. Zombies are a big clan in later generations, and among the zombies there is a kind of king. They are reborn from death. Their body functions are completely restored, and their rotten muscles will grow back. They can even reproduce and become a new kind of zombies. This race, called the undead, evolved from zombies. This Elena should have been an evil witch before her death, and was infected into a zombie for unknown reasons, but now she has a brand new will born from the zombies, and she can be called an undead. The undead are too rare, and not one of the tens of thousands of high-level zombies will be born. Shin Hao only heard about it in his last life, but he did not expect to meet an undead here today. Every undead, they are extremely intelligent and possess super strength. Shit. Elena took action instantly. She threw the book in her hand towards Shin Hao. The book shattered into pieces. The pages seemed to turn into flying knives, and small black cracks appeared in the spaces cut along the edges. The pages of thin paper are just the most ordinary paper, but the spaces cut along the edges are cracked with tiny space cracks. It is extremely shocking. Shin Hao is also a little shocked. This undead's attack is indeed not simple. Dang, dang, dang. With strange power, the pages of paper struck Shin Hao's body everywhere, making a clashing sound of gold and iron. It was like an iron flying knife, cutting tiny marks on Shin Hao's scales. You must know how strong Shin Hao's scales are. Before, the White Lion King Barton could only leave such a small mark on it with all his strength. However, Elena was able to do this in just a few pages, which shows how powerful she is. She is stronger than the White Lion King Barton, but Shin Hao has never even heard of her name. Sure enough, there are too many powerful creatures hidden in this world. Some are famous, some are not famous, they just haven't shown up. Thunder. Facing Elena, the undead, Shin Hao had no sympathy for her. He opened his mouth wide, and thunder and lightning gathered. The terrifying genetic energy was transformed into thunder that filled the sky, covering Eileen like a rain of arrows. Nah. Elena's golden hair was fluttering, and a scarlet light shone in the depths of her pupils. She was like a female goddess of war, with a white and tender palm pressing out. Puff, puff. The sky-wide rain of thunder arrows came 1 meter away from Elena, and it was like flames entering cold water, disappearing very quickly, and then dissipating invisible. Just now, he hasn't used his full strength yet? Seeing the terrifying thunder and lightning cast by Shin Hao, the White Lion King Barton reluctantly got up and backed away a long distance. It felt very uncomfortable. Shin Hao had defeated it just now. With any amount of strength, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is crushed, which makes it very uncomfortable for it, which always thinks highly of itself.
What kind of ability is this? Shinhao also frowned.
Elena's ability seemed to be very unusual.
Die. Shinhao didn't hold back.
Since he was an enemy, he had to destroy it with all his strength. He swung his dragon's tail in a perfect arc and swept out with the power to tear the world apart.
Bang bang bang.
All the flowers, plants, and trees along the road were broken. Even a tree half as thick as a man exploded when it touched Shinhao's tail. The power contained in Shinhao's blow was enough to break even the top of a small mountain. Facing the whipping tail, Elena did not dodge. She pressed her right hand towards the dragon tail that Shinhao was whipping.
Shinhao slapped Elena's tail with his tail. He felt a terrifying force burst out from Elena's palm.
It was really hard to imagine how such a small body could contain such inhuman savagery. Force. Large creatures are usually very strong, such as Shinhao, but small creatures are not necessarily weak.
Elena in front of him illustrates this point. Boom!
The two terrifying forces collided, and the overflowing impact turned everything around into powder, and the earth was torn open with huge cracks, as if a magnitude 12 earthquake had erupted. She is not powerful compared to me, but this is her special ability. Feeling the power transmitted, Shinhao secretly said that Elena had used special abilities to resist his attacks before.
Ability.
Shinhao doesn't know what Elena's abilities are, but it seems that she can control various types of energy, such as wind energy, potential energy, heat energy, etc.
Call. Shinhao raised his head and bit into Elena like lightning.
The sharp snake teeth had also transformed into stronger and sharper dragon teeth, which could easily tear steel.
Facing Shinhao's series of violent attacks, Elena chose to fight back.
With a step of her white and tender feet, her entire light body rose into the air, avoiding Shinhao's bite. At the same time, a slender fist struck like lightning. The shot hit a scale on Shinhao's cheek.
Boom!
This seemed to be a very light punch, but the power it unleashed was extremely terrifying. It made Shinhao's head tremble slightly, and part of the power penetrated his head, giving Shinhao a stinging sensation. Shinhao was not surprised but delighted, and could make him feel pain. Only such an opponent was worth fighting against. Shinhao's body swayed, and the five elements fist cooperated. The dragon's claws suddenly opened, and one of his extremely fast claws grabbed Elena. The tips of the dragon's claws covered with black scales were extremely sharp, and the 5 sharp claws were in contact with the air. With friction, tiny sparks would sputter out. Poof! The dragon's claw grabbed Elena and closed it suddenly, producing a series of sonic booms, but it only shattered the afterimage left by Elena.
Bang bang bang!
Elena's small body reached its limit, dragging a series of afterimages and attacking Shinhao's neck in 7 inches. Her white and tender fists and feet erupted with terrifying power, making Shinhao feel waves of stinging pain.
So strong. He has been attacked by Elena so many times and nothing happened?
Barton was extremely shocked.
Barton has also fought with Elena, and the number of battles is not low. As long as Elena is serious, 2 or 3 punches are enough to knock her down. Elena's ability is called Control of Power. This ability is just like the name.
It can control all forces, such as gravity, repulsion, potential energy, etc.
Elena can control all forces.
Her attacks are accompanied by potential energy, and every punch is terrifyingly heavy, even for someone like Barton. Creatures that have evolved to the low-level Lord level will vomit blood after just a few punches. But Shinhao had already been punched by Elena more than a dozen times, and except for a little pain, there was no injury at all.
Elena also frowned. She could only make Shinhao feel pain? Master of the Wind. Shinhao would not be beaten unilaterally.
His body surface was wrapped with cyan air current, and his speed suddenly surged. When Elena punched Shinhao's 7 inches again, Shinhao came first and struck first.
A dragon claw slapped out hard, hitting Elena. Bang 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 bang.
Immediately, Elena's petite body flew out like a cannonball, breaking the big trees along the way, and flew hundreds of meters away before stopping.
Elena got up from the ground, and dark blood overflowed from the corner of her mouth. As Chinhao expected, Elena was an undead. The appearance of the undead was the same as that of ordinary people, but their blood was dark black. This blow injured Elena, but it was only a slight injury. Elena's body surface was covered with a repulsive force field, which offset 90% of the damage suffered. Strange, there is an aura that makes my heart palpitate. Chinhao did not pursue him. He frowned, fatally aware of a very dangerous feeling, as if some creature posed a great threat to him. This palpitating feeling did not come from Elena. He felt it carefully, hoping to find the source of the danger. As expected of the evil dragon, it is recorded in the book that only the bravest warriors can defeat the evil dragon. But Elena did not give Chinhao time to explore the source of the danger. Before he could sense the source of the danger, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face full of fighting spirit. Ha! Evil dragon? Chinhao was stunned when he heard Elena's words. Only then did he realize that the evil dragon in Elena's mouth was referring to him, and of course the so-called brave man was her. Chinhao's face looked a little strange, thinking that there might be something wrong with Elena's brain. Elena has never left the evil beast forest since she became an undead. She has read a fairy tale book countless times. Elena felt that she was a brave man who slayed the dragon. She had high morale, her hair was flying, she controlled gravity, and soared into the air. She raised her hands high, and a terrifying gravity erupted. The rocks around the pool flew up, and the trees were uprooted. Standing up and dancing in the air, this scene is extremely astonishing. As an undead, Elena's each cell can store 10 times the evolutionary energy of an evolver of the same level. Hoo ho ho! Pressing down with both hands, rubbles and trees all over the sky rushed towards Chinhao crazily. Every object carried strong potential energy. Even a small stone had a force of tens of thousands of kilograms, and the steel it could hit would be dented. Controller of the wind. Chinhao spit out wind blades that filled the sky, forming a terrifying wind blade tornado, crushing the trees and rocks that hit him into powder. In the messy powder in the sky, Elena's eyes flashed with strange blood, and she rushed towards Chinhao again, and the two fought fiercely together. Chinhao had to admit that Elena was really a strong opponent, very difficult to deal with. She had control over power. Even if Chinhao's full attack hit her, it would be weakened by 90% and it would be difficult to do anything to her. Fatally wounded. Elena is naturally less able to hurt Chinhao. The two are evenly matched for the time being, but Chinhao knows that he will definitely win if he drags her down. In terms of the power of genetic energy, she has evolved into a half-dragon and has 4 abilities. Chinhao is far above Elena. Each of Chinhao's attacks can only cause minor injuries to Elena, but cumulatively over and over again, it will turn into serious injuries. She will definitely not be able to withstand it first. Elena didn't know this. She only felt that Chinhao's ability to fight back seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. She thought Chinhao had begun to fail. In fact, Chinhao was deliberately showing weakness and was preparing to wait until she was exhausted. He took her down with his tone. Elena, who had been living in the evil beast forest, was still too immature in terms of combat experience. However, before the two sides could decide the winner, a sudden change occurred, and a strong palpitation struck all the creatures in the evil beast forest. Not to mention Chinhao, even Elena and Barton who were watching the battle were aware of it. Chinhao and Elena unconsciously stopped fighting, their eyes wandered around, and finally they all fixed on the pool in the center. This comes from this pool? Elena and Barton were stunned. This pool is their home, and it is precisely because of this pool that Elena was able to evolve into the undead, and Barton was able to grow from an ordinary evil beast to such an extent. But now there is a dangerous atmosphere coming from this pool, as if there is some ancient ferocious beast entrenched in it. The bottom of the pool is cracked. Chinhao raised his upper body and looked into the pool, and he couldn't help being shocked. He saw that at the bottom of the crystal-clear pool, which was tens of meters deep, cracks were opening one after another. Countless amounts of black liquid surged out, turning a pool of clear hot springs into an inky black color. The black liquid steam drum rolled, and Chinhao's pupils suddenly shrank.
A huge black shadow suddenly rolled up into the water waves, extended from the bottom of the pool, and beat towards Elena crazily. Elena was startled, and quickly controlled the repulsion force to push her body to move dozens of meters later, and the huge black shadow suddenly slapped on the ground. Boom! It exploded like a nuclear bomb, shaking the earth and shaking the earth. A crack with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters opened in the earth, stretching 200 to 300 meters away, and everything along the way was torn apart. What is this stuff? Xin Hao was horrified. It turned out that the palpitation he felt before came from the bottom of the pool. He saw that extending from the pool was a huge black tentacle. The tentacles were covered with suction cups, which looked a bit like an octopus. The tentacles are still covered with triangular scales, which is very weird. The diameter of this tentacle is 10 meters thick. Based on this calculation, the length of this tentacle is probably more than 400 to 500 meters. Xin Hao took a breath of air. One tentacle was much larger than Xin Hao. You can imagine how huge and terrifying the tentacle is. I wanted to see if there were any treasures at the bottom of the pool before. Xin Hao broke into a cold sweat. Boom! In the pool, the second and third tentacles extended out. The entire pool could not accommodate it and was torn apart. Black liquid spread out. The grass on the shore withered immediately when it came into contact with the black liquid. Necrosis turned into black rancid mud. Thick tentacles clung to the edge of the pool, and the earth shook endlessly. All the evil beasts in the entire evil beast forest seemed to be frightened, and ran away like crazy. Some even escaped from the evil beast forest. What on earth is? White Lion King Barton swallowed. He found that his limbs were trembling. They had never discovered such a terrifying monster underneath this hot spring pool before. The giant creature in the pool seemed to be trying to get up from the bottom of the pool. It was so huge that even Xin Hao's size was far smaller than one of its tentacles. It was like a toy. An inexplicable power emitted, turning the flowers, plants, and trees on the shore into mud. When Xin Hao saw this scene, his heart moved and he thought of a terrifying creature. In later generations, a super monster once appeared in a certain area. This super monster was called the Black Swamp Lord, and everything it passed would turn into a black mire. At that time, the Black Swamp Lord appeared out of thin air and plundered all around. Along the way, both human cities and foreign lands were destroyed by it. Everything turned into a quagmire in front of it. It was incredibly powerful. This monster named the Black Swamp King seemed to have awakened from its ancient slumber in this era. It ravaged the earth for 7 days and 7 nights, causing hundreds of thousands and nearly 1 million casualties. A large number of evolvers went to eradicating it in vain. All weapons are like scratching an itch when faced with it. There are different opinions as to why the Black Swamp King was killed in the end. Some said that he offended a legendary creature from another world, so he was killed. Others said that he was killed because of the awakening of a strong man sleeping in the ancient ruins of the Earth world. Beheaded. No matter how the Black Swamp King was eliminated, one thing is certain: this is a super monster, so terrifying that even at this stage, even in a year or two, the Earth's strong locals will be able to kill it. Neither exists. Could it be that this evil beast forest is the sleeping place of the Black Swamp King? But the time when the Black Swamp King was wreaking havoc was almost 2 years after the end of the world. Xin Hao was horrified. The terrifying creature at the bottom of the pool should be the one who will be in the future. The Earth world has plundered the Black Marsh King for 7 days and 7 nights, and this small world is his sleeping place. Xin Hao probably woke it up because of the noise caused by his battle with the 3 kings of the evil beast forest. Get out of here quickly. Xin Hao knew clearly that he was no match for the Black Swamp King who had been sleeping for who knows how many years. It would not be any more difficult for him to crush him than to crush an ant. He had to leave first. How wonderful! Little evil witches, however, what makes people feel depressed is that black mist has risen from the ground around them. This black mist is very thin and circles the surroundings. The trees that touch the mist directly turn into black soil. Is it a barrier? Xin Hao secretly thought something was wrong. He condensed the genetic energy to form a hurricane and blew it towards the black mist ahead. What was surprising was that the black mist could not be blown away at all. Even when it came into contact with the mist, the wind was corrupted. Became clay. What should I do? Shinhao was also a little helpless. Who knew that such a small world and such a forest would hide such a terrifying monster underground? What kind of monster is this? Even Elena's beautiful eyes widened. Facing the Black Swamp King, even as an undead, she felt a fear she had never experienced before. In fact, Elena was able to evolve into an undead thanks to the Black Marsh King. It was sleeping under this pool, and its body was naturally in a state of cultivation and slumber. The spiritual energy around it gathered, and Elena stayed in this place for a long time. Only then will they evolve into the undead. Of course, the king of the Black Marsh who was awakened was not in a good mood. Boom! The king of Black Swamp has been sleeping for too long, which makes him want to move his body. Each tentacle dances like a dragon. With a casual hit, it has the terrifying power of breaking mountains and cracking rocks, causing the earth to collapse and making the space tremble. Call! In order not to attract the attention of the Black Marsh King, Shinhao hurriedly entered the ceiling state and shrunk to 2 meters in size. He looked around, looking for a way to escape. When the Black Marsh King completely recovered from his slumber, he was afraid that I can't leave. But it is surrounded by a barrier formed by black mist, and it will turn into mud if it hits it. Ha! Shinhao was suddenly stunned. He saw a faint black crack appearing tens of meters above the sky. It was a space crack. If there are space cracks in the Earth world leading to the small evil witch world, there must be space cracks in the small evil witch world leading to the Earth world. The space barrier between the two worlds is already unstable. But now that the Black Swamp King has awakened, his power is too strong. This unstable space barrier cannot bear it, so space cracks are opening. This allows Shinhao to see the opportunity to survive. When the space cracks open, when he gets big enough, he can escape from it. Boom! Finally, the upper half of the Black Marsh King crawled out of the black pool. Its upper body was like a small island, very similar to an octopus, but its head was covered with huge eyes. These eyes she was shaking, as if she was not used to the light outside because she had been sleeping for too long. Even so, an aura of terror permeated the air, making Shinhao, Elena, and White Lion King Barton feel heavy in their hearts, like a mouse being stared at by a cat. Quick, quick! Shinhao stared at the space crack in the sky, anxious in his heart, hoping that it would open wider soon. The space crack finally cracked open enough for an adult to pass through, but tentacles were dancing in the air, faintly covering the space around the crack. If you were to be touched by these tentacles at this time, you would probably end up with broken bones and tendons. He had to find a way to attract the attention of these tentacles. Shinhao suddenly saw the White Lion King Barton on the side. Barton was also desperately entering the ceiling state at this time, trying to reduce his size so as not to attract the attention of the Black Swamp King. No wonder I'm here. Shinhao's eyes flashed coldly and he dived towards Barton. What do you want to do? Barton had a bad premonition in his heart and shouted angrily, while activating his air power to block Shinhao's attack. Crackling! Shinhao's body exploded with terrifying purple lightning and struck Barton's body. Both were in a sealed state. Barton's whole body was twitching from the electricity, and his hair stood on end. Then Shinhao extended his tail and wrapped it around Barton's neck. The green whirlwind enveloped Barton. The tail exerted force and threw his 5-meter-long body towards the head of the Black Swamp King in the distance, who was still struggling to adapt to the light. No! Barton roared crazily, but couldn't stop his body from hitting the Black Marsh King. The Black Swamp King looks very much like a huge black octopus. The upper half of its body has crawled out from the bottom of the pool. Barton hits its head. The Black Swamp King is huge in size, but its reactions are extremely sensitive and subconscious. One of his tentacles reached out and wrapped around Barton. Roar! Barton's hair stood on end. It roared to liberate the seal and transformed into a 40-meter-long form, trying to break free from the shackles of the Black Marsh King. However, the Black Marsh King's tentacles slightly tightened, and Barton's squeezed bones let out a series of explosions.
Broken sound. Not only that, the blood was squeezed out and flew out.
The smell of blood made the Black Marsh King stunned. He slowly opened his scarlet eyes one by one, and then amidst Barton's shrill screams, he took it out.
Thrown into his bloody mouth.
Click, click, click. The 40-meter-long Barton was almost like a piece of chocolate in the mouth of the Black Marsh King. It chewed it with its big mouth, causing Barton's body to be torn apart.
Walk!
While the Black Swamp King was enjoying this wonderful food, Shinhao quickly drilled towards the space crack above the sky, and Elena also realized at this time that if she didn't leave, she would end up like Barton. Although she didn't know where the space crack in the sky led to, Elena did not dare to hesitate and quickly followed Shinhao and drilled into the space crack.
Throwing the White Lion King Barton out as bait, he finally successfully entered the space crack.
However, the eyes of the Black Swamp King were fully opened at this time, waking up from a half-asleep state. When it saw Shinhao and Elena getting into the space crack in the sky, it suddenly let out a roar. The King of Black Marsh has lived for who knows how many years, and no prey has ever been able to escape in front of it.
Call! A 10-meter diameter tentacle of the Black Swamp King drilled into the space crack.
Shinhao and Elena were in the space crack, but they saw an astonishing scene. The tentacle covered with black scales was forced to the 2-meter diameter space crack was torn to 10 meters in diameter, and it squeezed hard into the space crack, trying to trap Shinhao and Elena. The suction cups on the tentacle squirmed, like ferocious mouths sucking in air, creating a suction force and pulling towards Shinhao and Elena.
Hold head high. Shinhao drilled forward desperately.
Shinhao felt that his body passed through a thick barrier. This was the boundary wall, the barrier between the worlds. Shinhao is a native creature of the Earth world, so the laws of the Earth world will not exclude him.
He successfully got through the boundary wall.
But Elena is a native of the little evil witch world. She exudes the unique aura of a foreign race. Because of her strong strength, she is rejected by the laws of the Earth world. When she enters the boundary wall, it is like entering in the quagmire, a force was trying to repel her. Behind her was the huge tentacle of the Black Swamp King.
You can imagine the consequences of being caught.
Something happened that made Shinhao vomit blood. In a panic, Elena grabbed her hands and caught something thick and hard.
She hurriedly tightened her grip.
You wake up. What she grabbed in panic was Shinhao's tail.
Let go. Shinhao was furious.
The first half of his body had completely passed through the boundary wall, and he was about to successfully escape from the little evil witch realm, but Elena grabbed his tail and he was immediately stuck in the boundary wall.
No! Elena shook her head hurriedly.
She had seen Barton's fate.
As an undead, she was also afraid of death. Crack!
Shinhao released his thunder and lightning ability, trying to make Elena let go, but Elena was covered with a protective force field, which weakened the power of thunder and lightning a lot. In addition, Shinhao's ability strength dropped significantly in the sealed state.
Unexpectedly couldn't hurt Elena. Damn it! Shinhao cursed secretly.
He saw that the tentacles of the Black Swamp King were less than 3 meters away from the boundary wall.
There was no other way.
Shinhao's firepower exploded, and his thunder and lightning ability stimulated every cell in his body. After using them all, there was finally a puff, and Elena, who was stuck in the boundary wall, was forcibly pulled out of the boundary wall.
Bang!
At the same time, the huge tentacles of the Black Swamp King hit the boundary wall. Because it was too powerful, it was even more repulsed by the power of the Earth's laws.
Only black things appeared on the boundary wall. Thunder and lightning, the Black Swamp King of electricity shuddered, and his tentacles exploded. Even legendary creatures cannot forcefully descend to the earth at this stage.
The Black Swamp King is far from reaching this level, so it is naturally impossible for him to forcefully break through the boundary wall. However, before Shinhao and Eileen could breathe a sigh of relief, the black blood in the shattered tentacles of the Black Swamp King turned into mist, passed through the boundary wall, and became much thinner, but it also drenched Shinhao and Eileen.
Nah, all over. It's the curse ability.
Shinhao felt a sense of ominousness suddenly rise all over his body, and he had the urge to curse.
This is the curse ability from the Black Swamp King.
Even if it is weakened by the boundary wall, it is not anyone can bear it. Shinhao was so weak that he passed through the crack in space and fell towards the ground, falling into a cold snowfield from a height of hundreds of meters. Roar! At this time in the little evil witch world, the Black Swamp King pulled out his tentacles from the crack in space and let out a roar of pain. One of its tentacles broke. This was simply unimaginable damage to it, and it was caused by the earth. It is extremely difficult to heal those injured by the legal thunder and lightning formed by the power of the world's laws. The King of Black Marsh was so painful that his huge body was completely pulled out of the black mire. The pain made it go crazy, and it wanted to destroy everything around it. It squirmed in one direction, and everything along the way turned into black mud. The direction it headed towards was the evil witch city. Shinhao doesn't know what will happen to the little evil witch world, but he also understands that a ferocious beast like the Black Swamp King will definitely destroy everything in front of him. It is estimated that a very weak little world cannot withstand its torment. But that didn't matter to Shinhao. He fell into a snowfield, and his whole body felt like it was about to melt. The curse turned into the broken tentacles of the Black Swamp King touched him, but fortunately he was weakened by the boundary wall. 90% of the effect is achieved, otherwise Shinhao will instantly turn into mud. The ability possessed by the Black Marsh King is the Black Marsh Curse, which can turn everything into a swamp. Shinhao did not see Elena's figure. He didn't know whether she had been turned into mud by the power of the curse, or whether she had fallen somewhere else. Shinhao thought it was the latter. Elena survived as successfully as he did, and returned to the Earth world. But Shinhao had no time to care about Elena's whereabouts. He quickly unlocked the seal and transformed into a 60-meter-long half-dragon form, gathering the surrounding spiritual energy to dispel the curse. Fortunately, the boundary wall has weakened it by 90%. Although this curse is still terrifying, it is only a matter of time before it takes a week or two to resist it. Speaking of which, everything in this world is really wonderful. Shinhao feels that the reason why he has not heard of Elena's name in his previous life is most likely because she died at the hands of the awakened Black Marsh King, and the White Lion, but Wang Barton managed to escape. However, because of Shinhao, the Black Marsh King woke up early, and Elena survived. Instead, the White Lion King Barton, who was supposed to survive and come to the earth to become the king of beasts, died, and Shinhao was reborn. A lot of things have indeed changed since then. Shinhao felt that he should be located in the Lingnan area, because there is heavy snow all year round and it is a world of silver-white ice and snow. Shinhao lay on the ground, letting the snow cover him, and silently resisted the power of the curse. As time passed, 5 days later, Shinhao breathed a sigh of relief. The effect of the curse finally disappeared. It's really scary to think about it. The curse of the Black Swamp King was weakened by 90% by the boundary wall. It took Shinhao 5 days to resist it. These small worlds in different spaces should not be underestimated. If not, just hide. Sleeping ancient beasts like the Black Swamp King. Shinhao lay on the ground and fell asleep quietly, preparing to regain his energy. At this time, a hunt was taking place among the snow-capped mountains. In the ice and snow, a naked man laughed wildly. There is no way to escape. This quasi-lord level monster will be my prey, Hu Yanba. Whoops! Whoops! A giant white wolf was panting and running. Its body was covered in blood, and its snow-white fur was dyed red. There was a hint of exhaustion in its fierce eyes. There are helicopters in the sky, and behind them, there are nearly 1,000 evolvers wearing white uniforms chasing after them. These evolvers are all well-equipped and have excitement on their faces. Quasi-lord level monsters are very fierce monsters nowadays. Their powerful ordinary evolvers will end up being completely crushed. Not long ago, they discovered this giant white wolf in the ice field that was suspected to be a quasi-lord level mutant beast at the Black Snow Gathering area. All the elites came out. Under the leadership of Hu Yanba, the leader of the gathering area, they had been hunting down the giant white wolf for a day and a night. Got it. Although the quasi-lord level monster is strong, it cannot completely ignore some powerful thermal weapons. With the absolute advantage of numbers, this giant white wolf was beaten with blood by various firearms and fled desperately, but it did not knowing that a tracker has been put on his body. it is impossible to get rid of the pursuers.
Boom! The giant white wolf suddenly felt something tripped under its feet.
It was already injured and exhausted and rolled on the ground in a panic. The giant white wolf barely managed to stand up, and subconsciously looked back to see what had tripped it up behind it.
And then it was shocked.
A huge head with a diameter of more than 2 meters slowly emerged from the snow. A pair of pale golden eyes filled with supreme pressure were staring at it coldly.
The body of the giant white wolf was trembling a little.
That was the look in the eyes of a superior predator when he saw his prey.
I just woke up and food was delivered to my door?
It's a mutant beast that has almost evolved to a quasi-lord level.
Xin Hao licked his lips and felt that he was getting lucky.
He could have a full meal and enjoy high-quality food just after waking up.
Food. Ha, chase it quickly, it can't escape.
Whoever behaves well, I will let him play with that woman for a few days. She was a famous star before the end of the world, very exciting. In the ice and snow, a topless man, a tall and strong man, sat on a snowmobile and laughed wildly.
This is the life he wants.
This tall and strong man was named Hu Yanba, and he was a lawless element before the end of the world. After the end of the world, he relied on his ruthlessness and luck to find a weapons arsenal, and began his prosperous life.
The saying that times create heroes is indeed true.
In just a few months, Hu Yanba occupied a small city and established a black snow-gathering place. He had more than 10,000 evolved people under his command, and he also had many sophisticated weapons to fight against.
Keep fighting, strengthen yourself, and become a feared overlord. As long as we kill a quasi-lord level monster, our black snow gathering will definitely become famous in the Lingnan region, and there will be countless evolvers begging to join.
Hu Yanba secretly calculated in his heart, with a smile on his lips. He Hu Yanba is not a hero, but a tyrant.
Quick, it's right in front.
A group of evolvers were flying across the snow. They used the trackers on the giant snow-white wolves to quickly catch up. When they climbed over a small snow hill and looked hundreds of meters away, they were stunned.
In the snow below, not only was there a giant white wolf, but what was even more frightening was that a giant black beast appeared at some point. Snake or dragon?
A man was a little dumbfounded. Xin Hao's appearance was so similar to the legendary dragon, except that he hadn't grown any horns yet.
Ouch!
The giant white wolf let out a low, threatening roar, tensed its limbs, and stared at Xin Hao.
Still want to resist?
The corners of Xin Hao's mouth raised.
Not to mention that this giant white wolf was seriously injured. Even in its heyday it was impossible for him to be his opponent. Is there an extra monster?
Hu Yanba, who was sitting on a snowmobile, was also shocked when he saw Xin Hao in the distance.
Come and kill one, come and kill both.
Everyone obeys the order, don't attack for the time being, and surround them for me. Hu Yanba immediately became proud. Xin Hao's appearance was very terrifying, and it seemed that he had a head no less than white.
A giant wolf monster, but he didn't have much fear in his heart and gave the order through the walkie-talkie. One more monster?
Then kill them together.
The smooth sailing during this period has made Hu Yanba feel confident. Each evolver has high morale and quietly begins to organize an encirclement of quasi-lord level mutant beasts.
With the advantage of numbers and weapons, it is not that difficult to deal with. The giant white wolf had no time to care about the surrounding situation at this time, because it felt that Xin Hao was about to take action.
Whoops! Xin Hao moved, and a huge black dragon's tail swung away the snow.
With a slight sway of its 60-meter-long body, the dragon's tail brought up a series of phantoms and whipped away at the giant white wolf fiercely.
Fast, so fast that even if the giant white wolf is fully focused, it has no ability to dodge. Bang!
The huge tail whipped the side of the white giant wolf's head with terrifying force. The dull sound of the blow was accompanied by the sound of broken bones.
The white giant wolf rolled and fell to the ground, with its head shattered and killed in one blow. What?
All the evolvers who saw this scene were shocked.
This giant white wolf was a quasi-lord level mutant beast.
It weighed hundreds of guns before, but it had been on the run for a day and a night. Such a powerful monster was here. The giant black beast that looked similar to a dragon was beaten to the point where its head exploded when it came into contact with him. This made many people stop in their tracks. "What are you doing standing still? That giant white wolf was beaten half to death by us before. He was at the end of his strength and was killed so easily. Whoever dares to retreat will let him experience the punishment at the black snow gathering area." Hu Yanba looked at it. He was a little surprised by this scene, and then said angrily. Hu Yanba's voice was transmitted to the ears of every evolver through the intercom, making everyone tremble. Hu Yanba was able to become the leader of the black snow gathering place and control tens of thousands of evolvers, not only by his own ability, but also by relying on cruel and ruthless. Hu Yanba once skinned a deserter evolver in public and buried him in the ice and snow. With the evolver's vitality, the deserter evolver mourned for 3 days and 3 nights before he died. From then on, no one in Yanbo's gathering place dared to offend or disobey his orders. Naturally, Xinhao had already noticed that a large group of evolvers had gathered around him, but Xinhao didn't care. To him now, these evolvers were like ants and could be easily wiped out. Xinhao calmly swallowed the corpse of a more than 10-meter-long white giant wolf into his belly. The evolvers who saw this scene all had their mouths twitching. Some could not understand how Xinhao could swallow such a large amount of food in one gulp, but not himself. Nothing has changed at all. These people, are they from the black snow gathering area? After devouring the body of the giant white wolf, Xinhao looked around and was a little surprised when he saw the uniforms worn by these evolved people. The black snow gathering ground is a notorious gathering place in the Lingnan region, not because of their strength. In fact, in the huge Lingnan region, there are many more powerful forces than the black snow gathering ground. What made the black snow gathering place famous was the leader of the black snow gathering place, Hu Yanba. He was a real lunatic. In the eyes of many people in the Lingnan area, Hu Yanba was a demonic existence. Hu Yanba's methods were cruel. In order to prevent his subordinates from disobeying his orders, Hu Yanba imposed some cruel and inhuman punishments, such as quartering the body with 5 horses, skinning and burying him alive. Hu Yanba himself even ate human flesh alive. As the leader of the black snow gathering area, Hu Yanba had done all sorts of evil deeds. His evil reputation even spread to the Lingnan area because of this, and Xinhao also learned about Hu Yanba and the gathering place named after him. As far as Xinhao knows, Hu Yanba was very lucky. He developed smoothly and was rampant for a long time. He was destroyed by the raging Black Marsh King 2 or 3 years after the end of the world. Unexpectedly, in this life, they encountered the black snow gathering place so quickly, but they didn't know whether their leader Hu Yanba was there or not. Is this the legendary dragon? Or can you get the dragon beads by killing him? Hu Yanba thought secretly. Inform the leader, they are already in position. These evolvers have occupied the surrounding key points, faintly surrounding Xinhao. Helicopters are flying in the sky, and nearly 20 tanks are belatedly arriving in the distance. For hunting that quasi-lord, the black snow gathering place completely mobilized all its combat power. Very good, attack me, don't be stingy with armor-piercing bullets, use all powerful weapons for me. Licking his lips, Hu Yanba's eyes flashed fiercely, and he loudly gave the order to attack. Suddenly, all the evolvers who had been preparing for a long time pulled the trigger on Xinhao without any hesitation. Bang 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 bang. Rifles, heavy machine guns and other powerful thermal weapons were spitting flames, and bullets seemed to form a metal storm and struck Xinhao. It's really asking for death. These evolvers felt a hint of ridicule in their hearts, thinking that this monster that looked like a dragon might not be very intelligent, and they might not be able to kill it if it ran away directly. However, Xinhao stood still and allowed them to surround him and arrange their formation. This is courting death. The bullets all around were like a violent storm, attacking Xinhao's body. The white giant wolf was beaten until it was covered in blood and fled desperately. Dang, dang, dang. Bullets hit Xinhao's scales one after another, setting off a series of sparks, but they couldn't even leave the slightest mark on Xinhao's scales. Xinhao can withstand the attack of a monster of the level of White Lion King Barton without any damage. These bullets can't even scratch his itch. These fire sticks were okay against some would-be lords, but they were like a child's water gun when used against Qinhao, not even half lethal. What? Hu Yanbo was a little surprised when he saw this scene from a distance. In the rain of bullets, sparks were shining all over Qinhao's body, but there were no scars on his dark scales. The bullet bounced off Qinhao's body when it hit him. In less than 10 seconds, the ground near Qinhao was covered with a layer of smoking bullets. Sniper ready. On a snow hill, a sniper was lying on it. The sniper rifle had been pointed at Qinhao for a long time. At this time, the sniper's face was full of excitement. This black giant beast was very scary. If he could give it a fatal blow, I will definitely be rewarded by the leader. Boom! The sniper aimed at Qinhao's left eye and pulled the trigger. Suddenly, an armor-piercing bullet thicker than a thumb came out with strong kinetic energy. The bullet rotated rapidly, and the warhead smashed the falling snowflakes along the way, dragging a trail of blue smoke and bombarding Qinhao's left eye. Come! No matter how strong the defense of any monster is, the unprotected part of the eyes is extremely fragile. A faint smile appeared on the corner of the sniper's mouth, but something happened that made his smile freeze. Qinhao in the distance did not dodge, but just closed his eyes. The armor-piercing bullet hit Qinhao's eyelids, making a loud sound. There was a crisp impact sound, and then it was bounced away far away. What kind of monster is this? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, fatally aware that this black giant beast was much more powerful than the white giant wolf they had hunted before. Have you finished the fight? It's my turn. Qinhao opened his pale golden eyes, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. These people who dared to attack him have been sentenced to death. Call. Qinhao's figure flashed, and his 60-meter-long body flashed away like a black lightning. Be careful, he's coming. These evolvers were horrified, and they all pulled out the melee weapons from their waists. For most evolvers, the combat effectiveness of using cold weapons is much higher than holding hot weapons. However, facing Qinhao, these evolvers were not even qualified to wield a sword. Qinhao's huge tail swept out, and his 60-meter-long body made his attack range extremely large. Puff puff! Facing the sweeping dragon tail, these evolvers had no room to dodge. Each evolver was swept by the dragon's tail and exploded like a watermelon. The huge force tore their bodies apart. The body turned into blood mist. Qinhao's power is that he can kill even quasi-lord level monsters with one blow, let alone human evolvers with fragile bodies. Wherever his tail swept, no one was left out, they were all beaten to pieces, literally. Meaning, the entire flesh and blood body exploded into blood mist. Qinhao's tail swept across, and all the 20 or 30 evolvers within the range were shattered into pieces. Blood and snowflakes spread all over the silver-white ground, as if they were blooming with bright, beautiful flowers. Strange flower. What? Qinhao's first attack made all the evolvers who witnessed this scene take a breath and feel a chill lingering on their backs. The smile on Hu Yanbo's face also froze, and he vaguely realized that he might have provoked some terrible monster, but now that he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off, he had no choice but to give it a try regardless of the loss. Attack! Attack me! Hu Yanbo, who was hiding behind, roared crazily. He, Hu Yanbo, had become so prosperous in just a few months since the end of the world. He believed that he could successfully overcome the difficulties and reach a higher level as usual. Bang bang bang! Each of the evolvers gritted their teeth and poured firepower at Qinhao, but it was of no use. A swarm of ants. Qinhao is not a murderous person and will not attack creatures that are not a threat to him for no reason, but if these humans shoot at him, they are seeking death. He will crush it without mercy. Call. Qinhao took a deep breath, and the genetic energy in his body gathered. The snow in the snow melted faintly, and an extreme high temperature gathered. The next moment, Qinhao spit out a monstrous blood-red flame. Boom boom boom! Qinhao's head swung, and the blood-red flames were like a blood-red barrier, sweeping forward in a fan shape. The snow on the ground was melted into snow water, and as soon as an evolver touched the flames, he suddenly let out a shrill scream. Ah! An evolver screamed crazily. In less than a breath, his body quickly withered, as if his blood had been drained, and turned into ashes.
No, no. An evolver with water attribute ability was ignited by a trace of blood-red flame. He desperately gathered genetic energy to form a huge water ball to wrap himself. He wanted to extinguish the flame, but what made him desperate was how to extinguish the flame. It couldn't be extinguished. Instead, it sucked the blood from his body and burned more and more vigorously. This evolver with water attributes turned into a puddle of ashes while wailing. Shinhao's flame ability mutated after digesting the blood-colored crystal core from the great demon Armin, and turned into blood flames, which can burn the target's blood as fuel. If it is contaminated, it will be difficult to extinguish. Shinhao breathed out flames, covering an area of hundreds of meters in radius, sweeping across, melting ice and snow. All the evolvers along the way let out short screams and then turned into ashes. This attack killed everyone. 100 evolvers. In front of Shinhao, the number of people is completely meaningless, just like leeks, cut into large pieces. Damn monster, let him taste the power of the Vulcan bullet. At an altitude of 500 to 600 meters, a helicopter was suspended. The pilot's eyes turned red when he saw the scene of being lowered. He controlled the helicopter and pointed the gun barrel on the helicopter at Shinhao. Call. The next moment, a huge missile 1.5 meters long was driven by strong kinetic energy, dragging a series of tail flames, tearing the air, and bombarding Shinhao. No! However, something horrified him happened. The Vulcan bomb flew less than 20 meters away. Shinhao looked up. The next moment, he spit out a purple thunder and lightning, which instantly spanned a distance of hundreds of meters. It accurately hit this Vulcan bullet that took less than 2 breaths to leave the barrel. Boom! The purple electric arc hit the Vulcan bomb, and suddenly the Vulcan bomb exploded and turned into flames that soared into the sky. The helicopter exploded, causing a bright firework to bloom in the sky. Bang 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 bang! A fighter jet swooped in. The large-caliber machine gun on it was spitting out flames. Armor-piercing bullets were fired one after another, easily penetrating into the ground several meters deep. The scales that could hit Shinhao were also shot out without exception. Bounced open. Shinhao looked at the fighter jet that was 100 meters high. He slapped his snake tail on the ground, rose into the sky, bit the fuselage of the fighter jet, and fell back to the ground. Don't want. In the cockpit of the fighter jet, the evolver was about to lose his mind. He hurriedly pressed the escape button, trying to pop out of the cabin and use a parachute to escape. However, the entire fighter jet was bitten by Shinhao, making it impossible to escape. Boom! Shinhao bit hard, and the entire fighter jet exploded under pressure. The firelight illuminated Shinhao's pale golden eyes, which were cold and ruthless. Shinhao doesn't care whether these people are good or evil. As long as they attack him, everyone is an enemy no matter who they are. If they are enemies, they should be killed. Boom! Suddenly, a cannonball hit Shinhao's head and exploded, producing a terrifying explosive force that could tear flesh and blood into pieces. However, Shinhao's head was not damaged at all in the face of the bombardment. Shinhao saw 20 armored tanks arriving in the distance. This was the strongest force in the Black Snow gathering place. Hu Yanba discovered an arsenal and made his fortune. Kill it, kill it. Whoever kills it will be the deputy leader of the Black Snow gathering area from now on. Hu Yanba yelled crazily. Court death. Shinhao's eyes flashed coldly as he watched the tanks leaving traces on the snow and surrounding him. Boom! Shinhao's tail whipped out. As everyone watched in stunned silence, the 2 tanks were hit. They rolled over like toys and flew hundreds of meters upside down. The whole tank was torn apart. Bang bang bang! Shinhao turned into black lightning, which was so fast that it simply exceeded the limit that the naked eye could capture. Those tanks couldn't even aim, so they were beaten to pieces by Shinhao one after another. The remaining dozen tanks were beaten to pieces in less than half a day. Minutes are destroyed. The fire from the tank's explosion was bright and dazzling, but everyone's heart sank to their bones. The black dragon-like beast in front of me is really as powerful as the mythical dragon. Shinhao faced the evolvers holding weapons in front of him.
The majestic genetic energy in his body suddenly exploded, and he used the ice ability that reached the level of a controller. Click, click, click. With Qinghao as the center, a circle of cold air spread in all directions. Wherever the cold air passed, the snow-covered ground was frozen into ice crystals. Quick, run! The evolvers in these black snow-gathering places retreated and ran away in fear, completely collapsed after being killed, and no longer cared about whether they would be punished by Hu Yanba for this. They just wanted to escape from this place, this nightmare place. Click, click, click. However, the ice mist spread rapidly, and the evolvers who came into contact were frozen into ice crystal statues without any accident. With Qinghao as the center, a radius of 1 kilometer was completely transformed into a world of ice crystals. The 400 to 500 evolvers within this range have all turned into ice sculptures, with frightened expressions still on their faces, lifelike and full of weird artistic sense. The genetic energy in Qinhao's body is extremely huge, and the range of his full-strength ability is simply astonishing. Go quickly! On a snow hill, Hu Yanba was completely frightened. In front of Qinghao, his ambition was completely destroyed. He roared, asking the driver to escape quickly. The driver of the snowmobile off-road vehicle was also terrified. When he received the order, he quickly pushed the accelerator to the limit, and the entire off-road vehicle fled towards the opposite direction from Qinghao as quickly as possible. Nearly half of the thousands of evolvers have been slaughtered by Qinghao. Those who were far away were spared, and each of them collapsed and fled in all directions. Qinghao raised his head and looked at the off-road vehicle in the distance, with a fierce light in his eyes. It didn't matter if a few of these guys escaped, but Hu Yanba, as the person who ordered the attack, would never let him go. Hu Yanba on the off-road vehicle had given orders loudly before, which already made Qinghao aware of his location. Qinhao's figure flashed and rushed towards the off-road vehicle that Hu Yanba was riding on. When he was close to 100 meters away, Qinghao opened his mouth and spit out a blood-red compressed fireball. This compressed fireball was only the size of a basketball. It spanned a distance of hundreds of meters and bombarded the off-road vehicle. No! Hu Yanba instinctively sensed the danger. He kicked open the door of the off-road vehicle and jumped out of the off-road vehicle. His body rolled awkwardly on the ground for many times before he stopped, breaking the bridge of his nose. All broken. Boom! The off-road vehicle was hit by the high-compression fireball spitted out by Qinghao and turned into a sky-high flame. The driver was naturally shattered to pieces. Hu Yanba breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little lucky in his heart. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise he would have been shattered to pieces by now. However, before Hu Yanba could take a breath, he felt a huge black shadow enveloped him. Hu Yanba's body was a little stiff and he slowly looked up, feeling suffocated in his heart. Qinghao lowered his head and looked down at Hu Yanba. He exuded an extremely ferocious aura, which made Hu Yanba's muscles stiffen. The pressure from the life level caused every cell in Hu Yanba to transmit a thing called fear. Why should I provoke him? Hu Yanba was about to cry without tears. Who knew that this black giant beast would be so powerful? Compared with Qinghao, the quasi-lord level direwolf they were chasing before was it's not a dimensional existence at all. Spare me, I am the leader of Black Snow Gathering Area. Hu Yanba begged for mercy again and again. He originally thought he was very brave. He could still talk and laugh with a gun pointed at his head, but now in front of Qinghao, he lost all courage and desperately begged for mercy. Qinghao tilted his head and looked at Hu Yanba, with a hint of teasing flashing in his eyes. He had heard of Hu Yanba's name before. He was cruel, ruthless, and luckily lucky. If it hadn't been for the unlucky Black Marsh Lord who passed by later. After being crushed by him, he might have been able to live happily ever after, but this time he bumped into Qinhao's hand. Seeing that Qinhao did not take action immediately, Hu Yanba felt hope rising in his heart. He found that Qinhao seemed to understand his language. Hu Yanba seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and said quickly, I am willing to be loyal to you. I have nearly 10,000 evolved beings under my command. If you want to eat them, I promise to bring them to you. I am willing to serve you forever and will never betray you.
Xin Hao was a little surprised. This Hu Yanbo was no different from the one in the rumors. He was selfish to the extreme, cold-blooded, and ruthless. In order to survive, he even offered to eat his subordinates who were loyal to him. This kind of person is different from a real monster. There is no difference. Xin Hao found that he looked noble and kind compared with him. Seeing this scene, Hu Yanbo felt a glimmer of hope and even joy in his heart. If I am loyal to this monster and provide him with food, I can also use his power to conquer other nearby gathering places and make this Lingnan king of the region. Hu Yanbo also made a calculation in his mind, feeling that if he was loyal to this mysterious and powerful monster, the advantages might outweigh the disadvantages. However, the next moment Xin Hao opened his mouth, a wisp of blood-red flame fell on Hu Yanbo's head. Asking for recommendation votes on Monday. _intersection. The hot blood flames immediately made Hu Yanbo scream in agony. He rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the blood flames on his body, and buried his head in the snow, but it was no use. The blood flame burned Hu Yanbo's blood, burning more and more, causing Hu Yanbo to gradually turn into a mummy, and began to be burned into ashes. Are you loyal to me? You are not worthy. Xin Hao looked at Hu Yanbo, who was burned to ashes, and shook his head. This Hu Yanbo was also considered to be the #1 figure in the Lingnan region in later generations, with a vicious reputation far and wide. But facing Xin Hao, he was just an ant that could be crushed to death at will. His allegiance to Xin Hao was not valued. Of course, this kind of person will probably not be willing to be inferior to others, and will have strange thoughts. Xin Hao wants his men to be able to subdue thousands of mutant beasts with his current strength, but Xin Hao has no intention of becoming an Earth Lord. His ambition is to transform into a real dragon and step into the legendary realm. All legends are ants, and the current Xin Hao is just one of thousands of ants, but even an ant has the determination to become a legendary creature. Ha! What is this? Xin Hao was suddenly startled. He found that there was a little blue light shining in Hu Yanbo's burned corpse. Call! Xin Hao blew away Hu Yanbo's ashes and saw that it was a piece of blue jade. Xin Hao grabbed it with his dragon claws, put it in the palm of his hand and examined it carefully. Xin Hao found that it was a round jade, and he didn't know what it was made of, but it was carved with complicated patterns. Forming a raging wave, and an ancient city faintly appeared in the raging wave. What is this? Xin Hao frowned. The round jade stone exuded a soft light and faintly revealed a cold meaning, as if people were immersed in the sea, which was very extraordinary. Perhaps because of this, Hu Yanbo carried this piece of jade with him. All the items in Hu Yanbo's body were burned to ashes, but this piece of jade was well preserved. It can be seen that it is not an ordinary piece. Wait a minute, this thing looks a bit like an item produced by ancient ruins. The sea, the city, could it be an item from the ruins of Atlantis? Xin Hao's heart suddenly moved. Atlantis is a glorious civilization in ancient times. It is said that the people of this tribe are the people of Poseidon. They are naturally gifted with the ability to breathe underwater. Atlantis has multiplied technology to its peak and can develop all kinds of super weapons. It is simply a race favored by God. But in the end, Atlantis was also annihilated in the disaster at the end of the era, leaving only endless legends and some hidden ruins. The sea and the cities in the sea naturally made Xin Hao easily think of this legendary race. In Atlantis, it is said that this clan is a people favored by the sea god. They fought with ferocious beasts in the sea, and even killed the dragon clan, who are also the overlords of the sea. So is it unexpected that there may be something in the ruins of Atlantis? Are there dragon balls? Xin Hao licked his lips, his eyes filled with heat. Dragon Ball, this thing is a treasure that can be reborn for ordinary people, but it has extraordinary significance for Xin Hao. With the help of Dragon Ball, Xin Hao can evolve himself and evolve towards a real dragon. He finally found a Dragon Ball in the tomb, but it was snatched away by a big demon. Xin Hao took it back, but something unexpected happened, causing half of the power in the Dragon Ball to be sucked away by the girl in the coffin. As a result, Xin Hao didn't even evolve into a dragon, and was only half a dragon. Although Xin Hao's strength doubled as a result, he was able to defeat monsters such as the White Lion King Barton, who would dominate one side in later generations,
but later he encountered an ancient ferocious beast like the Mire King. The strength between the two could be said to be comparable to heaven and earth. Xinhao is now at the forefront of evolution in this era, but he knows that terrifying creatures from various worlds in the future will gradually descend on the earth as time goes by. There are existences like the Dragon Witch Lord, and even more powerful creatures than the Dragon Witch Lord. More powerful legendary creatures. Every legendary creature has lived for a long time, and many of them have lived for 1 or 2 epochs, and have initially mastered or even resisted the power of the law. There is a way to leave the world when it is shattered. It is so powerful that it is unbelievable. Xinhao is naturally under a lot of pressure and desires to become stronger. If he can get another Dragon Ball, not to mention directly evolving into a real dragon, even evolving into a dragon can double his strength again. According to legend, Atlantis, also the overlord of the sea, had a conflict with the Dragon Clan. As long as you can go to the ruins of Atlantis, you will have the possibility of obtaining the Dragon Balls. How to use this thing? This blue jade obtained from Hanbo is very likely to be related to Atlantis, but what makes Xinhao confused is what this thing is, and how to use it is not clear at all. Hu Yanba himself probably doesn't know its use, and he only carries it with him because he thinks it is a treasure. By the way, the sea, Atlantis is related to the sea. Do you have to go to the sea to see its secrets? Xinhao suddenly had an idea in his mind. I'm so witty. Xinhao also admired his wit very much. Thinking of this, Xinhao did not hesitate and headed west, go and have a look at the area near the ocean in Lingnan area. He didn't come after him? Seeing Xinhao heading in the opposite direction, the fleeing evolvers in the distance breathed a sigh of relief. Many of them were filled with the joy of surviving the disaster, and many more when people looked at the slaughtered battlefield, they all collapsed and cried. Xinhao naturally didn't know this, so he headed west. 3 days later, a small black snake appeared at the beach. It was Xinhao. He rushed all the way from the Lingnan area to the beach. There was a trace of anxiety in his eyes. I hope my trip will not be in vain. Thinking of this, Xinhao jumped into the sea and took out the blue jade. When the jade is soaked in the seawater, it seems to have some kind of connection with the sea, and suddenly blooms with a sea blue light. Ha ha! It's just as I expected. Xinhao was ecstatic and carefully observed the sea blue jade. Xinhao discovered that the light on the sea blue jade converged into a triangular arrow, pointing into the sea. Could it be that the direction pointed by this aquamarine jade is where the ruins of Atlantis are? No matter what, I have to go and have a look. Upon seeing this, Xinhao thought for a moment and swam in the direction pointed by the arrow. The sea was a treacherous and unpredictable place in peaceful times, let alone now that the worlds have merged. This trip is bound to not be easy. In the sea, Xinhao swam in the direction pointed by the sea blue jade. The area of the Earth's sea is much larger than that of the Earth, not to mention that after the fusion of all realms, the area of the Earth's world has become 100 times larger. Xinhao knows that even with the guidance of the sea blue jade, he wants to find Asia in the sea. The ruins of Atlantis are also incredibly difficult. In the seawater, a group of mutated fish were swimming rapidly in the seawater. Each of these mutated fish was the size of a wash basin. At this moment, these mutated fish seemed to have sensed something, and they all moved in all directions in fear. Spread. A huge black beast swam over, opened its bloody mouth, and sucked hard, and mutant fish and seawater poured into his mouth. Belch, Xinhao swallowed dozens of mutated fish the size of a basin, then came to the surface from the seawater. He burped and swallowed the seawater he drank. This sea is too big. Xinhao was a little helpless. This was already his 5th day at sea. The aquamarine jade could only point out the direction, but it did not show how far away from the target it was, so Xinhao could only move forward. The scenery of the sea is beautiful, but it will make people feel disgusted if they see it too much. This kind of monotonous seawater is far less beautiful than on land. Alas, we can only move on. Xinhao shook his head. Moving forward on the sea really tests one's patience. The sea is so big that it is not unusual to swim for a month to reach the destination. Xinhao sighed. There was nothing he could do except keep moving forward. Boom! When the time came to night, the sky became dark and thunderous. Shinhao knew that it was going to rain, and judging from the momentum, the rain would not stop. Sure enough, Shinhao saw large raindrops falling from the sky and getting bigger and bigger, turning into a downpour. There were also strong winds and roaring waves on the sea. Find a place to rest. Shinhao's swimming in this chaotic and angry wave also consumed much more energy than usual. He had been swimming for 2 days and 2 nights in a row and decided to find a place to rest.
Ha! What is this?
Shinhao suddenly saw a large, shabby ship traveling in the violent storm in the distance. This ship is very strange, 100 meters long.
It is too dilapidated, and it has a strange aura. However, it is still running smoothly in this violent storm, a bit like the legendary ghost ship. This is really a ghost ship. Shinhaoyan looked carefully, and he saw that the group of creatures pushing the mast and pulling the sail were not human beings at all, but humanoid creatures with scales of various colors. They seemed to be the evil demons from the abyss world. Shinhao muttered. The evil demons are also a kind of demon, but they are relatively low level. He saw many heads hanging on the boat. This ghost, it should be a demon ship, seems to be sailing on this sea area, hunting prey. It's better to take a ride. Shinhao thought for a moment, and he found that the devil ship was in the same direction as where he was going, so Shinhao thought of taking a ride. This raging wave could just save some energy. Shinhao slowly approached the demon ship, and then jumped on it. He was only 1 meter in length, and no lemur people on the ship noticed him. Shinhao quietly found a corner and lay down, feeling happy that he was hitching a ride. The feeling is just great. Quack! The lemurs on the boat were all busy. Some were scooping out the accumulated water on the deck with wooden buckets, while others were holding the sail tightly to prevent it from being blown away. Shinhao also found it funny. Of course, this group of lemurs may seem funny, but the heads hanging on the boat illustrate their ferocious nature. There seems to be a great guy in this cabin. Shinhao raised his head and looked into the cabin. Through his thermal vision, Shinhao saw a red light outlining a burly figure in the cabin. The other person was extremely burly. The heat radiating from the burly body is even more dazzling. This heat is no less than the Armin I saw before. Could it be a big demon? Shinhao was secretly surprised. Judging from the heat emitted by the creature in the cabin, Shinhao felt that this should be a powerful demon. A greater devil worse than Armin. Forget it, wait until the rain stops and I get off the boat before we take action. Shinhao hesitated for a moment, his eyes flashed, and he did not choose to take action immediately. The great demon of the abyss world, this is at least a powerful creature above the quasi-lord level. Armin was extremely difficult to deal with at the beginning, and Shinhao also spent a lot of effort to kill him with the power of the dragon beads. Shinhao is much stronger now than when he fought with Armin. He feels that it will not be a problem for him to deal with the big demon in the cabin, but now it is estimated that the ship will not be saved, and Shinhao is ready to take a ride. So Shinhao decided to kill the big demon when he got off the boat. The evolutionary energy in its body must be rich in energy. Shinhao would not let go of good things that could make him stronger. Shinhao lay down in the corner and rested quietly. In the middle of the night, heavy rain poured down, but the demon ship continued to sail. Shinhao saw a lemur taking some bloody food and entering the room. After feeding the creature that looked like a big demon, Shinhao yawned and wanted to take a nap. At this moment, Shinhao suddenly looked down. In his thermal vision, there was a huge mass of incomparable heat approaching the demon ship rapidly. A sea beast attacked this ship? Shinhao thought, and he was quite surprised, because through his thermal vision, he saw that the sea beast approaching at high speed under the sea was too huge. In terms of size alone, he was afraid that it would not be as big as how much younger he is. Bang! Sure enough, the next moment the huge sea beast slammed into the chassis of the demon ship, and the entire demon ship suddenly trembled violently. All the lemurs on board were embarrassed by the sudden impact. Some of them rolled directly on the deck. Quack! Suddenly, each of the lemurs waved their arms in fear, grabbed the wooden poles on the boat to stabilize their bodies, and kept screaming. Bang bang bang! The huge creatures kept hitting the demon ship, causing it to tremble endlessly. Each of the lemurs couldn't even stand firm. If the ship wasn't big enough and heavy enough, it would have been overturned directly. Roar! At this moment, an earth-shaking roar sounded, and Shinhao saw a burly figure 2.5 meters tall emerging from the cabin. This burly creature is covered with fine dark green scales. It is similar to other lemurs, but it is too strong. The muscles on its body are knotted and full of explosive power. Behind it grows a pair of demons unique to the demon clan. Huge bat wings. Is it a big lemur at the level of a big demon? Shinhao was not surprised when he saw this creature. As soon as he got on the boat, he noticed that there was a big demon on the demon ship that was comparable to the Lord level. It was obviously the one in front of him. Lemurs are a relatively low-level race among demons, and there are even fewer lemurs who have reached the level of great demons. Ho ho ho! As soon as the big lemur appeared, all the lemurs roared with excitement. They followed the big lemur from the demon sea in the abyss to this ocean, looting and hunting many people along the way. Of humans and sea beasts, and every time the lemur appears, any enemy must be torn to pieces. Roar! The big lemur stepped on the swaying deck with the soles of its feet, roaring like thunder from its throat, as if it was provoking and inviting a fight to the creatures in the sea that were attacking the demon ship. As the roar of the big lemur stopped, the giant creature that attacked the demon ship also stopped attacking, but it did not give in, but accepted the invitation of the big lemur. Wow! Shinhao saw that in the water on the side of the ship, the waves parted, and a huge creature slowly poked its head out. It was a snake head with a diameter of 2 meters. Its scales were white, like diamonds. Crystal clear, full of a noble temperament, and a pair of eyes are light blue. This giant white snake raised its upper body and looked down at the big demon on the boat. Its body reached a diameter of 2 meters. Although the lower half of its body was hidden in the seawater, judging from the diameter of its body length was no shorter than Shinhao. This it is also a giant Lord level monster, and it is not an ordinary low-level lord. When Shinhao saw this giant white snake, he was a little stunned, even in a daze. This giant white snake looked very familiar. In order to quickly evolve before the end of the world, Shinhao once entered a different space to look for the spirit-gathering grass. In the different space, he encountered a big white snake with a brain problem, and called him brother. Isn't it the one in front of him? Isn't this, what a coincidence? Shinhao was also stunned. In that different space, Shinhao left. It had been several months. Logically speaking, the possibility of seeing the white giant snake again was extremely slim. He came to the sea to look for the ruins of Atlantis, but met it again in this vast sea. This is simply less likely than winning the lottery. It's not the same snake, right? Shinhao also felt that this was too much of a coincidence, but when he looked carefully, except that the white giant snake was slightly larger than the original one, it was almost identical in other aspects, like a diamond. The white scales are so unique. Shinhao smiled bitterly. He was 90% sure that this giant white snake was the big white snake in the different space. It also came to the earth from the different space. Not only that, this big white snake is much more powerful than when he first saw it, but it is not surprising. Before the end of the world, it was at the top of the food chain in that different space. For so long time, it naturally cannot stand still when it comes to the Earth world. It has already evolved to the Lord level. But now that the giant white snake was facing off against the big lemur, Shinhao decided to observe the situation first. Ho ho! One after another, the lemurs were cheering for the big lemur. The big lemur also had a hint of ferocity on its face. It had been in the sea for a long time, and it had killed many powerful sea beasts. Call! The big lemming moved, stamped its feet on the ground, waved a pair of huge demon wings, soared into the sky, and smashed a huge fist straight into the head of the white giant snake with great force. Call! The big lemur's heavy punch hit the giant white snake, but it passed through directly and was just an afterimage. Shit! The white giant snake's head shifted to avoid the big lemur's fist, and it probed like lightning, opened its bloody mouth, and bit into the big lemur's body, preparing to swallow it alive. The giant white snake has been fighting since it was in the different space. It has evolved to the top of the different space.
When it comes to this sea, it has fought many powerful sea beasts and has very rich combat experience. The snake fangs tore the body of the great lemur into pieces. This was also just an afterimage. The speed of the great lemur and the speed of the white giant snake had reached a quite astonishing level, which was difficult to catch with the naked eye. Ho ho ho! The lemurs standing on the deck were roaring crazily to cheer for their leader. Heavy rain poured from the sky, and on the turbulent sea, two powerful creatures were engaged in a life-and-death fight. Shinhao silently watched the battle between the white giant snake and the big lemur. Naturally, he still preferred that the white giant snake would win. He had been helped by the white giant snake in that different space. Bang! The great lemur made a lightning-quick turn, spun in the air, tore the air apart with a knee strike, and hit the side of the giant white snake's head hard. Immediately, with a dull sound of hitting, the white giant snake was struck by the knee, and its high head was hit hard into the seawater, causing a huge roaring wave. Before the big lemur had time to rejoice, behind the big lemur, the sea water surged, and a huge white snake tail protruded out, lashing the big lemur on the back. Hurrah! Immediately, the big lemur was whipped and spun 360 degrees in the air for 8 or 9 times before the force was relieved. He stabilized his body and flapped his wings repeatedly to avoid crashing into the sea, but his feet were still far away from the sea. Less than 2 or 3 feet away. Hiss! A sharp and piercing hissing sound sounded, and the giant white snake broke through the waves and ate angrily at the big lemur. Its ice-blue eyes were filled with the most primitive killing intent of a beast. But the strength of this great lemur is exaggerated. As a great lemur that stands out from thousands of lemurs, it has experienced countless bloody battles. Whoops! The big lemur sank slightly, spinning against the sea surface. Its wings stirred up the seawater, forming an overwhelming water arrow that shot out, stabbing at the eyes of the giant white snake. Dang, dang, dang! The fragile eyes were attacked, and the white giant snake closed its eyes subconsciously. The water arrows hit its white scales and made a sound of gold and iron. Taking advantage of the moment when the white giant snake closed its eyes, the big lemur's blood-red eyes flashed with ferocious light. He quickly rose into the sky, gathered strength, and swooped down. A pair of demon wings were like 2 big knives, facing each other viciously. The white giant snake slashed at the back of its neck. Shit! The blade-like demon wings actually cut open the scales of the white giant snake, and penetrated a foot or 2 deep. The white snake suddenly hissed in pain, and blood overflowed from the wound on the back of its neck, but it was immediately covered by the cold. The water washed by the rain fell into the seawater, quickly diluted, and disappeared. This big lemur is very strong, far more powerful than Armin. Shinhao jumped on the guardrail of the deck at this time to watch the battle. Seeing the scene in front of him, he frowned secretly. The strength of this big lemur was very high. It is very powerful and has rich combat experience. If the white giant snake does not have hidden strength, it may lose more than it wins if it fights to the death. The battle was still going on. The giant white snake was slashed, and its ice-blue eyes were suddenly full of crazy killing intent. It suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and when it looked back, it spit out dark black flames. Call! The big lemur was filled with awe, and hurriedly fluttered its wings and rushed into the sky, trying to avoid the dark flames, but what was surprising was that the dark flames could actually turn. Under the control of the white giant snake, this dark flame's a turning point. The great lemur was wrapped up in it. Ah! Suddenly, the big lemur let out a shrill scream. The temperature of the dark black flame reached an incredible level, and even steel could melt in an instant. Plop! The great lemur plunged into the seawater without hesitation. Water is always the nemesis of fire. As the big lemur entered the seawater, the black flames on its body finally slowly extinguished. However, in this water, it was not as agile as flying. Call! A huge black shadow flashed in the water, and the giant white snake spun with great flexibility, and its thick snake body entangled the big lemur. Okay. A smile appeared at the corner of Chin-Hao's mouth. One of the strongest attacks of snakes is entanglement and strangulation. With this white giant snake that is no less than his size, the power of entanglement will be even more exaggerated. Kaka. Sure enough, the big lemur was strangled so hard that there were slight cracking sounds all over his body. However, just when everyone thought the victory was decided, another accident happened. Roar! The big lemur was entangled and strangled by the giant white snake. This made it understand that it would really be killed if it didn't fight hard. It suddenly let out a huge roar and its body suddenly expanded rapidly. 3 meters, 4 meters, up to 20 meters. Seeing the transformation to a height of 20 meters, Jinhao was surprised. Is this the ability to become gigantic? The ability to gigantize can greatly increase one's size, while simultaneously increasing one's body and strength exponentially. It is a very powerful melee ability. The white giant snake is actually at a disadvantage when fighting in this water. The power of its flames is extremely limited in this boundless sea. Roar! The big lemur transformed into a huge form of 20 meters. He pressed his hands tightly against the body of the white giant snake and pushed it open. The power that burst out was extremely terrifying, but he was entangled by the snake and thought it's not that easy to escape. The ice-blue eyes of the white giant snake are full of murderous intent. The injured beast is the most terrifying. The big lemur was locked in a struggle with the giant white snake for a while, but it was obviously very uncomfortable being entangled and felt like it was suffocating. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise broke out, and a deafening roar suddenly sounded from the muzzle of the devil ship's hull, and a dark cannonball hit the body of the giant white snake. Suddenly the cannonball exploded, and the scales on the exploded white snake's body shattered into pieces, making a miserable scream. It was those lemur people who, seeing their leader in trouble, immediately attacked the white giant snake with the weapons carried on the demon ship. Moreover, the weapons on the demon ship came from the abyss. The cannonballs were loaded with dark energy and could corrode the wounds. The part where the white giant snake was hit was attached to dark energy, which was constantly corroding its flesh and blood. Gao! The big lemur's eyes suddenly lit up, and he took this opportunity to forcefully open the shackles of the white giant snake and escape from the middle. The other lemurs also made excited shouts. There were lemurs in the cabin preparing to carry cannonballs. One more shot. Forget it, let me help you. Seeing this scene, Jinhao finally couldn't stand idly by and suddenly used his ice ability. Call. The terrifying cold air overflowed from Jinhao's body and spread in all directions. Suddenly, the entire demon ship was quickly covered with a thick layer of frost. Gao? All the lemurs were a little shocked, not knowing what was happening. With Jinhao's ice ability reaching the level of a controller, within a few breaths, the entire demon ship was frozen in a layer of bright ice crystals. Plop! The 100-meter-long demon ship and the lemurs on it were frozen in ice crystals, and the entire demon ship turned into a huge ice sculpture, floating on the sea. The big lemur was a little angry and shocked. What happened to his ship? But at this time, the big lemur is hard to distract. It has to deal with this damn big white snake before it has time to check on its demon ship. Kaka! The big lemur completely broke free from the shackles of the white giant snake. At this time, it was 20 meters tall and was a giant. The big lemur's eyes flashed with cold light, and suddenly a series of crisp cracks came out from the bones of its elbows. There was a sound, and 2 sharp bone knives several meters long extended out. TSK. The big lemur flapped its wings and rushed out of the water like a fish at high speed. It roared and slashed at the body of the white giant snake with 2 bone knives. With the blessing of the huge power, the 2 bone knives slashed at the white giant snake. There were 2 wounds on the snake's body that were deep enough to show the bone. The giant white snake screamed angrily, its tail lashed out, and its mouth bit. However, it had just been hit by the demon ship's dark element cannonball, and its wounds were constantly being corroded. Its physical strength was greatly reduced, and its speed and strength were obviously a bit slow. Can't keep up. On the other hand, the big lemur used its gigantic ability, greatly increasing its strength and physical strength. A pair of bone blades slashed one after another, leaving wounds after wounds on the white giant snake. Hiss! The body became weaker and weaker, and the giant white snake finally chose to retreat. But even if the big lemur was in the ocean, its wings were flapping so fast that it was beyond imagination. After all, this big lemur grew up in a sea of demons in the abyss world, and is the captain of a demon ship, so he is naturally very good at water. The giant white snake couldn't escape at all. Its whole body was dripping with blood from being cut by bone blades. Death would be a matter of time. Forget it, save its life. I don't know whether it was because the white giant snake helped him in the different space, or because it called him brother. After all, Shinhao couldn't just sit back and watch this white giant snake die in front of yourself. Anyway, I was planning to kill this big lemur when I got off the boat. Thinking of this, Shinhao finally stopped sitting and watching. He jumped up from the demon ship that was frozen into an ice sculpture, jumped into the seawater in front of him, and sealed the liberation at the same time. Boom! A huge and terrifying aura was released from Shinhao's body, transforming into a half-dragon form. The terrifying aura suddenly impacted the surrounding waves. Gah! The big demon felt the two cold gazes behind him, and it suddenly started. The white giant snake also took this opportunity to slap its tail on the big lemur's chin, sending it flying back more than 10 meters away. The big lemur turned around and looked warily. In the seawater, Shinhao raised his upper body and looked down at the big lemming, his pale golden eyes full of chill. The white giant snake was breathing heavily, and its eyes were a little dim. The battle with the big lemur was originally evenly matched, but it was hit by a cannon from the devil ship and was seriously injured. It was a little dizzy. When it looked at Shinhao, it was a little difficult. Believe it. Brother, brother. The giant white snake uttered 2 words with great difficulty, and its immature voice was full of excitement. It knows that whenever its life is in danger, its brother will come to save it and protect it. Siblings? When the white giant snake was still very weak and lived in a different space, its brother had been protecting it, giving it food, and teaching it hunting skills. But one day, its brother suddenly disappeared. The giant white snake turned the entire alien space upside down, but could not find its brother again. A few months ago, when it woke up from a nap, its brother appeared again. But it quickly disappeared again. It felt that it was dreaming. Otherwise, why would its brother abandon it? Naturally, it was Shinhao who appeared at that time. Faced with this terrifying white giant snake, Shinhao left the alien space without hesitation for the sake of his own life. The white giant snake failed due to the rejection of the power of the law. Follow out. But today, when it was in danger, Shinhao appeared again. Can you recognize these? Hearing the white giant snake calling him brother, Shinhao had the urge to vomit blood. He was originally in the form of a small snake, but now he has evolved into a half-dragon, which is completely different from his original image. But the giant white snake recognized him at a glance. Am I really his brother? Shinhao couldn't laugh or cry. No matter what, they don't look like siblings. A black snake and a white snake. Even their genes are different, okay? Gah! An angry neigh brought Shinhao back to his senses. The big bad demon glared at Shinhao fiercely. It saw the demon ship floating in the sea in the distance and frozen into an ice sculpture. It was clearly made by Shinhao. Come on. Shinhao's eyes turned cold. He wanted to deal with this big demon first and then talk about other things. Roar! The great bad demon flapped its wings, and its body emerged from the water. It roared and gathered all its strength. A pair of sharp bone blades slashed Shinhao's head fiercely. In the gigantic form of the great lemo, this attack is no small feat. It slashes down like wind and thunder, and can cut even a small mountain in half. Quick, get out of the way. The giant white snake said anxiously and with difficulty upon seeing this. It had just experienced the sharpness of the great evil demon's bone blade, and when it caught it with its head was split open if it was not careful. End. Clang. With 2 deafening crashes, the bone blade struck Shinhao's head, spattering dazzling sparks, but leaving no trace on Shinhao's dark scales. The white giant snake's eyes widened. This big lemur's bone blade couldn't hurt Shinhao at all? It was originally eager to come forward to help, but it could be seen that it temporarily felt at ease after seeing this scene. Brother, come on. The giant white snake watched this scene from a distance.
The fierceness in its ice-blue eyes disappeared and turned very soft. Just like when it was a child, every time it encountered prey that it couldn't handle, it would all my brothers will come forward. Gaw! As for the big lemur demon, his face was full of disbelief. His sharpest bone blade had never failed to deal with any enemy, even in fierce battles with other big demons, but at this time it was difficult to hurt Qin Hao. Every scent call. Qin Hao stretched out 2 dragon claws and grabbed a pair of bone blades respectively. He stared at the big lemur with a pair of pale golden eyes full of teasing. This guy was stronger than Armin, but at this time compared to Qin Hao, who evolved into a half-dragon, he was much weaker. Call. The great bad demon tried hard to pull out a pair of bone blades from Qin Hao's dragon claws. It roared and roared, but even in its gigantic state, its power exploded, and it could not shake Qin Hao with all its strength. How vast! Brother is helping me vent my anger. The giant white snake's eyes sparkled when he saw this scene, and he was very happy in his heart, just like a child who was bullied and his parents helped him out. Click! Qin Hao didn't have time to fight the big lemming anymore. Qin Hao's power of fire exploded, and his pair of dragon claws tightened hard. Suddenly a huge force surged out, and the big lemming's pair of bone blades groaned under the load. The sound was actually crushed into pieces by Qin Hao. The bone blade was destroyed, and the great bad demon let out a shrill scream, but it was freed from its restraint. It looked at Qin Hao with eyes filled with fear. Such terrifying creatures were far beyond the range it could handle. Got it! The big bad demon gritted his teeth, quickly flapped his wings, and flew into the sky. Run? Qin Hao snorted coldly. Since he took action, there was no way he would be left alive. Call! Qin Hao slapped his dragon's tail, and the waves suddenly rose into the sky, pouring water on the big lemur. At the same time, the cold air contained in the waves caused a thin layer of frost to form on the big lemur's body. Cold air surged across Qin Hao's body, enveloping the great evil demon. The great evil demon was frozen into an ice sculpture and fell towards Qin Hao. Bang! Qin Hao clenched a dragon's claw into a fist and punched the ice sculpture angrily. Suddenly, with the horrified eyes of the big lemur, the entire ice sculpture and its body were shattered inch by inch. Qin Hao caught a fragment of the great lemur's corpse, squeezed it hard, and smashed it into pieces, revealing a crystal that emitted a soft light. It was the evolutionary energy in the great lemur's body, a low-level lord-level crystal. The evolutionary energy cannot be wasted. Brother! The giant white snake came towards Qin Hao very excitedly, as if it was about to fall into his arms. Stop! Stop! Qin Hao shouted quickly when he saw this. This white giant snake has diamond-like scales, which must be beautiful in terms of snake aesthetics, but Qin Hao was a human before, although he turned into a snake, but the aesthetics are not distorted. He does not want to have a passionate embrace with this big white snake. Xiao Bai. I miss you so much. The giant white snake stopped not far in front of Qin Hao, its ice-blue eyes full of attachment. Qin Hao had a headache and asked, "Why did you call me brother? Did you admit the wrong person, the wrong snake?" No way. Xiao Bai remembers his brother's smell. In his hometown, we hunted together, the white giant snake said with great difficulty. Qin Hao's eyes were very strange after hearing this. Qin Hao was reborn into this black snake. He had a guess that the body he was reborn into was not a snake native to the earth, but belonged to a different space from the white snake. Creature, this can also explain why he is different from ordinary snakes. As for Qin Hao's rebirth, he would wake up in a field on the earth. This is also a good explanation. Qin Hao's predecessor most likely fell to the earth world accidentally from a space crack in a different space. It is very possible that Qin Hao's body was actually the elder brother of this big white snake. Of course, considering the color of the scales, the two should not be biological siblings. They had stayed together for a long time, which could also explain why the white giant snake recognized him at a glance. There are so many coincidences in this world. Forget it, since my predecessor is really his brother, let's give him some help. Looking at this pitiful big white snake covered in wounds, Qin Hao sighed and said, "Open your mouth." The big white snake was very confused, but it still opened its mouth obediently. Xin Hao threw the evolutionary energy in the dragon's claw into the big white snake's mouth. With the vitality of the great white snake Lord-level monster, if you eat a Lord-level evolutionary energy, you will have enough energy to heal your injuries very quickly. Feeling that its condition was gradually recovering, the big white snake felt very happy and warm. Its brother had indeed not forgotten it and was just teasing it before. Okay, goodbye. However, Xin Hao's next words startled the big white snake. It saw Xin Hao's body wrapped in cyan air current, flying towards the distance. Even if the big white snake is really the sister of Xin Hao's predecessor, Xin Hao really has no memory of it. Facing the big white snake, he doesn't have any brother-to-sister feelings. He doesn't want to bring a dragster with him. By saving the life of the big white snake and giving it a Lord-level evolutionary energy to heal its wounds, Xin Hao thought that this was a rare act of kindness on his part, and he had done his utmost to be benevolent. Do you think we should accept the great white snake? Oh, __intersection. Oh, everyone says accept it, so respect everyone's opinions and accept it later. Oh, __intersection. Oh, brother. The big white snake looked at Xin Hao flying away in the distance. It chased after him desperately, but the injuries on its body made it far slower than Xin Hao. Not long after, Xin Hao disappeared into the horizon. Brother, there must be something important. White Snake believed that the reason why Xin Hao was in such a hurry to leave must be because of something urgent, and her current state with him would only drag him down. I remember the smell. I will find my brother. The big white snake took 2 deep breaths, stopped, and began to digest the evolutionary energy of the big lemur. It was ready to continue looking for Xin Hao after the evolutionary energy was digested. Finally got rid of it. Xin Hao saw that there was no sign of the big white snake behind him. He sighed secretly. Now Xin Hao's goal is to go to the ruins of Atlantis, search for the dragon beads, and bring this big snake with him. White snake is a complete burden. We won't encounter it again in the future, right? Xin Hao thought, the ocean is so big, he bet that the possibility of encountering the great white snake again is extremely slim. When the time came to early morning, Xin Hao stopped flying and began to swim forward. Flying consumed a lot of genetic energy, and the speed was not much faster than his swimming. The days at sea are undoubtedly boring. In the blink of an eye, it has been half a month since Xin Hao went to sea. During this half month, he has been moving forward, occasionally stopping to rest and eat. Apart from encountering a big white snake, nothing happened. Other things have passed. Xin Hao took out the sea blue jade to check, but his eyes were filled with surprise. He saw that the indicator on the jade became brighter and flashed continuously. He might have been close to the target. It's been half a month. Xin Hao was also a little excited. He was finally reaching his destination. But as he moved forward, Xin Hao's mouth twitched slightly, and he discovered that the indicator of the sea blue jade was pointing to the bottom of the sea. I hope it's not too deep, Xin Hao thought secretly in his heart. The ruins of Atlantis should be on the seabed below, but the pressure increases the further you go under the sea. If humans don't have diving equipment, they can only dive a few dozen meters under the sea at most, and they will be vomited blood, dizzy, and die due to the pressure of the seawater. According to records, submersibles made by humans can only dive to about 10,000 meters under the sea at most. Now that the size of the Earth has expanded 10 times, the deepest part of the Earth's ocean may reach hundreds of thousands of meters. The pressure in such a deep sea area is absolutely beyond imagination, and it is a forbidden zone for life. Xin Hao only hopes that Atlantis is not hundreds of thousands of meters below the sea. Otherwise, there is really no chance to enter, at least not in a short time. Go down and take a look first. Xin Hao unlocked the seal. Although the smaller the size, the smaller the pressure area, Xin Hao's body is the strongest in the half-dragon form. It is hard to say what dangers there are in the deep sea area. If he continues in the sealed state, if he encounters danger, he may not be able to break the seal in time. Call. Xin Hao plunged into the seawater. After Xin Hao evolved into a half-dragon, he naturally mastered the ability to breathe underwater and could absorb the meager oxygen in the seawater. I have never heard of any dragon being drowned. As he went deeper, Xin Hao could see sea beasts swimming around on the seabed. However, as he went deeper and deeper, the number of these sea beasts also became scarce. When Qinhao dived to about 5,000 meters, he felt a pressure. There were very few creatures at about 5,000 meters under the sea. There were some sea creatures that looked very slender, but their bodies were not strong enough to withstand the seabed. The pressure of 5,000 meters is due to their special body structure. 7,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 10,000 meters, Qinhao has reached beyond the limit of human exploration. The pressure is indeed exaggerated. Fortunately, Qinhao is a half-dragon and practices spiritual refining technique, so apart from feeling pressure, I didn't feel uncomfortable. But there are still no traces of Atlantis relics in the deep sea. Qinhao has no choice but to continue diving deep. As Qinhao goes deeper and deeper into the seabed, the pressure will increase by 1 meter for every additional meter. When he reaches 20,000 meters under the sea, the pressure is even more terrifying. Ordinary quasi-lord level creatures will be instantly overwhelmed. It was crushed to pieces. Isn't this too perverted? Isn't it the end yet? Qinhao was holding on to the sea blue jade with one paw, and he was quite anxious. It wasn't the end yet, and he would reach the limit if he dived another 10 or 20,000 meters at most. If the ruins of Atlantis are still not found, then he has no choice but to return, otherwise his bones will be broken by the terrible pressure. 30,000 meters, 35,000 meters. Qinhao has dived to more than 30,000 meters under the sea. This is a restricted area that is difficult for any living thing to reach. Even with Qinhao's body at more than 30,000 meters under the sea, he can only find it difficult to breathe, his whole body is squeezed, and he feels a backache. It feels like a big mountain. I can't do it. I have to go back. Qinhao said secretly. He was almost reaching his limit, and he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Could it be that all his time for half a month was in vain? But when Qinhao was about to return to the sea, he suddenly found that he was almost at the bottom of the sea, and there was a faint blue light in the dim sea water ahead, and the token in Qinhao's paws was also flashing. It's the relics of Atlantis. Qinhao was ecstatic in his heart. He endured the huge pressure and swam towards the area emitting light blue light. When he saw the scenery there, he was amazed. The light blue light in the distance forms a thin barrier, and under the barrier is a majestic city. Most of the buildings in this city are made of metal and are sea blue, full of a sense of future technology. Qinhao quickly approached the sea blue barrier, but he found that he could not enter at all. It was precisely because of the existence of this sea blue barrier that this city under the sea could exist instead of being crushed by the seawater. Ruins. Qinhao did not rashly destroy the barrier. Let alone whether he, a middle-level lord, could destroy the barrier. It would be tragic if the forcible attack triggered the defense system of this underwater city. According to legend, Atlantis was once the most prosperous civilization in an era. It was the overlord of the ocean and even competed with the real dragons. A half-dragon like him would definitely not be able to withstand Atlantis' super weapon. Try this thing. Qinhao quickly thought of a way. He tried to hold the sea blue jade and approached the barrier. Something that surprised Qinhao happened. The barrier formed with the sea blue jade. A certain connection was established, and then a suction force came in to pull Qinhao into the barrier. Call. Qinhao did not resist. He got into the barrier and slowly landed on the streets of the city inside the barrier. Finally in. There was a barrier to resist the seawater, and all the pressure disappeared. Qinhao gasped for air and breathed in the fresh air. Even if someone really knew that there were ruins of Atlantis under the sea, they would not be able to get down. With Qinhao's body, it also wastes all the strength of 9 cows and 2 tigers. No matter how deep the water is, he can only look back and sigh. Is this Atlantis? Qinhao took a deep breath and was shocked when he looked at the city. The sea blue buildings and the silver-white wide streets made even his huge body look very small in the streets. Atlantis, this is the legendary annihilated civilization, a civilization that countless scholars have been crazy to explore, and Qinhao is here today. Not a single living person? But Qinhao frowned. He found that the city was very quiet.
Even if he turned on his thermal vision to the extreme, he could not find a trace of heat.
There was not a single living person living in this underwater city.
Just when Qin Hao was hesitating to look around, he suddenly turned around and saw a strange shadow appearing behind him.
This is a very beautiful woman. She has a pair of icy blue eyes. She is wearing a sea blue dress.
Her facial features are perfect, too perfect to be true.
Are you not from our Atlantis tribe?
The woman said slowly with a hint of disappointment on her perfect and pretty face.
Who are you?
Qin Hao was extremely vigilant.
He didn't even notice how this woman appeared behind him just now. I am the intellectual brain of this Bop city. You can call me Hylon.
The woman replied. Qin Hao then realized that the woman was not a real person at all, but something similar to a projection.
She was from this city.
Intelligent brain, something similar to a supercomputer, but obviously more advanced. Looking carefully, although the city is deserted, it is very clean, without a trace of dust.
Hylon asked, why can you enter Pop City?
It's because of it. Qin Hao didn't hide it and shook the sea blue jade on his paw. This is the Pop token. It was issued by the Lord of Pop City for some important tribesmen before the disaster at the end of the era, asking them to leave Pop City to avoid the disaster. When the disaster passes, they can hold it close to the ocean.
Get the guidance to let those tribesmen return to Pop City. Where did you get it? Upon seeing this, Hylon asked again.
Qin Hao said frankly, a human wanted to kill me, and I got it from him.
I have never seen any of your people.
Qin Hao was afraid that Hylon thought he had stolen it from the Atlanteans and was regarded as an enemy, so he had to make it clear.
You didn't lie. Hylon took a deep look at Qin Hao.
As a super-intelligent brain, she could tell that Qin Hao didn't lie just now. Hylon said slowly, when the disaster came at the end of the era, not only Pop City, but also the 12 main cities of Atlantis sent some of their tribesmen to take refuge. Since you came to Pop City with this Pop token, then you are our guest in Pop City.
No one has been here for thousands of years, and someone is coming again. It seems that the last era has begun. Hylon's words surprised Qin Hao. There were 12 huge underwater cities like Pop City.
This shows how powerful Atlantis was back then. The other is Hylon's last words.
How many thousands of years has no one been to this Pop City?
In other words, others have been here thousands of years before me? Qin Hao was keenly aware of the meaning of this sentence. Pop City, he has been rooted under the sea for who knows how many thousands of years. Thousands of years ago, non-Atlantis people came here. He was very curious about who this person was, and even more curious about whether this person had to leave the city of Pop benefit.
This man is the master of the Yanhuang civilization of the Fourth Era. Hylon said. The lord of the Yanhuang civilization in the Fourth Era? Emperor Xian Yuan.
Qin Hao instantly knew the identity of this person.
He was the only lord of the Yanhuang civilization.
The Yanhuang civilization established by Emperor Xian Yuan was extremely glorious, and mythical figures emerged one after another. Characters are the last glory of modern times.
What did Emperor Xian Yuan bring here?
Qin Hao was also curious about the purpose of these people coming here. A half-smile appeared on Hylon's unrealistically perfect face. He took away all the Dragon Balls in Pop City.
As soon as these words came out, Qin Hao's joy in coming to Pop City was instantly wiped out, and he was extremely shocked. Did Emperor Xian Yuan take away all the dragon beads?
Qin Hao was on the verge of tears. As he expected, there were indeed dragon beads stored in Atlantis, and there were more than one, but all of them had been taken away by Emperor Xian Yuan. Qin Hao suddenly lost interest. There must be a lot of treasures in Pop City, such as original energy shields and high-tech items and super weapons, but what use are these to Qin Hao? Hylon smiled slightly. Although there are no Dragon Balls in Pop City now, there is something that is no worse than the Dragon Balls.
It may be useful to you.
After saying that, Hylon clapped his hands, and at the end of the street, a silver-white robot with 4 wheels on its body quickly came over and stopped in front of Hylon.
Hylon took a blood-red item from the robot's hand and showed it with his hands.
In front of Qin Hao.
What is this?
Qin Hao was confused after seeing this thing. He held a jade pendant in Halen's hand, a blood-red jade pendant, and in the jade pendant, there was a small blood-red dragon swimming, lifelike. Although I don't know what this blood-colored jade pendant is, it conveys an extremely fatal attraction, which comes from the bloodline. This is a legendary item of bloodline inheritance. Hylon smiled slightly and said, and it is an inheritance item left by a legendary dragon. It is only useful for dragons or creatures with dragon blood. A bloodline inheritance item? From a legendary dragon clan? This suddenly made Qin Hao's breathing quicken. The so-called inheritance items are similar to the spiritual crystal containing spiritual refining skills that Qin Hao obtained before. It contains inheritance such as skills or secret techniques. And this blood-colored jade pendant looks extremely extraordinary, and in fact it is so. The Blood Dragon Jade Pendant is a bloodline inheritance item left by a legendary dragon. Only creatures with dragon blood can start its inheritance. The inheritance left by the legendary dragon clan may contain the secret to reaching the legendary realm. If it were not for the defense system of Popo City, Qin Hao would have directly snatched it away. It is no exaggeration to say that this Blood Dragon Jade Pendant may be more precious than those dragon beads. It is a legendary item. The attraction from the bloodline is so strong, Qin Hao is sure that this Blood Dragon Jade Pendant will be very useful to him, and he will definitely be able to activate its inheritance. As a half-dragon, he meets the conditions to activate the Blood Dragon Jade Pendant. Qin Hao took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to snatch it directly. He said straight to the point, I want this thing. Tell me your conditions. The reason why Hylon took out the Blood Dragon Jade Pendant to tempt him was because he obviously wanted his help with something. Of course, Qin Hao would not be naive enough to think that Hylon would hand over this legendary item to him unconditionally. I do have something to ask for, and the difficulty of this matter is not low, but as long as you can accept it, this Blood Dragon Jade Pendant can even be paid to you in advance as a reward. Hylon sighed and said, a legendary item as reward, payable in advance? Qin Hao was not happy, but became vigilant. No matter how he looked at it, Halen's request would not be simple.